Chapter 61. Seeing the news in the observation group, Liang Qi opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Li Qinwen sighed lightly, and didn't know what to say. Chen Mu's current situation, I'm afraid he can't be saved. Although his name was announced in the game before, Xie Cheng and others should be able to remember it. However, looking at Chen Mu's reaction, it seems that he has no intention of asking for help. Is this accepting his fate? Liang Qi and Li Qinwen looked at each other and sighed. They had no way to communicate with Nan Shu and others. Even if they wanted to save Chen Mu, there was no way now. After killing 4 giant rabbits, Nan Shu didn't rush to move forward. She stood there, propped up her knees, and gasped. This parkour just now was really hard for Nan Shu. She needed time to rest and adjust so that she could have better physical strength to deal with the next battle. During the break, Nan Shu was not idle. He listened to the news from other people in the team, paid attention to the needs of his friends at any time, and also paid attention to the news in the communication hall. The news in the communication hall was refreshed very quickly. One reason was that in such exciting weather, if there was no hail-proof clothing, it would be so exciting. Another reason was that it was about to get dark, but the work notice for the next day had not been broadcast yet. There would be no tomorrow. Or was there another reason? After entering the game for a few days, the players who had gradually developed a habit once again felt a strong sense of uneasiness in their hearts. There was a sense of helplessness that the habitual rules were broken. There was no other place for everyone to vent, so they could only curse in the communication hall or brush some meaningless words to relieve their tension and fear. Nan Shu looked for a while and felt a little pain in his eyes. There were too many messages too fast, and some were particularly irritating. After looking for a long time, his eyes were really uncomfortable. When he was about to look away, drink a sip of water, and continue fighting, Nan Shu found his name in the communication hall. Chen Mu. Hello Nan Shu, I am Chen Mu. Do you know Nan Guyu? Chen Mu's situation was really bad at this time. After he left the cotton base, he had been exploring various things on the Nodus Island. It was relatively smooth before, but when he got to the woods, there were many crises. After Chen Mu dealt with giant rabbits, sharp-horned goats, white-haired ducks and cuckoo chickens, he encountered crazy wild boars again, and he encountered 3 at once. Chen Mu was not stupid. After a simple assessment, he found that he had no chance of winning at all, so he turned around and ran without wasting any time. Even so, it was still too late. Those wild boars seemed to lock onto the players as soon as they saw them, chasing Chen Mu in various ways. Even though Chen Mu had already run out of this area of the woods, the wild boars were still chasing him. At first there were 3, then 6, and then 9. Seeing the number increasing, Chen Mu gritted his teeth and directly entered the safe house. As a result, the wild boars did not let him go, but began to ram his safe house. Although Chen Mu had the materials to repair the safe house, he was unwilling to be smashed apart by the wild boars. So, Chen Mu quickly left the safe house and continued to run away. You can see how embarrassed he was along the way by looking at his torn clothes, his shoes that ran away, and the 2 weapons that had run out of durability. During the process, Chen Mu killed 2 wild boars and seriously injured 6. The last one was too strong, and used its sharp fangs to get Chen Mu a long cut in the abdomen. Chen Mu was determined to survive if he could not, and the other party could not survive either. Before he fell, he gritted his teeth and seriously injured the wild boar. At this time, 7 seriously injured wild boars were groaning on the beach. Not far away, Chen Mu finally couldn't stand the pain of the wound and the dizziness of blood loss, and fell not far from the wild boars. Both sides were seriously injured, but they still wanted to drag their bodies to kill each other. Unfortunately, no one had the strength at this time. As he lost more and more blood, Chen Mu's consciousness became more and more blurred. But he didn't want to die. When the apocalypse just broke out, he was injured in order to protect his ex-girlfriend, but was pushed into a pile of mutated giant creepers by his ex-girlfriend. The situation was extremely dangerous at the time. Chen Mu not only did not die, but also awakened his superpowers. Having survived so many near-death experiences in the apocalypse, Chen Mu was unwilling to die here. This rubbish game. After cursing in his heart for a long time, Chen Mu's head became heavier and heavier, and his eyes became darker and darker. Perhaps because he felt that he was about to die, Chen Mu suddenly wanted to do something. Or rather, he had wanted to do it before, but had been hesitating and not doing it. Now that everyone is leaving, there is no need to worry so much. Thinking of this, Chen Mu raised his hand and typed with difficulty. He didn't know whether Nan Shu would reply to him. However, it didn't matter if he didn't reply. He sent the message and would trade the things in his backpack later, so he left without regrets. It's impossible for him to return the things in his backpack to the game after he died. It's annoying just to think about it. Thinking of this, Chin-Mu took a deep breath. The pain from the wound made his face even paler. He gritted his teeth and saw Nanshu replying to his message, and it was a private chat. Nanshu, may I ask who you are? Nanshu didn't expect Chin-Mu to come to her in the exchange hall and ask her a question. And Nanshu could really answer this question. However, before answering the question, she still needed to confirm Chin-Mu's identity. She couldn't just believe the other party when he said he was Chin-Mu. Chin-Mu was a little surprised to receive Nanshu's reply. He was not sure whether Nanshu and Nanguyu were related. However, the surname Nan was rare, so Chin-Mu guessed that there should be a relationship, right? He raised his hand with difficulty and replied to Nanshu's message. Chin-Mu, I am Chin-Mu, a native of a country. I once studied at Chufeng Primary School in Nanping County. Nanguyu is my Chinese teacher. Chin-Mu, I was seriously injured and I probably won't make it. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to confirm my guess before leaving and give you the things in my backpack. Chin-Mu thought, maybe teacher Nan is Nanshu's aunt? Or maybe another relative? Nanshu saw the message and showed a little surprise on his face. Ah, my mother's student? Nanshu hesitated for a while before replying the other party's message. Nanshu, Nanguyu is my mother. Because she was born on the day of Guyu, my grandmother named her Guyu. Chin-Mu was stunned when he saw the message. Take the mother's surname? Or did she change her name after a family change? As if guessing Chin-Mu's thoughts, Nanshu quickly sent another message. Nanshu, I take my mother's surname. This is what my parents have discussed. Nanshu's parents had discussed it early in the morning. The eldest child takes his father's surname, and the second child takes his mother's. While talking, Nanshu asked her friends in the voice channel. She contacted Chin-Mu, and the other party's situation seemed not good. As soon as Xie-Chung heard it, he knew that the one who called Nanshu in the communication hall before was Chin-Mu. He quickly searched for the message, and then pulled Chin-Mu into the temporary private chat. Chin-Mu, ? That's fine. Before he died, he was not a lonely person. With the voice channel, there is no need to type to send messages. Nanshu can also relax a little. She quickly talked about Chin-Mu's situation and asked him to supplement it himself. The medicine in the game is very precious. Chin-Mu had only seen players asking for medicine in the communication hall, and only in the 10-minute temporary shopping space at the cotton base, and they were all simple cold medicines and antipyretics. So, he didn't think that other people would have medicine, and his condition was quite serious. He probably couldn't survive. However, there were not too many regrets. He was not as skilled as others, and although he was unwilling to lose, he let it go. Chin-Mu didn't say anything, and Xie-Chung didn't know his situation, so he could only ask, where are you injured? How long is the wound? How deep? How much bleeding? Are you conscious now? Can you sew it yourself? Xie-Chung had a lot of questions, and Chin-Mu's head was buzzing. He lost too much blood, and his consciousness became increasingly unclear. The words he said were upside down, and sometimes he didn't even know what he said. Xie-Chung sorted out the information from his nonsense. Nanshu had no medicine for injuries, only colds, fevers and detoxification. These were of no use to Chin-Mu. Xie-Chung and the others did not have too many medicines. Although everyone was not familiar with Chin-Mu. But in the game, the 6 of them belonged to a group. If possible, they did not want to watch their compatriots leave. However, without medicine, they could do nothing. Xiao Hum could not help but curse a few times. Qi Wenjing also wanted to curse, but thought of her daughter and held back. Finally, Wei Zixuan stood up. I should be able to do it, but this needs to be tried. I am not sure if it will work. Chin-Mu, can you hear me? Send your coordinates on the Novice Island, or you can tell me. Wei Zixuan's Novice gift package is a healing technique. He did not elaborate on how to operate it, and what kind of restrictions it has, and everyone was also very aware of the boundaries, and did not ask. At this time, everyone was surprised to hear Wei Zixuan say that he should be able to save her, but they all kept silent tacitly, fearing that it would affect the communication between Wei Zixuan and Chin-Mu. Chin-Mu's eyes were already a little blurry at this moment, and Wei Zixuan's voice became a buzzing sound in his ears. However, the instinct of survival still made him squint his eyes with difficulty, trying to see the coordinates clearly, and said it at the same time. A hoarse voice sounded in the silent voice channel. After listening, Wei Zixuan turned on the healing technique. Nanshu was actually quite surprised that this kind of treatment could be done remotely. She was very curious and wanted to ask. But no, Wei Zixuan wanted to say that it was his decision. However, they asked questions without a sense of boundaries, which meant that they had no quality. Wei Zixuan did not explain much. His healing technique could indeed heal remotely, but this would increase the cooling time from 2 hours to 24 hours. This meant that he would not be able to use the healing technique in the next 24 hours. Wei Zixuan didn't want to say more, but he was afraid that others would think this healing technique was so powerful and become dependent on it. So, he quickly explained, the cooling time of this remote healing will be infinitely extended, and it will not be usable in the next 24 hours. Chapter 62. Under normal circumstances, if it is face-to-face or point-to-point treatment, Wei Zixuan's healing cooldown time is 2 hours. This time is not long. After all, most injuries can be greatly alleviated or even cured by healing. Of course, poisoning is not counted. In reality, Wei Zixuan is a super dad, and it is very easy for him to get started with healing. So, when the novice gift package opened this, he inexplicably had a little more confidence to survive in the game. Remote healing was not available at the beginning, but after Wei Zixuan used the healing technique again and again, maybe because of the level increase, or maybe it was because of the proficiency problem. In short, yesterday, Wei Zixuan's healing technique was inexplicably upgraded. He slept, and the healing technique became different. From face-to-face treatment, it was upgraded to remote treatment, and only the coordinates and name of the opponent were needed. However, the extremely long cooling time made this remote treatment quite restrictive. Wei Zixuan explained it briefly. Although it was not really revealed, it was almost the same. Nanshu and the others understood after hearing it. Wei Zixuan wanted them to understand that if possible, they should not get hurt easily. After all, the cooling time was too long, enough for them to get hurt several times. Qin Mu provided the coordinates. Wei Zixuan confirmed the name with him again, and then used the healing spell. It must be said that the healing spell is a good thing. Qin Mu had already seen it too milky. However, with Wei Zixuan's voice, I used it. The hazy shadows in front of his eyes slowly disappeared. His body was still a little weak, but the feeling of dying due to excessive blood loss was slowly disappearing. His heartbeat, which had been slowing down, was now speeding up. Qin Mu's chaotic thoughts were finally clear at this time. Did he think this was a last gasp? Qin Mu was not sure. However, compared to the previous situation where he could hardly hear clearly, Qin Mu's hearing had improved a lot at this time, and he could hear everyone's voices clearly in the voice channel. Wei Zixuan was calling his name. Qin Mu, can you hear me? How is it? Has your injury improved? Injury? Qin Mu realized it belatedly. By the way, he still had a very long wound on his stomach. He looked down and found that the wound was gone. Gone? Qin Mu couldn't believe it. After all, the blood on his clothes was still there, but he couldn't feel the wound. Qin Mu raised his hand and found that it didn't take much effort, so he hurried to touch it. There is a more obvious scar, which feels a bit rough to the touch. Really gone? Qin Mu was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? He opened his mouth, and after a long time, he finally found his voice. No. There is only a scar left. Hearing this, Wei Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it really works. In this way, Wei Zixuan can also rest assured. Xiecheng and the others had originally stopped and were ready to think of a solution. When they heard Qin Mu say that the wound was gone, they also breathed a sigh of relief. Time was running out, and Xiecheng hurriedly reminded everyone, fight monsters first and get the animal skins. I have 3. If you don't have enough, I can give you 1. Xiecheng also had to save some for emergencies. Qi Wenjing had just experienced a bloody battle. Although it was difficult, and she suffered some minor injuries. However, the result was good, at least there was a hide. As for whether the other things were water and drinks, don't ask. Isn't it enough to have hides? Moreover, there was meat. Xiao Heng had been struggling for a long time and got a hide. Wei Zixuan also had one. Nanshu also said that he had one. At this time, there was not much time left before dark, and the sun had already set. Xiecheng looked at the time and weather. In half an hour, everyone will prepare to go back. Don't fight too much. Monsters can never be defeated. Life is the most important thing. Everyone understands this truth. Xiecheng also asked about the situation on Qin Mu's side. After Qin Mu found that his wounds had healed, he rolled and crawled up, took out a big knife from his backpack, and finished off all the wild boars. Qin Mu was lucky, or rather, the wild boar's drops were rich. So, the 9-headed wild boar dropped 9 hides. After seeing this, Chen Mu traded 3 hides to Wei Zixuan first. Wei Zixuan didn't want them. I have some, you keep them, maybe this thing will have other uses in the future. Chen Mu had just recovered and had finished off the wild boar. He was still panting, but he still tried to make sure his words were clear. I finished off the wild boar that attacked me before, and the 9-headed wild boar dropped 9 hides. I give you 3, and I give some to other companions later. I have enough. He had also killed a wild rabbit before, and dropped 1. In any case, there must be 2 guaranteed. After hearing what he said, and thinking about his life-saving grace, if Chen Mu didn't give him something, he would probably feel uneasy, right? Thinking of this, Wei Zixuan didn't refuse again. After trading with Wei Zixuan, Chen Mu traded with Nan Shu again. Looking at the 2 animal skins traded, Nan Shu didn't refuse. But she didn't want it for nothing. She shared some of the ribs she had roasted before, as well as the meat buns, bread, and the like shared by her friends. Oh, there is also a 5-red soup, which was dropped by the giant rabbit just now. Chen Mu lost a lot of blood before, so he should need this now, right? Looking at the 5-red soup in the trading list, Chen Mu fell into silence. This? Is he okay to drink it? Chen Mu thought about it and whispered, or you keep the soup? Although he lost a lot of blood, eating some meat should be able to make up for it, right? 5-red soup. It sounds weird. Nan Shu is not sure whether the other party is suitable. After hearing Chen Mu's refusal, she did not insist. That's fine. Chen Mu did not refuse other food. Afterwards, Chen Mu gave each of Xie Cheng and his friends a piece of animal skin in his hand. Xie Cheng and his friends didn't want it. However, Chen Mu insisted on giving it to them, and Xie Cheng and his friends thought about it and accepted it. Instead of wasting time on refusing, it would be better to save some time and bring back more things. After the transaction, Chen Mu packed up and walked back. He was losing a lot of physical strength. If he really killed monsters at this moment, he might just be a delivery. So, after saying goodbye to his friends, Chen Mu dragged his tired body back to the safe house. In the observation room, the atmosphere, which was originally heavy because of Chen Mu's serious injury, finally slowly slowed down. Tang Qifeng came to help early. Sun Mingshuang was supposed to hand over the ship to him, but Sun Mingshuang couldn't leave without seeing the final outcome of Chen Mu's matter. Now that he was fine and had successfully gathered with others, Sun Mingshuang could finally put down his hanging heart. It's okay. Sun Mingshuang muttered softly. Tang Qifeng also nodded. Buddha bless you. The friends who watched the live broadcast were so excited that they cried. Now, if any of the 6 people in the game died, they would be nervous. One death means that a new one will be caught next month. Who can guarantee that this person will not be himself? So, friends, you all have to live a complete life. Half an hour later, Nan Shu and others packed up and walked back. Nan Shu ran the fastest. The things she planted should be ripe and need to be harvested. So run quickly. Moreover, she wanted to boil water to see. Even if these hailstones are not drinkable, maybe they can be used to wash your face or feet. Don't waste water. As for the tools to hold water, there is one. In the planting area of the high-level safe house, there is a large pool, which is used to store water for planting. Now it can be used. Nan Shu just killed 2 giant rabbits violently, and dropped 2 oversized white steel barrels. This barrel is just right. It can hold water. Anyway, it is living water, not drinking water, so you only need to pay attention to the most basic hygiene. Also, you can boil it before use. The conditions are a bit simple, so it's not a big problem. Nan Shu quickly ran back. The system didn't say that it was dark, and they needed to go back to the safe house. Nan Shu took advantage of this time to frantically toss hailstones at home. After the hailstones hit the ground, they will not melt immediately, but pile up like goods, one on top of another. Because the temperature is not high, about 18 degrees. Therefore, the hailstones melt very slowly. This is convenient for Nan Shu. She only needs to pick those hailstones that have not fallen to the ground, but are squeezed on other hailstones. Watching Nan Shu moving hailstones into the safe house, like an ant moving house, Tang Qifeng didn't understand. What is this? Is it storing water? However, this water is not guaranteed to be safe. Tang Qifeng only hopes that Nan Shu has the most basic common sense. However, he soon thought of Nan Shu being able to survive alone in the wild for 9 years. Of course, there may be family members in the middle, but in the following years, she was probably alone. With rich experience in surviving in the wild, Nan Shu should also be able to think of the fact that these waters are not easy to drink directly, right? Tang Qifeng stared at it worriedly. It's night time. Please return to the safe house, which is your harbor late at night. Hearing the system reminder, Nan Shu didn't dare to waste any more. After taking the last 2 large hailstones back, she didn't go out again. Close the door of the safe house, harvest the things in the planting area and plant new ones. Then store the collected hailstones in different areas. Store some in the reservoir. Nanshu could only estimate the approximate amount by eye, not sure if it will overflow. Shouldn't. The rest is divided into 2 large buckets. The hailstones she collected are limited, and the second bucket is only about 1/3 full. After tossing for a long time, Nanshu's physical strength has also been consumed a lot. At this time, she doesn't want to turn these hailstones into water. Let them melt slowly first, and arrange these after she replenishes her physical strength. Nanshu got a lot of recipes today. So, today's dinner is relatively rich. Because there were apple seeds, grape seedlings and the like before. Nanshu's dinner can even have some fruit. The cut apples and washed grapes exude a unique fruity fragrance. It is a kind of taste that makes people miss and yearn for. Nanshu pinched a grape, felt the firmness of her hand, and swallowed her saliva. When she swallowed her saliva, the friends in the observation room and watching the live broadcast also swallowed their saliva. Although I can't eat it, it's good to look at it. Woo, not good at all. It's better not to see it and have no idea at all. Chapter 63. Nanshu tasted a grape. The flesh was soft and tender, with a strong fruity aroma and a slightly sweet taste, but not so sweet that it would make people feel choked. Nanshu liked this sweetness very much. She ate several at a time, and only realized when she was savoring it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to share with my friends. Although I was a little reluctant, my friends were actually quite generous. Especially at this moment, everyone was ordering her transactions and giving her materials. Because only Nanshu could make winter clothes that ignored the temperature for the time being, after returning to the safe house, and being temporarily safe, everyone began to trade materials with Nanshu. However, no one meant to let Nanshu work for nothing. In addition to the materials needed for the winter clothes, everyone put some things more or less as a reward for their hard work. Siecheng gave a bag of pork belly, which weighed about 2 pounds. Xiaoheng gave a bag of apples, which had about 10 apples. Wei Zixuan gave a bag of fertilizer, which was not heavy, but it was concentrated. After diluting it with water, it could irrigate a lot of land. After hearing that Nanshu was now in a high-level safe house, and could farm, he had already thought about what to send. Needless to say, Qi Wenjing gave a can of water, a can of beverage and 4 cleaning beads. Chen Mu didn't have much in stock, so he gave 2 large bags, about 60 small steamed buns, which were not big, but could be eaten for a few days. Nanshu didn't refuse these. For some things, setting rules at the beginning can save trouble later. It's good to have a good relationship, but one thing is one thing, and things should be done according to principles. Even Qi Wenjing, who felt that she had a good relationship with Nanshu, did not mean to let Nanshu work for nothing, let alone other people. When Nanshu was operating the transaction, she distributed grapes to everyone. She had planted it twice, and the output was quite considerable. Now that a part of it had been washed, Nanshu was not sure whether it was convenient to wash it in other friends' places. So, after thinking about it, she simply divided the washed grapes into 5 parts, and then posted them on the transaction column. Friends? Nanshu responded to Qi Wenjing's transaction first. When she saw the grapes, her first reaction was to swallow her saliva, and her second reaction was to speak, but she was afraid that this was a special treatment from Nanshu, so after thinking about it, she closed her mouth and sent a private message to Nanshu. While replying to Qi Wenjing's message, Nanshu briefly explained in the voice channel, "The grapes I planted are ready, and I will share some with everyone. The quantity is not large." When Siecheng and others heard it, they hurriedly said, "No, they have something to eat." However, Nanshu insisted, and everyone was drooling at the thought of the grapes, but they didn't refuse in the end. Although everyone got a lot of grapes. However, for those who haven't eaten fruit for a long time, these dozens of grapes are more tempting than the rain after a long drought. Qi Wenjing thought, if it wasn't in the game, she would definitely share it with her daughter. Siecheng didn't want to eat more, so he only tasted 2 and put the rest in his backpack. Xiaoheng is a hedonist, anyway, he doesn't know if he can get out alive, although he wants to share with his family. But, it's impossible. So show them all off. Sweet, delicious, and the meat is so tender. Xiaoheng stuffed his mouth full of grapes, and the fragrance of the flesh directly filled his entire mouth. He couldn't help but praise the grapes vaguely. Wei Zixuan didn't want to eat more, so he only tasted 2. Shen Mu was even more reluctant. He really didn't have much food. When picking cotton, he was almost fined to bankruptcy. Nowadays, if you have something, You have to save a little to prevent running out of food. Because apples are not rare, Nanshu didn't share them with everyone. Of course, it was also because Xiao Hung shared apples with everyone before Nanshu, and everyone got two. After the distribution, plus the trade to Nanshu, Xiao Hung still had a bag of apples left, about dozens of apples. Xiao Hung couldn't figure out his luck in the game. When it was good, it was like the god of happiness lived on him every day. When it was bad, it's better not to mention it. These apples and steamed buns were obtained when luck was good. Although I was punished severely at the cotton base, most of it was still in my backpack. The friends shared with each other, and had a very comfortable dinner. The wind outside was howling. Everyone sat in a small safe house, and tried to share the information of today with each other to see if there was anything to summarize. Chinmu came later, and he was not used to it at first. Slowly, he tried to speak and talked about the situation on his side. In the absence of major conflicts of interest, they are compatriots. Although Chinmu has been accustomed to the lone wolf way of survival. However, it seems not bad to have teammates. Although Chinmu's trust in friends or humans is not high because of his girlfriend's backstabbing. However, many times in many things, he can try to rekindle the light of trust. Nanshu ate grapes, ate apples, boiled water, made tea, sat by the stove, and melted the hail into the pot while roasting the fire. After boiling a pot, pour it into the steel barrel that has been brushed. The water in the reservoir outside does not need to be boiled for sterilization. After all, it is open air, so boiling is useless. However, the water in the house can be boiled. No matter whether to drink it or not, after boiling it, at least there are not too many concerns when using it. Moreover, if there is an accident one day, they can still drink it boldly. The hail is very large, but the roasting pan is also very warm. With it roasting, the huge hail quickly melted into water, and then bubbled. After boiling, Nanshu poured the water into the steel bucket. Boil again, pour again. I have experienced a lot today, and my physical fatigue is also revealed in the increasingly relaxed environment. My arms are a little sore, and my legs are a little painful. But it's okay, I can bear it. Nanshu looked at the pot, and raised his hand to help himself rub and press. Xiecheng made a summary of today's events and analyzed the possible situation tomorrow. Nanshu listened and counted his belongings. When she saw the Huahua sharing card, Nanshu paused while sorting out the belongings. This thing has not been used yet. Moreover, she now has the recipe for peach blossom pastry, and there are peach blossoms. The flour has long been available, and there are no other requirements in the operation of the workbench. Or, try to make it. Although Nanshu has already had dinner, he is not very hungry now. But, it is okay to have a dessert or a meal after dinner, right? This rubbish game is all about killing them. Who knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident, so eat well when you can. Like Chinmu today, if Wei Zixuan's healing skills had not been upgraded, and he could heal remotely, his body would have been cold by now, right? Wouldn't the things in the backpack have been wasted? Thinking of this, Nanshu started to move. This pot of hail has just been cooked, and there is still time. Nanshu put the cup aside, then got up and went to the workbench. After learning the recipe, put the required materials on the workbench and operate with one button. After Nanshu operated it, the workbench deducted her a portion of flour, about 200 G, and a small amount of peach blossom, about 50 G. The final product is 4 small peach blossom cakes, which look cute and pink, and sweet and tempting, with a unique taste of desserts. The uniqueness of the workbench lies in this. Players can neither see the frying process nor the baking process. However, the peach blossom cakes that come out in the end are very tempting, and people can't refuse them. However, 4 pieces. It's a bit not enough to share. Nanshu thought selfishly, why not share it? It's enough to share it only for Qi Wenjing. However, for such things, either don't share it, or share it all. Otherwise, if it is mentioned inadvertently later, it is easy to let it slip and affect the relationship between each other. Although Nanshu has been accustomed to living alone, before the end of the world, she was a student, and she also had a collective life. Although there weren't too many twists and turns in my student life. But at least, there were some human relationships. So, if I really broke up with Qi Wenjing, and she didn't control herself and let it slip. Nanshu had already died a little earlier when she thought of that possibility. So, no breakup? Looking at the tempting sweet pink peach cake, Nanshu swallowed hard. She picked up a piece and tasted it first. It was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, giving people an extremely comfortable sweet enjoyment. Nanshu hadn't eaten sweets for a long time. The last time she had sweets was probably last month, when she was extravagant and baked a pot of big cakes with sugar. For Nanshu, that was a daily sweet. As for cakes and bread, what are you thinking about? It's good to be alive. Still want a small bread? Now a clean and fragrant cake is placed in front of her, making Nanshu enjoy it comfortably. This feeling is really fascinating. If this game didn't want her life, Nanshu would not hesitate to praise it and write a 300-word essay for it. Although she has been away from school for many years, Nanshu said that the basic skills of writing essays are still there. It's a pity that this is a life-threatening game. Even if Nanshu wanted to praise it, she couldn't. But never mind how the game is. This peach blossom pastry is really delicious. Nanshu ate it with a pious and comfortable look. The friends in the observation room swallowed their saliva crazily. The friends watching the live broadcast were asking for it in various ways. High price, I can go on a mission tomorrow, I must have money. It's like who has no money, the question is whether there is stock? Hey, there is no dessert shop here, if you want to eat it, you have to go to the city this way. Forget it, life is important, it's better not to eat it. Woo, so greedy. The peach blossom pastry is not big. Even though Nanshu took small bites, he still finished one in a few bites. Looking at the remaining 3, Nanshu gritted his teeth and put 2 in his backpack, preparing to eat one more before stopping. However, his conscience still slightly pricked again. The peach blossom cake stayed in the backpack for less than a minute, and was silently taken out by Nanshu. Forget it. The 6 of them, they don't know how long they can live. Just treat it as the last meal before execution. Thinking of this, Nanshu took out another batch of materials, and started the workbench. Chapter 64. Nanshu made another set of 4 peach blossom crisps on the workbench. This time, the quantity was finally enough to share. But after sharing, plus the 2 pieces she had tasted before, there was no more. Recalling the delicious taste of peach blossom crisps, and suddenly remembering that she still had a flour sharing card, Nanshu gritted her teeth and made another set. There was no more, although I was not sure how long I could live. But I couldn't eat it all in one go. Don't let the time pass when I am alive, but the food is gone. I feel desperate just thinking about it. After the things were made, Nanshu sent a transaction application to her friends, and also told everyone about her fake Dragon Ball blind box. As for whether this blind box was a collective copy or a single copy, she was not sure. Nanshu said hello in advance so that everyone could be mentally prepared. Her idea was to check the weather tomorrow morning. If the system did not have any other reports, she would open the blind box directly. Everyone had no objection to this. As for the peach blossom cake that Nanshu shared with them, everyone was surprised and began to refuse. After hearing this, Nanshu felt a pain in his heart again. If you refuse again, I will really take it back. However, we have come here and have already divided it. Nanshu did not cancel the transaction. Everyone tried to persuade her to no avail, and finally they were embarrassed to take advantage of her. So, everyone put some things on it. Nanshu didn't want it, but if she didn't want it, the friends didn't click the transaction, and the stalemate was just like that. Nanshu didn't bother to be hypocritical with them, and generously completed the exchange of items. However, compared to the various ingredients given by everyone, or some small props and the like, peach blossom cake is obviously more tempting. After all, in reality, people don't eat desserts very often. Now you can eat it in the game, even if it's just a small piece, but the satisfaction brought by this dessert still makes everyone excited. Chinmu originally thought that he was dead. As a result, he came back to life after a twist of fate. The reason why he contacted Nanshu before he died was because he wanted to confirm the relationship between Nanshu and his former teacher. He thought that it didn't matter if he died, and this backpack of rags couldn't be wasted. He had to find someone to inherit it. If the relationship between Nanshu and the teacher was confirmed, Chinmu was ready to trade directly. As a result, he accidentally saved his life. At this time, eating the peach blossom cake sent by Nanshu, Chinmu couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Ever since his girlfriend pushed him into a pile of mutant plants for a bite of food, Chinmu began a lone wolf life. He was unwilling to communicate with people, and even more unwilling to get close to the crowd. The pain of being backstabbed made it difficult for him to trust others. But now, Chinmu felt the care from others again. This feeling is wonderful. However, Chinmu felt that it was not bad. He even missed the basic trust between people. Take a bite of peach blossom pastry. The surface is crispy and crumbly. When chewing, you can feel the sweetness. Sweetness always brings people extraordinary satisfaction. Especially at this time, when Chinmu has saved his life and feels his own breathing and heartbeat. Tasting another dessert will make Chinmu feel that it feels so good to be back in the world. Chinmu ate very carefully and in small bites. He first tasted the crispy outer skin, and then bit into the soft and slightly sticky peach blossom inside. The sweetness was also permeated with a faint floral fragrance. Although he was clearly eating peach blossoms, a pink, desirable, and fragrant peach blossom forest appeared in his mind. Chinmu sniffed quietly, not wanting others to notice his abnormal emotions. The other friends were actually reluctant to eat. Wei Zixuan even cut the small peach blossom crisp into 4 portions. He planned to taste 1 portion tonight and another one tomorrow morning. In short, it can't be eaten all at once. In comparison, although Xiecheng also split it into 2, it was rougher. He broke it with his big hands, and he didn't waste the crumbs that fell off, and wildly took them with his mouth. Anyway, he was going to eat it all, so it didn't matter how the process was. Xiao Heng didn't have so many thoughts. 1 day's work, 1 day's work. So today's food must be eaten, and such precious things should be eaten fresh out of the oven. So, show off. In less than a minute, Xiao Heng successfully showed off 1. Qi Wenjing was also very frugal when eating. She divided the peach blossom pastry into 2 portions, and talked to her husband and children for a while during the live broadcast. After talking, Qi Wenjing felt a little bad, but she had to pretend that everything was fine, and didn't want her family to worry. I've been away from home for a few days, and I don't know how my daughter is doing. My daughter Lanlan is 6 years old this year. I have never been separated from Qi Wenjing for so long since I grew up. Although Qi Wenjing's husband often goes out for work, Qi Wenjing is not. Therefore, compared with her husband, she spends more time with her children, and her daughter is more attached to her. Thinking of her daughter, Qi Wenjing's eyes were a little sore, and she didn't want her child to feel uncomfortable watching the live broadcast, so she tried to find something to do while eating peach blossom cakes. Compared with other people's moods, Nanshu was very stable at this time. When eating a new piece of peach blossom cake, Nanshu chose to use the flower sharing card. The list of sharers is random. Nanshu was very fortunate that it was random. If she really asked to specify, it would be over. Because most of the names she can still remember in her mind are those of her classmates 9 years ago. She doesn't know how many are still alive now. So random is good. With the use of the flower card, the system also made a broadcast. As expected, Nanshu became famous again. Then, in the exchange hall, many people began to buy peach blossom cakes. Nanshu, you are so fancy, aren't you satisfied with a big steamed bun? Some of the purchase information looked quite real. Nanshu tried to communicate with the other party, but found that the other party wanted to get something for free in the name of barter. Take a useless old cloth and want to exchange it for a piece of peach cake. Nanshu, ? She looks stupid? So stupid? Block her. As for those who obviously want to get something for free, Nanshu pretended not to see it. Xiecheng and the others also saw the messages in the communication hall. They didn't want Nanshu to be affected, so they comforted her. Nanshu said that it didn't matter to her, and she would just not read it. Nanshu actually has a sharing card again, and it is related to reality. At this time, the randomly selected reserve players were so excited that they almost jumped up. The barrage was directly flooding the screen, like the new year. Ah, Nabao! No, Nanjia, you are my sister forever. Help me, I ate it, woo woo, it's the taste of the past. I used to dislike this crispy and that crispy, but now I want to say that I used to be really pretentious, woo woo. Sweetie party ecstasy. The friends who ate it were very excited. The friends who didn't eat it were envious and looking forward to it. It's not their turn this time. What about next time? Although they have only encountered this kind of sharing card a few times. But both times were from Nanshu, and Nanshu's probability of getting a sharing card in this regard is higher. So, it doesn't matter if it doesn't happen this time, they look forward to the next time. It doesn't matter if it doesn't happen next time. It's good that someone gets to eat it. The random people also include 3 people in the observation room. Tang Qifeng, Li Xingju and Miao Shu. Li Xingju is one of the night shift observers responsible for Nanshu. Miao Shu is one of the night shift observers responsible for Qi Wenjing. When the thing landed smoothly in front of them, the two were startled. Tang Qifeng was walking. So, the peach blossom pastry fell directly into his palm. The thing suddenly appeared, and Tang Qifeng didn't react at the first time, and almost crushed it with one palm. Fortunately, after hearing Li Xingju's exclamation, Tang Qifeng stopped in time and saved the peach blossom pastry. The first thing the 3 peach blossom cakes did when they arrived was not to eat them, but to study them. After the people in charge of the research came in, they hurriedly took the peach blossom cakes away. Tang Chi-feng didn't want everyone to think too much, so he explained that after the research in the laboratory was done and the results came out, they would definitely send them back, and they would not swallow everyone's peach blossom cakes. Everyone was not worried. Compared to eating them, it was better to study them clearly. If it was normal, there was no problem. If there were private goods mixed in and they wanted to destroy their planet, then they had to be more careful. Others, they couldn't control them. But at least the observation room could. After Nanshu shared it, he ate the peach blossom cake and simply sorted out his backpack and prepared to go to bed. There was still hail outside. The durability of the safe house also dropped by 10 points per hour. There was no need to repair it for the time being, so Nanshu didn't plan to care about it. Although Nanshu's safe house was still empty, there were at least some simple quilts and the like. By the way, Wei Zixuan also has a single bed diagram, which he has already learned. However, a single bed requires 12 pieces of wood. The stocks in everyone's hands are for repairing the safe house, and they cannot be moved casually. So, after discussing, the friends prepared to get more wood tomorrow. If anyone wants to make a bed and sleep well, they can find Wei Zixuan. On the night of the game, all kinds of weird calls are connected. Nanshu has slept for several nights, and now she is getting more and more used to it. So, Nanshu fell asleep after lying down for a while. She slept so soundly, so that Li Xingju, who was observing her, was drowsy. She clearly slept during the day, because she is responsible for the night shift. She must make up for sleep during the day to ensure sleep, so that she can work better at night. However, watching Nanshu sleeping soundly is really very hypnotic. So, hold on, she is at work, Li Xingju quietly told herself. If she holds on, she will stay awake until dawn. At 6 o'clock in the morning in the game, the weather information was updated. Spring day, early morning, breeze, minus 57 degrees. Chapter 65. Looking at the temperature, Li Xingju took a breath of cold air. At this time, Liang Qi had come to take over. When he saw the weather, he couldn't help but move his mouth and wanted to curse, but considering his personal quality and the large number of people in the observation room, he finally gave up. However, Li Xingju knew from Liang Qi's expression that she cursed very dirty. In the extreme cold weather in reality, the lowest temperature is about minus 60 degrees. In the game, this is morning. It's so cold that I can't imagine what it will be like during the day. Moreover, the clothes made of cotton rewarded yesterday in the game can only prevent temperatures within minus 70 degrees. What should I do with the excess? Will everyone freeze to death? The game has only started for a few days. Are we ready for a group wipe? Everyone cursed in their hearts and began to hand over the work swiftly. Nanshu had a quilt and a stove, so he naturally didn't feel cold. After a comfortable sleep, the temporary voice channel was disbanded because everyone fell asleep and didn't continue. Nanshu woke up because of her biological clock. She was used to waking up around this time, so after the weather information was updated, Nanshu opened her eyes. The first piece of information she saw after opening her eyes was the weather in the upper left corner. Nanshu, shock. She didn't dare to open her eyes at all. It was morning. It was close to minus 60 degrees. Is that reasonable? Are they trying to freeze a group of people to death? Nanshu thought. If she didn't have that cold-proof clothing, she would have frozen to death wearing yesterday's cotton clothes. But the game had just begun, so it wouldn't be like the whole group was wiped out, right? They capture players in natural months. Are they going to capture them before the time comes? Or will they just stare at the screen for the next half-month? Nanshu couldn't guess which one it was. After all, they are hunters and the ones who make the rules. The rules are in their hands, and they don't have the final say. Besides, it's useless to think so much. Let's think about how they will survive in this weather of minus 60 or 70 degrees. In this weather, I dare not go out at all. I just want to stay by the stove. I don't know how other friends are doing. Nanshu boiled water on the stove, added a cup of warm water, and drank it slowly. At the same time, he held the cup in his hand, feeling the warm temperature, which was transmitted to his whole body through his palm. Outside was the howling north wind, either hitting the safe house or the tree trunk, making a shrill hissing sound, which sounded terrible. Nanshu didn't want these sounds to disturb himself, so he stared at the stove as much as possible. After taking a sip of water, Xie Cheng was already sending secret signals to remind everyone in the communication hall. The next second after Nanshu responded, she was pulled into the group. As soon as she entered the group, before she had time to speak, she heard Xiao Heng cursing. Xiao Heng had many ways of cursing. Yesterday he cursed like this, today he might curse like that. Nanshu felt that as long as he didn't curse her, it didn't matter how dirty he was. Anyway, he cursed the game, so she wanted to curse along. Xiao Hung was woken up by the cold in the morning. When he got up, the temperature was less than -50 degrees. She quickly put on the new cotton coat she made yesterday, and finally found some warmth. For breakfast, he hesitated between the cold steamed buns and dumplings, and finally decided to eat the steamed buns with cold water. The weather is cold, and the water is even colder, even if the water is in the backpack. But after taking it out, it is still very cold. After taking a sip, it is cold from the top of the head to the heels. Xiao Hung couldn't stand it, so he started to curse. Then he saw Xie Chung posting a message in the communication hall, and he entered the group in seconds and continued to curse. Everyone, they also wanted to curse. But they were too lazy to waste this energy. Let's think of a solution honestly. In this weather, I dare not leave the safe house. But I have to go out. Every hour, the durability of the safe house will be deducted by 10 points. Without materials, how to repair it later? Although Nanshu said that the high-level safe house will also deduct durability at night. But it is also more comfortable, and has more functions. So, if possible, everyone still wants to upgrade the safe house. But upgrading requires materials. Who would be willing to go out in this weather? Xiao Hung scolded for a long time and was tired. Xie Chung asked everyone about breakfast. He had an energy pot that could heat all kinds of food without fuel, and boiling water was not a problem. However, the durability of the safe house would be deducted. Every 12 hours the energy pot works. 10 points of durability of the safe house will be deducted. However, Xie Chung thought it was still appropriate. Before there are other more useful pots, this pot can be used as appropriate. Other weather is okay. In the weather of -50 or 60 degrees, biting a cold and hard steamed bun, I always feel that life is meaningless. Xie Chung asked everyone who wanted to heat up breakfast, and who needed hot water. Nanshu looked at it and asked, saying that she also had equipment to heat it. The stove is the most useful. It can be used for eating and heating. Nanshu became more and more satisfied with his novice gift pack. In the end, everyone divided it equally. Some came to Xie Cheng's side, and some came to Nanshu's side. With their help, the friends' breakfast finally didn't have to drink cold water and eat hard steamed buns. At the same time, Wei Zixuan provided the materials, and Qi Wenjing made them, and everyone even ate half a portion of braised pork rice for breakfast. Yes, half a portion. After all, it was too greasy, and it was morning, so everyone's appetite was average. So, Qi Wenjing didn't make more, a total of 3 portions, divided them equally, half a portion for each person, which was considered to supplement some protein and strengthen physical strength. After eating and drinking, Xie Chung tried to open the door. He was still talking to his friends. After opening the door, he immediately fell silent. The friends were startled, and Wei Zixuan asked about the situation with concern. It took Xie Chung a long time to recover, wiped his face, and said in a deep voice, "I'm fine, it's just too cold, I can't adapt to it all of a sudden." In reality, the temperature has been high every day recently, and Xie Chung has become more and more accustomed to it. On the contrary, he is a little uncomfortable with such cold weather. Xie Chung wanted to take a deep breath, but considering the stimulation of the cold air on the throat, he thought about it, and gave up. It's very cold outside. The cold wind blowing on the face is more painful than a slap in the face. The sun is not out, and a layer of ice of varying thickness has formed on the Novice Island here. It should be that the hail yesterday fell to the ground and melted, and then it was frozen again. Xie Chung told him what he saw. Nanshu also quietly opened the door, and took a look. After taking a look, he felt his soul flew away for a while, and then he came back. It was too cold. It was the kind of dry and strong cold. I can't tell what it felt like. Anyway, Nanshu looked for a few seconds and closed the door quickly. He sat by the stove for a long time, and then he felt his soul recover. Recalling the biting cold just now, Nanshu added a few words after Xie Chung. Biting cold, the wind hit my hands, and I felt that my hands were instantly numb. They have also experienced extreme cold weather in reality. However, the lowest temperature is about -60 degrees. I have never felt a lower temperature. Moreover, at that temperature, people can't stay for a long time, they will really freeze to death. So what should we do today? Just stay in the safe house and don't go out. Let's see the situation first. After watching for a long time, Xie Chung summarized, if the temperature does not rise significantly, we will wear cold-proof clothes before going out, wear the one with animal skin, which ignores the temperature and can better protect us. We must pay attention to keeping warm. If you feel that the situation is not right, return to the safe house in time. When the weather is too cold, people are easily frozen to numbness, and their hands and feet are frozen off. There are also situations that I don't know, so you must pay attention. Xie Chung said a lot of things with worry. Nanshu originally considered going out to take a look after breakfast. However, when she was packing her backpack, she saw an item. Dragon Ball Fake. This is the blind box she mentioned to her friends yesterday. Since the weather on the Novice Island is bad, why not try to open a blind box? Nanshu was about to speak when he thought of it, but before he could make a sound, the system broadcast sounded. System broadcast. After half an hour, the system will match players in pairs, randomly, and after matching, a series of challenges will be carried out. Players, please be prepared. The winner may not be rewarded, but the loser will definitely be punished. The first thing Xiao Hung saw was scolding. Xie Chung let him scold for a long time and vented his anger, then he spoke. It is possible to match with people from your own country. Everyone be careful, there is no mention of any rewards for the winner, but there will definitely be penalties for failure. Everyone. Go all out. At this time, it is not good to give in or not, it depends on the strength of each person. Everyone agreed with this. As for Nanshu's blind box, it cannot be opened for the time being, so we can only wait until the challenge is over. The half-hour time is coming soon. Nanshu stepped on the countdown and collected the safe house. The second he collected it, he just entered the challenge space. Hello, the opponent has been matched. Please prepare for the challenge. Countdown, 30. Nanshu, ? It's so funny. I can't see the opponent at all. Moreover, the system doesn't say who the opponent is. You can only focus on one. You don't have a chance to cheat. The 30-second countdown is very short, and the game doesn't give any hints. Nanshu doesn't know what the next challenge will be. Soon, the 30-second countdown ended, and a huge light screen popped up in front of Nanshu, with a virtual bow on it. Game Tip 1. Guard our position. Game Tip 2. Refresh a bow and arrow every 3 seconds. After killing the invading monster, refresh 2 bows and arrows again. Please arrange the time and attack frequency reasonably. There are only 2 reminders in total. Moreover, after the reminder, a potato giant appeared on the screen. It was a real potato giant, a huge potato with a human face. But the face was a little sloppy, and not very clear. The facial features seemed blurry, and there was a sense of double vision. The potato giant was a little far away from Nanshu. The system indicated that it was 20 meters away. At this time, it was staggering towards Nanshu, and its speed was not very fast. And Nanshu's first bow and arrow had been refreshed. After this arrow, you need to wait 3 seconds before using the next one. According to the speed of the potato giant, the bow and arrow should be enough. But what if it speeds up later? The game reminded that you should arrange the time and frequency reasonably. Nanshu thought to himself while pulling the virtual bow. No matter what happens later, let's aim and see the situation. Chapter 66. Nanshu was familiar with this kind of virtual bow and arrow. After all, he had played the copy of Little Silver Fish before. So, he was very skilled in it now. After aiming, seeing that the distance was about right, Nanshu let go. Whoosh, boom, after a loud noise, the potato man who was getting closer and closer fell down. Not only did he fall down, but he also smashed a hole in the ground. 1 second later, the potato giant disappeared on the spot. 2 virtual arrows were refreshed in Nanshu's hand. 3 seconds later, 2 more potato men were refreshed. Another virtual arrow was refreshed. 3 arrows, killing 2 potato giants. As long as you aim accurately, it's still possible. Nanshu opened the bow with both hands, took aim, and then, with a whoosh, released another arrow. Boom, 2 loud noises. The 2 potato giants turned into 2 puffs of smoke and disappeared. Nanshu refreshed 4 arrows. 3 seconds later, another one was refreshed, and 3 potato men were refreshed at the same time. When the 3 potato men walked to the edge of the pit created by their companions' bodies, they stumbled and fell crookedly into it. They struggled and moved in the pit, and the potato bodies twisted with them. But they didn't come out. Nanshu, if it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she would have wanted to laugh. No? Is this right? Are they here to make people laugh? Or do they deliberately relax the player's vigilance? Nanshu suspected it was the latter. As it turned out, it was indeed the latter. Because soon, the 3 potatoes came out of the pit in an awkward posture, and then accelerated forward. Before, their speed was still slow, but after climbing out of the pit, it was as if they had taken a speed-up pill, and they rushed forward a long way. Nanshu had been watching them, and when he found out that they were trying to take advantage of the situation, he shot arrows directly. Swoosh, swoosh. After firing 2 arrows, he quickly added another arrow, trying to knock down 3 potato giants in the shortest possible time. Bang! The 3 potato giants fell crookedly. However, it did not affect the refresh of 2 arrows. 3 seconds later, the potato man disappeared. A new pit appeared on the ground, and another arrow was refreshed. Soon, 4 potato giants appeared in Nanshu's field of vision. The number of potato giants increased. If the arrows cannot be arranged reasonably, it is possible that the arrows are used up, but the potato giants are still there. After Nanshu aimed, he shot an arrow first. Swoosh! Very good, a potato giant was knocked down from a long distance, and then 2 arrows were refreshed. Looking at the refreshed arrows, Nanshu found a problem. That is, after killing several potato giants at the same time, only 2 arrows are refreshed. However, if only 1 is killed at a time, 2 arrows will still be given. The system did not clearly indicate that killing a potato giant would give 1 arrow. The system only said that killing a potato giant would give 2 arrows. So the number of kills could be 1 or several at the same time. However, after careful calculation, it is more appropriate to kill them 1 by 1, because the number will be refreshed after each kill. Nanshu compared it twice, and found that it should be like this, so she decided to take the risk and kill them 1 by 1. Soon, she shot another arrow, and the arrows were refreshed again. Shoot another arrow, and it was refreshed again. When the last potato giant fell, it was only about 3 meters away from Nanshu. This also reminded Nanshu. Although it is possible to defeat them 1 by 1, and then use the system's intentional bug to accumulate more arrows. However, it is also necessary to pay attention to the distance and the speed of the potato giant. Once the distance is not mastered well, the potato giant will take down the house, and then Nanshu's strategy will be in vain no matter how useful it is. The next wave of potato people appeared after the new arrows were refreshed. There are 6 in total. The game directly skipped 5, and accumulated them directly to 6. Moreover, the speed is much faster than before, and the difficulty coefficient has obviously increased a lot. It is obviously unrealistic for Nanshu to kill potatoes 1 by 1 to accumulate arrows. Therefore, he can only kill 2 at a time. At the same time, Nanshu also found that the potato giant falling into the pit will increase the time it takes to attack itself. But once the potato emerges from the pit, it is like eating a buff, and the speed becomes faster than before. So, the pit has both advantages and disadvantages, but it depends on how the player arranges it. How did Nanshu arrange it? Nanshu chose to send the potato giants on the road. After 6, there were 7, 8. All the way to 16. Nanshu did not panic and followed the rhythm she had set before. At first, she killed 2 by 2, trying to save more arrows. After that, she killed 3, 4, and so on. Later, the potato giants became faster and faster, and Nanshu's arrows were almost saved. She could even kill 7 potato giants at a time, 16 potato giants, but she only killed them 3 times, and there was no chance to get close to Nanshu. After 16 potato giants, no more potato giants were refreshed. However, this level is not over yet. Instead of refreshing the potato giant, it refreshed the mini cherries. 2 of them appeared for the first time, and the distance was closer. The system marked it as 16 meters. Nanshu, ? Are you using me as a sunflower? It feels weird. In comparison, the potato giant is big, the target is obvious, and it is easy to aim. Even a novice archer can hit it after trying a few times. However, the mini cherries are really small. From a distance, they are as big as Nanshu's palm. This is not very friendly to novices. Even for veterans like Nanshu, if the distance is too far, it is not very friendly. However, there is one advantage, that is, the mini cherries are very slow. It slowly appears in the field of vision and moves slowly. On the ground, the pit that was smashed by the potato giant before has been filled by default. So, there is no obstacle. It depends on how the mini cherries perform. Nanshu aimed silently. She could still use the arrows she had saved in the previous level. So, Nanshu drew her bow with both hands and aimed silently. Cherry was really slow. After swaying for a long time, she finally closed the distance between them. Then, whoosh, in just a blink of an eye, it flew up, intending to rush directly in front of Nanshu. Nanshu had been prepared for it. So, as soon as she noticed something unusual, she shot arrows with both hands. Whoosh! The 2 arrows were aimed very accurately, and one on the left and one on the right directly knocked down 2 mini cherries. Although under emergency response, human operation may be easily affected. However, Nanshu still remembered that when the opponent was not fast at the beginning and did not have many tricks, she could save some arrows. So even if she was anxious, she still shot arrows one after another. Because of this, Nanshu harvested 2 arrows as soon as the cherry appeared. Obtained item, Cherry Seedling *1. What surprised Nanshu was that this time, she not only got arrows, but also a package reward, although there was only 1 cherry seedling. However, if there were no accidents, the growth period of fruits in the game was about 2 hours. It didn't matter if it was a little longer. Anyway, she could grow them in her planting area. Thinking about the taste of cherries, Nanshu swallowed quietly. She hadn't eaten them for a long time. Usually, she didn't think about them if she didn't see them. Now that she saw them, she couldn't help but recall the past. However, the game didn't intend to give her time to think about those things. Because, when they refreshed again, there were 4 mini cherries. Their speed was only a little faster than the previous 2. The game does not have any tools to assist in measuring, but Nanshu still managed to compare them with his powerful eyes. The speed is faster, and there may be more tricks, so he has to be more careful. When the 4 cherries tried to repeat the trick, Nanshu quickly shot arrows. 2 at a time, and the second time, he did not need to aim deliberately. His brain and hands had already aimed automatically. Although the aim was slightly off, the mini cherries were fragile, and even if they touched the edge, they would still miss. Obtained item, Fresh Cherries, Plum Dates, *2 kg. Fresh cherries? Looking at this reminder, Nanshu swallowed his saliva. Recalling the sweet and sour taste of plum dates, he swallowed his saliva uncontrollably again. If he didn't have to challenge the level, Nanshu actually wanted to take one to taste it now. But, hold it in, as long as you survive, you will have a chance to eat it. Nanshu took a deep breath, put away the things, and moved his eyes back to the screen with difficulty. The bell at his hand was already on, waiting for new cherries to appear. However, the system prompt appeared before the cherries. Your opponent failed the challenge, and you have been rematched. Congratulations on your small stage victory, and you get the item. Backpack Expander *1, 11 slots. Don't be proud the opponent didn't pass, so he was rematched. If someone succeeds all the time, wouldn't it be infinite level? Nanshu didn't know for a moment whether it was better to fail or infinite level. After all, there must be a lot of rewards for unlimited levels. However, before she could think about it, the system showed that the new opponent had been matched successfully, and 6 cherries were refreshed on the screen. At the same time, the system also popped up a series of reports. These reports are all about the players who failed to pass the level. They failed to pass the level, so they received corresponding punishments. Because the levels they failed were different, the degree of punishment they received was also different. In between, there were 2 notifications about the death of players, and the punishment of the corresponding countries in the real world. The bad news was sent at the same time, which put great psychological pressure on the players, who were still challenging. Nanshu was not affected too much. Among the failed players in this wave, there was no 6-member team from their country A for the time being. Nanshu thought it was okay. Everyone was working hard. The friends were really working hard. Even the worst Xiao Hung did not give up directly because of his own reasons. It must be said that this kind of bow and arrow game is really suitable for him, a rookie. He may not perform well in other places. However, this kind of shooting game. Sorry, I used to play it often, and I will play it again after the end of the world. Although it takes a process of adaptation from virtual to reality. But I have adapted to it before, and now I am playing it again, Xiao Hung said. He is a skilled worker and proud. Chapter 67. Except for Chen Mu, the other 5 members of the 6-member team of Country A have all had experience in the Little Silverfish dungeon. So, even if everyone's shooting skills are somewhat different, at least the challenge is no problem. Even if the difficulty of the challenge is increased later, they can still cope with it. As for Chen Mu, he can become a lone wolf survivor in the end of the world, which means that his ability is not bad. He may not be good at archery, but he can get the hang of it soon after practicing. In the observation room, there was no other sound except Sun Mingshuang's occasional low voice on the phone. Everyone watched nervously. There is no way. Seeing this small cherry appear in the player's field of vision, the observers also became nervous. They even imagined that if they entered the game and encountered such a situation, could they do as well as these few people? Some of those who are good at shooting are fine, while some who are not good at it are silently assigning homework to themselves. After handing over the class today, they will go to the training ground to practice shooting. Although it is uncertain how long their 6 players can survive. But, Let's prepare for the worst. What if you can't just let the game ruthlessly drag you away and kill you without any preparation, right? The game calls them reserve players. It's a matter of time, and it feels like there's no escape. Thinking of this, the pressure suddenly increased. Liang Qi even slowed down her breathing. Watching Nanshu's opponents change one after another, her nervous hands were shaking as she typed. At this time, Nanshu had defeated 6 opponents. The target of attack has changed from potatoes and cherries to peppers now. The pepper is not big, about as long as Nanshu's arm. But it is very thin. It is a long and pointed pepper. Pointed, which means that it is difficult to hit the target when shooting. However, after experiencing potatoes, cherries and cabbage, Nanshu's proficiency has become higher and higher. So, even facing the pointed mutant peppers, Nanshu's hands are very steady, and her aim is very accurate. 1 arrow kills 1, sometimes even 2 with 1 arrow. Of course, this requires a lot of luck. The peppers need to overlap each other before 1 arrow can be shot. More often, the system will not give them too many loopholes to drill. However, Nanshu's accuracy is good, so she has a lot of arrows. Even if she can't hit the target with 1 arrow, she still has arrows to use. Your opponent failed the challenge and has been eliminated. Congratulations on your success in the stage. Items obtained: 1 bag of cleaning beads, 1 golden pomfret, 1 bag of scallops, about 15 kilograms, 1 pastoral expander, 1 pair of speed running shoes, optional size, 1 wild vegetable soup recipe, 1 mushroom soup recipe. After reading the rewards, Nanshu only stayed for about 5 seconds before the scene in front of her changed again. She returned to her novice island. The next second, Nanshu was almost blown away by a whistling north wind. She summoned the safe house quickly, then went into the house, and at the same time glanced at the weather reminder in the upper left corner. Spring day, morning, north wind level 9, minus 63 degrees. Nanshu, With this wind, it's not surprising that her current weight was blown away. At this time, she missed the weight she had when she was in school. Looking at the food in her backpack, Nanshu thought she had to eat it back, although the weight in the game may not be brought back to reality. But being fatter can prevent being blown away. Thinking of this, she learned both recipes. At the same time, she tried to send a secret code for their small group to gather temporarily in the communication hall. The messages in the communication hall were refreshed very quickly, and Nanshu needed to keep an eye on them, otherwise she was afraid that she would miss it. Unfortunately, a minute passed, and she didn't see any response from her friends, and no friends pulled her into the temporary private chat. Haven't they come out yet? Nanshu was not sure. However, after being highly nervous for nearly 2 hours, Nanshu was tired and hungry. At this time, she just wanted to collapse by the stove, roasting the fire while resting and adjusting her state. As for the food, don't bother cooking on the stove. The workbench is actually a good choice. Especially, as you learn more and more recipes, you have more and more choices. Nanshu roasted a portion of ribs on the workbench and made a wild vegetable soup. The multi-purpose stove started, and the room instantly became warm. Although she was wearing warm clothes, she felt the whistling wind outside, and the temperature close to minus 70 degrees. Nanshu thought that it would be safer to roast on the stove. She ate 2 pieces of ribs first, and then drank a mouthful of soup. The temperature was just right, and after drinking it, her body instantly warmed up. The friends in the observation room were still very nervous at this time, except Liang Qi and Li Chenwen. Nanshu succeeded in the challenge, although the system said it was a phase 1. However, it was safe for the time being, and the 2 of them could relax for a while. Seeing Nanshu eating ribs and drinking vegetable soup again, Liang Qi swallowed her saliva unconvincingly. She had eaten a whole grain cake in the morning to save trouble. Although it had not been fully digested yet, who wouldn't be hungry looking at the ribs? Liang Qi whispered to Li Chenwen, "I'm hungry." Li Chenwen didn't treat her as an outsider. The 2 of them were in the same group during training, and they even practiced fighting. Listening to Liang Qi's muttering, Li Chenwen swallowed his saliva. "I'm greedy." Seeing Nanshu eating so deliciously, Liang Qi whispered again, "Do you think we can eat ribs in the cafeteria at noon today?" Li Chenwen shrugged. It's hard to say. Although they have had some experience in breeding for many years in the end of the world. However, mutations are also beyond their control. Sometimes, a good pig will mutate after being raised for a while. Sharp fangs, smelly body. No matter how picky they are, they can't eat that kind of meat. Moreover, the toxins and pollution in that kind of meat are beyond the standard. It is said that the probability of going crazy after eating it is as high as 70%. Even so, who dares to eat it casually. Low-pollution ones can be eaten occasionally. In such an environment, whether it is human or animal, they have their own survival adaptability. Therefore, human metabolism function has also become powerful. However, it can only metabolize a little bit of low-pollution toxicity. Highly toxic ones are not good to eat. There are too many emergencies in breeding, which means that the supply will not be too stable. Sometimes, I can't even eat pork for 2 or 3 months. So Li Qingwen doesn't know whether there will be any meat for lunch today. However, considering that they just ate meat a few days ago, the possibility of eating meat again for lunch today is less than 10%. Thinking of this, Li Qingwen sighed lightly. Be greedy, most likely not. Liang Qi nodded helplessly. When the two people were talking, their eyes never left the screen. The closer they looked, the clearer they saw. Nan Shu was eating so comfortably. Not only Liang Qi and Li Qingwen were envious, but other friends watching the live broadcast were also envious. Woo, I want to eat meat too. No, next one. I really envy Nan Shu. I suggest you two switch. Ah, forget it, life is good. Although some people say they envy Nan Shu and want to live a good life like that. However, once someone points out the danger hidden behind this idea, the other party will be honest in an instant. Nan Shu didn't finish a portion of ribs. It was less than 3 hours before breakfast. Although she consumed a lot of energy, she was not particularly hungry. So she put away the unfinished food and only drank the wild vegetable soup. While eating, there were 3 more reports of players being killed and the corresponding countries being punished. Nan Shu felt nervous when she heard this. Although they were not from country A, they were all pork on the chopping board is serious. What was the difference between high and low? It was only about whether they were served first or later. Thinking of this, Nan Shu felt a little annoyed. She simply took out the previous results and sorted them out. While sorting, she also paid attention to the news in the communication hall. As soon as the things were sorted, Qi Wenjing appeared in the communication hall. Nan Shu hurriedly pulled a temporary private chat and pulled her in. After Qi Wenjing came in, she really wanted to swear. But she controlled it. Nan, really? I really want to curse. Qi Wenjing gritted her teeth. Qi Wenjing angrily talked about the process of breaking through the level. After listening to it, Nan Shu fell into silence. The routines or thoughts of the game are really hard to guess. Qi Wenjing's breakthrough is actually similar to Nan Shu's. But Qi Wenjing used a bomb truck. Nan Shu was stunned after hearing it. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say, and just listened to Qi Wenjing cursing. That thing will shake left and right. If you miss, the small shell will bounce back and hit me in the face. And the shell must hit the middle of the potato or the pepper. If it is off, the opponent will run away on the spot. The speed is amazing. If I had reacted a little slower, I would have been one of the players who were killed. Although Qi Wenjing is a civilian, her combat ability is not too strong. However, she can't be without any self-protection ability. Her husband often goes out on business, and there is a daughter at home who needs to be protected. Therefore, Qi Wenjing has a strong learning ability, and usually has the most basic self-protection means. Because of this, even though she was assigned a bomb truck, she quickly mastered the skills after learning. She didn't give up and let the game deal with her, because she was not proficient in the past. The process was a bit difficult, but at least, the stage was cleared successfully. Qi Wenjing was satisfied, but also felt very angry. Nan Shu didn't want to say that his was a bow and arrow. However, many people in the communication hall were already exchanging this information. Just when Qi Wenjing was complaining, someone in the communication hall was still saying that this arrow was so difficult to get. None of these messages said that theirs was a grenade launcher. Either, the players who were assigned to the grenade launcher have not come out yet, or they have already been killed. Looking at these messages in the communication hall, Nan Shu felt that the number of players who were assigned to the grenade launcher should not be large, right? While observing, he saw Xie Cheng posting a message in the communication hall. Nan Shu pulled him in immediately. Qi Wenjing found that someone had returned, stopped complaining, and subconsciously asked, "Is yours a bow and arrow or a grenade launcher?" Chapter 68. Xie Cheng was silent for a while when Nan Shu thought he wanted to curse him, so he gritted his teeth and said, "I am freshly molded mud." Nan Shu and Qi Wenjing. ? Ah, can it be like this? At this time, Xie Cheng was in a mess. He was able to come out of the level without being punished, thanks to the training during this period, and the various high-intensity tests since entering the game. Otherwise, the result is really hard to say. When Xie Cheng saw that his protective weapon was a bucket of mud that needed to be molded, he almost gave up on the spot. But his principles did not allow this. Moreover, giving up before reaching a desperate situation? This is not in line with his code of conduct. So, just do it. Even freshly molded weapons are not always reliable. If the weight is not enough, it will fly into the air and fall to the ground. Because of this, Xie Cheng was almost raided by monsters at the beginning. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. After trying twice, he knew what size and weight of mud balls he needed to make to attack potatoes and peppers. This situation, which relied entirely on his own brute force and had no external force to rely on, made Nanshu and Qi Wenjing silent for a long time. Qi Wenjing finally gave a thumbs up, and when she found that Xie Cheng couldn't see it, she praised him again. "You are awesome." Her bomber had almost made her collapse. Unexpectedly, there were people who were worse off than her. At this time, Qi Wenjing was curious, could there be anyone worse off than Xie Cheng? As it turned out, there really were, because soon, they heard the system broadcast that Xiao Heng was punished for failing the challenge. The only good news is that Xiao Heng's failure was not too serious. So, he was only punished personally, and the country was not implicated. This made the three people breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, Wei Zixuan was also punished after Xiao Heng. Shen Mu was not left behind too much. After an hour, the three finally came out. As soon as he came out, Xiao Heng started to swear. "Ah, I can't stand it, I want to curse. I tolerated it randomly picking my backpack. Ah, it also made me do Latin dance upside down. I dance like hell. Who can do this? If I can't do it, I will be beaten directly, and I will be beaten on my buttocks, and I will be beaten with my pants taken off. Do I still have shame? Does this mean that I will not be allowed to leave the game alive? No matter if I will die after I go back? Xiao Heng's punishment is dancing upside down, and I need to persist for 30 seconds each time. If you can't hold on, you will be beaten for 30 seconds. After the time is up, you will rest for 10 seconds and then continue the next punishment." The punishment lasted for half an hour in total. During the process, you can tell how many beatings Xiao Heng received by listening to how dirty he cursed. At this moment, Xiao Heng's buttocks were swollen, and he didn't dare to raise his hand to touch it. He even felt that his pants were bulging. Woo! Because of the pain in his buttocks, his legs also didn't dare to take 2 big steps. Xiao Heng didn't ask for more. "I just want to fight with words next time, or fight with small monsters just now, but don't fight with melee, I can't fight at all." After listening to Xiao Heng's punishment, Nanshu silently told himself, "Even if I die of exhaustion in the challenge level, I can't be punished." For Nanshu, being stripped and spanked was not unbearable. However, emptying her backpack was unbearable. In comparison, Wei Zixuan was more stable. Or, he was already numb from the beating. Wei Zixuan's punishment was also to dance upside down. Compared with Xiao Heng, his dance style did not have any requirements. However, Wei Zixuan had another requirement. That is, only the index and middle fingers of the right hand could touch the ground, and the rest of the fingers must be suspended in the air. Each time, he had to hold on for 15 seconds. If he couldn't do it, he would do a high-speed bungee jump. Hearing that he was 100 meters in the air in seconds, and then landing in seconds, repeating 10 times back and forth, Wei Zixuan felt that his mind was empty at this moment. He was still standing here, but his soul had not returned yet. It was not until Xiao Heng finished speaking that Xie Cheng asked about it out of concern, and Wei Zixuan said "Ah" in a daze. Xie Cheng heard that he was not in a good state, and asked with concern. Wei Zixuan was about to speak, but he couldn't help the nausea and only explained, "Let's talk later, I vomit for a while." He had vomited countless times in the punishment. He had vomited out the stuff in his stomach long ago. Now he vomited acid water. The acid water burned his esophagus, making him very uncomfortable. However, nausea was something he couldn't control. Wei Zixuan raised his foot slightly, and the feeling of being landed in seconds came, making him subconsciously physiologically nauseous. Wei Zixuan was still in the buffer, and Shen Mu finally came out and entered the temporary private chat. Shen Mu was habitually silent about his punishment. After a long time, he sighed heavily and said in a hoarse voice, "It's not bad, you just need to find the only real one among a bunch of fake sharks. If you find the wrong one, you will experience the punishment of being swallowed alive by the shark and staying in the other's stomach for 30 seconds. Shen Mu didn't really understand, so why not just punish them directly? Punishment with dirty tricks? Why bother? The sharks are all the same, and there is a little difference in finding the difference, but there is really no difference. It all depends on feeling and luck. He searched 15 times in total, and only got it right once. He really didn't want to experience the suffocating feeling of being swallowed by a shark again. Listening to this nightmare-like punishment, Nanshu silently tightened the zipper on her clothes. If there are more challenge levels later, she will definitely go all out again. Whoever wants to go for this punishment can go. Anyway, she doesn't want to go. Wei Zixuan, who finally adjusted a little, talked about his punishment process again. After listening, everyone was silent again. In the end, Xie Cheng comforted everyone with a gentle voice. If there are more later, then let's keep working hard. Qi Wenjing also felt that she had to work hard. If you don't work hard, you could easily lose your life. A 100-meter high altitude, taking off in seconds, landing in seconds, is this something that people can bear? Then the heart rate must have soared to 180, right? In order to alleviate the shadow brought by the challenge and penalty levels, Qi Wenjing gave each of her friends 2 bottles of functional drinks. Replenish your physical strength, adjust your state. And it's still uncertain what will happen next. Not wanting to be a pessimist, Qi Wenjing didn't say anything else later. However, the system said that it was a staged success. This means that there might really be more later. Facts have proved that the level will continue. And it was half an hour after the penalty players came out. This gave the penalty players some time to adjust, and then the new challenge began again. Random matching, players please be prepared 30. Nanshu spoke almost at the same time as Xie Cheng and Qi Wenjing. Wei Zixuan and the others also spoke in time, saying that they also had it. Everyone cheered each other up. Xiaoheng wanted to curse, but was afraid of disturbing everyone's communication, so he gritted his teeth and forced himself to hold it back. The 30 seconds were up soon. The scene in front of Nanshu changed. This time, she was standing in front of a huge garbage mountain. It was a real garbage mountain, with everything in it. Nanshu even saw with her sharp eyes that very close to her, there was a lunch box that had expired for an unknown period of time, covered with cockroaches. Luckily, the cockroaches were of normal size, unlike the cockroaches in their reality after the outbreak of the apocalypse, the smallest of which was half her arm long. Although it made people feel physically uncomfortable, the size was normal, which made Nanshu feel much less stressed. There are many treasures in the garbage mountain. Please pick up the items required by the system within the specified time. Item requirements for this round. Paper-related time, 15 minutes. Passing conditions for this round, 40 points, and surpassing the opponent. Countdown 10. As the countdown began, a small plastic bucket, a trash clip, a pair of nylon gloves, and a mask appeared in front of Nanshu. Nanshu put on the mask and gloves neatly, then held the bucket in his left hand, and the trash clip in his right hand. After doing all this, there were still 3 seconds left in the countdown, and Nanshu was already observing where there was paper-related garbage. No matter if it was toilet paper, paper towels, tissues, books, cartons, etc. As long as it was related, it should be okay. The 3-second observation ended quickly, and the mission began. Nanshu had already aimed, so she took a step to the left and picked up a small paper card with a trash clip. Points added 1, total points, 1. Opponent points added 2, total points, 2. Nanshu, question mark. This time, even the situation on the opponent's side was reported. The already tense mood became even more tense because of the increase in this report. Nanshu knew that this was actually a means of the game, but she still couldn't avoid the pressure brought to them by this reminder. She pursed her lips and quickly picked up an old book. Points added 5, total points, 6. Opponent points added 1, total points, 3. A palm-sized paper card only added 1 point, but a thin book could add 5 points. Whether it is thickness or size, it is not yet determined. However, what is certain is that the bigger the better. Nanshu made the goal clear, but she did not ignore the tiny paper cards. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. In the following time, Nanshu's eyes were like turning on a detection radar, and she looked at the paper-related garbage. Of course, after staring for a long time, her eyes became a little sore, and she would occasionally see it wrong. At this time, points -1, total points, 12. Yes, if you pick up the wrong thing and put it in the bucket, you will be deducted points. So, you have to be fast and accurate. After Nanshu suffered a loss once, she became more cautious. However, her opponent's speed slowed down significantly, and she made 2 mistakes in the middle, which deducted 4 points. At this time, the opponent's total points were 9 points, a little less than hers. The gap is not big, and it is easy to be caught up. We need to work harder. Nanshu only took a look at the points gap, then retracted her gaze, and continued to stare. She did not choose the more difficult method of climbing the garbage mountain to pick up, but circled around the edge. If the quantity is really not enough, then we have to climb the garbage mountain. Otherwise, it will consume too much energy and not find more things. It is still a waste. After walking a few more steps, Nanshu saw a large paper shell, and Nanshu stretched out the garbage clamp nimbly. The first time, it didn't move. Nanshu didn't want to waste time. Once the garbage clamp couldn't move, she reached out to take it. Anyway, there are gloves. What is there to be afraid of? Points added 12, total points, 24. Nanshu, shock. Chapter 69. The fluctuation of the score surprised Nanshu. So many? Is it based on volume or something else? However, the larger one will definitely get more points, which Nanshu had discovered before. However, Nanshu did not expect that the difference of only 3 or 2 points before would suddenly increase by so much. She did not expect it, and neither did her opponent. The score gap widened instantly, and the opponent was still holding on to the score, thinking that he would definitely not lose. As a result, after Nanshu's total score came out, the opponent's mentality collapsed a little, and the efficiency dropped seriously afterwards. After 2 small points, Nanshu encountered a heavy dictionary, which added 10 points. The minimum score was enough instantly. This put great pressure on the opponent. The opponent's mentality was not bad. But who can stand this all the time? In addition, during the process, the opponent encountered a cockroach that was more than 1 meter long and half a meter wide, and looked shiny and black. The opponent was originally afraid of this kind of animal, and after the end of the world, he would avoid it. His mentality collapsed completely. The opponent did not complete the challenge, and the game has been won. Obtained items. 2 pieces of giant firewood. Giant firewood. Don't look at me as a small piece. I can burn for 12 hours, can be terminated. The firewood is about half the length of Nanshu's arm. But it can burn for 12 hours. Such an effect still surprised Nanshu. Although she should not be able to use it, her universal stove does not need fuel. But in this extremely cold weather, there are many people who need firewood. So, keep it for later use. Nanshu only had about a minute to rest. When the small game was settled, she was trapped in place by an invisible barrier, with a limited range of movement, and could not touch the previous garbage mountain. When the new match was completed, the barrier in front of Nanshu was released, and she got the items assigned before. However, they were brand new. With a countdown of 30 seconds, Nanshu put on her gloves and mask, took the garbage clip, and picked up the bucket, and prepared to see where there was paper related. As a result, when there were still 5 seconds left in the countdown, the information was updated. The task items in this game have been updated to wood-related, for example, firewood, planks, wood blocks, furniture, big trees. Deep derivatives such as paper are not included. After this message was notified, the countdown ended. Nanshu never expected that the system would change the topic temporarily. She had been looking at the paper-related items for a long time before, and she even looked at a huge cardboard box in advance, ready to run a few more steps to grab this first. As a result, it changed, everything changed. At this time, the challenge had begun, and Nanshu had no time to regret these things. Her eyes quickly scanned the garbage mountain in front of her. She saw a piece of wood, took 2 steps forward, and clamped it. Get points plus 1, total points, 1 point. A half-arm-long piece of wood was only worth 1 point, but Nanshu was not discouraged and continued to move forward. There was a small, dilapidated wooden box over there. Pick it up and get 2 more points. What puzzled Nanshu was that her opponent did not react for the time being. However, this did not affect Nanshu's actions. She saw another wooden table, about half a meter long, and it was a bit difficult to clamp it with the garbage clamp. Nanshu gave up after trying once, and raised her hand to move it into the bucket. Then, the desk disappeared. This bucket can hold a lot. Although it is small, it can hold things that are 10 or even dozens of times bigger than it. Get points plus 9, total points, 12. Nanshu's points have broken double digits, and her opponent still has no reaction. Nanshu is not sure about the situation, but she is sure that she has a matching opponent. Could it be that her eyesight is not good? However, if her eyesight is really bad, she probably won't survive this long in the game, right? After thinking about it for a while looking for wood, Nanshu no longer cares about it and speeds up. At this time, Nanshu's opponent is fighting monsters. His luck is really average. He easily crushed his opponent in the last game. Maybe it was too smooth, which made him a little flattered. After all, survival, in his opinion, is just that. Fate will punish everyone who underestimates the enemy or looks down on the game itself. So, after the countdown ended, the man grabbed the first branch, which mutated on the spot and turned into a tree more than 3 meters high, and began to slap him. If he had dodged a little slower, he would have been slapped several meters away. However, his reaction was quite sensitive. Except for the first time, when he was not prepared and was slapped and cursed in pain, he dodged well at other times. The mutated branch was too big, with high defense and thick blood. The man hit for a long time, and found that the opponent's clothes were only slightly dirty. Man, shock! While cursing, he raised his giant axe and continued to chop. He swung the giant axe 10 times, 9 times missed, and 1 time it just grazed the edge, causing slight damage to the tree. The man was very angry, especially in the matching channel, where the opponent's information was constantly updated. The opponent's speed was too fast. The opponent didn't encounter any monsters, but just picked up all the monsters silently. Nanshu. Yes, what else? Nanshu didn't know yet that these things on the garbage mountain might mutate. She really didn't encounter any of them, and she completed the guaranteed task very easily and smoothly. When 15 minutes were up, this round of challenge ended. Nanshu had about 1 minute of rest time again. At this time, the news in the communication hall rolled by quickly, and the news reported by the system rolled faster than the news in the communication hall. Many players who failed in this round of challenge were punished because of their low points, and they also affected the real world. Although it was only a local shower that lasted for 5 minutes, and a local haze that lasted for 3 minutes. However, this was tantamount to making the already bad environment worse. In this round, Nanshu succeeded in the challenge, Qi Wenjing succeeded in the challenge, and Xie Cheng succeeded in the challenge. Wei Zixuan and his 3 companions failed again. Wei Zixuan's strength was not bad, but his luck was bad. He was similar to Nanshu's opponent, and he encountered a cockroach spirit almost at the beginning. While Wei Zixuan was struggling to resist, he did not forget to get points, but he was entangled by the cockroach spirit in the end, and the points were not enough, so he was punished. Fortunately, the punishment was light, and did not affect the real world. Xiao Han was much worse. At the beginning of the game, he encountered 3 mutated buckets, which chased him from one end of the garbage mountain to the other, and then chased him back. This repeated process made Xiao Han run away. He barely managed to save his life in his difficult escape. As for the points, sorry, I didn't get any because I was busy running for my life. Therefore, Xiao Han received a relatively severe punishment, and it also affected the real world, with local hail lasting for 6 minutes. Chen Mu was even worse than these 2 people. He didn't know how he triggered the freezing effect at the beginning of the game, and until the end of this round of challenges, he was sealed in a thick layer of ice. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get out, so he was punished as expected. In reality, it was similar to Qiao Heng's punishment, but it was local acid rain that lasted for 3 minutes. Sun Mingshuang watched the whole process, and didn't know who to feel sorry for a while. Everyone was trying hard to survive, and no one was playing badly. So this wave of affecting reality can't be blamed on anyone. All I can say is, be prepared in advance. For everyone in reality, the good news is that the 2 local areas are in remote uninhabited areas, and there has been no casualties or property losses for the time being. Compared to the others, who all had their own misery, Nanshu received a box of 20 cleaning beads and a recipe for a braised pork bun in this round. Nanshu learned it quickly. Seeing that the braised pork bun only needed flour and pork belly, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. At this time, she was still in the garbage mountain. Facing such an environment, Nanshu's appetite was only slightly affected. So, she took out a bottle of water, drank 2 sips, and prepared for the next round. Soon, a new round of the game began, and a countdown appeared in front of Nanshu again. Although the item information was temporarily changed in the last round, Nanshu did not give up the advanced observation because of this. What surprised Nanshu was that this round, the game did not temporarily change the item information. They still needed to find wood, but the minimum score was increased from 40 points to 60 points. The task time did not change, it was still 15 minutes. Nanshu felt a little stressed, but fortunately, he should be able to complete it. The trouble with wood is that if you want to get more points at one time, it means wasting more time. Because some big beds, tables, and even bookshelves need to be moved down by yourself and placed on top of the barrel, which is considered completed. Although the points of those big items are tempting, if you are fast, you can quickly collect enough small items. Nanshu picked up small pieces of wood, branches and the like, while calculating in his mind. If there is enough time, the big items must be picked up. But if there is not enough time, you should make some choices. Points obtained, 3 total points, 12. Opponent's total points, 6. Soon, Nanshu's points changed again. But the opponent's score is stuck at 6. During the break just now, Nanshu looked at the communication hall and learned that there are monsters in the garbage mountain. She was also on guard against this. However, Nanshu was not sure whether she could prevent it, because she saw in the communication hall that there were cockroach spirits, wood spirits, bed spirits, and rice cooker spirits. There was no pattern, so she could only take more precautions. After taking 2 steps, she saw a mini chair, and Nanshu stretched out the garbage clamp to clamp the chair. The next second, the mini chair instantly rose several times and became almost as tall as Nanshu, and its 4 legs began to shake, and at the same time, a mouthful of sharp white teeth appeared. Nanshu, shock. Chapter 70. Nanshu's worldview was shocked. But think about it, this isn't a survival game. Ah, that's normal. Never mind whether it's a desk or a chair, just do it. Nanshu reacted very quickly. Although the trash clip didn't last long enough to be used, what if she had to pay for it if it broke? So, she threw the trash clip into her backpack, picked up a big knife, and chopped at the board in the middle of the chair. Not sure where the chair's weakness is, but the opponent's eyes and mouth are on the board, so hit the brain first. The chair is big and the legs are long. Most importantly, it's very hard. Nanshu's first attack was like kicking a steel plate. However, she was not discouraged. After taking a deep breath, she changed her routine. Cutting from the front, can't beat it, then from the side, Nanshu tried to cut the chair at a 45-degree angle. Don't mention it, this trick really works. Although it didn't cut into the middle board of the chair, it cut into 1 leg, 2 legs. When the legs are cut off, they lose their vitality and become a piece of wood. Nanshu doesn't waste it. If there is enough time, she will pick it up and throw it into the bucket. If there is no time, she will remember the location and take the time to pick it up later. In short, don't waste it after cutting it off. The main thing is to be thrifty and manage the household. If you can get points as quickly as possible, don't delay too much time. While she was fighting monsters, the opponent had already got 17 points, slightly higher than hers. Nanshu didn't want to be punished. What about dancing with 2 fingers? What about finding balance on ice, etc.? She didn't want to feel any of it. Nanshu's knife was fast and fierce. After the chair legs were cut off, the chair's combat power was directly reduced by about 70%. The remaining board was cut into 4 pieces by Nanshu at an angle. Successfully defeated the chair spirit, and got points, 9, total points 26. At this time, the opponent's total points were 27. A little higher than Nanshu. Nanshu's pressure came instantly. She picked up the packages dropped by the chair spirit swiftly, and she didn't have time to look at what the chair spirit dropped. Anyway, there was a long string, which looked like a lot. When Nanshu cut the chair legs just now, 2 of them fell somewhere else. At that time, the situation was urgent, and there was no way to pick them up. It was just in time to go there. After picking them up, she accidentally found a small wooden ladder, about the size of a palm. If you don't look carefully, you might miss it. Maybe this small wooden ladder brought Nanshu luck. In the following time, Nanshu seemed to have turned on radar monitoring, sometimes a small wooden abacus, sometimes a wooden brush holder, a pen holder. 15 minutes passed quickly. Nanshu's total score is 67. The opponent's total score is 66. Yes, it's that exciting. Of course, it wasn't that exciting at the beginning. However, the opponent didn't know what big thing happened in the last few seconds, and directly pulled the score difference from 9 points to 1 point. When Nanshu saw the opponent's score jump, and was 1 point less than his own, his heartbeat accelerated a lot. Fortunately, Nanshu finally won this challenge, with a 1-point advantage. The opponent has been eliminated and has been rematched for you. Matching successful, challenge countdown 5. The matching time is about 20 seconds, and the preparation time is only 5 seconds. But Nanshu was ready. This time, the system finally didn't make any more troubles, and still asked for wood-related garbage. Since she defeated the chair spirit, Nanshu's vigilance has increased a lot. But to Nanshu's surprise, this time, she was smooth sailing all the way. In 15 minutes, Nanshu directly accumulated 92 points. The opponent's points were only 41, barely passing the level, but not stronger than the opponent, so the opponent was eliminated. In the following time, Nanshu matched 6 opponents again. In one of the middle, it was also thrilling to win by 1 point, avoiding the fate of being punished. In the other few games, they all won by a large score. After the last challenge was completed, Nanshu was sent back to the novice island. The challenge activity has ended in stages, and the time for the next opening will be notified separately. After being sent back, Nanshu heard such a reminder. At this time, it was already afternoon. Spring day, Afternoon, breeze, minus 69 degrees. Maybe it's because the clothes and the K-pop base can only protect against temperatures below minus 70 degrees Celsius. So, the highest temperature of the system is like a bug, stuck at minus 69 degrees Celsius, and has not changed for several hours. But compared to the morning, the weather seems to be getting better. At least, the whistling north wind has stopped, and now there is only a slight breeze on the Novice Island. However, because the temperature is too low, the wind and frost hit the face, and even with the protection of cold clothes, Nanshu still feels the chill. She shuddered, summoned the safe house quickly, and turned on the stove. Guarding the warm stove, Nanshu finally felt a little safe. A warm stove can give people more sense of security and comfort. He sat in front of the stove and roasted for a while, and sorted out the items he had obtained in these challenges. I thought the chair spirit gave a lot of things before, but now Nanshu went to check the system message and saw it. Well, there are really a lot, but they don't seem to be worth much. Obtained items: sea salt soda, 120 milliliters, *1, functional drink, 120 milliliters, *1. Almost all kinds of water, and they are in mini bottles, which can only be drunk a few times. However, it's better to have something than nothing. Moreover, Nanshu's gains at other levels are much richer than this, so he doesn't mind that he spent half a day to finally defeat the chair spirit and didn't give him good things. Luck is something that has ups and downs. I haven't eaten at noon yet, so Nanshu is going to make a good meal to reward himself. This morning, I didn't stop for a moment. Before I even took out the things in my backpack, a new system announcement came. System announcement: the merchant Joe Cuckoo will appear on the Novice Island in an hour. Note that the merchant will only appear within 4 kilometers of the player's coordinates. Players in need should be prepared to exchange. Nanshu was stunned for a moment after hearing this. She felt that even if her memory was not good, she still remembered what happened a few days ago. The merchant before should be called Sea Cuckoo. Although they are both Cuckoo, they have different surnames, so the items they exchange should also be different, right? I don't know what Joe Cuckoo has in his hand. However, it is more important to see what you have in your hand. Nanshu quickly flipped through his backpack. Some things that look good but are actually not very useful can be exchanged generously. There are also some food and the like. In fact, you can try to make more. Of course, the premise is that the other party's things are useful to you. There is also a very important point that needs to be considered, that is, Joe Cuckoo's preferences. If you improve Sea Cuckoo's favorability, you can make the other party lose money and sell off. If you improve Joe Cuckoo's favorability, it should have a similar effect, right? Nanshu has only a little experience in this kind of thing, and Siecheng has more experience in comparison. After all, the other party was too experienced and the favorability was too high, so it was reported by the system. Unfortunately, there was no familiar code in the communication hall at this time. It hasn't come out yet? Logically, the challenge time should be the same, right? There are already many players in the communication hall. Could it be that he was being punished for failing the challenge? It was indeed the case. At this time, in the observation hall, Sun Mingxuang had quietly put a quick-acting heart-saving pill under his tongue, fearing that something might happen to him. There was no way, except for Nanshu, the other 5 players in their country were being punished, and each one was more perverted than the other. Qi Wenjing was doing a single-leg jump on a very slippery ice surface, and it was a single-leg jump with a target. Qi Wenjing needed to hold up one leg with both hands, and use only one leg to jump from the position specified by the system to the next designated position. That position was a small dot that could barely accommodate both feet. Qi Wenjing needs to jump into the dot while keeping herself stable. Of course, the system does not mean that you must jump into the dot in a rigid manner and not go out at all. The system stipulates the area, and the area of the dot with both feet must be greater than 70%. It sounds easy, but the ice is so slippery. Qi Wenjing fell twice at the beginning. She tried to hold her legs with one hand, and tried to keep balance with one hand. But it didn't work. The system reminded her of the violation. You can only hold your legs with both hands, and the balance of the whole body depends on yourself. Once you fail, you need to start all over again. Qi Wenjing has been jumping on the penalty ice for more than 20 minutes. Now she hasn't jumped into the first dot yet. There are countless dots for her to jump to. Sun Mingxuang is so worried, and Xiao Heng's punishment is endless parallel bars. As the name suggests, it is hell level. Xiao Heng needs to rely on his core strength and arm strength to pass through a long parallel bar with no end in sight. There is a rest time in the middle, and there will be a 30-second buffer time every 3 minutes. In addition, there is no foothold in the middle, and the ground is hard. Once you fall, it is one thing to get hurt, and if the task is not completed, you need to start from the beginning, which is another matter. Xiao Heng has fallen countless times, and he has been swearing in the process. Now he has no energy to curse. Wei Zixuan is better off in comparison. His punishment is catching rabbits. His punishment field is not large. The length and width are estimated to be no more than 5 meters, and it is also surrounded by a fence. Wei Zixuan needs to catch the 5 rabbits specified by the system in such a fence. The total number of rabbits in the fence is 30. It may seem that there are not many of them, but rabbits can dig holes. They can dig holes to hide, but what about Wei Zixuan? Watching him digging the ground with tools, Sun Mingxuang felt that his eyes were black again and again. Looking at Xie Cheng. It's even worse. Xie Cheng's punishment is called, send the little shark home. The little shark is the size of a palm, and players are not allowed to touch it. They can only let it choose its own route. In the process, if you don't pay attention, it will be swallowed by an octopus, swallowed by a giant conch, poisoned by a jellyfish, and Xie Cheng has walked back and forth in the water countless times, but every time he failed. It's not that he didn't try, holding the little shark in his palm, ignoring the system's reminder that he had violated the rules, and he had to protect the little shark and send it back. As a result, the little shark was depressed because it couldn't choose its own route, and then it fell off. Sun Mingxuang, Or, she should add 2 more antihypertensive pills. Chapter 71. Besides them, Chen Mu's punishment was not easy either. His punishment level was named Disappearing Little Red Riding Hood. The overall environment of the level looked very simple, with only Chen Mu and 3 chairs, on which were 3 Little Red Riding Hoods. After the countdown, players needed to keep an eye on the 3 Little Red Riding Hoods, and not let them be taken away by randomly refreshed pirates, birds, and other monsters. The guarding mission lasted for 5 minutes, and if it failed, you had to start all over again. Chen Mu had failed 6 times. At first, it was because the birds were out of control, and Chen Mu couldn't fly. He could see well, but he couldn't stand the cunning system settings. So, failure, failure, and failure. Chen Mu really wanted to quit, but he was unwilling to do so. He was able to survive even with such a big wound on his stomach before. Just because of a punishment, you're going to give up? Absolutely not. Chen Mu gritted his teeth and started his 7th punishment, after looking at the communication hall for a while, and finding that there were no messages from his friends. Nanshu adjusted his attention to other places. For example, the upcoming weekly cuckoo. The other party needs items, and may also need to brush up the favorability. Favorability is not easy to brush, but Nanshu still wants to try. Now she can make all kinds of food on the workbench. As long as the materials are enough, she will make 2 copies for backup. If any of them can be brushed out, she will give one. What if the little favorability is not enough? In fact, Nanshu also wanted to make more, but she didn't have so many materials. After making it, Nanshu also took the stove to roast some fish and meat by herself. Although what I made myself is not as delicious as what comes out of the workbench, it is also a kind of food. If Shoukuku is not picky, can it be eaten? If he doesn't eat it, then Nanshu will eat it himself. Nanshu prepared things for half a day, and when he saw that the time was almost up, he was ready to go out. System broadcast. The merchant Joe Cuckoo has appeared about 4 kilometers away from the player's coordinates, and will stay for 1 hour. Players in need should be prepared to exchange. Finally here, at this time, an 8-level north wind blew again on the novice island. The whistling north wind hit Nanshu's face, and his heart was half cold. Going out to find someone in such a strong wind is not easy. But compared with the various supplies that Joe Cuckoo may bring, this difficulty, or this kind of suffering, is not unbearable. Nanshu wrapped himself up and went out. It was not only windy and cold outside, but also icy. The thickness of the ice surface varied, but it was mostly thick. After all, it just hailed yesterday. After the ice melted, it encountered a drop in temperature, so it was normal for it to turn into solid ice directly. Ice means slippery. The first step Nanshu took when she went out almost made her fall on her back. However, she tried hard to find the balance point and stood up. The shoes on her feet are not non-slip. Nanshu took a look at her backpack and changed another pair. It was because she had cold-proof clothes, otherwise the time to change shoes would make people numb. The non-slip performance of the changed shoes was slightly better, but not much. You still need to be careful when walking. Nanshu habitually wanted to take a deep breath, but thinking of the low temperature today, she refused to let such cold air be inhaled into her lungs. The safe house has not been summoned back yet. Anyway, it can be summoned remotely, so it is temporarily placed here. With this as the coordinate, Joe Cuckoo will not run around. Nanshu first found a direction. just like the last time he looked for Shikuku and went all the way south. After not finding anyone, he turned and went east. After going all the way east, there was still no harvest, so he turned north and west again. After a circle, there was no one, so he expanded the range again. No, so he expanded again. In the howling north wind, more often than not, you need to walk against the cold wind. Nanshu felt that he had walked for a long time, but in fact, he didn't move much distance. Sometimes, he would even be blown back by the wind and walk again. When Nanshu expanded the range for the third time, the communication hall finally received news from Chi Wenjing. Nanshu quickly pulled the person into a temporary private chat. Did you just come out? Nanshu guessed that the other party should have failed the challenge, so he was punished. If the challenge was successful, he should have come out with her. All of Chi Wenjing's temper had been consumed in the punishment phase. No matter how bad your temper is, if you can't pass it, you can't get out. Chi Wenjing gritted her teeth, got angry, and finally got out. After getting out, she was in a trance, and it took her a few minutes to react. Then she felt like she was back in the world and didn't have to die. When Nanshu asked her, Chi Wenjing was about to cry. Nan, I'm miserable. Chi Wenjing talked about her punishment phase. She emphasized the perverted system of starting over. Really, good people can easily be driven crazy by such an environment. Nanshu was silent for a while after listening to this. While she felt pity for Chi Wenjing, she was also secretly happy for herself. Fortunately, she succeeded in the challenge. Otherwise, she would probably still be stuck in the punishment level and unable to get out, right? However, now that everyone is out, she doesn't want to say too many discouraging words. Chi Wenjing quickly asked Nanshu if he had found Jokuku. Nanshu said no, and added that he had explained the range and direction of his search. After listening to this, Chi Wenjing said that she was also looking for it in this range. Maybe the bad luck before was all used up. When Chi Wenjing found the second circle in the direction of Nanshu, she saw Jokuku. Chi Wenjing saw someone from afar, but she didn't care about skating on the ice. Of course, it might be that she had practiced it in the punishment level, so she ran over very quickly and said to Nanshu, "Hey? I saw someone." The last one was holding an umbrella, but why is he carrying a pot this time? At this time, Nanshu finally found Jokuku on her novice island. I found mine too. The two of them didn't talk for the time being, and both went to see Jokuku. Jokuku was a long-haired man carrying a big black pot, wearing a green long gown embroidered with bamboo leaves. His appearance can only be regarded as regular, but it is still quite attractive. Of course, Nanshu just looked up. Compared with the other party's appearance, she cared more about what kind of goods the other party brought. After a simple conversation, like a player and an NPC, the shopping mode was directly opened. Most of Shikuku's basic items are various materials. Of course, there are also some recipes. When he got to Jokuku, he changed his direction. His main items were food. Yes, ready-made food or pre-made food. All kinds of stir-fried dishes were put into bags and could be eaten after heating. The workbench even supported this kind of heating. Of course, the premise is that you need to buy a heating permission card from Jokuku. The heating card has a 30-day usage period. With this, you can take all kinds of pre-made foods to the workbench to heat them. Nanshu, in terms of business, he is still good at games. In addition to all kinds of pre-made foods put into bags, there are also some that are served on plates, which look good. Of course, the price is obviously about 15 times more expensive. For example, a bag of braised pork, about 300 g, only needs 12 bottles of mineral water, or 6 steamed buns, or 6 pieces of wood to exchange. However, if it is a pot of braised pork, about 600 g, the amount is indeed doubled. But, its price has increased 15 times. Looking at the zero after the steamed buns or mineral water, Nanshu thought that pre-made ones would be fine. When she was in school, there were some fast food restaurants and small portion food restaurants on the street that used pre-made meal bags. Nanshu had eaten them before, but as for the taste, it's okay as long as you can survive, don't think too much. Before the end of the world, you can still choose, but what can you choose after the end of the world? Stubborn? Tough life? However, Nanshu is not particularly short of food. So, after hesitation, she did not choose to change this. Compared to these, Nanshu is more interested in weapons. Jokuku brought many kinds of weapons. Although the price is not cheap, the durability is good, and the minimum is 800. However, there is also a disadvantage. That is, the player can only choose one at a time. Even if you have money, you can't choose more than one. In addition, Joe Cuckoo also sells medicine here. Nanshu didn't have many medicines in her backpack. She had given away an antidote to save Wei Zixuan before. Now seeing the medicine, her heart also became hot. Although the zero at the end makes people feel uneasy. However, medicine is sometimes a must. You can't rely on Wei Zixuan's healing skills for everything. Before they can meet up, the opponent's remote healing skills need to be refreshed almost every day. If you encounter an emergency, you can only wait for death. Therefore, you still have to prepare some medicine. Like antidotes, antibiotics, etc., you can exchange them a little. However, before the official exchange, Nanshu decided to try to brush up some favorability. I don't know if it can be brushed up, but you can try. Thinking about what Xie Chung said before, that he used a stone to boost Si Cuckoo's favorability, Nanshu would subconsciously collect a few stones when she encountered them in the Novice Island or some challenge levels. Now she found all of them, in various colors, and they looked quite bright. Nanshu handed them all to Joe Cuckoo. Joe Cuckoo was a little surprised and looked at her with a complicated expression. Give them all to me. Nanshu nodded sincerely. Joe Cuckoo looked at them pickily, and picked all the blue stones. Player Joe Cuckoo's favorability towards you has increased to 66, and the limited time crazy buying mode has been opened. The time is only 12 minutes, please cherish the time. Nanshu didn't expect that she would really boost her favorability by trying to take out the stone. She was so excited that she almost couldn't speak, but she still tried to stay calm and shared this matter with Qi Wenjing. However, she had taken out all the stones in her hand, and the blue one had been taken away by Joe Cuckoo, so she couldn't help Qi Wenjing. Qi Wenjing didn't expect that these traveling merchants really liked stones. She thought Si Cuckoo was an exception. But Joe Cuckoo was also an exception. Damn it, there was not a single stone in her backpack. Chapter 72. Qi Wenjing gritted her teeth in anger. In the end, she had no choice but to try her best to see what was in her backpack and take out as much as possible to test it. During the process, she did not forget to buy the items she needed first. What if it failed? What if it turned out to be negative? It's better to strike first. As for those things that she was optimistic about but were very expensive, she could wait. Even if it turned out to be negative, how much could it be negative? What surprised Qi Wenjing was that when she gave out a portion of beef jerky, Joe Cuckoo's favorability increased. It increased by 50 at once, and the 9-minute unlimited purchase mode was opened. This surprised and delighted Qi Wenjing. Here it comes, beef jerky is also okay. However, Qi Wenjing did not have much of this thing. She finally stopped wasting money before, and gave some jerky, and also gave some to Nanshu. Now there are only 3 left. After finding that Joe Cuckoo liked it, she gave them all, and the favorability was finally increased to 50. Nanshu heard that beef jerky would work. She didn't have any in her backpack. She had some before, but she ate them. However, she had meat in her backpack. She would go to the workbench to make some later. She had learned the recipe, so it wouldn't be a big problem. Besides, Joe Cuckoo would stay for a while, so it should be in time. Nanshu used the unlimited purchase mode to buy some medicines crazily. Of course, the price paid was not small. After all, medicines are expensive in themselves. Even if you brush up your favor and get a discount price, you still need to pay a lot of trading items. Luckily, Nanshu had a lot of meat and fruits in her backpack. For the last dose of antidote, Nanshu took out all the cherries she had before and bartered them. I felt a little sad when I changed it, but when I thought about the cherries I planted, they could still bear cherries, so I thought it was okay to change it. The 12 minutes passed quickly. After it was over, Nanshu said hello to Joe Cuckoo and turned around and ran. She was going back to the safe house to make beef jerky. During the process of making beef jerky, Xie Chung finally came out. The messages in the communication hall were refreshed too quickly. Xie Chung sent messages twice, and Nanshu saw it and invited him to join the group chat. After coming in, Nanshu hesitated and asked, "How is the punishment task going?" Xie Cheng's expression was hard to describe. After finding that Nanshu couldn't see it, he sighed lightly, and then said it in a tone of a living person dying. After that, he didn't forget to tell Nanshu, "In the future, you must strive to pass the tasks that can be passed. Punishment tasks are not for people to live." After experiencing countless blows, Xie Chung finally succeeded in coming out. If he continued to torture, he was afraid that he would have a dream tonight, and his dream would be full of all kinds of monsters. After listening to this, Nanshu silently shrank his feet. The punishment task was so terrifying. It seems that he had to work harder to complete the task. Nanshu told Xie Chung about Joe Cuckoo's preferences. Xie Chung had a lot of stones in his backpack. He asked Nanshu if he needed more. Nanshu told him truthfully that he was making jerky at the workbench. As soon as Xie Chung heard this, he sent a trade application. He still had a lot of beef in his backpack, but he didn't have the recipe and couldn't make it at the workbench, so it was more convenient to trade it to Nanshu. Nanshu took it swiftly, and after making it, he traded it to Xie Chung again. Xie Chung went around twice, but still hadn't found Zhou Cuckoo. At this time, Wei Zixuan also came out. After experiencing the perverted task, Wei Zixuan was also in a state of near death. After him, it was Chen Mu, and finally Qiao Heng. Qiao Heng came out and cried. He really collapsed. When he was in the punishment task, he pretended to be strong, but after coming out, he let himself go. He used to curse. Now he cries. It can be seen that his mentality was indeed affected. Everyone took turns to comfort them, and advised them to find Zhou Cuckoo as soon as possible. After all, the time they stayed was limited. Hearing this, the few people who were near death started running again. Qiao Heng stopped crying and cursed. Nanshu wanted to laugh after hearing this. The jerky was made, and except for the normal trade back to his friends, Nanshu gave all the rest to Zhou Cuckoo. He also changed some medicines, and several food recipes. Everyone was busy and tossed around for a long time. Before Zhou Cuckoo left, they did their best to find blue stones, beef, and make jerky. 6 people together are always stronger than one person. So, in the end, everyone got a lot of things in exchange. When the system notified Zhou Cuckoo to leave, Nanshu was so tired that she sat down on the floor of the safe house and didn't want to go out anymore. In just a short period of time, she didn't know how many times she ran, and she even tried to pick up some stones at the beach. Of course, in the weather close to minus 70 degrees, the seawater was also frozen. So, if you want stones, you have to break the ice, and then try to fish for stones in the freezing seawater. Fortunately, we found them. Although the number is not large, it will not be a loss if we can exchange some things. This wave really emptied my family's assets. Shi Wenjing didn't save much meat, but there was a lot of water. However, water is not valuable in the peddlers, so she could only exchange it for meat. Looking at her empty backpack at this time, Shi Wenjing couldn't help but smile and shook her head. Qiao Heng agreed. What are you talking about? I exchanged my favorite apples. Woohoo, just for a little iodine and gauze. Why are these things so expensive? Everyone complained about it. Xie Chung was afraid that everyone would have nothing to eat, so he asked specifically. However, they are not children anymore, and they must have made some choices when exchanging. They will not really exchange all their assets, so everyone still has food. At this time, the sun was setting and the sky was getting dark. What surprised Nanshu was, at this time, there were still players who had just come out of the punishment mission. Why do you know? Because the players' mentality was completely broken, and they directly spammed and cursed in the communication hall. The other party came out late, and the merchant had already left. The players who missed the merchant always felt that they had missed 100 million, and they were so angry that they couldn't choose their words. Nanshu looked at the screen full of symbols, and silently expressed her understanding. If it were her, she would also go crazy. What's more, the punishment task itself is very torturous. So, the player's mentality has been testing the edge of breaking the defense. When they came out, they saw that the merchant had left. Who wouldn't break the defense? Nanshu silently told herself. If there are challenging levels in the future, I must go all out. She doesn't want to experience the punishment level. There is still some time before dark. Although the environment on the novice island is particularly harsh, it can't stop everyone from exploring. The traveling merchants have already drained them. If they don't find some supplies and kill some monsters to recover their health, who knows what the game will do to them tomorrow? Nanshu felt crazy. This game wanted to deal with them within 10 days, and the remaining 20 days were spent staring at the empty screen. Before, Nanshu didn't know how many times she fell when she went back and forth between the beach, the safe house, and Zhou Cuckoo's location. Winter clothing can only keep out the cold, but it has no protective function. Nanshu's arms and thighs were purple. Maybe she got used to falling. Now, except for the pain when it hits, it's actually okay at other times. When she went out again and walked towards the woods, Nanshu fell 4 times in a short distance. Nanshu, Her mentality began to test the edge of breaking. However, she still climbed up firmly. Because Qiao Heng fell 4 times in 5 meters, she was so angry that she cursed. Shi Wenjing sat on the ice and encouraged him with a wry smile. If you can curse, curse more, and curse me as well. After hearing this, Qiao Heng cursed even more vigorously. Among the 6 people, no one fell less, only who fell more. Even Xie Chung, who was trained by the official, didn't know how many times he fell. Just ask, how can the ice surface of the novice island be so slippery? And it's getting slippery. You have to avoid the places where you fell. Otherwise, you will definitely fall if you walk on them. There is an illusion that after sliding on it, the ice surface is polished, making the ice surface more and more slippery. Nanshu rolled and crawled to the woods. Maybe it was because it was too cold, so I didn't see any wild monsters after entering the woods for a long time. I didn't see any rabbits or fat rats that were active yesterday. Under such harsh conditions in nature, it is indeed not easy for animals to come out. But isn't this a game? So many abnormal elements have appeared, and this is the only thing missing? Or is it hidden deep, and they need to find it carefully? Thinking of this possibility, Nanshu looked down at the ice in front of him. Or tried to dig it open. Nanshu pursed his lips, looked at the weapons in his backpack, and then found an axe. This was just exchanged from Joe Cuckoo, with a durability of 900 and an attack power increase of 40. I have to say that the axe with an attack power increase of 40 looks quite majestic, and the sense of power is superb. Nanshu felt that he didn't use all his strength. When the axe went down, the ice surface first cracked with huge lines, and then it broke directly with a crack. A hole was broken on the spot, and Nanshu dodged quickly, but the ice under his feet still broke. She took several steps back to avoid falling into the ice pit. As soon as she stood firm, Nanshu felt that the touch under her feet was wrong. Like stepping on something soft, Nanshu did not move her feet in a hurry, but swung the axe and swung it hard at the position under her feet. Liang Qi, No matter how many times I watch it, I will still be afraid of Nanshu's wild fighting style. Will he really not cut his feet? Liang Qi's palms were sweating nervously. Nanshu neatly cut a fat rat in half and sent it back to the rat paradise. This fat rat was a bit big, bigger than all the fat rats he had seen before. Nanshu estimated that it must be about 15 or 16 pounds. It looked a bit bloody when it was cut in half. However, fortunately, the system quickly turned its body into a package. Items obtained: 1 small piece of mincemeat, about 200 g, 1 clay, 1 bag of flour, about 600 g. The items were normal, and Nanshu was satisfied with the clay. She was about to go and see what was under the split ice, but before she moved her feet, she found that the place where the fat rat's body disappeared just now seemed to move. The soil moved. That can't be right. There must be something. Nanshu's axe in his hand was eager to try. Chapter 73. Every time Nanshu swung the axe, it looked very scary. It felt like he wanted to chop his own feet. Liang Qi's breathing tightened every time he watched, fearing that Nanshu would fail. Fortunately, he didn't. Nanshu swung the axe again, and successfully split a rabbit hidden deep in the ice into 2 halves. Under extremely cold temperatures, it was not easy for animals to survive. They burrowed underground, seeking a hint of warmth, and survived. As a result, Nanshu dug up the ice. Animals, please, Daddy, it's so cold, please be quiet. Nanshu couldn't hear the animals' voices. After all, once exposed, they are also very fierce. However, compared with normal temperatures, they are less active, which shows that they are very cold. Under normal circumstances, the combat effectiveness of a wild rabbit is quite strong. However, the extreme low temperature still affects their attack power. So when Nanshu swung the axe, they didn't even have time to react, and they fell to the ground. Nanshu picked up the package and turned around again. He didn't feel anything unusual, just that the ground was frozen hard. Nanshu continued to move forward and came to the center of the ice surface he had dug. The ice surface had cracked, and a part of it had collapsed. Nanshu swung the axe and went forward to bang a few more times, breaking the solid ice surface into slag. He swung the axe back and forth twice, separating the ice slag and revealing the original ground. At this moment, those small animals hiding under the ice or frozen under the ice had no umbrellas, and either their heads or tails were exposed. Anyway, there are quite a lot of things exposed. Nanshu picked up the axe and killed one as he saw one. He swung the axe 4 times in a row and killed 2 fat rats and 2 rabbits. The rewards dropped were good and bad. The worst was a small piece of mincemeat and a bottle of water. The better ones were bags of meat and cleaning beads. After this area was cleaned up, there were no other monsters. Nanshu originally wanted to leave, but looking at the clear ground, she was unwilling to give up, so she swung the axe and dug the soil on the spot. Everyone in the observation room, with this strength, they can't help but admit it. Nanshu thought, rabbits and fat rats can dig holes, so can we guess that some of them are actually not on the surface? As it turns out, it's true. As Nanshu dug out more and more soil, more and more things were exposed. Dried fruits, dried mushrooms, dried fruits. All kinds of snacks. It looks like some kind of small animal's reserve food. Nanshu, it's okay to take it away. Nanshu collected all these things calmly. Although they were covered with mud, the system reminded that they were all clean and edible. They could be eaten after washing. Especially those dried mushrooms, a small handful, soaked in water, stewed with ribs or chicken. Slurp, after collecting these things, Nanshu sped up. Soon, a plump and round rat showed its cute butt, and then Nanshu swung the rat and quickly sent it to the rat paradise. After sending one, another one. Nanshu dug for a long time and dug out 6. Not only did he dig out 6 fat rats, but he also dug out some of the fat rat's reserve food. Although they were all small things, they accumulated little by little and looked quite large. Because it was cold, the ground was frozen hard. So Nanshu didn't dig too deep. When he saw that it was almost done, he swung the axe and continued to the next place. With a bang, the ice surface broke. If there was something under the ice, he would pick it up and continue digging. After digging, he would move to the next place. After digging again, he would move again. When night fell, and the system notified them that they needed to return to the safe house, Nanshu hurried back. She ran very fast and ran back to the safe house before the countdown of the system notification. After closing the door and lighting the stove, there was finally some light in the house. The friends were also busy before, and only occasionally said a few words. Most of the time, the voice channel was filled with everyone's humming and hawing. Occasionally, there would be the screams of animals, which were the sounds of animals being killed. Listening to this voice, we know that everyone should have a good harvest. Now that everyone has returned to the safe house, Siecheng is worried and asks everyone to report the number in the voice channel. He was relieved when he confirmed that there were quite a few people. Nanshu had previously explored in a carpet-like manner and harvested a lot of ingredients. After a tiring day, she was too lazy to mess around on the stove. So, she made some food directly on the workbench to save time and trouble. However, saving time does not mean coping. Nanshu still washed the ingredients very seriously and prepared braised spare ribs, steamed buns, and vegetable soup. If the mushrooms did not need to be soaked in advance, it could actually be mushroom and vegetable soup. However, the mushrooms can also be eaten tomorrow. After dinner was ready, Nanshu also picked cherries and planted new ones. The yield of cherries is good, enough for Nanshu to eat for a while. The yield of tea trees planted before is also good. Although Nanshu can't make tea, she is lucky enough to get a recipe. It doesn't matter if she can't make it, there is a workbench to help her. Nanshu's dinner is so rich that the two observers drool silently after watching it. Looking at the cherries with good yields, Nanshu thought about it and shared some with his friends. Siecheng and the others were naturally embarrassed to ask for them. However, looking at the big purple cherries, they couldn't say no. In the real world, everyone hasn't eaten fruit for a long time. Nanshu persuaded everyone to accept it and didn't want the things everyone gave, otherwise she would get angry directly. Although Siecheng and the others were embarrassed, they still listened and didn't give more things in the end, and silently accepted the cherries. Xiaoheng saw it and generously shared the peaches with everyone. In response to everyone's questions, Xiaoheng smiled and said, "Today, I will not drop anything else but peaches." What dropped were still crispy and hard nectarines, but they were sweet. Before the end of the world, Xiaoheng would definitely not like to eat them. Not to mention peaches, he disliked apples even more. However, after the end of the world, there is no reason or qualification to be picky. So, hard peaches are hard peaches, at least they are sweet. Xiaoheng comforted himself in this way. He dropped a bag of peaches today, about 60 or so. Xiaoheng is not a stingy person. Although he did not share them equally, he also gave 6 to each of his friends. 6 good luck, I hope everything will go smoothly tomorrow. While Xiaoheng was sharing, he also had a little metaphysical thought. Everyone did not want to hit him at this time, but they also understood. Tomorrow. It's hard to say. There is no notice of part-time work or part-time job tomorrow. Does this mean that the low temperature will continue? In this kind of weather, in addition to various challenges, you have to face the harsh conditions of the Novice Island. Compared to the previous work in monster hunting, this kind of survival is more difficult. Everyone was eating dinner and exchanging various experiences and thoughts today. What if there are challenges tomorrow, and everyone's various challenge levels are exchanged? So, reveal the news in advance. Not only them, there are also many players in the exchange hall at this time, who are trying to get information. Some stupid people said it directly, and some people who were just having fun stirred up the muddy water, and said a lot of things that seemed true or false. Nanshu talked about the levels he encountered today. After everyone summarized, they found that the levels were actually similar, just divided into a certain order. However, the punishment levels are all kinds of strange. After sharing the punishment levels, it was directly a sad diary of players. Nanshu tasted a cherry first. It tastes sweet and sour, with a slightly sour taste when you savor it, making your mouth water and looking forward to the next cherry. It's delicious. Nanshu squinted his eyes and enjoyed it. The friends in the observation room were greedy at first, and now they were even more greedy when they saw this scene. I feel like I ate a lonely meal at night, Li Xingju muttered softly. Zhu Qingqi beside him nodded secretly. After everyone had eaten and drunk enough and summed up their experience, they said dinner to each other, exited the group chat, and prepared to go to bed. Nanshu simply sorted out his gains today and went to bed soon. It feels so good to have a quilt. I hope the weather will change soon so I can make a bed with some wood. Although the floor of the safe house is also wooden, it is very cold. Even with the quilt, Nanshu still feels a chilly air flowing through the gaps and seeping into his body. The biting coldness made Nanshu sleep not very well at night. When he woke up the next morning, Nanshu first heard the death list notified by the system. When a player dies, the corresponding country needs to be punished accordingly. The severity of the punishment is random. If you are lucky, there may be a small acid rain in a certain area, which will be over in an hour. Seriously, there may be a crazy sandstorm across the country, making the already bad environment worse. Nanshu sat there holding the quilt, listening to the system notification expressionlessly. The countries of the players who were killed today are quite miserable. Collective sandstorm. Nanshu thought about the feeling of sand directly hitting his mouth, and his head was buzzing. At this moment, she was glad that all 6 of them were alive. I hope they can live forever. Whether her little house can survive until the day she is out of the game alive depends on everyone's ability to survive. The weather reminder in the upper left corner refreshed every hour. Spring day, early morning, light rain, -69 degrees. Nanshu, Looking at this temperature, coupled with this light rain, Nanshu wiped her face and sighed silently. She thought, why would it rain in such weather? The game really doesn't want them to live. She opened the door a little and took a look. As expected, because it was too cold, the rain froze directly after falling. If it was a little more regular, it would be fine, and it would directly condense with other ice surfaces. However, some stubborn water drops, after falling straight down, froze on the spot, and became sharp icicles, one side of which was firmly condensed with the ice surface, and the other side was shining coldly in the sun. What's the difference between this and spreading hidden weapons all over the floor? Chapter 74. Nanshu looked at the ice cones all over the ground, closed the door silently, and sighed. This damn weather is getting more and more difficult. The universal stove is still on, and the temperature in the room is not bad. Nanshu went to collect the things in the planting area and planted another batch. This is the magic of the game. It is freezing cold outside, and people can't survive if they stay there for a long time. However, plants can survive. However, it's good that they can survive. Otherwise, Nanshu still needs to find a way to see where to plant this thing. Although the weather outside is getting worse, breakfast still needs to be eaten. Nanshu took out the buns in the backpack and made a vegetable soup. Although there is a cold-proof clothing, even if it is icy and snowy outside, it doesn't feel cold. However, looking at the white and icy land, there is still a psychological coldness. At this time, after drinking the warm soup, Nanshu felt that his body and mind were warmed up. Xiecheng sent a signal in the communication hall, and everyone responded one after another, and then was pulled into the temporary group chat. Everyone had seen the weather outside. At this time, after entering the group chat, everyone was silent for a while, and Xiecheng broke the silence first. Let's have breakfast first. What else can we do besides eating? Wei Zixuan is not a person who likes to say depressing words. But at this time, he couldn't control himself. It's terrible, in this weather, you can't even go out, right? It feels like there are thunder everywhere. Just the ice ridge outside, if you don't pay attention, you can be stabbed to death, right? Xiaoheng wanted to curse, but wanted to save some energy, so he had to give up in the end. Everyone finished breakfast in silence, and in the end it was Qi Wenjing who spoke first. Can you go out in this weather? Things like the bed that Nanshu wanted were easy to deal with. Whether they had it or not, it would not affect their survival. However, Qi Wenjing did not have much of the materials needed to repair the safe house. She did not know if they could support what they needed today. She thought that her friends probably did not have enough, so she was embarrassed to ask for it. Nanshu felt that no matter what, they had to go out and take a look. Xiechun agreed with this, and Wei Zixuan also thought that they could take a risk, but he still reminded everyone, if the situation is not good, you still have to go back to the safe house in time. It is recommended to take the safe house with you. If the situation is not right, put it out on the spot and hide in the safe house, and the survival rate can be improved. Everyone naturally agreed with this statement. However, if they want to go out and explore, they still need to make sure that the game will not torment them today. After breakfast, they waited for a while. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the game weather information was updated. However, there was no new system broadcast or anything like that. No challenge today. Although there is no challenge, survival is more likely to be guaranteed, but correspondingly, there are fewer rewards. However, it is already 8 o'clock, and there is no notice yet, so we can do whatever we want. The 6 people chatted and decided to go out for adventure first, of course, with the safe house. Nanshu went out quickly, and after putting away the safe house, she went towards the woods. Yesterday's ice-breaking operation yielded a lot of gains. So Nanshu plans to go over and take a look today. And she wants a bed. At the same time, the maintenance of the safe house also requires wood. So, the first stop is the woods. There are many ice spikes along the way, so Nanshu needs to be extra careful. Not only should you pay attention to anti-skid, but you also need to be careful not to deviate. Because the wind is really strong today, Nanshu needs excellent center of gravity stability to ensure that she will not be blown to an unknown place by the strong wind. Moreover, sometimes the strong wind brings out a piece of ice debris, which can easily fly into the eyes. Nanshu reacted slowly twice and wondered if she was going blind. After 2 lessons, Nanshu became cautious. She took out the towel she brought into the game, covered most of her face, leaving only her eyes exposed, and continued to move forward. At this time, the rain was still falling, not heavy, but very cold. The fine rain scraped on her face, bringing a biting cold. If it weren't for the cold-proof clothes, Nanshu felt that her face would be frozen and cracked if she walked for 5 more minutes. It was really cold. Nanshu walked for a long time before reaching the woods. This piece of ice was broken by Nanshu yesterday. Today, it froze again. After all, it had rained recently, filling the gap before. Nanshu was not surprised by this. It was just frozen, and it would break open again. So, after arriving at the place, Nanshu first checked the surroundings, and after finding no abnormality or danger, he swung the axe and struck. Bang! There was a loud noise. Except for the sound of ice cracking, no other sound could be heard. The novice island in low temperature gave people the feeling of a dead island. Except for Nanshu, no other sound could be heard. Even the sound of animals was not heard. The ice layer was very thick, and it did not break open at once. After Nanshu broke it twice, the ice nearby cracked a lot. After Nanshu patched it several times from the edge, he did not pay attention to the broken ice yesterday because he was in a hurry. Today, don't waste it. Take ice on site and throw it into the furnace. Digesting. While the furnace was digesting, Nanshu explored under the ice layer again. The ground is harder than the ice layer. Nanshu swung the axe again. There were a few more bangs. The hard ground was also chiseled open. Nanshu was lucky. The furnace over there spit out a new axe for her, with a durability of 900 and an attack power of 30. Here, a gray-white rabbit on the ground was almost frozen stiff. Nanshu swung the axe, and succeeded in finishing off the rabbit. Obtained item, 1 serving of spicy rabbit meat, about 600 G. Nanshu, slurp. Before the end of the world, Nanshu didn't like spicy food except spicy strips. After the end of the world, there was no choice. Sometimes, I was looking forward to eating something spicy, especially when the weather was bad. Now looking at the fragrant rabbit meat, Nanshu swallowed his saliva. She collected the spoils swiftly, and threw some of the broken ice into the stove. Digesting. Nanshu continued to dig the mud. The ground was harder to break than ice. After several attempts, Nanshu did not see any new small animals, and gave up temporarily. She did not forget the purpose of coming here today, so she cut down trees first. Trees that had been frozen by extremely low temperatures were as brittle and thin as paper. Nanshu banged a few times, and a group of small trees fell down. Nanshu collected them quickly. Obtained items. Wood *1. She collected 12 pieces in a row, enough for Nanshu to make a bed. But is it enough to make just one bed? No, the safe house also needs repairs. So keep cutting. While the trees are fragile, you have to do more. At this time, there is no such thing as setting fire to the mountain and being imprisoned for life. So speed up the chopping. At the same time, Nanshu did not forget to continue feeding the stove. What the stove gave was really random. The first time, it gave an axe, and the second time, it gave a small piece of minced meat, only 20g, which was really a small piece. The third time, it generously gave a recipe for spicy beef noodles. The fourth time, it gave a blue and white porcelain bowl. Although this bowl is not very useful to Nanshu. She does not need too many tableware, just enough is enough. So whether to eat with a basin, a pot or a bowl, for her, it only makes a little difference when washing. However, the bowl is very beautiful. Nanshu took a closer look. Although it was a vase bowl, she just happened to have no suitable bowl to use, so it was still practical. Then, the fifth time, the stove spit out a pair of blue and white porcelain chopsticks. Nanshu, It's not that I really need it. She can use the wood as chopsticks by splitting it into 2 sticks. I don't know if I can live till tomorrow, who cares so much, however, I've given it all, so let it be. Nanshu continued to feed the stove and cut trees without stopping. The broken ice soon became breakfast for the stove. At the same time, this piece was also successfully cut bare by Nanshu. The broken ice can be easily broken again in the nearby areas. So, Nanshu didn't go far, and continued to stay here, swinging the axe to continue breaking. In the voice channel. Occasionally, the voices of other friends could be heard. For example, Chi Wenjing said, "Ah, she was so lucky and got a fan of ribs." Yes, a whole fan, more than 10. She excitedly howled in the voice channel, which scared Nanshu. However, she was very happy for her friend and quickly said congratulations. Other friends also sent their blessings, and Xiao Hung was even more envious and started to do metaphysics, reciting a spell that Nanshu couldn't understand in the voice channel. Before the spell was finished, Nanshu heard Xiao Hung howling twice. "Brothers and sisters, I'm sorry for you." Xie Chung felt something was wrong when he heard the sound, and he immediately stopped Xiao Hung from howling. "What's the matter first?" Nanshu couldn't hear the rest of the words before he finished speaking. She only felt that her eyes were blurred, and the scene around her changed. Nanshu was still on the Novice Island, but it was not a Novice Island with ice and snow, but a Novice Island with birds singing and flowers blooming. As soon as the scene was successfully switched, the system broadcast came to her ears. System broadcast. Player Xiao Hung, Country A, has started the Novice Island treasure hunting mode. Players are requested to enjoy the treasure hunting moment. Note, on the way to the treasure hunt, you may meet like-minded partners. Players are requested to cherish the opportunity to cooperate. The treasure hunting time is 6 hours. Nanshu's attention is on the one that the system reminds. Like-minded partners? Really like-minded? Or a smokescreen? After entering the Novice Island for treasure hunting, the previous voice channel was cut off. Not only was it cut off, their communication hall was also banned. Very good, they can't communicate with the outside world or other people again. Nanshu is not sure, the system is speaking the truth, not the sarcasm. However, it's always better to be more vigilant, right? Also, although the treasure hunt has 6 hours, it's better not to waste time here to entangle meaningless things. Treasure hunt first. After thinking it through, Nanshu replaced the axe with a long knife, and then walked to the location where he had placed the safe house before. Cuckoo chickens usually move around in obvious places, and this kind of creature is easier to kill. Nanshu is not sure whether the treasure hunt is for a fixed treasure chest, or if it requires killing monsters. However, she can pick a soft persimmon to squeeze first. Chapter 75. Nanshu walked around the safe house for a long time, but didn't see a single cuckoo chicken. So, the treasure hunting island for beginners is different from their island settings? Nanshu couldn't be sure. There was no news in the communication hall at this time, and it was still before the system broadcast. It was obviously impossible for her to get more information through this channel. If you can't find the cuckoo chicken, then try to find something else. Nanshu turned and walked away, but as soon as she moved, she felt that she seemed to step on something soft. Did the cuckoo chicken also dig a hole and drill into the ground? However, now is the Novice Island with spring flowers blooming. So, the possibility of the cuckoo chicken digging a hole is not high. That is, treasure? Realizing this, Nanshu's breathing became lighter. She slowly moved her feet away and lowered her head to see what happened. As soon as she lowered her head, she heard the system notification. Congratulations on finding the treasure. Please be prepared to collect the treasure. After the notification sounded, the soft object under Nanshu's feet seemed to suddenly break through the smoke and turned into a ball of yellow mud. Nanshu? ? Yellow mud? Looking at the large ball of yellow mud in front of him, Nanshu fell into thought. Is this the treasure? Do I need to fish it out myself? Although he was not sure about the situation, the system said it was a treasure. Nanshu thought about it, and reached out to take it. As soon as his hand touched the yellow mud ball, the system reminder sounded again. Treasures are rare, please make them yourself. Limited to 5 minutes. Nanshu? ? Is it what she understood? Although she was not sure, the system said so just do it directly, and don't waste time. The countdown has begun. Nanshu looked around and squatted down after making sure it was safe for the time being. There was no time to adjust her posture. It was only 5 minutes of squatting. Whether it was comfortable or not was not important. After squatting down, Nanshu put both hands together and started rubbing directly. Before the end of the world, Nanshu would occasionally play with colored clay. But not much. The schoolwork was heavy, and there was not much free time, and the time she could spend on colored clay was even more limited. So now that she was getting started again, Nanshu must be unfamiliar. But thinking that the treasure she rubbed out would be hers, Nanshu was particularly serious. She rubbed a spear first. Nanshu had many weapons, but not all kinds. Sometimes, she needed some weapons with a relatively long advantage, and she could only choose between a broadsword and a bow and arrow. If there was a spear, it would be much more convenient, right? Thinking of this, Nanshu also recalled what the spear she had played in the game before looked like in a very short time. In less than a minute, Nanshu kneaded it out. Congratulations, you have successfully kneaded a spear, about 3 meters long. Looking at it being kneaded out, Nanshu kneaded the mud and took another look at the attributes. Durability increased by 900, attack increased by 60. Nanshu, surprise! She opened her mouth in surprise, and needed an axe with faster movements. There was only one axe left in her backpack. Such a useful weapon must be needed more. She had a lot of broadswords, so she didn't plan to need them for the time being. It would be great if she could rub the weapon to warm it up. Unfortunately, she didn't understand those things. If she could only knead the shape, she probably wouldn't give it to her right. Soon, Nanshu made an axe with a durability of 1200. Nanshu, surprise! Treasure, she admitted, it was a treasure. At this time, it seemed a waste not to make a broadsword. Nanshu did not hesitate to make another broadsword with a durability of 1100. Then came the arrows. Arrows are all one-time consumables that add 10 points to the attack. But the advantage is that it takes less time. Except for the first one that was a little unfamiliar, Nanshu was very skilled in making the rest. Although she didn't know hot weapons, Nanshu didn't give up in the end. When the 5 minutes were about to end, she tried to make a wooden barn. Congratulations on getting the item, Toy Wooden Barn *1. It is said that Joe Cuckoo likes these little things very much. As expected, the hot weapon was not made. But unexpectedly, it also accidentally lit up Joe Cuckoo's hobbies. Although I'm not sure how much favorability this little thing can increase the opponent. But it's good if it can increase. Nanshu put the things into his backpack with satisfaction. When the time came, the yellow mud ball disappeared, the ground became flat again, and even the dirt on Nanshu's hands from rubbing the mud disappeared. Nanshu didn't intend to waste time and quickly continued to move forward. The treasure was not obvious, and sometimes it was even hidden underground. So you need to pay more attention. Nanshu walked all the way, looking at his feet and the sky, and he was very busy. At this time, in the observation room, Sunming Shuang was very excited. Because Nanshu and Qi Wenjing were assigned to the same Novice Island treasure hunt copy. The reason they knew this was that if players were assigned to the same copy, the live broadcast screen would be merged and then split again. That is to say, if you click into a player's live broadcast room, you will see that there is a large double or multiplayer live broadcast perspective above her live broadcast room. And below is the personal live broadcast perspective of all players included in this copy. Through this, Sunming Shuang and others knew that Nanshu and Qi Wenjing were grouped together. Congratulations. Sunming Shuang has been praying secretly that these two people will meet each other. Both of them are very smart, rational, and good at fighting. If they are together, it should be more efficient, right? Unfortunately, at this time, one is heading south and the other is heading north. The Novice Island is not big, but Qi Wenjing's luck is average, and she was assigned to the woods. Although the sense of direction is okay, it is not important in the game. So she went all the way north. And Nanshu was heading all the way south, ready to go to the beach. There is nothing to see on the ground, so change the direction. Looking at this scene, Sunming Shuang silently clenched his anti-hypertensive medicine. Of the 6 players from Country A, only Nanshu and Qi Wenjing were grouped together. The others were randomly grouped together with others. Among them, Xie Cheng was grouped with 2 foreign, strong men, both of whom were over 1.9 meters tall. Although Xie Cheng himself was not bad, the 2 men were from the same country, and they were lucky enough to meet each other at this time and had already formed an alliance. If a conflict occurred, Xie Cheng would have to fight 2 against 1. Sun Mingxuang gritted her teeth and was already worried about Xie Cheng in advance. Qiao Heng was fine, probably because he had used up all his bad luck yesterday. Today, he was very lucky to be grouped with a boy who was about the same size as him. According to the information received by Sun Mingxuang, the opponent's strength is about the same as Qiao Heng. So, if the 2 meet, it would be best if they can cooperate. If not, it is not certain who will win or lose in a fight. On Wei Zixuan's Novice Island, there is only a tall and strong foreign female player. Sun Mingxuang estimated Wei Zixuan's overall strength, and then looked at the female player's information, and silently sweated for him. Qin Mu's situation is the most complicated. 12 people came into his Novice Island copy. Including Qin Mu, there are 13 people in total, from 13 different countries. At this time, people from 2 countries have met, and have already started for a possible treasure. As for Qin Mu, well, he was observing in secret, ready to pick up the leak. Although the situation on his side is complicated, Sun Mingxuang is not particularly worried. On the way to the beach, Nanshu saw a shining stone. Unsure of the safety of this thing, Nanshu first used a big knife to scratch it. No reaction. Then just pick it up? Nanshu picked up the thing with a big knife, and then heard the familiar system prompt sound. Congratulations on discovering the treasure. Please pay attention to it. After the system sounded, a flashing stone directly split into 9 pieces and distributed in 9 different places. Of course, the range was not large. Nanshu also turned sideways and measured it. After she lay down, she should be able to cover all 9 stones. The treasure is in place, please take your place. When the system prompt sounded again, there was an obvious place in the middle of the stone with a dazzling light. At the same time, the system's indicator was also reminding Nanshu that that was her position. She didn't hesitate, strode over and stood firm. Please eliminate 3 stones of the same color, limited to 5 minutes. The more stones you eliminate, the more treasures you will get. Hearing this prompt, Nanshu was in a trance. Candy Crush? The game has already begun, and Nanshu is not allowed to think about anything else. The stones that originally looked the same and flashed suddenly turned into different colors. Nanshu quickly picked out the same one from the middle. 3 yellow stones of the same color, ran over and picked them up. As the last yellow stone was picked up, the 3 stones disappeared in Nanshu's palm, and the system reminded Nanshu that he had obtained a treasure chest. 3 blue ones, eliminate. 3 green ones, eliminate. 3 purple ones, eliminate. There are only 9 stones in total, but there are quite a lot of colors. It would be okay if the color contrast is more obvious. Like green is green, red is red. However, if rose red, light pink and light blue are brushed out at the same time, when the light of the stone collides with the sunlight, Nanshu's eyes are easily blurred. Moreover, sometimes in order to create obstacles for players, the ground under the stone will become different colors, forming a similar or opposite contrast with the stone, stimulating the player's vision. This can easily disrupt the player's rhythm. Fortunately, Nanshu has always maintained a vigilant and highly clear mind, and is not affected by the color impact at all. 5 minutes later, Nanshu got 16 treasure chests. The moment the system notified the end, Nanshu didn't care about anything else and sat on the ground. Seeing that the place was not big, she almost circled in the same place, and she could pick up a treasure chest every 20 seconds on average. However, her mind was always tense, and the brain needed to receive the signal at the first time and then feedback to her body. So, after the end, she was exhausted physically and mentally, and she sat on the ground directly to buffer. There are 16 treasure chests. Nanshu opened 2 first to see what the rewards are. Obtained item, Prey Detector *1. Obtained item, Tomato Beef Brisket Recipe *1. Chapter 76. The recipes were a bit of a surprise to Nanshu, but not much. What made her more curious was the first reward. Prey Detector. After use, you can detect the positions of other players in the current instance for 30 minutes. One-time consumable. Nanshu opened her mouth in surprise after reading it. Treating them as prey, is this acting or not? So, is this a hint that the so-called like-minded treasure hunting teammates are not teammates, but enemies? Nanshu can't be sure for the time being. She hesitated between using it or not. On second thought, the treasures on the island may be limited, so it seems good to kill an enemy directly, but on second thought, internal fighting may be what Sirius wants to see. So, it's only been a few days, and you can't wait to arrange a multiplayer internal fighting mode? Although I understand it, selfishness still prevails. So Nanshu decided, use it. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, you need to take the initiative first, see the other party's position, and then decide how to operate later. Nanshu quickly clicked to use it. The prey detector gave Nanshu a coordinate and a virtual map. On the map, her current location was marked in detail, as a small green dot. The other party's location was marked with a small yellow dot. Not a red dot. Does this mean neutral? However, this is a default statement, and it is not known whether Sirius admits it or not. So, regardless of the color for the time being, let's look at the distance first. After reading the map, Nanshu analyzed the other party's location based on her current location. After the analysis, she fell silent. No, brother, where have you been? She hadn't explored the jungle yet, and this brother had walked to the middle? Warrior. This is a warrior. Nanshu originally thought that if the distance between them was not too far, she would go to explore the other party's background and see what kind of relationship they had. However, now looking at the distance that was beyond her imagination, Nanshu felt that it was not necessary to explore this background. Anyway, this thing can be used for half an hour after use, and even if the other party moves, it will be monitored from time to time. So, just observe and see. Nanshu was not going to waste time on the road, so she decided to find the treasure first. The novice island is so big, there must be a lot of treasures. Warrior Chi Wenjing was also confused at this time. No, what did she do? She felt that her sense of direction was actually quite good. However, in the airtight forest, things like sense of direction were really hard to say. Of course, Chi Wenjing felt that the main reason was the game. Chi Wenjing was not familiar with the various trees in the game. She wanted to use them to identify the direction, but she couldn't do it at all. The only reference she had now was the direction of the sun. She headed south according to the direction of the sun. As a result, the forest became denser and denser, and it became increasingly difficult to see the end. At this time, Chi Wenjing realized that something was wrong. This direction. Is it south? I always feel that the sun has misled her. Under normal circumstances, if she went south, she should have left the forest by now, right? But it didn't, and there was a feeling of going deeper and deeper. So, the direction was wrong. The sun was misleading her. After analyzing, Chi Wenjing gritted her teeth and decided to change direction. Of course, she was lucky in the process and found 2 treasures. It was the process of receiving the treasure that made her very annoyed. She was either defending the radish or driving it away, which made her hungry. However, the result was good. She got 300 kilograms of white radish. Chi Wenjing, smile. Nanshu decided to give up the prey and turned to the location on the seaside to start various treasure hunts. In the process, Nanshu saw the diversity of treasures. Those hidden in the soil were all child's play. There was also a way to play the cuckoo chicken after beating it, and then dress up as a cuckoo chicken to deceive other cuckoo chickens. If you deceive one, you will get a treasure, and if you deceive one, you will get a treasure. Nanshu, ? Fortunately, the size of the cuckoo chicken is also quite large, and there is also a system disguise. Nanshu used the feathers of the cuckoo chicken and the convenience of the system, and his acting was still quite similar. In the end, he deceived 12 cuckoo chickens. After being discovered, Nanshu led all the cuckoo chickens out and then used the furnace to smother them all. The reward spit out by the furnace was not generous. However, Nanshu was given a title, Chicken Killer. Nanshu, hide quickly, don't let others see it. The second-year middle school people make people's scalps numb. However, others probably know it, because Nanshu was listed on the system broadcast with this title. At the same time, because of her efforts, the real world got 2,000 kilograms of rice seeds that would not mutate unless there were special circumstances. Nanshu directly filled in the place where Xie Cheng had mentioned before, where they trained, as the receiving place for the seeds. As soon as Sun Mingshuang saw the system message, he had already contacted the neighbors and asked them to make follow-up arrangements. Originally, they thought that these seeds would fall into Nanshu's residence. People had been sent there to protect it. After several days of various investigations and searches, they finally determined that the small house at the foot of the mountain, which looked inconspicuous, should be Nanshu's home in the end times. The people in charge of protection, in addition to confirming the information, pushed the door to look at the situation in Nanshu's room and confirm the traces of living, did not touch the things in Nanshu's house, and even closed the door considerately. When they received the message, they were also ready to receive it. Once there are mutant animals or plants that want to take the opportunity to cause trouble, they can resist in time to ensure that there is no problem with the seeds. As a result, they waited and waited. There are no seeds here. Soon they received the news that the seeds went to other places. They were both disappointed and secretly relieved. When the seeds appeared in Xiecheng's training ground, they scared the people who were still participating in the training. They reacted quickly and were in training. When they found something unusual, they retreated in time and made enough space for the seeds to fall. When they saw the seeds, they were still very excited. However, the research institute came and took the seeds away as soon as possible. They needed to study the seeds to see if there were any other unsettling factors, and then return the seeds, and the corresponding department would arrange the whereabouts of these seeds. At this time, Nanshu was already receiving the next treasure. This time, it was an attack and defense alien. After Nanshu defeated a white-haired duck, it triggered the hatred of the duck. Nanshu, Oh no, her toes started to dig into the ground again. Then, she was chased by 12 white-haired ducks. During the process, she could not fight back, could not hurt the white-haired ducks, and had to avoid the attacks of the white-haired ducks. Once injured, the treasure would fail to be received. You only need to persist in the chase for 5 minutes to get a reward. Nanshu thought, I endured it. She ran, and the white-haired ducks chased her, quacking, and white hair flew up. The whole scene looked funny and sad. Nanshu originally thought that after 5 minutes, she would definitely pick up the stove and avenge her previous shame. Not killing the white-haired ducks? It must be impossible. When the 5 minutes were up, the white-haired ducks stopped chasing and disappeared on the spot. Nanshu, They really don't let anyone take advantage of them. However, the treasure was successfully received. Obtained item. Treasure map *1/4. There was nothing to see on the 1/4 treasure map, just some simple lines. Nanshu suspected that the system was afraid that they would find something based on one map, and then rush in directly. At this time, the treasure hunt time had passed for an hour. The observation time of the prey detector was still 12 minutes. And the person being observed may have finally realized that there was something wrong with his direction, and he was already heading towards the outside of the woods. Nanshu didn't rush to observe the situation after watching the distance between the two people on the map being shortened. The distance on the map shows that it is close, but it is still early in reality. There was still time to find another wave of treasure. Nanshu set off again soon. This time Nanshu's luck was a little worse. Her idea was to go to the edge of the woods first. If there was a treasure, it would be the best. After the fight, maybe she could observe the so-called prey. However, there were the most wild beasts in the woods. The new treasure Nanshu dug was a frenzied wild boar. This was the first time Nanshu encountered this kind of wild monster in the game. According to Xiecheng and Qi Wenjing, it was difficult to fight, crazy, and troublesome, but the rewards were pretty good. The materials it dropped were the highest level, and sometimes it directly exploded double the materials. So overall, the cost performance was good. When Xiecheng summarized it before, he told his friends that if you feel that your strength allows it, it is recommended to fight. Of course, if you feel that your strength may not be so convenient to take action, you can also turn around and run. The IQ of this wild boar is not high. If you run, it will not chase you after a while. Of course, if you beat it, the situation will be different. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Nanshu is not a person who is willing to admit defeat. This is the treasure she opened. Why doesn't she fight? Besides, she is here. Give up without fighting? That won't work. At the end of life and death, no one told her that she could survive by running away. So do it. Nanshu directly swung the big knife and went up. The system stipulates that within 5 minutes, the more damage she causes to the crazy wild boar, the more treasure chests she will get. So, hurt it as much as possible. Even if you can't kill it, get enough treasure. Of course, if you can kill the wild boar, there will be another reward. See the previous cuckoo chicken. When Nanshu was fighting the crazy wild boar, Qi Wenjing was still looking for a way out of the woods. At this time, she also encountered trouble. A group of dandelion spirits. Not only do they hit people, they also shed hair. The hair floats on the body. Although the blood loss is not much, it will cause a 1-second dizziness. Being surrounded by more than 10 dandelion spirits, let alone a 1-second dizziness, even if it is half a second, it is possible to be taken advantage of. So, Qi Wenjing had a very difficult time, and there were several blood marks on her face. In the observation room, Sun Mingxuang was already taking out quick-acting heart-saving pills. The situation of others is still stable for the time being, but Chen Mu sighed. A player searched for a way in the woods for a long time, and when he found that he couldn't find the exit, he turned black on the spot and lit a fire directly. The raging flames ignited, and it was in the mountains and forests. The speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. And Chinmu had just entered the woods because of a hare's treasure. When he realized that something was wrong, he turned around and wanted to run, and a huge cloud of thick smoke whistled past. Now Chinmu's 7-person live broadcast room is completely shrouded in black fog, and nothing can be seen clearly. Who wouldn't be anxious looking at this? Chapter 77. When Chinmu's live broadcast room was dark, and even people could not see clearly, Nanshu had already received 32 treasure chests that she had poked from the berserk wild boar. Nanshu did not understand how the system's judgment was calculated at first. Later, she learned that it was effective damage, and in the process, the damage in the single digit was directly ignored. After discovering the rules, Nanshu launched effective attacks as much as possible, and took out her axe and sword with amazing combat power, and attacked with both hands. After 4.5 minutes of fierce fighting, more than 30 treasure chests were successfully obtained. More than half of these more than 30 treasure chests were obtained in the last 3 minutes. In the first 2 minutes, Nanshu only got 3 treasure chests. Unfortunately, although there were many effective attacks and the berserk wild boar was indeed seriously injured. However, the system did not give the opportunity to make up the knife. When the time was up, the wild boar disappeared instantly. Nanshu felt that the game was a bit unplayable. The wild boar was dying, so what was wrong with letting her go? Even if she was given some meat, she could still have a few meals. What a pity, I won't give it to her. However, Nanshu didn't have time to complain. She found that her like-minded, treasure-hunting teammates were approaching her. When Nanshu was fighting the wild boar, Qi Wenjing finally got rid of the dandelion spirits through hard work, and then successfully rushed to the edge of the woods. When Nanshu found that the other party was getting closer and closer to her, she put away her knife, no longer paid much attention to the treasure chest and other things, and moved to a hidden corner at the edge of the woods to ambush. She didn't know her own and the other party's name status, nor did she know who the other party was. Nanshu decided to observe the situation secretly first. If it doesn't work, for his own survival, he had to kill the other party. At this time, being merciful and soft-hearted was useless. Then, Nanshu saw Qi Wenjing coming out of the woods in a mess. Nanshu? ? Ah, she was really shocked. She opened her mouth and made a little noise after a long time. Qi Wenjing had just escaped. She was breathing heavily and speeding up. A bunch of wild vegetable spirits followed her. If she didn't run faster, she would be tied up again. She naturally heard the movement not far away. Qi Wenjing thought there was a new wild vegetable spirit. She subconsciously turned a corner and wanted to run in another direction. But a second before turning the corner, she heard a familiar voice. Sister Wenjing? The two chatted, sent photos, and sometimes sent videos. But there was no chance to meet. After all, the game doesn't give such an opportunity. It has always been a one-on-one fight. There was no overlap in the assignments to ice harvesting and cotton bases. Therefore, Nanshu was not sure whether that person was Qi Wenjing. She thought about calling out to see how the other party would react. If the other party could call out her name accurately and quickly, then they should be able to recognize each other, right? Although everyone had never seen each other, they all had some impression of each other's voices. The voice channel was open every day as long as conditions permitted. So, when she heard the familiar voice, Qi Wenjing turned her head sharply, and after seeing clearly that it was Nanshu, she shouted, "Run first, there are a lot of wild vegetable spirits behind, super troublesome." Fearing that Nanshu would be stubborn and still want to fight, Qi Wenjing quickly reminded him, "Their leaves are poisonous and easy to cause allergies. The place where Qi Wenjing was touched by the dandelion is still itchy." When Nanshu heard it, he turned around and ran without hesitation. Seeing Nanshu running away, Qi Wenjing breathed a sigh of relief. Her steps paused for a moment, and soon she sped up and continued to run. After running for a long distance, she finally got rid of the pile of wild vegetable spirits. The two reunited on the open space of the isolated island. Qi Wenjing had been struggling for a long time and had consumed too much physical strength, so after stopping, she bent over, supported her knees with both hands, and adjusted her breathing with big mouthfuls. Nanshu was actually fine. After fighting with the crazy wild boar, she walked for a while, and recovered a little physical strength. Now she was not tired. She took out the peach blossom cake she had saved before, handed a piece to Qi Wenjing, bit a piece herself, and asked vaguely, "What's the situation in the forest? Were you in the forest when you came here?" The two chatted for a long time, and were already familiar with each other. There was no need to introduce each other again. Besides, time was tight, and the task was heavy, so there was no need to waste time on these things. Nanshu asked directly, and Qi Wenjing adjusted her breathing and nodded. Well, I was in the forest when I came here. I think I have a good sense of direction, but I went the wrong way. I walked for most of the day and didn't see the exit. I knew I must have gone the wrong way, so I adjusted the direction again. Fortunately, I got out, but it was very troublesome in the forest. I dug the roots of the trees twice before I found the treasure. In fact, there are some treasures in the wild vegetable spirits, but it's too troublesome, and there are too many, so it's not easy to fight. Qi Wenjing talked about her situation in the forest. After she finished, Nanshu also talked about his situation. In fact, the situation of the treasure chests is similar. As long as you are careful or lucky, you can encounter them. However, the system reminded them that they are like-minded treasure hunting teammates. So, are there treasure chests that need cooperation to be discovered? What if it is a random match with strangers? The two were also thinking about this problem. However, thinking while walking does not delay other things. Qi Wenjing adjusted her breathing, ate a piece of peach blossom cake, drank some water, and recovered her strength. Then the two decided to go to the woods first. It is a bit troublesome to deal with wild vegetable spirits alone. But if there are two people, will it be easier? And before, it was too troublesome because there were too many. Wouldn't it be easier if they were to defeat them one by one? It is known that there is a treasure chest in the wild vegetable spirit. Wouldn't it be a waste to just let it go? The two people looked for it nearby, and they really found the dandelion spirit that had just been taken back and had not yet had time to restore its appearance. Of course, it is not called this name, but the mutant dandelion. But in Qi Wenjing's opinion, it has become a spirit. So, there is no problem with calling it this. The two people secretly observed, briefly discussed the strategy, and then each of them took a knife and went up. The mutant dandelion just came back, and before he could catch his breath, he found out. Hey, the two-legged beast from before is here again? You dare to come if you don't know your own strength? I beat you to pieces. The mutant dandelion waved its branches that were taller than Nanshu, and swung its flowered head wildly, scattering flowers at the two people. Nanshu didn't care about its fancy tricks. She had just discussed with Qi Wenjing that she would attack from below and Qi Wenjing would attack from above. So, when Dandelion became restless, Nanshu bent down and slid, while swinging the broadsword forward mercilessly. Nanshu pressed down her body infinitely, and Dandelion's tall tree trunk swung over fiercely, spinning in the air, but did not attack Nanshu. It did not attack Nanshu, but Nanshu did attack it. Dandelion had to deal with Qi Wenjing's fierce attack and Nanshu. If you take care of one, you can't take care of the other. So, Nanshu's broadsword left a long cut on Dandelion's stem. Nanshu's knife did not directly cut Dandelion in half, but only left a long and deep wound. Before Nanshu slid away, he looked at the wound. It will probably take 2 more attacks to cut it in half. After knowing what was going on, Nanshu gave Qi Wenjing a gesture, and the two launched a new round of attacks. Seeing that her big knife was about to fall on the branches of Dandelion, Nanshu's eyes suddenly went dark. The next second, she changed places. In front of her was no longer the battlefield between her, Qi Wenjing and Dandelion, but a small dark room. Except for a screen as big as a tablet in front of her, which was slightly bright, everything else was dark and nothing could be seen clearly. The moment Nanshu was transferred in, his hair stood up, and he held a big knife in his hand tightly across his chest, and his eyes kept looking around, fearing that he would miss something and be attacked by something that suddenly jumped out. Just when Nanshu was on guard, the system prompt rang. Time for emergency answering is up. Excuse me, how many branches are there under the mutant dandelion just now? A. 10, B. 12. Time limit for answering, 15 seconds. Nanshu, ? What did she do with this? However, time did not allow her to think about it. She carefully recalled the previous scene. Fortunately, she attacked the bottom lane, so she also paid attention to the leaf veins under the dandelion. With 9 seconds left in the countdown, Nanshu gave the answer, choose B. Correct answer. The next second, Nanshu returned to the battlefield with the dandelion. The first thing she did when she came back was to loudly tell Qi Wenjing that she was temporarily pulled in to answer the emergency questions. After hearing this, Qi Wenjing took a breath and said, "It's killing me. When you left just now, I was so stressed that I exploded." The man disappeared while fighting. How scary. Fortunately, Qi Wenjing didn't panic and tried her best to resist. She thought that Nanshu wouldn't disappear casually. There must be other reasons. So she waited. She waited, thinking again, if Nanshu could be taken away, then she could too. Thinking of what Nanshu had told her, paying attention to the various details in the upper part, Qi Wenjing started to remember frantically again. There are really many details on the dandelion. including its blooming small yellow flowers. How many petals are on it? Qi Wenjing tried hard to remember them. As soon as she remembered them, she was pulled into the emergency test. What is the main component of the land in the place you were just now? A. Black soil. B. Red soil. Qi Wenjing. Question mark. Are you kidding me? I spent a lot of time reciting, but it's beyond the scope? Luckily, Qi Wenjing is not a rigid person. She did notice other places besides dandelions. So, when the countdown started, she gave the answer. I choose A. Wrong answer. Qi Wenjing. Question mark. Look at me and tell me, isn't that black soil? Chapter 78. The game will not give an explanation. It says that a mistake is a mistake. Then, Qi Wenjing ushered in a 1-minute infinite monster mode. The monsters really came from all directions, not giving her any breathing space at all. In this small space, they wanted to squeeze the space infinitely, and squeeze in some more monsters. Moreover, these monsters were all mutant dandelions. One by one, they flew towards Qi Wenjing with thin and tall branches, and a big yellow slap was on her face. Qi Wenjing really couldn't stand it, and wanted to curse. But she endured it. She just wanted to get the punishment done quickly, and then go out to help Nanshu. Qi Wenjing had fought monsters by herself before, so how could she not know how stressful it was for a person to encounter a mutant giant dandelion? So, dead hand, fight quickly. Nanshu was not surprised that Qi Wenjing was suddenly pulled away. However, the pressure must be very great. Before, she could handle it with one hand, and she had enough energy to observe the surrounding situation. However, at this time, she had both hands holding weapons. Fortunately, the 1-minute time was up quickly, and with the time Qi Wenjing had spent answering questions before, it was only more than 2 minutes. After Nanshu burst out, he stabilized the situation. When Qi Wenjing came out, the mutant dandelion had already lost a lot of branches and leaves. I always felt that the yellow flowers on its head seemed a little sparse. Qi Wenjing glanced at it lightly, in order to remember the number of its leaves, so as not to be pulled in to answer questions later, and be punished for not being able to answer them. She was not afraid of being punished. She was afraid that Nanshu would not be able to cope with such a situation. After Qi Wenjing came out, she took over the part she was responsible for before, and while fighting, she loudly told Nanshu about the problems she encountered. Qi Wenjing actually wanted to complain, but after thinking about it, forget it, save some energy, no one knows what will happen next. Nanshu heard it. You still want to do this? It seems that it is necessary to take a closer look at the surrounding environment. 3 minutes later, seeing that the mutant dandelion was about to die, Nanshu was pulled into the small dark room again. Time for emergency questions. What color is the blood of the mutant dandelion? A. Milky white. B. White. Nanshu. Question mark. The moment she saw the question, sweat broke out on her head. Because, from beginning to end, she had never seen the dandelion bleed. Not to mention blood, there was no liquid at all. She cut the other party's flowers, leaves, branches, and even the veins at the bottom. But no liquid flowed, not even transparent liquid. So what color is blood? First, you have to bleed, right? How can I see if you don't? The time to answer the question is only 15 seconds. If you can't answer it, it should be counted as a wrong answer, right? Nanshu hissed softly and decided to take a risk. Since we don't know the answer anyway, we can only try our luck at this time. Nanshu, who figured it out, quickly said loudly, I choose A. It can't be white, right? Correct answer. After hearing the correct answer, Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief. Good luck today. Nanshu came out quickly. Seeing Nanshu come out so quickly, Qi Wenjing knew that she got the answer right. Woo, she held her teammates back. At this time, the mutant dandelion had fallen to the ground, waiting for the last knife. Qi Wenjing was afraid that something unexpected would happen after she finished the knife. After all, Nanshu was not there. So, she waited for Nanshu to come out, and after seeing him, she greeted him, and then made another move. Congratulations on your cooperation in completing the kill. Obtained items. Treasure map *1/4, Advanced Safe House Upgrader *1. The congratulations were sent on the public channel, but the reward was given to individuals. No treasure chest was given, but a treasure map was given. Nanshu had a quarter before. Anyway, the things on it were incomprehensible. She didn't hide it, and told Qi Wenjing about her reward. Nanshu focused on the safe house upgrader. Is it what she thought? It turns out that it is. It can upgrade the advanced safe house once, without consuming any materials. Holy product. Absolutely holy product. Nanshu carefully put the things into his backpack. After hearing Nanshu's reward, Qi Wenjing was slightly broken for a while. Nothing else. Her reward was a ton of pure water. Ha ha, ha ha. She's not crazy, really not crazy. Whose reward for being a good person is a ton of water? And there's no container. Just release it like that? Did they see that she was tired of playing games, so they wanted her to swim and relax? The only good news is that this water can be sent to reality. Qi Wenjing pressed her throbbing forehead and shared this with Nanshu, not sure if it was good news or not. Nanshu was silent after hearing this. This. For a moment, I didn't know how to comfort people. Qi Wenjing was very open-minded. After all, her life as a water person started when she entered the game, so it didn't matter. And water resources are precious in the end times, so it's good to give water. Water is the source of life. No one can live without water, although 1 ton of water is not much, especially in the real world. However, how much is too much? It's good to have some. After Qi Wenjing shared with Nanshu, she began to call her husband, her adopted sister, and her leader in the live broadcast room. In short, the water must be arranged. As for whether it can be put down, anyway, they have half an hour to prepare. I can only store it for half an hour, so you guys hurry up and prepare. After Qi Wenjing finished speaking, she did not forget to remind everyone. It's not difficult to prepare a container that can hold 1 ton of water in half an hour, right? It's not difficult. Anyway, it's either difficult for them or for yourself. Besides, is it difficult to put this water in reality? Such clean water is what I want. There is no need for Qi Wenjing's husband Zhou Qing, her sister Lin Qingwei, or the leader to prepare more. The room next to the observation room has already been arranged. When Qi Wenjing first said it, she said that the water should be put in the unit of her husband Zhou Qing. Their unit is large, and she thinks the training ground should be able to hold so much water, right? At this time, the training ground has been prepared. After Nanshu and Qi Wenjing met, they found out. Hey, they both have treasure maps. In addition, Qi Wenjing has 2, and Nanshu also has 2. The 4 maps of the 2 people are put together, and they just make 1. Good luck. Qi Wenjing thinks they are really lucky. At this time, she has forgotten about the water life. Who thinks about bad things every day? Thinking on the bright side, they have treasure maps, and maybe their progress will be faster than others. Unfortunately, the communication hall was also banned, otherwise we could have known some news from outside. After the 2 of them finished the treasure map, they began to try to crack the map and search. Half an hour later, Qi Wenjing put the water back to reality, and the 2 finally found the entrance to the treasure map. The whole process depended on Nanshu to crack it, and Qi Wenjing played the role of a supporting role more often. Looking at the entrance of the treasure map, Qi Wenjing couldn't help but sigh. New brains are still useful, although Nanshu felt that his brain was not particularly new. The entrance to the treasure map is a place similar to a cave. The 2 looked at it for a long time, and then looked at each other. Drill in? Hearing Nanshu ask this, Qi Wenjing swallowed nervously. Then drill in. There is no other reminder. The 2 analyzed for a long time, and there was no way to enter the place indicated by the treasure map. The treasure map only told them that there was a treasure here, and whether to go in or not was up to them. Nanshu thought, since we are here, then let's go in. She decided directly. Qi Wenjing decided to listen to her. When you can't win the battle with your brain, just listen to the smart one. As for being wrong, it's wrong. In this game, it's okay to survive, and other things are not so important. The cave is not big, and 2 people need to bend down to get in. The 2 people entered the cave from front to back, and as soon as they entered, they felt a bright light flash. The next second, their bodies turned involuntarily, which made Nanshu feel a little nauseous, but it was bearable. After turning for only a dozen seconds, they stopped again. When Nanshu stood firm, she found that they were standing in an open space. Hey, no, it's not them, it's her. Where's Qi Wenjing? Nanshu turned around to look for someone. Why did she go in alone? Before Nanshu could wonder, something soon fell from the sky. Nanshu instantly touched his big knife, looked up vigilantly, and then met Qi Wenjing's eyes. Qi Wenjing was tied up and hung in the air with her mouth stuffed tightly. At this time, she was lowered down for a while, maybe to let Nanshu see more clearly. Nanshu thought, is this a trap? Before she could figure it out, the system reminder sounded. Please try to rescue the trapped companions. After the reminder, Nanshu found that the environment she was in had changed again. No, the overall environment has not changed, but there are more things around her body. Blue, white, red, yellow. Pillars of various colors, with height similar to Nanshu's height. 3 pillars of the same color line up in a row, and they will be eliminated. When all the pillars on the scene are eliminated, the trapped companions can be rescued. Countdown, 30 minutes. Nan Shu, She has been tortured by the game, and has no temper. Moreover, the time is only 30 minutes. And these pillars look very heavy, and there are quite a lot of them. Anyway, Nan Shu feels that they are all pillars at a glance. Without time to think about it, Nan Shu shouted loudly, "Sister Wenjing, I have to push the pillars, you hold on." Qi Wenjing, ? She can't hear it. She can only try to open her eyes, and see Nan Shu's mouth moving. But she can't hear it. A small earphone is stuffed in her ear, and the BGM of the ghost's appearance is playing in it. Because the sound is so loud, the sound outside can't be heard at all. And even if she can hear it clearly, it's useless. Her mouth is blocked, and she can't help at all. This damn game. Qi Wenjing is not the only one who wants to curse the game. Xie Cheng dragged two strong men along the road. His teeth were almost broken, but he couldn't control himself and cursed the game from inside to outside, from top to bottom. Nothing else. This treasure hunt copy is too bad, really too bad. Chapter 79. The game had reminded that novices who were treasure hunters would find like-minded partners on the island. Xie Cheng didn't quite understand what this meant before, until he ran into the other two strong men. Then, a small 3-person dungeon was triggered on the spot. The problem was that this dungeon was not like the ones he had previously hunted for treasure, which could be completed by one person. Since this dungeon was open when 3 people were present, 3 people were required to be present throughout the process. The 2 people had already formed an alliance, and when they saw this situation, their first thought was to kill Xie Cheng. Coincidentally, Xie Cheng had the same idea. After seeing that the 2 people had malicious intentions, Xie Cheng took the initiative and took action directly. It was not easy to fight 1 against 2, especially when the opponent was not weak. However, Xie Cheng was still strong. So, after a hard fight, Xie Cheng successfully tied up the 2 people. After tying them up, Xie Cheng originally wanted to kill them. But at this time, the game reminded him. 3-person copy, 3 people need to be present at the same time to officially enter. Xie Cheng, After suppressing his anger, Xie Cheng could only drag 2 people to open the copy. This is similar to the treasure map copy of Nan Shu and the others. However, there is no treasure map step, and there are more conditions for opening the copy. After opening the copy, the 2 people are still useful. Because, since it is a copy opened by 3 people are required to be present throughout the process. Yes, even if the 2 people cannot move. However, there must be 3 people, and they are the 3 people who opened the copy at that time. Xie Cheng, destroy it. Xie Cheng dragged the 2 big guys with difficulty and completed tasks such as catching chickens, driving ducks, counting geese, etc. Now the task should be more than half done, right? Xie Cheng sighed and looked at the new tasks issued by the system. Please complete the task of matching black cat claws with white cat tails within 10 minutes. Task minimum requirement, 10 pairs. With the help of a partner, you will complete it more perfectly. Xie Cheng, bah, he doesn't need it. Once these 2 people are released, what awaits him will only be endless fighting. After all, these 2 people have been tossed around by him all the way, dragged and pulled. Once the restraints are released, what awaits him can be imagined with his eyes closed. So, he can do it alone, Nan Shu said. It's really not possible to do it alone. These pillars are heavy. She felt that her strength was strong enough. At least among the girls, she was ranked at the top. But, she almost couldn't push these pillars. When she saw these tall pillars for the first time, Nan Shu guessed that they should be very heavy. But, Nan Shu didn't expect that they would be so heavy. She needed to use about 80% of her strength to move the pillars. If it was a 3-color pillar that was close, it would be fine. Just a little push would complete the task. Moreover, once the 3 colors collided, the pillars would disappear and more space would be freed up. But, if it was far away? Nan Shu was so tired that she wanted to curse. At this time, it depends on the strategy. Try to eliminate the 3 colors that are close to each other as much as possible. If you eliminate them wrongly, Nan Shu will need to push the pillars farther away. Qi Wenjing could only watch. Except for the increasingly loud and weird BGM in her ears, she was getting farther and farther away from the ground. Every 5 minutes, Qi Wenjing would be moved up a distance. Qi Wenjing thought, fortunately, the end of the world has trained her to have a strong psychological quality. Afraid of heights? It will be fine in 2 years. So no matter how high she is hung, she is not afraid. Nan Shu was busy for half an hour, and at 29 minutes, all the pillars were eliminated. Initial mission completed. Obtained items. 1 universal small hammer, 1 universal small lever, 1 bag of beef ribs, about 1200 G. With the system notification that the mission was completed, Qi Wenjing was finally put down. After listening to the loud BGM for half an hour, Qi Wenjing felt a little tinnitus when she was put down. The sound had disappeared, but her ears were still buzzing and her eyes were still a little blurry. She stood there for a while to buffer, and then she reacted. Seeing the people coming down, Nanshu finally felt relieved. She took a look at the reward. To be honest, she didn't understand it at first glance. What does omnipotent little thing mean? What does it mean? Universal little hammer, a hammer that looks very omnipotent. Universal little lever, a lever that looks very omnipotent. Nanshu, ? No, the game saved me as an alien. Well, in the eyes of the serious people, they are indeed aliens. Nanshu didn't understand. She thought about it, and asked Qi Wenjing. Qi Wenjing was also confused by the little hammer and little lever in her reward. When she heard Nanshu say that hers was also, Qi Wenjing was even more confused. Ah, yours too? The same reward? The two checked their accounts, and then Qi Wenjing was a little emo. In addition to the small hammer and the small lever, the reward that followed Qi Wenjing was a bag of ribs, only 400 G. However, the focus at this time was not on these meats. The two got together to study the two small universals, but they didn't come up with any results. Go on. Nanshu looked at the dark cave and motioned them to look forward. Maybe this thing will be needed in the next level? Qi Wenjing nodded in agreement. The two continued to move forward back to back. Qi Wenjing walked in front, and Nanshu followed behind her, staring at the situation behind. After walking a distance, Qi Wenjing whispered, "Why do I feel a little cold? The novice island has been extremely cold these 2 days, and Nanshu, who has never taken off his cold-proof clothes, is almost unable to sense the temperature." Hearing Qi Wenjing say this, Nanshu stretched out his hand and felt a cool breeze. It was indeed a little different from the temperature in the cave before. Nanshu nodded uncertainly. "It's a little cold." With the agreement of her companion, Qi Wenjing hesitated. "Will it be all?" Before she finished speaking, Qi Wenjing screamed and disappeared. Nanshu, ? She stopped almost instantly, her body tensed up, and the big knife was already in her hand, ready to attack at any time. "Sister Wenjing?" Nanshu took a deep breath and couldn't see where Qi Wenjing was, so she could only try to shout. In response to Nanshu, there was only a slight echo in the cave, which revealed a bit of weirdness. At this time, she couldn't see Qi Wenjing, nor could she hear the other party's response. It seemed that she was the only one left in the cave. Nanshu swallowed nervously. "Ding! You need to work hard to get the treasure. Please try to find the score card with white text on a blue background around you. When the score on the card reaches 50, you can rescue your companion. Limited to 30 minutes. Come again." Although Nanshu was surprised, she was not surprised. If they could take the treasure away by entering the treasure cave, it would be less interesting. The people of Syria should be watching the live broadcast, right? Can they be satisfied without the interest? Nanshu took a deep breath, clenched the long knife in his hand, and silently walked forward a few steps. The cave was very dark. Before, it was illuminated by a glowing stone from Qi Wenjing. Now that Qi Wenjing has been captured, Nanshu has no lighting tools. After thinking, she silently took out her stove. After the stove was turned on, there was temperature and a little light. With the glimmer of light from the stove, more things can be seen in the darkness. What Nanshu saw was not a card with white characters on a blue background, but in the cracks of the wall, there was a green or blue unknown liquid. The liquid was even flowing quietly. Nanshu, ? What the hell is that? Unsure of the situation, Nanshu did not dare to get close. She looked at the blue liquid for a few more times, and gave up after finding that it was not the card she needed to find. Nanshu hesitated for 3 seconds between continuing to move forward and turning back, and finally decided to move forward. The road ahead has not been explored yet, so it is better to explore the unfamiliar one first, which is also relatively difficult. After walking about 10 meters, Nanshu found the first card with white letters on a blue background. It had a particularly bold one on it. As she picked up the card, Nanshu heard a system reminder. Points +1, current points, 1, picked up the right card. This made Nanshu quietly relieved. The card was not small, about 30 centimeters long and wide. However, in the dark, such a dim card was not advantageous. Nanshu needed to keep moving the stove for auxiliary lighting. After walking for a while, Nanshu saw a pile of cards. Red background, blue background, black background, pink background. The cards were piled together, and Nanshu was not sure what would happen if she took the wrong card. She didn't want to take risks, so she found a stick from her backpack and used it to dig. As soon as she dug one, she heard a system reminder. Pick up the wrong card, points -5, current points, -4. Nanshu? ? No, how can the points be negative? Besides, she was afraid that she would pick up the wrong card and cause problems. Especially when she used a stick to dig it. She didn't pick it up. Nanshu was angry and furious. But it was useless. She was not the one who made the rules. What else could she do except accept it? Why not just give up? If she died, it would affect the real world. Of course, in essence, she didn't want to die. So, she was only angry for a while. Knowing that digging with a stick wouldn't work, Nanshu needed to make a choice. With so many cards, she could only touch the ones with a blue background. As for whether there were white words on the blue background, some cards were facing her, and some were not. Nanshu decided not to take any more risks. After all, 50 points in half an hour, it was better to be more cautious when the efficiency was uncertain. So, she only picked up those with white words. Oh, by the way, there was one more thing to be on guard against. That was, there were negative numbers above the white words on the blue background. The game is really scheming. Nanshu cursed silently in his heart and observed the cards more carefully. The trash clip given before had been taken back by the system. Nanshu used the things in his backpack to make a simple one. It was not very easy to use compared to the real trash clip, but Nanshu practiced it next to him, and it was quite easy to use after practicing. After practicing for 1 minute, Nanshu took his own trash clip and reached out to the pile of cards. Chapter 80. With a simple trash clip, picking up cards is much easier. At least you won't bump into irrelevant cards and lose points. 5 minutes later, Nanshu's points not only finally became positive, but also increased to double digits. 10 minutes later, it became negative again. Nanshu didn't want to do it either. She even wanted to quit, but the game is not human. I originally thought that the piled up cards were already very difficult to pick up. As a result, after picking up this pile, the next card found was floating in the river. It's okay if the floating cards in the river are facing up. But if the numbers are facing down, who knows whether the numbers on them are positive or negative? With previous experience, Nanshu only picked up the cards with the background color and numbers. Although it was in the river, and some of them were farther away, the simple trash clip in her hand was still easy to use. As long as the angle and strength were controlled well, it was actually possible to pick up successfully. Of course, if you fail occasionally, you can pretend that it doesn't exist. When picking up the card, Nanshu didn't want to think about other problems. However, she let the card go, but the card didn't let it go, because it was in the river. There was water flowing occasionally. Nanshu felt that she was cautious enough. As a result, from time to time, there were cards that hit her trash clip directly. Even if she tried hard to avoid it, it still hit it. Then, the points were deducted. Of course, when she was lucky, she would also add 1 or 2 points. But more often, the cards that did not meet the requirements hit. What's more, sometimes it would come from all directions, and Nanshu didn't have time to lift the trash clip, so she could only choose to hit one side to reduce the loss. On one side were 4 cards of other colors, forming a square, which surrounded Nanshu's trash clip. On one side was a rectangle, covered with a net. On the other side was a circle, like an evil ghost, intending to entangle. Only one side was a card with a red background and unclear numbers, so Nanshu had no choice but to bump into it. Then, 12 points were deducted, and the points that had been accumulated with great difficulty became -1. Nanshu took a deep breath and told herself not to rush. There were less than 20 minutes left, so it should be in time. She was not sure what would happen if she failed to complete the task. The worst result might be that she and Chi Wenjing would die together. However, this was not what Nanshu wanted. No one wanted to accept their fate until they were really about to die. So, Nanshu quickly adjusted his direction. You can't pick up things in the water, but what about things in other places? On the wall, in the cracks of the stone, under the shadow, and even behind the mucus. Nanshu would try to pick up anything that was easy to pick up. Although sometimes, the trash clip will be caught with unknown liquid, which is disgusting just by looking at it. Of course, it is impossible to throw away the trash clip. The durability of her wooden stick is 800. After using it several times, it is only 700 plus left. Even if it is stained with liquid, Nanshu is reluctant to throw it away. At worst, it can be used to disgust other creatures later. She just doesn't believe that she can always push boxes and pick up cards. At this time, Shinmu also had the same idea. Qin Mu had experienced a life-and-death situation before, and his whole body was blackened. However, it was a blessing in disguise. He accidentally picked up 2 slightly dead players, who were blackened to the point that they could hardly move. Pick up. The advantage of such a player is that 3 people can trigger the treasure map together and open the treasure. The other 2 people can't move, and the system doesn't care whether they can move or not. Anyway, it's their turn to pass the level. If they can't move, they just lie on the ground and wait for this level to pass. Qin Mu, who was hung up, locked up, or trapped by the ice, could only endure this pain silently. Fortunately, after the level failed, only the person who needed to complete the level task would be punished. Other people in the same team were not affected, otherwise Qin Mu would have been dead in the first level. Qin Mu's luck was neither good nor bad. He pushed the box as soon as he came in. His eyesight was still good, and with the dim light in the cave, he completed the task on the timeline. After pushing the box, he clamped the card and played a real-life version of jumping on the water. Of course, he completed them all, and got a good reward. At least, the corresponding level was passed. However, when it came to the other 2 dying people, Qin Mu could only silently endure in various punishment scenes. After several rounds of torture, the 2 dying people were now really only breathing. All Qin Mu could do was to ensure that the 2 people did not die, and give them some water. As for feeding them medicine, that's impossible. He just didn't want to be a murderer, but he was not a saint who could save everyone. Moreover, he didn't know who set the mountain on fire. He almost died in the copy, so why did he care about others? This time, he was caught in a bubble with limited oxygen. The feeling of lack of oxygen is not comfortable. However, Qin Mu still needs to hold on for 15 minutes. Whether the other party has completed the task or not, he has to wait. Just hold on, what else can he do? Considering the good rewards, Qin Mu does not regret taking the risk to enter the treasure cave. Being tossed around by the checkpoints, Qin Mu can only think of other things to distract himself. I don't know how his friends are doing. I heard a few system broadcasts before, which corresponded to the death of players and punishment in the real world. Qin Mu has not heard about their country for the time being, so he is a little relieved. Xie Cheng's situation is similar to Qin Mu's, both are 1 to 2. However, Xie Cheng is even worse. He doesn't trust the 2 who are dragging, so he tied them up tightly. When they reached the corresponding checkpoint, the 2 people could only stare at the task. Xie Cheng was tossed around in a mess, but he also did not regret his choice. The situation on Xiao Heng's side was relatively simple. He and the player who claimed to be from the N country, after a friendly exchange, temporarily formed an alliance and acted together. Of course, looking at the state of the 2 people when they were walking, it can be seen that neither of them trusts the other. The so-called alliance is as fragile as paper. It only takes one danger to turn against each other. However, compared with 1 to 2, Xiao Heng's situation is still stable for the time being. Wei Zixuan's situation is better than Xiao Heng's, because the 2 people really went in 2 directions and never looked back. The girl entered the jungle, probably because she felt that she had never explored this place, and there were many treasures to be discovered here, so she didn't even think about going out. Wei Zixuan felt that even if it was a new novice island with a different background, he felt more secure in a place he was more familiar with. It was treasure hunting anyway, so where was it not? The 2 of them, holding their own ideas, actually lived in peace in the huge novice island dungeon and searched for treasures relatively peacefully. It was almost noon at this time. Sun Mingxuan looked at the situation in several live broadcast rooms, and then listened to the statistics of how many players died in the morning, and felt cold in her heart. According to this death rate, Sun Mingxuan always felt that Sirius would not last for more than a month, and would have to capture new players, right? Sun Mingxuan prayed secretly that they had better keep their word. Even if they killed all the people in advance, they would need to hold on for a month. However, the other party was the maker of the rules, and everything was decided by the other party. They had no choice, let alone initiative. Now all they could do was to be prepared. Nanshu finally completed the 50 points required by the task with difficulty before half an hour arrived. Just one more point. If the task takes 2 more minutes, Nanshu feels that she may not even be able to complete it. Although she doesn't mind anything, she will try any card stack. However, the game is so shady, from time to time, they come to challenge her, and Nanshu has no place to complain. Fortunately, the result is good. Qi Wenjing was released. She was trapped in the ice, and was frozen to death. After coming out, she took 2 or 3 minutes to relax. The rewards were also distributed at this time, which were very generous. Nanshu received a production diagram of a 1.5 meter bed, a quilt, a pillow, etc. There are quite a few maps in this wave, at least enough for daily living supplies. However, beds need wood, quilts and other items need cotton, and some also need fiber. Nanshu pretended not to see it, thinking that it is better to have it than not. Just as he was about to look up and talk to Qi Wenjing, his eyes went dark and Nanshu could not make any sound. Qi Wenjing had just talked slowly about being trapped in the ice layer. Nanshu analyzed that one person should complete the task and the other person should wait to be rescued. If the rescue is successful, the person will come down and the reward will be credited. If it fails, who knows how the garbage game will torment them. Although the communication hall is banned, the system broadcast is not. Just now, 3 players have been killed while picking up the cards. The good news is that there are no players from their country A for the time being. The bad news is that there are too many deaths. Who knows if Sirius will break the promise and arrest people in half a month? While cursing in his heart, Nanshu observed the situation around him. She was locked in a wooden cage. The cage was so big that she couldn't even reach the railing above her head after she stood up. What does this mean? Nanshu had all kinds of guesses in her mind. After 10 minutes, the mission should start, and Nanshu also knew how this cage would torment her. It was compressing the space, once every 5 minutes. At this time, it had already compressed twice. The cage was originally very high, and Nanshu couldn't even reach the top when she stood up. At this time, Nanshu couldn't stand up at all, because after standing up, she would not only hit her head, but also couldn't straighten her waist. The cage shrank by about half in 10 minutes. Not only that, it was shrinking as a whole. Nanshu could move her hands and feet in the cage before, but now she was trapped into a small ball. Nanshu guessed that in another 10 minutes, she might have to lie down or curl up with her knees hugged. She was trapped and couldn't do anything. Moreover, when Qi Wenjing was locked up before, she couldn't make any sound, and she couldn't hear her speak. At this time, she tried to speak, but got no response. Nanshu simply stopped wasting energy and sat there quietly, waiting for Qi Wenjing's progress. Chapter 81. 10 minutes later, Nanshu curled up into a ball, hugged his knees tightly, and didn't want any part of his body to touch the constantly shrinking railing. Because if he touched it, he would feel a burning pain. The space was constantly shrinking, and Nanshu had already shrunk his body to the limit. If she didn't pass the level, she would go into the sea of fire. Qi Wenjing, shock. She didn't want to do that either, but she really tried hard. The minigame in this level is very simple. You just need to lead the water source set by the system to the place that needs to be irrigated, and the task is considered completed. However, in the process, if the route is wrong, you have to start over, and Qi Wenjing will be punished. If you encounter a small monster, the water will not move, and Qi Wenjing needs to kill the monster within the specified time before the water source can continue. Otherwise, you have to start over. In short, if the situation is not right, you have to start over. Qi Wenjing was almost beaten into autism. Compared with this minigame, the previous punishment seemed friendly. Although Qi Wenjing was introverted, she was getting braver and braver, and she had no intention of giving up. When she was locked up before, Nanshu never thought of giving up on her, so she would never give up on Nanshu. Even if Nanshu was not there, and she was the only one on the road to survival, Qi Wenjing would not give up easily. So go, isn't it just walking through a maze, fighting monsters, and singing while keeping your heart rate constant? She can do it. Half an hour later, Nanshu was finally released from the infinitely compressed space. She had been curled up for too long, and her body was still a little uncomfortable. However, after landing, there were all kinds of generous rewards, so it was not in vain. Moreover, in comparison, she was only restricted and not allowed to move, while Qi Wenjing's clearance outside was more thrilling. After the two met, before they could say a few words, Nanshu was captured again. This time it was finally not a cage, but a square piece of ice. Nanshu stood in the middle of the ice. As the game notification started, the sea water around the ice surface kept hitting the ice under Nanshu's feet. The ice floated, and Nanshu also swayed with it. The system did not remind her what would happen if she fell into the water. However, Nanshu thought she'd better not try it. It won't be a good thing. 10 minutes later, the ice was beaten smaller by the seawater. Because the area was reduced, when the seawater hit it again, the ice shook more violently. Fortunately, Nanshu's chassis was very stable, and his core strength was good, so he could maintain a good balance in various shaking. 20 minutes later, the ice cube shrank again, leaving only the space where Nanshu stood. She didn't even have room to move her feet to maintain balance. However, she still managed to keep herself stable under such difficult circumstances, and didn't fall into the water. Qi Wenjing, shock. Or let her lie flat. The name of this level of the minigame gave Qi Wenjing a bad feeling. The good things should be kept within the family. The name of the game is the core of the game. As the countdown of the game ended, Qi Wenjing entered a farm. During the process, she needed to follow the system's arrangement, whether to dig chicken manure, pick up pig manure, or pick up cow manure. If the order is wrong, there will be punishment. Slow speed punishment. The punishment is simple. Let her stand in the smelly sea of feces for 30 seconds. After tossing and turning again and again, Qi Wenjing felt that she was about to be marinated. However, when the game was over, she and Nanshu came out, but they could not smell the unusual smell. Everything seemed to be just an illusion. However, the smell lingered in front of Qi Wenjing's nose for a long time. Nanshu and Qi Wenjing thought that after the reward of this level was issued, one of them would be captured and the other would try to pass the level. The game changed the routine. This time, neither of them was captured, seeing that the system had started to read the rules of the game, but the two people were still standing there. Nanshu and Qi Wenjing looked at each other and felt that things were going to be bad. It was already so difficult for one person to pass the level, and two people together. I can't imagine it. No matter what they thought, everything continued to move forward. The system quickly read the rules of the game. The rules are very simple. Two people need to jump in relays under the system's requirements. Moreover, it is a lotus leaf jump on the river. At the beginning of the game, the dark cave where the two people are located changes and becomes a lotus pond. There are lotus leaves of different sizes on the lotus pond. The diameter of the big one is longer than Nanshu's height, and the small one is just enough to accommodate a pair of feet. They are large and small, seemingly disordered, but in fact they are arranged in an orderly manner on the lake. As the countdown of the game ends, Nanshu and Qi Wenjing are arranged on the lotus leaves. Two people stand on one lotus leaf together. I have a bad feeling. Nanshu muttered quietly when looking at this arrangement. Qi Wenjing nodded in agreement. It was okay for the big lotus leaf, but if it was a small one, how would two people stand? Those small ones could only accommodate a pair of feet at most. Even if they were highly skilled and could jump over, how would the other person jump? Qi Wenjing was about to say, if necessary, give up on her. Her skills were really bad. As a result, before they opened their mouths, the game started. Nanshu was ranked 1, and Qi Wenjing was ranked 2. The system notified number 1 to jump first, and the target was the second lotus leaf. The size of that lotus leaf was normal, and as long as the skills were in place, they should be able to jump on it safely. Before jumping, the game required them to provide the distance they wanted to jump, or the distance they needed to jump. It could be accurate to centimeters, and then the game was responsible for sending them to the corresponding position. In other words, if the estimate was wrong, they would fall into the river. Nanshu and Qi Wenjing, shock. They knew that this game was meant to kill them. Nanshu was fine. She had experience in the previous minigame, and had a slight advantage over Qi Wenjing, who had never played it before. She was the first to jump, and if she jumped well, it would also boost Qi Wenjing's morale. However, they only had 30 seconds to think, and if they didn't jump before the time limit, the system would randomly assign them a distance and let them fly freely. Nanshu didn't dare to waste time, and reported a distance number before the countdown, because she had played it before and suffered a loss. So this time, Nanshu's ability to measure with the naked eye improved a lot. The first jump was very successful, and she landed steadily in the middle of the second lotus leaf. 10 seconds later, Qi Wenjing was forced to land next to Nanshu. Next round, number 1 jumps. Countdown, 30. Okay, it's Nanshu's turn again. Nanshu was glad it was her. If it was Qi Wenjing, she wasn't sure what the result would be. However, there was still a little time left, so she exchanged some experiences with Qi Wenjing. But for this kind of thing, you can only find out a little experience after you have really tried it. If it was just a theory, it wouldn't be very useful for Qi Wenjing to listen to it. Nanshu jumped again, and soon landed steadily in the middle of the lotus leaf. This lotus leaf was a little small, barely enough for 2 people to stand. Soon, Qi Wenjing was forced to land next to Nanshu. Qi Wenjing prayed silently, just do it this way, let her jump like this, let her be a waste for a while. She really didn't want to drag her teammates down. Nanshu jumped so well. However, her prayers were not received by the gods. Soon, a new round began and number 2 took off first. Nanshu thought that after number 2 jumped, she would be forced to land like Qi Wenjing before. As a result, the game did not follow the routine and landed her first. Nanshu suddenly took off without preparation, and her heart beat faster. After landing steadily on a small lotus leaf, Nanshu cursed the game in her heart. Soon it was Qi Wenjing's turn. She took a deep breath, estimated the distance between the two lotus leaves, and thought about the theoretical knowledge taught by Nanshu. At the last second of the countdown, she submitted a number. The system received it and did it. Qi Wenjing flew up again soon. During the process, Qi Wenjing's heart was beating fast. When she landed, she was on the edge of the lotus leaf. Nanshu saw her and pulled her over. Her arms were very strong, and she controlled her strength very well. She pulled the person over, but she didn't use too much force, and the two of them squeezed to another place together. Instead, they stood steadily. Qi Wenjing waited nervously for the system's judgment. Semi-successful, no punishment. This notice made Qi Wenjing breathe a sigh of relief. No matter what success it is, there is no punishment, just don't hold back. Before she finished breathing a sigh of relief, she heard the system notify again. Number 2 jumps first. Qi Wenjing, Her heart was filled with birdsong and flowers. Nanshu was forced to land again, and stood up in advance. This time, the lotus leaf was large enough, and the space was very spacious. After Nanshu stood up, he could even walk a few steps. The lotus leaf has an amazing load-bearing capacity, so there is no need to worry too much about sinking again if you don't stand well. Nanshu took a look at the situation, and was ready to pull Qi Wenjing back. However, this time, Qi Wenjing didn't estimate the distance well, and Nanshu watched her fly out in front of him. Plop! A loud noise brought a splash of water, and a little cold water hit Nanshu's face. She raised her hand to wipe it, and subconsciously looked at the place where Qi Wenjing fell into the water. The next second, her mouth was shocked into an O shape, because after Qi Wenjing fell into the water, she was directly frozen in place. She maintained her struggling posture after falling into the water, and was frozen into a very strange posture, and half of her body was on the water surface, and the other half was still under the water. The upper body was frozen, and Nanshu could see obvious ice. The lower body was still free, struggling subconsciously in the water. Nanshu? Qi Wenjing really wanted to curse. However, she was very cold, and her mouth was also sealed by the ice. This reminded her of her previous memory of being trapped in the ice. It was so painful, there was only a small air hole. She felt a sense of panic that she was running out of oxygen, and was about to suffocate when she took 2 more breaths. This crappy game, it's the same again. Qi Wenjing struggled subconsciously at first, but found that half of her body was frozen on the water surface, and the other half was still in the water, so she stopped struggling. The game wouldn't let her fall into the water anyway, so she just stuck like this. When Nanshu was thinking about how to save her teammates, the system reminder popped up in front of her. Your teammate has been punished for mission failure. Please choose the tool to rescue her. A. Strawberry hairpin, small. B. Red pitaya, about 700 G. Nanshu? Not a game? Look at this answer, is it correct? Chapter 82. Nanshu was speechless by this question and answer. But she still had to answer, because there was a countdown for the answer. If she didn't answer for more than 30 seconds, who knows what would happen? But how could she choose between these 2 outrageous answers? Seeing the countdown passing by second, Nanshu couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, Sister Wenjing, I'm sorry, I can only guess. After shouting, there was no response, which was not surprising to Nanshu. Soon, she whispered again, I choose B. Actually, she wanted to choose A, but compared with the hairpin, the dragon fruit seemed to be more reasonable. Although, she didn't know what was reasonable. Correct answer. Next, please take the boat that the dragon fruit expands into when it encounters water to rescue your teammates. Nanshu, shock. Huh? Before she could react, a huge dragon fruit suddenly fell in front of her. 2 adults could sit on it, and there was still more than half of the space. Nanshu took a deep breath, and without thinking about anything else, he climbed up neatly. Before he could sit firmly, the dragon fruit flew out like an arrow. Fortunately, Nanshu reacted very quickly. When she felt that the dragon fruit was about to move, she grabbed the leaves of the dragon fruit and maintained her balance, so that she would not rush out directly at the moment of acceleration. The distance between Nanshu and Qi Wenjing was not far, and the dragon fruit rushed over. After arriving, Nanshu took Qi Wenjing out of the ice with difficulty. The process was a bit difficult. Nanshu needed to break the ice first, and he also needed to ensure that Qi Wenjing was not hurt during the knocking process. Fortunately, only the upper body was ice. After Nanshu knocked it, he found that Qi Wenjing was about to fall, so he raised his hand and scooped her up, and she followed her to the dragon fruit. Then, the dragon fruit rushed again. It flew back and returned to the lotus leaf, where the two people had jumped before. The lotus leaf was very small, and the two people could barely squeeze in. Qi Wenjing was frozen for a while, and she was almost numb. Nanshu supported Qi Wenjing and let her go up first, and then he squeezed in. Almost as soon as she left the dragon fruit with one foot, the other party disappeared. If she reacted a little slower, the other foot that was not retracted might cause her body to tilt and fall directly into the water. This game is a fool. Nanshu didn't want to scold anymore, so he saved some energy and jumped. It was a long journey, and he didn't know when it would end. After jumping for lotus leaves, Qi Wenjing successfully fell into the water again, and this time her lower body was frozen. She was like a puppet stuck in a specific model, struggling pitifully in a limited space. However, after struggling for a few times, Qi Wenjing became obedient. Because she found that she moved too hard, and the ice under her actually cracked into a long line. Qi Wenjing? ? No, just don't let me move. Fortunately, her mouth can move this time. Qi Wenjing shouted, Nan, don't worry about me, just run. Nanshu replied helplessly, no, the game won't let you. Qi Wenjing wanted to curse. She didn't want to hold Nanshu back, but she couldn't. She really couldn't jump accurately, even though Nanshu taught her a lot of experience. But she couldn't learn it. There is a gap between what you see and the distance you actually reach. However, if Qi Wenjing is not rescued, they will not be able to pass this level. At this time, she can only reduce her struggle and wait for rescue silently. Nanshu encountered another magical problem. Between the bear biscuits and the blue toothbrush, Nanshu hesitated for a moment and chose the blue toothbrush. Then the toothbrush was like a dragon fruit, and it enlarged in front of her eyes with a bang, slightly curved, making it convenient to stand or sit on it. And, once she sat down, she rushed forward. Swoosh, she arrived next to Qi Wenjing. Qi Wenjing just stood on the toothbrush, and then swooshed back. Nanshu, After that, once she encountered a mobile jump or a distance that was a little weird, Qi Wenjing could hardly pass it. But if it was a normal jump, she could complete it. It can be said that she had thoroughly understood the knowledge points taught by Nanshu in a short period of time. However, those with abnormal distances, or mobile ones, or those with too small footholds, really can't be done if you haven't practiced a few times. Fortunately, the rescue process was not too difficult, although the questions were all kinds of strange, and the answers were beyond expectations. But Nanshu felt that he should have figured out some experience. This level was completed with difficulty, while Qi Wenjing was frozen, frozen again, and frozen again. The good news is that the rewards are very generous. In addition to the rewards for the final clearance mission, they also received periodic rewards. Just the treasure chests, 12 were given to each of the two people. For the sake of this reward, Nanshu forgave the game for letting her ride a dragon fruit, a toothbrush, or a rice cooker. Oh, by the way, the most excessive time was riding a giant pancake. She hesitated between the giant pancake and the giant dumpling, and chose the pancake, completing the rescue. Now thinking about it, the process was too bizarre. Of course, there was also bad news, that is, Qi Wenjing was frozen again, and she was really frozen numb. So when they arrived at the next level, the first wave was a big pendulum, and she didn't react, and was knocked unconscious in the first round. Nanshu wanted to save her, but it was too late, and the two were forced to separate. The distance was too far, and Nanshu's speed needed to be faster than light to save her. Unfortunately, she really couldn't run that fast. After Qi Wenjing fell, the difficulty of the task instantly increased. Nanshu heard the system's very friendly reminder. Teammate failed, mission difficulty doubled, players please be prepared. Nanshu, Is it okay not to prepare? The game doesn't want to pay attention to her, it will only keep increasing the stakes. The big pendulum in this level is wrapped in coarse cloth, which should be straw or cotton or something like that. It doesn't hurt, but it's big, and it's mobile, floating from a distance, hitting the player hard. If it weren't for this, Qi Wenjing wouldn't have fallen in the first level. Originally, there were only 6 big pendulums. If a group of players shared them, one person only needed to guard against 3. However, after Qi Wenjing fell, Nanshu had to face 6 times, that is 12. There were big pendulums almost everywhere. She could dodge, squat, or jump. In short, as long as she dodged once, she would get a treasure chest reward. Persist for 10 minutes, and this level is passed. Qi Wenjing fainted for almost 2 minutes, and finally recovered. Seeing Nanshu struggling to dodge, she found the right opportunity to climb up. Then, the two heard the system reminder. Teammate woke up in the middle of the game, in good condition, and the difficulty doubled again. Nanshu and Qi Wenjing, ? Question mark. You really don't treat them as human beings? Then my teammates are awake, and you double them? But what can they do? They can only dodge honestly. Qi Wenjing's nerves were tense, fearing that she would lose the chain. Because of her, the difficulty of the game doubled at the beginning, and she couldn't lose the chain again. Fortunately, 10 minutes was not a long time, and the two gritted their teeth and persisted, and finally completed it. After hearing the system reminder, the task was completed and the stage was cleared. Nanshu and Qi Wenjing laid down on the spot and breathed a long sigh of relief. The generous rewards flowed into their backpacks like water. But the two were too tired to move. Nanshu felt that she was dodging like a monkey coming down the mountain. She herself did not dare to think that one day, she would be so flexible. You said she could fight, she believed it. But flexibility. She did not believe it before. But now she believed it. Qi Wenjing paused for a while, and said sorry embarrassedly. If it were not for her, the process would not be so difficult. Nanshu waved her hand indifferently. The game does not treat them as human beings. How could it give them simple tasks? There would be others without Qi Wenjing's mistakes. Facts have proved that it is true. When the next level was opened, Nanshu found that she was wrapped tightly. Except for a hole the size of an eye at her mouth to facilitate her breathing, her body was wrapped tightly by layers of white silk. Like a pupa waiting to break out of its cocoon. Except for the eyes that can blink, the mouth and nose that can breathe, her body can't move anywhere. When she wanted to speak, she found that she couldn't hear any sound. Forced to be deaf? This was the first time that Nanshu encountered such an uncontrollable and passive situation in the game. Luckily, there was another Qi Wenjing outside. Although she didn't know the situation, Nanshu was ready to wait and see. If it didn't work, she would think of a way to break the situation. Even her hands couldn't move. The furnace was summoned, and she didn't know if it could eat the outer layer of silk. She was wrapped in layers of these silks. What if the furnace didn't distinguish between friend and foe and ate them all? Nanshu thought randomly, and Qi Wenjing, who was left outside, was dumbfounded. The two held hands and walked back to the deep front. As a result, after a few steps, the people around them disappeared. Qi Wenjing subconsciously looked for them, but didn't find them. Soon, the system reminder came. The teammates were controlled, and she needed to complete the task within the specified time to find clues to rescue the teammates. Not to rescue the teammates, but just to find clues? Although she wanted to complain, Qi Wenjing was more worried about Nanshu. So, regardless of anything else, let's take a look at the task first. Also, there's a specified time, so don't waste it. The game is very simple, and Qi Wenjing is very familiar with it. Single-player version of Jump. Qi Wenjing? Question mark. I know that the game is not human, but it is really inhumane. Knowing that she can't jump, they specifically pick her weakness? Qi Wenjing was so angry that her eyes were wide. She just doesn't believe it. She can't do it? How could she not do it? When she was studying, she had to fight for the top 3. She doesn't believe that she can't do it now. The game countdown is 1 minute. During this minute, Qi Wenjing carefully reviewed the theory that Nanshu had mentioned before. She repeated the key points back and forth, trying to understand it as soon as possible so that she can use it later. The 1 minute countdown is over, and the live-action version of Jump Jump begins. Chapter 83. Perhaps it was the infinite will to survive that overcame the last bit of fear in her heart. In the following time, Qi Wenjing demonstrated her newly learned jumping technique in all directions without any dead angles. All were completed perfectly, without a single mistake. Soon, she successfully got the clue to rescue her teammates. A piece of paper, with nothing on it. Qi Wenjing? Question mark. While she was confused, a new round of clue tasks began again. Hey, jump again. Qi Wenjing? Question mark. Some things, if there is 1, there will be 2, if there is 2, there will be 3, if there is 3, there will be countless times. In the following time, Qi Wenjing faced waves of real-life jumping challenges. Each time she completed it, she would be given a piece of white paper as a clue. After getting 5 pieces of white paper, and not being able to figure it out, Qi Wenjing suspected that the system was playing a trick on her. Fortunately, after the 6th task was completed, the 6 pieces of white paper turned into a huge key. The key was so big that it was taller than Qi Wenjing when it was erected. At the same time, a snow-white sign appeared in the deep cave. Qi Wenjing hesitated for a moment, holding the big key, followed the sign, and after walking through the winding mountain road, she finally saw Nanshu hanging deep in the cave. Oh, by the way, I can't see his face. I can only see a huge snow-white pupa. Qi Wenjing suspected that Nanshu was inside. After walking around the pupa for several times, she finally found a place, and tried to insert the key into it. Hey, it works. When the whole key was inserted into the pupa, Qi Wenjing heard the sound of something breaking. Nanshu was trapped in the cocoon, and could not hear anything. She did not hear Qi Wenjing's footsteps. She did not hear the sound of unlocking. She did not hear the sound of the cocoon breaking. However, she felt that her body seemed to be weightless for a moment. Nanshu realized something was wrong and subconsciously moved her hands and feet but found. Hey, her hands and feet can move. You know, she was trapped tightly and could not move for a long time. Now that she found that she could move, Nanshu was quite surprised. But it's good to be able to move. She turned over and adjusted her position several times, and finally landed safely. After discovering that Nanshu was thrown out by the cocoon, Qi Wenjing subconsciously stretched out her hand to catch her from below. After changing positions several times, she found that Nanshu's reaction was faster than she thought. In the end, Qi Wenjing only touched Nanshu's leg, which scared Nanshu. Fortunately, after discovering that it was a teammate, Nanshu quietly breathed a sigh of relief and silently put away the dagger in his other hand. The two people met, but the indicator given by the system still did not disappear. What does this mean? The two people did not understand, but they could analyze it. The indicator did not move. It was fixed there. It seemed that there was something wrong with the pupa? How about we open it and see? Qi Wenjing looked at the huge pupa that had been broken into two halves and suggested in a low voice. Nanshu nodded in agreement. You half, I half, so that the game will not trick us. In fact, the two of us can look at half first, but what if there is any problem with the other half? Nanshu felt that the problem should not be big, and he could look at both sides first. If it really doesn't work, he can still run. After discussing it, the two people went to one side and began to try to open the thick pupa. Nanshu peeled off the first layer and found that it was not silk, but cotton. She twisted the item in her hand uncertainly and felt the touch. It really didn't look like silk. It didn't have that silky feeling, but it felt like cotton. I couldn't describe how it felt, but it was very familiar. I had just picked it a few days ago. However, Nanshu soon stopped thinking about whether it was silk or cotton, because the reward arrived. Congratulations on getting the item. Fiber *1. Hey, Fiber, that's a good thing. Nanshu happily shared it with Qi Wenjing. After hearing this, Qi Wenjing smiled bitterly. Mine is a box of 24 bottles of electrolyte water, and it's lychee flavored. Before the end of the world, Qi Wenjing didn't like the taste of lychees. After the end of the world, she is not picky anymore, but she still doesn't like it very much. Now that we're in the game, can't we drop some of her favorite flavor? Nanshu silently withdrew her gaze after hearing this, and decided that next time, she would wait for Qi Wenjing to finish speaking before considering whether to share. Otherwise, what if Qi Wenjing's defense is broken? She didn't want to irritate her friends. Besides, if this was a game of alienation, wouldn't Nanshu have fallen into the trap by doing so? Soon, Nanshu peeled off another layer, and she didn't throw away the cotton after peeling it off, and the system didn't assume that it would disappear after peeling it off, so Nanshu put it aside and prepared to feed the furnace later. Obtained item, Fiber *1. Another fiber? Nanshu was really surprised. Although there is already a repair device for the advanced safe house. However, it is only a disposable consumable. It would be more reassuring to stock up on more raw materials. This time, Nanshu did not take the initiative to share. However, Qi Wenjing could not hold back. I just complained in my heart. Can you give me something I like to drink? Okay, I gave you a peach flavor, which is just what I wanted. Peaches are still sweet and delicious. Even if they are sweet water mixed with essence, they taste better. At least, that's what Qi Wenjing thinks. Nanshu hesitated for a moment. Although Qi Wenjing didn't see it, she felt it. She smiled helplessly. Fiber again? Nanshu responded in a low voice. Qi Wenjing, eh. Her heart was jumping back and forth on the edge of breaking the defense. Soon, they opened the third layer. Obtained items, glass *1. Nanshu found the repair material of the safe house again. Qi Wenjing still had water. However, this time the water was changed. It was no longer electrolyte water, but Chinese herbal soup. Qi Wenjing, ? Nanshu heard, ? Qi Wenjing really didn't expect that she would be able to be let go after entering the game. Although it was a healthy astragalus apple soup, she was not sick and was in good health, so she didn't need to be supplemented. Nanshu thought that these two combinations seemed to help digestion and seemed to help enhance immunity. She was not sure, so she could only whisper to Qi Wenjing. After hearing this, Qi Wenjing thought that this water was also good. Half of the pupa silk had been peeled off by them. The two people sped up the remaining half. Nanshu peeled off 4 pieces of glass. Qi Wenjing finally got rid of the water and peeled off a fiber, a piece of glass and 2 bags of beef. And it was the beef ribs she liked very much. Looking at the 2 heavy bags of beef ribs, Qi Wenjing swallowed his saliva uncomfortably. Before Qi Wenjing could discuss with Nanshu how to eat the beef ribs, the two were kicked out of the cave. Nanshu really felt like he was kicked by something, and then he flew out. In the game, Nanshu could never really relax. Although being on guard all the time makes people feel tired, the advantage is that even if the game suddenly goes crazy, Nanshu can still land smoothly. After landing, Nanshu found that he was actually in a jungle? Isn't it back to the position before entering the treasure cave? Nanshu was glad that after getting the reward, he stuffed the cotton left over from the pupae into his backpack. So, the stove can still be fed, and not a bit wasted. Although I don't know what the situation is now, I'm here, so I take a look at the situation first. Maybe she and Qi Wenjing switched positions, and she was in the jungle while the other was on the ground? Before Nanshu could explore, she was kicked again. Nanshu, treat the disease if you have it. It's a rubbish game. 6 hours of exploration time is up. As Nanshu flew in the air, the system reminder sounded in his ears. Almost at the same time, the communication hall that was originally banned also started to roll messages frantically. Is it over? I don't feel like I did anything. However, the various games in the middle did consume a lot of time. Especially when the two of them were in the treasure cave, they would argue for 20 minutes if they didn't agree, and the time limit started from half an hour. Because of this, the 6 hours actually passed very quickly. When Nanshu returned to the snowy novice island, she found out that, because she entered the treasure cave, she stayed in the treasure hunt dungeon longer than other players. At this time, the communication hall was also talking about this matter. Players who entered the treasure cave, even if they stayed in the dungeon for more than 6 hours. However, the game will ensure that all treasure hunt challenges in the treasure cave are over before officially kicking the players out. If they did not enter the treasure cave, they would be kicked out as soon as the 6 hours were up. Some players who entered the treasure cave and successfully got the treasure were proudly showing off their skills in the communication hall. In the game, there are all kinds of low-key players, but there are more high-profile ones. Especially some players, maybe the difficulty coefficient of the challenge is relatively high, and they get more rewards, and they are also reported on the system, and the corresponding countries in the real world are also rewarded. Some of these players are showing off in the communication hall at this moment. Nanshu thinks that they may not just be showing off. In fact, it is not true. Some of these people actually want to recruit some younger brothers or helpers from the same camp. Today's treasure hunt dungeon has caused collisions between players, from standalone to online. If they still work stupidly like before, it will be over. So, recruit students, younger brothers, apprentices, teammates. But no one wants to be inferior to others. If you can be the boss, who is willing to be a younger brother to others, at this time, players who want to be the boss need to show their strength. Only by letting the younger brothers see the real strength can they really attract people, and it is also more conducive to their management of teammates and taming of younger brothers in the future. Nanshu is used to being alone, and she was a student before the end of the world. She seems to understand this kind of thing. However, there are people who understand more than her. For example, Wei Zixuan and others. Although they can't say that they know the routines of these people at a glance, they are almost the same. However, none of these people have come out now. The first time Nanshu came out, he sent a signal in the communication hall. Because there were too many messages, she sent them several times, but only Qi Wenjing responded. After Qi Wenjing came out, she cursed for a long time and also looked at the messages in the communication hall. Because of this, she caught the moment when Nanshu sent the message and successfully entered the temporary chat group. After entering, Qi Wenjing couldn't help complaining, "My waist was almost broken by the kick." Chapter 84. Nanshu was shocked when he heard Qi Wenjing's complaints. "Are you okay?" Qi Wenjing gritted her teeth and said helplessly, "It's okay, but my waist hurts a little. I feel like I was kicked in the tendons. It hurts when I move." At this time, Qi Wenjing was standing in the safe house in a weird posture. Although they have winter clothes and are not afraid of the cold, but they still have to go back to the safe house to count their things. Otherwise, her water may freeze at any time. When Qi Wenjing left the dungeon, she was kicked on the side of her waist. She suspected that the kick was not strong enough, and even deliberately increased the force. But there was no evidence. At this time, Qi Wenjing pinched her waist with one hand in pain, and she was standing crookedly, and the other hand needed to sort out the harvest this time. After the two chatted for a few words, they continued to send secret codes in the communication hall to see if other friends would respond. Unfortunately, after sending for half an hour, there was no response. Nanshu was a little worried. Did they get into trouble? They didn't come out, which was really worrying. But there was no point in worrying. Qi Wenjing thought for a while and whispered, maybe the clearance was not smooth, but under normal circumstances, it should be possible to pass it. Qi Wenjing thought, we can pass it, and the process is not difficult, so I think others can pass it too, right? Can others pass it? That depends on whether the copy combination of others is normal. Nanshu and Qi Wenjing were lucky, and they were grouped together with people they knew, and they could trust each other. But the copy of Xiecheng and Chen Mu. Trust? Haha. Xiecheng's 2 teammates were tied up. Where did the trust come from? Chen Mu's 2 teammates were about to burst, and they were embarrassed to say that they trusted him. As for Xiaoheng, he finally fought with a friend who chatted very well, and both of them started with 0 frames. The moment they fought back, the false trust they had built up before collapsed instantly, and at the same time, the 2 people also understood that they had never trusted each other from the beginning. Not only were they always on guard, but they were also ready to attack at any time. After the fight, the 2 people also sprayed a lot of dirty words at each other. The 2 people's styles of doing things, or overall strength, are actually similar. After the fight, it was unclear who was the winner. Then, the 2 people fell into the double treasure dungeon together. Nanshu and Qi Wenjing struggled to find treasures and fight monsters, and only then did they piece together a complete treasure map, and then they worked hard to find the entrance to the dungeon. However, when it comes to Xiaoheng, it is not necessary at all. The copy said, you don't want to come, it doesn't matter, I will take the initiative. So, the 2 people were forcibly combined and sent into the treasure cave. Xiaoheng and his teammates, who had become enemies, were disgusted with each other, but they had to hold their noses and start to challenge the treasure cave on guard against each other. In the first level, the 2 people overturned. The teammate was controlled and Xiaoheng challenged. Xiaoheng thought, why should he enjoy the blessing and let me suffer? I won't do it. Then, he didn't complete it, his teammates were punished, and he didn't get any benefits. In the second level, Xiaoheng was trapped, and his teammates saw that hey, the opportunity is here. If you don't let me go, I won't let you go. Then, Xiaoheng was punished, and his teammates didn't escape. Because the 2 of them failed to complete the task, they were punished together, and the real world was also implicated. Now, both of them were honest. When it came to the next challenge, no matter how unwilling he was, Xiaoheng pinched his nose and tried hard to complete it. You can punish him, but you can't punish the real world. He has been holding his parents, brothers and sisters back for so many years, and he can't drag them down anymore at this time. Xiaoheng pinched his nose to complete it, and his teammates couldn't give up. He didn't have any ideas about national justice. It was simply because he and his sister were the only ones left in his family. If the real world was punished, what if it implicated his sister? The 2 of them pinched their noses and passed one level after another, which was unexpectedly harmonious. The 2 of them also met Taio Taio. Then, they laughed at each other's incompetence. It was really a laugh. Xiaoheng thought the other party was so incompetent, and the other party laughed at Xiaoheng's incompetence. The 2 people didn't attack each other enough, and they also had a fight during the countdown. Of course, they didn't have enough fun. In the jump level, the 2 were punished again. Fortunately, the real world was not affected. The 2 people who disliked each other stumbled all the way, and finally passed the level. When Xiaoheng came out, he knelt on the ice, and cried loudly, woo woo woo. He wanted to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a huge snot bubble came out. Xiaoheng was so angry that he cried even louder. Xiao's mother, evil son, in his tearful eyes, Xiaoheng saw the code in the communication hall and responded quickly. Soon, he was pulled into the team. Xiaoheng was shocked to find that he, Nanshu and Qi Wenjing were the only ones in the team. Didn't they come out? Qi Wenjing quickly responded, it should be, there has been no response in the communication hall. After hearing this, Xiaoheng's mood changed instantly. Fuck, am I so awesome? Oh my god, am I so awesome now? We are different. Xiaoheng, who can scold but not fight, talked for a minute, with the gentle sound of birds and flowers in between. After Xiaoheng, it was Wei Zixuan who entered the voice channel. Compared with the thrilling experiences of others, Wei Zixuan's treasure hunt dungeon was relatively peaceful. He kept a distance from his partner on the same island at the beginning. When the 2 finally met, the system directly forced them into the treasure cave with a force push. The 2 were relatively rational. If they were outside, they would inevitably have to test and fight. However, they all entered the dungeon together, and they needed to cooperate with each other to find the treasure and then walk out of the dungeon, so they would just cooperate for the time being. The two relatively rational people completed the treasure cave mission calmly and successfully returned to their novice island. After entering the voice channel, when listening to Xiao Hung complaining about how unreliable his like-minded friends were in his treasure hunt dungeon, a question mark slowly floated above Wei Zixuan's head. Ah, is that so? His temporary teammates are okay. Except for a little trouble in language communication, the two of them are fine at other times. However, many times, you can understand it with just a little gesture, and there is no need to communicate too much. At this time, Xie Cheng and Shen Mu had not come out yet, but the sun had begun to set. It will be dark soon, right? Nanshu has already fed the various garbage she picked up in the dungeon to the furnace. The things that the furnace spits out are all okay, mostly ingredients. In the middle, a recipe for a big braised pork bun was given. Nanshu learned directly, and was making buns on the operating table at this time. A bag of flour, with pork belly, can make a pot of 20 buns, which are about the size of Nanshu's 2 fists. Although the buns made on the operating table are full of human machine smell. But in fact, it's not bad. When it was taken out, it still had the aroma of meat and wheat. Nanshu smelled this smell and took a deep breath. While steaming the buns, she also used the stove to cook a vegetable soup. The big meat buns are still too greasy, and the vegetable soup is just right. If you feel it's too greasy, it's still comfortable to drink a cup of tea after the meal to remove the grease. However, it's best to wait an hour after the meal. Otherwise, it is easy to affect digestion and cause stomach discomfort. Listening to Wei Zixuan telling about his almost mediocre dungeon journey, Nanshu was quite envious. At the same time, they were also very worried about Xie Cheng and Chen Mu who had not yet come out. Wei Zixuan believed in Xie Cheng's strength. Before entering the special training team, Xie Cheng's strength was very strong. After entering the special training team, the opponent's strength must have been improved. However, they did not know much about Chen Mu's previous strength. In comparison, Wei Zixuan was more worried about him. After all, the death of a player means that they will be punished in reality. During the time they were waiting, 2 players had already died, and the corresponding countries were now experiencing acid rain all over the country. Thinking about the impact of acid rain, Wei Zixuan couldn't help but feel a sour tooth. Damn it! Xie Cheng and Chen Mu, they must come out alive, not necessarily for the country, but also for themselves. At this time, in the observation room, Sun Mingxuang had silently put a quick-acting hard pill under her tongue. At the same time, the anti-hypertensive medicine was also at hand, and she was ready to take another pill if the situation was not right. Tang Qifeng came here early, ready to check the situation, and then hand over to Sun Mingxuang. Seeing the situation of Xie Cheng and Chen Mu, he couldn't help but frown. Trouble. Xie Cheng was dragging 2 people, and the 2 twos were still not honest. Chen Mu was dragging 2 people, and the 2 twos were almost out of breath. How the hell could they carry this? Moreover, the game asked them to cooperate. After Nanshu's meat buns were steamed, some were distributed to his teammates. Everyone had just come out of the dungeon, and it was the time when they had the most money. No one refused Nanshu's buns. After all, they were really hungry after all this consumption. It takes less than a day to stay in the dungeon, and the time for replenishment is very limited. They are hungry and tired, so it is best to have a big meat bun at this time. However, it is impossible for free. Qi Wenjing gave Nanshu a bucket of water in return, Wei Zixuan gave 2 bags of beef, and Xiao Hung gave a bag of pears, about 30 or so. Nanshu felt embarrassed when she saw everyone's return gifts. If she refused, everyone would be embarrassed to ask for her meat buns. If she didn't refuse, she would be embarrassed to exchange so many things for just a few meat buns. If it was a stranger, Nanshu would definitely ask for a high price. However, everyone is familiar with each other now. Thinking of this, she sighed, resignedly went to the operating table again, made the second batch of buns, and distributed them to everyone. This time, she refused to accept everyone's return gifts no matter what. Fortunately, her friends didn't insist. I was so tired that I just wanted to sit down and eat something, then lie down. Qi Wenjing had a backache, so she changed to a comfortable position and sat down. She ate a meat bun while reading the news in the communication hall. Not to mention, although this meat bun smelled like a machine, it was also quite fragrant. After all, pure meat, well seasoned, and paired with soft dough, it tasted soft and fragrant. With this bite, my appetite was satisfied and my soul was buffered. At this time, even if there was another copy. After realizing what she was thinking, Qi Wenjing almost slapped herself. Oh my god, is she crazy? She really doesn't want to come to a copy like this again. She was afraid that when she went to sleep tonight, her dreams would be full of jumping. Moreover, it was the kind of dream where she jumped into the water while jumping. It was scary to think about it. Chapter 85. After everyone rested and replenished, they started to go out for adventure again. It was not dark yet, so there was still a chance. It was impossible to just sit and lie down. Even though Nanshu already had the repair equipment for the advanced safe house, she did not slack off. The daily maintenance materials for the safe house were not enough, and there was not enough wood for the big bed. And all kinds of quilts and the like. Are they enough? Just lie down now? Impossible, impossible. So rush out. Nanshu went straight to the jungle. Qi Wenjing was not idle either. She went to the beach, smashed the ice cave, and started to pick up stones. While Nanshu and the others were busy outside, the progress of Xie Cheng and Wei Zixuan's treasure cave was finally coming to an end. Of course, the two people did not know. After Sun Mingshuang and the others saw the progress of Nanshu and others' treasure cave, they guessed that the two people should be coming out soon. Sun Mingshuang's nervous breathing slowed down, and Tang Qifeng stopped talking. The night shift staff in the observation room are ready to take over at any time. The sun slowly sets in the west, and the last ray of sunset is about to sink into the horizon. Nanshu hurried back to the safe house before the system reminded her. At the same time, she also reminded the others, fearing that they might be attracted by something or trapped by monsters, and forget the time again. It's not really safe outside at night. Fortunately, everyone is not greedy, and they are still thinking about Xie Cheng and the others. So, after hurriedly returning and simply counting the gains, Qiao Heng couldn't help asking, I don't know how Brother Xie and the others are doing. It was about to get dark, but the two people hadn't come out yet. Who wouldn't be anxious? While Qiao Heng was talking, he saw Xie Cheng in the communication hall, sending a signal to everyone. Qiao Heng pulled people in immediately. After seeing Xie Cheng join the team, Qiao Heng asked anxiously without waiting for him to speak, How is it? Why did you take so long to come out? Is everything going well? Are you injured? Qiao Heng's mouth is really fast. Xie Cheng couldn't even find a gap for him to interject a word. He could only wait for Qiao Heng to finish speaking before answering. While waiting, he also pulled Chen Mu, who had set a signal in the communication hall, into the team. Chen Mu was used to being a lone wolf. Whatever happened, he would digest it silently by himself, and was not used to sharing with others. But Qiao Heng was too enthusiastic. He kept asking questions, and when he finally finished asking, Xie Cheng spoke, and Chen Mu was also led to say a few words. Sometimes, common experiences are more likely to attract empathy from others. So, when Xie Cheng talked about how he was dragging two traitors, Chen Mu couldn't help but agree, It's troublesome, but I'm better than you. My two teammates are alive and dead, so they're easy to deal with. What are you talking about? When I got to their level, I was trapped to death. But compared to being alive, this state is actually quite good. I don't know which idiot on our side set a fire at the beginning and almost burned me to death. It was Xie Cheng who said it at first, and then Chen Mu followed suit. After listening to it, Nanshu and the others couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy. Isn't this too miserable? Especially Xie Cheng, he had to keep an eye on the two traitors, fearing that they would be bitten. Moreover, the treasure cave was open by force, and he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. That feeling was so uncomfortable. Nanshu couldn't help but sighed when he thought about how he was trapped in the cage and had difficulty breathing. It was so hard to get out alive. This wave of levels today probably killed a lot of players. Nanshu was really scared that their first batch of players would be killed by the game before the time came. Before she expressed her concerns, Qiao Heng couldn't help but speak first. He was not a person who could keep his words, and he said it directly. You said that the game is so tormenting. Can we still survive for a month? If we die early, can the game still abide by the agreement and catch people when the time comes? As soon as this question came out, everyone was silent. Yes. Will the game keep its promise? When they are the prey, when they have no choice at all, can they still believe the words of the knife and the fork? No one knows. After the silence, Xie Cheng's hoarse voice. Don't worry about these things first. What we can do is to try our best to live every day. As long as we are still alive, no matter how the game catches us, the people of our country at least don't have to worry about being caught. As soon as these words came out, the other friends were silent. The people in the observation room were silent, and the friends in reality, who were watching the live broadcast, were also silent. Woo! His name is Xie Cheng, right? I will go to burn incense for him now, and ask all the gods to bless him to be alive. Live a long life, woo! I will ask someone to do something. Everyone was either moved or uncomfortable. But whether for others or for themselves, they all hope that the 6 people who enter the game can live long and peacefully. If they live, people outside don't need to worry too much. Of course, the premise is that Sirius keeps its promise. Will the people of Sirius keep their promise? We really don't want to keep our promise. But once this kind of thing starts, it is not controlled by humans. It depends on the intention of the main brain AI, but AI cares most about the rules, and it is estimated that it will not easily overturn the rules it has made. Hey, I also want to see 1,000 people die in a day, preferably 1,000 different kinds of death and life. There must be many varieties, and it must be very lively. Who doesn't? After Xiecheng and Shenmue came out, it was completely dark. The system notified them that it was time to go back to the safe house at night to ensure their own safety. The topic was too heavy, and even with Xiecheng's guidance, everyone was not in high spirits. Of course, the main reason was that they were tired after a day. Who would have the mood? Qi Wenjing's waist was still hurting. She felt that the game treated her differently, so she kicked so hard on purpose. Nanshu was actually quite tired too. This day, he pushed pillars, picked up garbage, and jumped. There was almost no free time. Going to work in places like cotton bases only takes a few hours, and they still have half a day to arrange their own time. During the process, they can take a short break to maintain their physical strength. However, this treasure hunt copy does not give people a chance to breathe. Want to breathe? Then you can tell the King of Hell, go down, lie down, and you will feel comfortable. After eating and talking to her friends, Nanshu felt very tired. Xiecheng and Shenmue were the most tired among the 6 people. So, they said they wanted to rest first, and told others to rest early. Today, they still didn't inform them that they would have part-time jobs tomorrow. So, there are probably other arrangements. If the schedule is still so tight like today, they need to maintain sufficient physical strength. Nanshu and the others are not stupid. How can they not rest after a tiring day? So, after saying good night to each other, they almost lay down on the spot. Although Nanshu had considered whether she should make the bed before sleeping in order to sleep more comfortably, it turned out that it took half an hour to make the bed. After she opened the workbench, she slept in the same place as last night. It doesn't matter if the quilt is thicker. As for the bed, there will be one when I get up tomorrow. However, Nanshu didn't wait until she got up. Because she was half asleep and half awake, she was suddenly awakened by the system broadcast. She got up quickly, rubbed her face, and listened to the system message indifferently. System broadcast. Midnight is a dark carnival and a hotbed of sin. Do you want to get more opportunities and wealth at midnight? Then please accept this midnight challenge invitation. This invitation is not delivered by force, but gives players a choice. The time for selection is quite long, a full 10 minutes. These 10 minutes are enough for Nanshu to send a signal in the communication hall to gather his friends. Everyone did not turn off the voice channel before going to bed, but after a long time, there was no communication information, and the system defaulted to disbanding. Therefore, we need to regroup now. Nanshu reacted quickly, and sent it out immediately. Xiecheng responded quickly, followed by Qi Wenjing. The 6 people quickly entered the voice channel. Xiaoheng had just woken up, and was still a little grumpy. However, he did not vent his anger on his friends, but scolded the game. After scolding the game, he scolded Sirius. In short, he cursed and scolded, but it did not affect him asking his friends what to do with the invitation. Accept it? Do not accept it? If you accept it, will something dangerous happen? After all, it is midnight. The game does not allow them to leave the safe house at night. Now they are given a midnight invitation, which looks unsafe. Moreover, they were tired like dogs during the day, and they came to torment them at night? Is this not going to stop until they are killed? I really suspect that the game wants to kill us in advance, and then arrest people, Xiaoheng said viciously. Tang Qifeng also had such a guess in his mind. However, they did not want to cause everyone's anxiety, so they did not say much. They could only remind everyone indirectly that they must not stop exercising recently. The friends in the special train group also started to work in 2 shifts. If the situation did not allow it, the country would like to gather all the members directly and let everyone train in 2 shifts. But some people are willing to do this, and some are not. Once it is forced, many subsequent things need to be considered. However, the country is already making subsequent arrangements. We cannot train uniformly, but at least the local area cannot be unprepared. We cannot all rely on the special training group. What if the special training group is not caught? Everyone must be prepared to be caught in the game, so that they can better protect themselves. The 6 people began to discuss whether to accept or not. Xie Chung felt that no matter whether it was black or white, since the game had made a move, they would choose to accept it more. Although it was risky, it was at least a step to try. If they did not try, what would the later ones do? Although it felt like they might not live long. However, at least the latter has explored the way, giving them another choice or possibility of survival. When Xie Chung chose to join this special training group, he was ready to sacrifice at any time. Of course, even he himself could not accept meaningless sacrifice. So, if he must sacrifice, he hopes to add layers on top to create more possibilities for those who come later. However, this is just his personal idea. After all, their identities and responsibilities are different, and Xie Chung cannot force others to do the same as him. Xie Cheng's idea is that he wants to take it. Nanshu also thinks he can take it. After thinking about it, Qi Wenjing also thinks he can take it. Xiao Hong is hesitating. After all, he is really a noob. Chapter 86. Facing unknown challenges, everyone is either hesitant or anxious, which is a normal reaction. Xie Chung also reminded everyone to do what they can, and if they feel that they can't bear it, they can give up. The system didn't say that there would be a penalty for giving up, which means that it should be okay to give up. Xiao Hong thought about it again, and finally decided to give up. After all, there is no penalty for giving up. If he enters the challenge and fails again, there will be a penalty. He is afraid that he can bite the game to death, although he can't bite it. Xiao Hong gave up, and Qin Mu hesitated and agreed. He is not a person who gives up easily. So if possible, he still wants to try. If he is destined to die, Qin Mu doesn't want to die in a cowardly way. At least he has to fight once, and die after fighting, so there will be no regrets. In the last 6 people, 5 people accepted the challenge, and only Xiao Hong gave up. After listening to Xiao Hong, he silently emo. No, you guys make me look like a loner. However, thinking about how bad he is, Xiao Hong feels that if he doesn't fit in, then he doesn't fit in. It's better to be alive than to die. After accepting the challenge, Nanshu found that she was like entering a drum washing machine, spinning and floating wildly. When she couldn't stand it anymore and was about to vomit, the system finally let her go and let her land smoothly. However, the landing location seems to be the Novice Island? Nanshu? ? No, then what is the purpose of this rotation? Soon, Nanshu knew what the purpose of this rotation was. At this time, Nanshu was not on his Novice Island. Arrived at the challenge location. Current location, Novice Island, number 019, this is someone else's Novice Island. Moreover, the system didn't give a name, only a number. This number. Nanshu is really not sure in what order it is arranged. Because she has not seen the corresponding serial number on her own Novice Island, or in the operating program. A stranger's Novice Island, what is the challenge? Please find treasure chest number 1 on Novice Island number 019, and successfully open it. Please note, the night on the Novice Island is dangerous, so you need to be cautious. Nanshu? Do you need to mention the danger? Didn't you ask us to challenge it? At this time, don't think about those things, just find treasure chest number 1. The communication hall was disabled as expected. I couldn't even look at other people's information for reference. Nanshu could only hold the big knife in her hand, keep her eyes and ears open, and start exploring. The layout of everyone's Novice Island is the same, and Nanshu is more familiar with this open space. So, she plans to explore this open space first. If this doesn't work, go to the jungle. The smooth ice surface is still very dangerous. And there is a slight glow in the dark night. Under the ice, something is faintly shaking. Nanshu thinks those things are probably alive. Whether it is related to treasure chest number 1 is not certain yet. Nanshu took a deep breath and observed the open space first. Nothing can be seen, and there is no safe house. I don't know if it is a system setting problem, or if the players on this island also went to challenge it. Nanshu explored the entire open space in a very short time. Nothing was found. There was nothing but ice. Occasionally, there were ice spikes standing up. In the dark night, the light was weak and the vision was poor, so it was easy to get stabbed. Fortunately, Nanshu had a luminous stone given by Qi Wenjing. It was small, and could only illuminate a limited area. However, it was very useful on the dark Novice Island. With this little thing for lighting, Nanshu avoided many dangers. But there was no discovery. There seemed to be nothing on the open ground. Did he have to go to the jungle or the beach? Nanshu didn't dare to think about how dangerous the jungle or the beach would be at night. Thinking that there seemed to be living things moving under the ice, Nanshu thought, why not try to break the ice? Although this was actually somewhat dangerous. The loud noise was more likely to attract abnormalities. But if the ice was not broken, when would there be any discovery? Break it directly. Nanshu did what he said, and swung the axe and smashed it hard. The ice layer quickly broke, and a huge pit was cracked along a long line. Nanshu stepped back quickly, and kept her balance. When the ice was almost cracked, Nanshu stepped forward again. As soon as she walked over, she saw a black thing rushing towards her. The little thing was not very big, but it was very fast. Nanshu was prepared and swung her sword to block it. After reacting, she chopped it left and right. Squeak! After a scream, the black ball disappeared. Obtained item, 1 cotton. It was actually cotton. Nanshu was very surprised. You know, she has learned all kinds of betting atlases now, and the demand for cotton is still very large. The cotton obtained in the cotton base before has been used up. Now the progress of betting is 0, all because of the lack of cotton. Animal skins and fibers can still be tried on the novice island, but cotton is really not. Now there is cotton income. Nanshu is surprised and delighted. However, there is no time to react. Just after the things are put away, another black ball rushed up. Nanshu still blocked and chopped again. Squeak! It was still a familiar scream. However, this time, there was no reward. Nanshu was not surprised by this. You can't give benefits every time. Moreover, what she cares more about is the problem of treasure chest number 1. Although there is a chance to get good things by killing monsters here. However, the system requires finding treasure chests. Although there is no time limit, there are many pitfalls. What if they can't find it, and they are not allowed to leave? It's scary to think about it. Nanshu quickly gave up what was in front of her, and she ventured into the broken ice layer. She found that there were more black balls. She casually swung her sword twice, cut off a few of them, and got a few cotton balls. Then Nanshu continued to move forward. She broke another piece of ice, but it was still black balls. And the probability of black balls dropping cotton balls is very low. It takes 4 to 5 times to drop one. Sometimes, she killed 7 or 8 of them in a row, but none of them dropped. Although it is easy to kill, it either drops cotton balls or nothing. The profit ratio is too low, and people have no patience to fight. If it is not for clearing out and hurrying on the road, Nanshu would not want to fight. Half an hour later, Nanshu broke most of the ice surface. However, the so-called treasure chest number 1 was still not found. Could it be that it is not a treasure chest, or is it not in this area, the jungle or the ocean? After hesitating between these two places, Nanshu decided to go to the jungle first. I had fought there during the day, so I was familiar with it. Now it was not strange to come here again. The jungle at night was quiet and a little weird. Nanshu looked ahead with the light of the small stone. Before he could see what was inside, he was startled by a ghost cry. It was not accurate to say it was a ghost cry. It was more like something stuck in the neck, so it made a kind of sharp and long sound. Nanshu's first reaction was to cross the big knife in front of him and take 2 steps back. The distance was pulled away, and the place that the small stone could illuminate was even more limited. But the jungle was bright. To be specific, it was not the jungle that was bright, but the monsters. The monsters lined up, one next to the other, forming a column that seemed to have no end. And there was a unified name on their heads, Treasure Chest Number 1. Nanshu, ? The name of the monster is Treasure Box Number 1. This game is really cool, and there are so many of them, they look like conjoined monsters. I wonder if we can fight them. Nanshu was not sure about the situation either, so to ensure safety, she decided to shoot one with an arrow first to see what happens. If they are indeed conjoined, then we need to find another way. If it really doesn't work, the plan that Shinmu mentioned today, that of setting fire to the mountain on their novice island, is a good one. Although it's not very moral. But since we have entered the game, it's normal to lower our bottom line in order to survive. Nanshu quickly drew her bow and shot an arrow. She was very accurate, and the first arrow shot directly into the eye of the leading monster. Another ghost screamed, and a row of ghosts screamed in response. At midnight, at the edge of the jungle, hearing such ghost screams, timid people would have begun to faint. But Nanshu was very brave, and she didn't even have a heartbeat, and continued to draw the bow. After the arrow just now, although the treasure chests number 1 screamed, they didn't react and still stood in a row. So, shoot another arrow to see the situation. After another arrow, the ghost screams continued. However, this time the treasure chest number 1, which was in the lead, finally moved. It rushed out suddenly, and the position was Nanshu's knee. There was no way, they were small, and their height was not even up to Nanshu's knee. So rushing over and jumping up, it was estimated that they could only hit Nanshu's knees, right? Even so, Nanshu did not dare to underestimate them. The bow in his hand was immediately replaced with a broadsword, followed by a horizontal cut. Swoosh! Ah! Treasure chest number 1 was cut in half by Nanshu, and then it split into 2 smaller treasure chest number 1s, and then turned around and ran back, looking at the direction it should be running to the back. Nanshu even boldly guessed that they might have been lined up at the back of the team again. So, can't be killed? What if they can't be killed with one strike, and they just split directly? If that's the case, then it's troublesome. Nanshu hissed softly, and prepared to try again. When the 5th treasure chest number 1 split into 3 pieces, and lined up in the team neatly, Nanshu gritted his teeth. After trying 5, there is no need to try again. Because they are all the same. Even if Nanshu kills them in 1 second, and cuts them into pieces that are not difficult to break again, they will still struggle to piece themselves together, and then line up at the back of the team, and become the new treasure chest number 1. Nanshu, ? How to kill it? It can't be killed. Nanshu tried to attack the eyes, neck, heart, and even kidneys. 5 treasure chests number 1 were stabbed by her in various ways, and 1 was broken to the point where it couldn't be broken anymore. But it still doesn't work. Is there another way to open treasure chest number 1? Nanshu and the treasure chests number 1, whose eyes only turned into 2 light green lights, stared at each other for a long time, but couldn't figure out how to kill them and successfully open them to complete the task. Chapter 87. Nanshu stopped attacking, and the opponent did not move. It can be seen that the opponent was passively attacked. However, the task did not remind her to complete, which means that it is useless for the opponent not to attack. Nanshu stared at the treasure chest number 1 for a long time, thinking about the previous attack routine, and suddenly thought of something. That is, since they can be reassembled after breaking, and then go to the back to queue up. What if they can't be put together? Nanshu had never thought that they would be so cunning that they could be put back together after being broken, if they can't be put back together. Thinking of this possibility, Nanshu took a deep breath, and waved the big knife again. Not wanting to attract too many treasure chests number 1 at a time, Nanshu still pulled out 2 with an arrow, and then used 2 knives to chop them into pieces. Then, Nanshu took out the furnace swiftly, and swallowed the broken halves of them into the furnace. Originally, they were still frantically assembling. Unexpectedly, an accident happened in the middle. Unable to find the other half of treasure chest number 1, half of its body spun wildly on the ground. After circling for 10 seconds, it found that the other half was gone, so it quietly emoted and soon turned into air and floated away. Nanshu, surprise! Wow, it really works. After finding that this trick works, Nanshu directly exerted his Shopapai spirit. What if the furnace only swallows half? Swallow all, leaving no one. But soon, Nanshu found that this trick didn't work. If Nanshu swallowed the whole body of treasure chest number 1 into the furnace, it would silently grow another one in the back row. In other words, destroying treasure chest number 1 can only destroy half of it, and the other half will be autistic. However, if all of them are destroyed, it should not meet the system requirements, so the system will grow another one by itself. Nanshu tried it, and found that this trick didn't work, so he quickly returned to the previous routine. If swallowing one doesn't work, then swallow half of it. Swallowing half of it is indeed useful. In less than 10 minutes, half of the treasure chest number 1 turned into air and floated away, and the other half fed Nanshu's stove, spitting out small bread, footbaths, rice bowls, and other items for her. Although they are all small items, it's okay to have them. And they are all very useful. The footbath is also multifunctional. Nanshu looked at it curiously for a while, but there were other things at the moment, and she didn't allow her to waste too much time. After the treasure chest number 1 disappeared, the real treasure chest number 1 was revealed hidden under their bodies. It was an oversized treasure chest, but it didn't look very auspicious. Nanshu remembered that when he was a child, he followed his grandfather to the countryside to attend a funeral. Some people's coffins for the deceased looked like this. It was long, wide, and very large, and looked very heavy. It also had a lid that looked thick and heavy. Whether to lift the lid or not, there was no need to think about it. No matter how unlucky it looked, it was just an appearance. The mission was still important. If I didn't lift the lid, the mission would not be completed and I might die. Nanshu quickly stepped forward with a big knife. I had thought that the lid, which looked very thick, would be very heavy. As a result, the big knife moved slightly, and Nanshu didn't even use much force, and the lid was pushed open, revealing the steamed buns? No! Whose treasure chest contained steamed buns? The white and soft steamed buns were placed in the treasure chest in an orderly manner. Nanshu took a quick look and thought there must be 100 of them. However, the steamed buns exuded a faint wheat fragrance, which smelled quite tempting. Nanshu couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and then lifted the lid. Hearing the reminder of the task completion, Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put all the steamed buns into the backpack. There were 99 steamed buns in total, which was the maximum number of single cells in the backpack. Nanshu thought that the game setting was quite considerate. Reacting to what she was thinking, Nanshu lightly pouted. Rubbish game, don't expect her to praise it. After getting treasure chest number 1, Nanshu was ready to continue exploring. As soon as she got out of the treasure chest, she felt a strong wind coming from behind, bringing with it a fishy smell. Something is wrong. Nanshu squatted in the treasure chest. After she sensed the dangerous breath had jumped over her head, she didn't dare to stay and jumped out of the chest swiftly. She was quick to react and fast. When the damp breath came again, Nanshu was already standing on the ground, and at the same time, she raised the big knife in her hand and entered the fighting state with her whole body tense. The novice island at night was very dangerous, and Nanshu never relaxed her vigilance. So, you want to sneak attack her? Don't even think about it. After the two sides pulled away, Nanshu barely saw what was attacking it with the weak light of the stone in her hand. An octopus. At first glance, it was only about half the height of Nanshu. Considering that the octopus in the copy might not be very friendly, Nanshu thought it was bad. The most poisonous thing is the blue-ringed octopus. However, the light from the stone is too weak to see the whole picture, so Nanshu can't determine the specific species classification of the other party. However, treating it as the most poisonous will never go wrong. Being more cautious can also ensure your own safety to the greatest extent. Nanshu quickly moved. The blue-ringed octopus is very poisonous, and sometimes the items contaminated by it cannot even be used. Fortunately, Nanshu has a knife in his hand, and the durability is not much left. After all, to chop the unlucky treasure chest number 1, Nanshu must choose a weapon that is about to be unusable. This weapon, after beating this octopus, if the other party's poison attribute is confirmed, then it can't be used directly. The little octopus failed to hit it in one attack, and did not launch a second attack for the time being. Nanshu was not prepared to wait and see, because the system has issued her a second task, asking her to find treasure chest number 2. So, get rid of this obstacle in front of you first. Nanshu took the initiative to attack, and the little octopus was still preparing. He didn't expect that this inconspicuous human would dare to take the initiative to provoke it. Is it crazy? It's very poisonous. The little octopus also quickly fought back. It doesn't look tall, but the claws of the octopus are extremely ductile. It can even stretch to twice the length of its body. So, when Nanshu attacked it, it faced it head-on, and at the same time, 8 claws stretched out long, trying to encircle Nanshu from different directions. It must eat today's dinner. Nanshu seemed to be holding a knife and heading for the octopus's head, but in fact, he never forgot to observe the surroundings with the corner of his eyes. It's not like she didn't know the characteristics of octopuses. She had eaten a lot of them before the apocalypse, and had read popular science. After the apocalypse, although she hadn't fought with blue-ringed octopuses, she had fought with ordinary mutant octopuses. So, when facing them, let down your guard and ignore their claws? Nanshu must have been stabbed countless times. So, during the attack, Nanshu's other hand nimbly drew up the bow and arrow. A long arrow was shot out, hitting the little octopus's eyes. Little octopus? ? People's hearts are sinister, and they are definitely not what octopuses should touch. This damn human, he hit its vital points right away. When the little octopus dodged, 2 of its claws didn't obey and retreated. After Nanshu shot the arrow, he raised his big knife and rushed towards the claws of the octopus. Whoosh! With one knife, he cut off 2 claws. Of course, he didn't cut them all off, but only intercepted them from the middle. Ew, octopuses will also cry when they are in pain, but the sound is a little strange. It's a bit like trying to learn how to bark like a dog, but it hasn't learned it completely yet, so the cry is weird. Listening to this sound in the dark night, there is a sense of weirdness. The gloomy feeling was instantly filled with the octopus's cry. But Nanshu is not afraid. After her family left one after another, she has lived alone for several years. Afraid? If she was afraid, she would have died a long time ago. So, just pick up the knife and do it. Don't think about anything else. If you don't want to, don't be afraid. Nanshu's attack is very fierce, and she will pay attention to the movement of the octopus's claws. Once the situation is not right, she will shoot the little octopus's eyes with an arrow, making it unable to take care of itself. and then chop off its claws. The little octopus had 8 claws in total, and after 5 minutes, Nanshu had chopped off 6 of them. Although the remaining claws were still quite long and would grow longer later. However, they were useless at this stage. Nanshu picked up the knife and chopped them randomly. The only 2 claws left on the little octopus were soon chopped off, and the chopping was even more severe than the previous 6 claws, almost breaking them off completely. The little octopus was furious. Then Nanshu sent it back to the octopus's hometown with arrows and knives. After the little octopus was completely dead, and the system's reward was in place, Nanshu was relieved. She observed the little octopus closely, looked at the blue circles on its head and the remaining claws, and silently threw away the big knife with dozens of durability left in her hand. She did not pick up the arrow that shot the little octopus's eyes before and reused it. Throw them all away, not a single one can be kept. It was indeed a blue-ringed octopus. This place can't stay any longer. The rewards were all in hand, and Nanshu was only tempted for a second for the little octopus that had not been refreshed. However, thinking that the stove might be used for cooking in the future, although it should be okay to swallow the little octopus. However, Nanshu still felt a little uncomfortable. So let it be. Nanshu turned around and walked around, looking for treasure chest number 2. The characteristics of treasure chest number 1 made Nanshu think that number 2 should be the same. So, she was more likely to observe where the monsters were. Can they be beaten? Is it easy to beat? Is there a treasure chest hidden under them? In the process, 2 mutated fat rats were killed. The fat rat was really big, and the corpse did not refresh. Nanshu successfully fed the stove and obtained a magical item. Unlimited water dispenser. 1 L of pure drinking water can be obtained every day. Although the quantity is not much, for Nanshu, 1 L of water a day is actually enough. When water resources are scarce, you can't even drink 200 milliliters a day. So, 1 L is not a small amount. Besides, it's unlimited. What else can she choose? Chapter 88. After fighting monsters for half an hour, she didn't see the monsters standing in a row like the one in treasure chest number 1, which made Nanshu couldn't help but doubt. Could it be that her thinking was fixed, so she thought that treasure chest number 1 was the same as number 2? But if they were different, where would number 2 be? Just as she was thinking, the system broadcast popped up a few more messages. A player died, triggering the punishment for the real world. 2 messages flashed in a row, making the already deep and strange novice island look even more gloomy and terrifying. Nanshu took a deep breath and tried not to be affected by external factors as much as possible. She needed to think about what form treasure chest number 2 would exist in. However, in the process of searching, she could still kill some monsters. If she couldn't find treasure chest number 2, it would be nice to kill some monsters. Just thinking about this, the system broadcast rang again. System broadcast. Player Xiecheng, Country A, provoked the night ghost. Players who participated in the night adventure will have their physical strength reduced by 70%, and players who did not participate will have their physical strength reduced by 50%, which will last for 60 minutes. Nanshu? After the hatred of the silver fish, what did Xiecheng do? This doesn't sound good. Almost the next second after the system broadcast sounded, Nanshu felt that her legs were filled with lead, so heavy that she couldn't lift them. She took 2 steps with difficulty and began to pant. Nanshu? No, the reduction of 70% is so severe, right? In this case, how can we fight the monsters? She couldn't even outrun the monsters. Look, a fat rat ran in front of her, and before she could even move her legs, the rat swooped out. Nanshu wanted to chase, but her legs were heavy, so she barely moved. After running a few steps, she was panting like she was about to die. How could she still hunt for treasure? Nanshu stood there, took a deep breath, and got back on the road. The reduction in physical strength had a huge impact on them. Let's not talk about other things, just walking. Before, Nanshu walked with the wind. Now she was being carried by the wind. Really, she couldn't walk at all. After walking 10 meters, she had to stop and rest for a minute. Otherwise, she would feel like she was about to die. Nanshu was afraid that the oxygen on the novice island was not enough, so she was short of oxygen and fell to the ground. Just when her physical strength was infinitely compressed, Nanshu encountered treasure chest number 2. Treasure chest number 2 was a piece of paper. This statement does not seem quite accurate. The reason is very simple. When Nanshu found that the big treasure chest number 2 was floating in the air, she did not care about her panting like a cow, and hurried over to pick up the paper with the treasure chest number 2 written on it. Then, the system reminded her. Obtained item. Treasure chest number 2, fake, After the reminder, the treasure chest number 2 turned into a wisp of smoke and floated away. In the dark night, it looked quite strange, because the smoke was blue with a faint color tail. After these few steps, Nanshu's previous breathing adjustment was in vain. At this time, she was standing in a place where ice cubes were piled up, breathing heavily. When she looked up, she saw another treasure chest number 2 floating about 10 meters away from her. Is this any different from hanging a carrot in front of a donkey? Nanshu took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing to prevent any unexpected situations, and then walked over slowly. Obtained item. Treasure box number 2, fake. Okay, I know there are a lot of fakes in your game. Okay, Nanshu stopped again, watched a wisp of blue smoke drift away, and adjusted her breathing at the same time, and then saw that not far from her, there was another treasure box number 2 with a faint night light. Nanshu, tired, destroy it. But it can't really be destroyed. She still has physical strength. She can still walk. Nanshu adjusted her breathing and continued to move forward. She picked up 11 fake treasure box number 2 in a row. Nanshu was so tired that she didn't care about the cold and dirty ground, and sat there, panting like an old bellows. Nanshu told herself that she didn't want to accept the system's carrots anymore. Then, the big words of treasure box number 2 appeared again. Nanshu thought, this is the last time, I won't do it again. Yes, she is so unprincipled. What else can she do? Really give up like this? While she still has the strength, Nanshu will not give up easily. Even if the number 2 treasure chest may be just 2 steamed buns, at least she has tried hard for it. She is not trying hard for the treasure chest, but for survival. Licking her lips, Nanshu climbed up again with a wooden stick and continued to move forward. This time, the distance was a little farther, but Nanshu still walked over with the support of the wooden stick. Another blank sheet of paper. After seeing it clearly, Nanshu closed her eyes and picked it up with a numb expression. Obtained item. Treasure box number 2, real, Nanshu, surprise. Finally found the real thing. The white paper quickly fell into a treasure box and landed in Nanshu's palm. Treasure box number 2 is really small, and it can't even fill Nanshu's palm. Such a small box, let alone 2 steamed buns, even 1 steamed bun must be put in a mini one. However, Nanshu was not disappointed. She did not give up directly because of a little difficulty. For Nanshu, this is another kind of success. Opening treasure box number 2, there is a card inside. Nanshu guessed, a shared card? She had gotten it before, and now looking at the card, this is the only one she can think of. Nanshu quickly took the card and took a look. Explosive change card. After using it, you will explosively change the current situation of the entire game, and the result is random. Time limit, 30 minutes. Nanshu, ? This is still a card with a time limit. Once more than 30 minutes have passed, and Nanshu has not used it, it will be recycled by the system. So use it or not, the result of using it is random, and no one knows what the consequences will be. But if it is not used, isn't this card wasted? But what if the consequences are worse than now? The communication hall is disabled, and it is impossible to find someone to discuss it. Most of the time, they are still independent individuals, and need to make their own decisions. Looking at the dark and boundless novice island, Nanshu took a deep breath. She thought, I have picked it up, I have come here, I have everything, so I will use it. Moreover, since entering the game, Nanshu feels that her luck is still good. Although it is not extremely good, it can be said to be quite good compared to Qi Wenjing and others. Since she is lucky, why not give it a try? If the game makes her lucky for a long time, then Nanshu will accept it. It is just that Nanshu feels a little guilty for causing her friends to suffer with her. But what if it is not suffering? What if it is a blessing? If she misses it because of her hesitation, it will be a waste, right? Thinking this way, Nanshu is more confident. Since she has decided to use it, Nanshu is not prepared to have too many concerns. She took a deep breath and quickly clicked to use it. System broadcast. Player Nanshu, Country A, used the explosive card, and the overall situation was reversed at this moment. All players will enter the farming challenge, Fairyland version, in 5 minutes. Listening to the system notification, Nanshu is not sure whether she has won or lost the bet. The communication hall is still not open, at least for players who challenge at night, it is still invisible. However, players who did not participate can still send messages. Xiaoheng looked at the question marks all over the world and shrank his neck guiltily. This. Can salted fish also escape the fate of farming? However, Xiaoheng is not afraid of farming. What's the big deal? Just farm. Although he doesn't know how to do it, he still has basic skills. He really wants to be a salted fish, but that's when he feels that his strength is not enough. He can farm, let him farm. There are naturally cursed messages in the communication hall. After all, some people really just want to sleep well at night and deal with various unknown possibilities tomorrow. As a result, they were called up to farm after sleeping well. The salted fish really wanted to curse. However, no matter how many people were unhappy and complained, they were collectively sent to the designated farming site after 5 minutes. Entering the new dungeon, Nanshu's previous debuff was naturally removed. At this time, she finally recovered her true physical strength, which made Nanshu breathe a sigh of relief. If she farmed with such a buff, she felt that she would definitely be uncontrollably irritable. It must be said that the place given to them by the system is indeed like a fairyland. Not far away, there are birds singing and flowers blooming, and the fairy air is lingering. The place allocated to the players is not large, but it is independent. Nanshu has not yet discovered the existence of another player in the fog. After entering, there is a 3-minute preparation time. The system issued a farming manual. Players need to read the manual carefully within 3 minutes to understand the relevant farming processes and system rules. After reading the manual, Nanshu knew that the players are indeed independent in the corresponding challenge space. But it is only temporary. The game will conduct a farming statistics every half an hour. Players who rank lower will be assigned to a large scene with low-grade fields, where they need to compete for opportunities to farm. Each player is assigned 4 initially reclaimed fields. Players can reclaim and expand in their own scenes to increase the number of their fields. The system initially allocates 2 packs of seeds, each with 20 seeds, for wheat and corn. The maturation time for wheat is 3 minutes, and for corn is 6 minutes. During the harvesting process, players have a certain chance of getting double harvests, as well as other seeds and even fertilizers. In addition, all resources in the field can be used by players, without considering the penalties for destruction or damage. The game does not have mission requirements, but it does have time requirements. The clearance time is 3 hours, but data will be counted every half an hour. Players who rank in the last 100 will be assigned to the lower collective field to compete for the 80 fields there, and plant them through various means. If the number of subsequent plantings increases and exceeds other players in the next data statistics, there will be a chance to return to the independent superior field space. At the same time, after 3 hours, the top 50 players will receive all the harvests during the planting period. 51st to 100th place will receive 90%. 101st to 150th place will receive 85%. The most important point is that in the last half hour, players who complete the planting task in the independent superior field can get a space card. Players can use this card to send their belongings to anywhere. Chapter 89. If all the harvests from planting belong to the player, it is a very tempting condition. Then this space card becomes a sure win. Like Nanshu, there are still a few players who have nothing to worry about in the real world. There are more players like Qi Wenjing or Qiao Heng, who have family and friends to care about and remember. Or like Xie Cheng, who has responsibilities to shoulder. So, this space card is very important. Doesn't Nanshu want it? Yes. She has no one to worry about. But, she has her house. That little house is her last memory and attachment to the whole world. If it is gone, then Nanshu really has nothing to worry about or miss in this world. So, she also wants the space card. She works so hard, hoping that the country can take good care of her little house. She will go back. Nanshu believes that she can definitely go back. After reading the manual and taking a deep breath, Nanshu began to observe his own planting area. The initial 4 fields were square, with good soil and had been reclaimed. Now the land was soft and had been watered. The temperature was enough to start planting directly. Other places were overgrown with weeds, and some even had low bushes. If you want to plant in those places, you need to reclaim the land. Weeding, loosening the ground, removing impurities in the soil, and even watering. Oh, watering. Thinking of the problem of watering, Nanshu walked around his own area again. She found a small stream. The water was not too abundant, but if it was just daily farming and the planting time was only 3 hours, it should be enough. There was a field, seeds, and water. What else was missing? Fertilizer. Although, without fertilizer, it should be possible to plant and harvest normally. However, the system said that the double and other items such as seeds would be exploded, so it probably still needs a little fertilizer bonus. Is there fertilizer here? There really is. Weeds can be pulled out to see if they can be dried, and then burned to become ash, providing a little fertility to the land. Nanshu didn't ask for much, just a little bit of it would be enough for such a small place. Moreover, In the absence of other options, Ash is actually not bad. After planning in his mind, the system finally notified them to start planting. The 3-hour planting time was instantly opened, and the communication hall was disabled again. However, the planting manual said that there would be a 3-minute break every half an hour, and the communication hall would be open again for 3 minutes. Everyone could use this opportunity to exchange information with each other. Nanshu felt that communication was impossible, but cursing was very likely. However, 3 minutes was still too short, and it seemed too hasty to communicate with friends. I can only pray that everything goes well for everyone. Nanshu put aside all distractions, and quickly planted wheat and corn, 2 fields each. The initial seeds were still very abundant, so Nanshu was not worried that if there were no seeds in this wave, he would not be able to plant them in the next round. However, seeds were still a big problem. You can't give up other explorations just because the initial quantity was considerable, right? Therefore, if there is a chance, you should save more seeds. But at the moment, it is more important to open up the land and make fertilizers. So after Nanshu planted the seeds, he observed for dozens of seconds and went to pull weeds. Let's make fertilizers first. If you can't catch up with this wave, then catch up with the next wave. Nanshu swung the axe very skillfully. Before the wheat matured, Nanshu had knocked down a field of weeds. After the weeds were knocked down, a buff would appear called withering. The time is 1 minute. This is exactly what Nanshu wanted. She originally thought that if the weeds withered for too long, she would directly use the stove to bake. In short, the weeds should be turned into ash in the shortest time. If they are fresh, it is still too difficult to burn, and the black smoke is very large, which may affect the growth of crops. Now that the system is very cooperative, Nanshu feels much more at ease, and his movements are more open and close. Tang Chi-feng originally thought that tonight would be another relatively worry-free night. Every night, he felt quite at ease watching these children sleep. No matter how dangerous it was during the day, at least they could sleep well at night, and keep their strength so that they could fight again tomorrow. Tang Chi-feng thought that he didn't ask them to be rich and powerful, but only to live well. As a result, tonight, the excitement came, not sleeping at night, tossing the players around. Can't it be done during the day? Must it be at night? Moreover, first explore then farm. Are you so impatient to kill them all? Tang Chi-feng felt a little uneasy, always afraid that Sirius would not keep his promise. He said that he would catch once every natural month, and then change it to every half month, or every week, or even every day. When they were in a lower position, and had no choice at all, even worrying seemed ridiculous. At this time, watching Nanshu and the others working hard, Tang Chi-feng's heart was in a knot. Nanshu knew that mowing the grass was obviously either for land reclamation or to burn wood ash to make some fertilizer. Either way, it was worth learning. Li Xingju was frantically taking screenshots and writing summaries, just to make everyone learn more clearly. There were still a few people watching the live broadcast at night. After all, the players were sleeping at night in the past few days. So, after watching for 2 days, everyone in reality also went to rest. Except for some night owls, there are not many people watching live broadcasts nowadays. Therefore, they, the observers, are needed to record and summarize for collective reading later. After Nanshu pulled the grass, he spread it aside to dry it, then set it on fire, burned it into wood ash, and mixed it with soil for dilution. They can not only be used for plants that have been planted, but also for land reclamation for preliminary sterilization. When there is no better choice, wood ash is the best. Xie Cheng, Qi Wenjing, and Wei Zixuan all did the same as Nanshu. Xie Cheng had learned it before. When they were training, they had special training on this aspect, but not much. Most of the time, they expanded their knowledge and understanding privately. Wei Zixuan had really planted it. His grandparents had stayed in the village all the time. Before the end of the world, he often went back to help the old people harvest crops. Unfortunately, the end of the world broke out, and the distance was too far. When their family rushed over, the 2 old people were gone. Now it was just picking up the skills that were thrown away in the past. Wei Zixuan didn't think it was a big problem. Before the end of the world, Chen Mu was a pure college student who didn't know the difference between grains. How could he farm? All the theories about farming came from the novels he accidentally read. They read novels not for farming, but more for the exciting battle plots. So farming? What are the steps? Chen Mu scratched his head and planted the seeds in his hand first. As for Qiao Heng, it was purely because he was protected too well by his family. He could only tell what it was when he put it in his mouth. As for what this food looked like when it was young, what it looked like in the soil or water, who knows? Qiao Heng was so confused that he wanted to ask for help, but the communication hall was still disabled. At this time, Xiao Heng just wanted to curse. Game, are you sick? He didn't participate in the adventure at night. Why should he be asked to farm? Shouldn't the adventure players be allowed to farm? You are so one-size-fits-all now. It's really hateful. After Xiao Heng planted the seeds, he pinched his waist and glared at the 4 fields in front of him. As for land reclamation? No. Fertilizer making? I don't know. Watering? He still knows how to do that. But what can he use to get water? When he was doing the treasure hunting challenge before, he did play a game of diverting water into the fields. Will it work? Xiao Heng decided to give it a try. At this time, Nanshu was also trying to divert water into the fields. She thought that if the game could let them play like this, why couldn't they do it in reality? Yes, of course, she wasn't a stubborn person. She just wanted to give it a try. If it didn't work, she still had various buckets, basins or pots, and there would always be tools to hold water. When there are not many fields, these tools are enough. What Nanshu didn't expect was, since the game dares to set up the minigame like that, it means that it is really feasible. At least, it is feasible in the levels set by the game. Nanshu drew a line from the stream where the water flow was not abundant, a line leading to the field. As a result, the water really flowed into the field along this line. Nanshu was dumbfounded after reading it. Ah, really? She really wanted to share this news with her friends. However, it is not allowed in the communication hall. Xiao Heng was also dumbfounded after reading it. Ah, no, I will try it. Watching the moment when the water entered the farmland, Xiao Heng thought, a small farm. Isn't it easy to control? As soon as the thought came up, a huge corn borer flapping its gray and white wings jumped in front of Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng, shock. My heart almost stopped beating. Fortunately, he had practiced in the past few days, so his reaction was very fast. When he found something wrong, he waved his hand and used a long stick. No matter if it was a human or a ghost, he would beat it first. Nanshu had the same idea. But she was a little less lucky than Xiao Heng. She encountered 2. There were only 2 corn fields planted in total, but she encountered 2 corn borers, and they were mutated, and their size was about 2/3 of Nanshu's. With this comparison, you may not feel that it is very big. But under normal circumstances, it is just a small nose in the corn. Now it has mutated like this. It is really scary. If the system hadn't marked its name, Nanshu would not have recognized it at all. And its form is not right. Nanshu had just harvested wheat, and harvested 10 portions of wheat and 1 seed from each field, without any extra things. Just after planting new wheat, and waiting for the corn to mature, the monsters came. Chapter 90. The size of the corn borer was too big, and there were 2 of them at once. Nanshu took a deep breath, and came up with a stick. After he really got started, he found out. Hey, it looks strong, but it's actually quite easy to beat. However, think about it, when this kind of insect is small, it's quite soft, so it's actually relatively weak. Under normal circumstances, a little pesticide can kill them completely. However, they don't have pesticides now, so they can only eliminate them manually. Soon, the 2 corn borers became corpses. Obtained items: concentrated fertilizer, 100 g, *1. 2 small monsters only dropped a bag of fertilizer. However, it is concentrated, and if you want to use it, you need to add water or soil. Nanshu chose to add soil, mixed it with the fermented wood ash over there, and then filled the soil on the 2 newly reclaimed land. The soil fertility has reached 98%, and the humidity is less than 50%. It is not recommended to plant. Looking at the system's reminder, Nanshu went to divert water again. The water had been diverted before, and now it only needed to be diverted to the newly reclaimed land. Soon, the soil moisture reached the system's requirements and was suitable for planting, so Nanshu planted the wheat seeds. The wheat and corn planted before were also ready. Nanshu was not in a hurry to collect them now. She deliberately diverted water, diluted the fertilizer, and watered them. After the irrigation, she collected them. What surprised Nanshu was that all 4 plots of land gave her double the yield. Not only that, the cornfield harvested an extra bag of non-concentrated fertilizer, a full 60 kilograms. The wheat field harvested 2 more seeds, a total of 12 seeds. Just by pouring fertilizer, the income increased so much. This gave Nanshu great confidence. Farming, keep farming, cut the weeds again, burn the ash again. And corn borer, come on, she has made preparations for the storm. Maybe Nanshu did summon something in the dark. Soon, a wave of mutant aphids came. The number was a bit over the standard, 30 in total, but the size looked okay, barely reaching Nanshu's knees. Moreover, their fighting power was not strong, although it was not to the point of one stick and one bug, but it was almost the same. However, when they were green and densely packed together and pushed towards Nanshu, they still gave people a strong sense of physiological discomfort. Fortunately, Nanshu did not have intensive phobia. Otherwise, it would be really uncomfortable to see wheat aphids crowding over one by one. At this time, in the observation room, a patient with trypophobia, Li Xingju, gently broke. Others are fine, at least they don't need to observe closely. But she needs it. Woo God, help! Li Xingju was originally afraid of insects. If she hadn't awakened her superpowers after the end of the world, she would not have survived in this end of the world where insects can also mutate to infinity. But being able to fight doesn't mean she is not afraid of insects. So many insects crowded together, Li Xingju just took a look and wanted to die on the spot. But this is her job, she has responsibilities, and she can't help but watch. Zhu Qingqing is her partner, so she naturally knows her situation and looks at her with concern. Li Xingju kept encouraging herself. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Just as she was comforting herself, on the live screen, the last wheat aphid in front of Nanshu was defeated, and then it exploded on the spot. Yes, it exploded. What burst out were all dense, tiny insect eggs. Li Xingju? ? Please let her die on the spot. Thank you. Nanshu didn't expect that the wheat aphid would play this trick on her. If these dense insect eggs are not handled properly, won't the insects come in an endless stream? Fortunately, the plants are not ripe at this time, and no other insects come. Nanshu started looking for insect eggs on the spot. Fortunately, they are not small. Each one is about the size of Nanshu's little finger. Comparatively speaking, it is still easy to find. However, as they were looking, they grew up. Nanshu? ? Ah, are you not even acting? You are just shameless? Nanshu could only change picking insect eggs to killing insects. Fortunately, the newly grown aphids are still very weak. Their combat power is average after they grow up, and they are easier to kill if they are not fully grown. Moreover, their item drop rate is very low. Nanshu was originally trying to defeat them one by one, but after considering that they were not martial and would explode, she decided. Go directly to the furnace. Anyway, the drop rate is low. Even if it may drop fertilizer seeds, it is not as good as the furnace. Every time the furnace swallows one, it will give Nanshu an item, no matter whether it is big or small, as long as it is useful. Maybe it is because when Nanshu swallowed the insects one by one while holding the furnace, she would also mutter, drop fertilizer, drop fertilizer, drop fertilizer. The furnace dropped 9 bags of fertilizer for her, although each bag was only 2 kilograms. But how much is too much? It's good to have some. After successfully killing the last aphid that grew from an egg, Nanshu harvested the wheat quickly, and then checked the surroundings. After finding that there was no emission, he went to see the fermentation of the ash. Although he now has a lot of fertilizers. However, the ash can also be used to burn bacteria, a function that other fertilizers cannot replace. So, the grass still needs to be cut. Nanshu's fields quickly went from 4 to 6, and then from 6 to 8. And the number is still growing. Although Qi Wenjing's reclamation speed is slower, he now has 6 plots of land. Xie Cheng's number is almost the same as Nanshu's. It's just that the planting speed and the drop are not as good as Nanshu's, but there are also 8 plots of land. Xiao Heng? Well, he still only has 4 plots. Reclamation? Not a little bit. Wei Zixuan was fine, as he had already developed 6 plots of land. Qin Mu had 5 plots of land. However, Qin Mu was not satisfied with this, and was trying to open up more land. The new land he had opened up either had poor humidity or poor fertility. Qin Mu did not get too much fertilizer, and he calculated every bag and used it very sparingly. But if the fertility was not enough, he could not plant. He had to use it. Qin Mu gritted his teeth and applied fertilizer. In fact, compared to people in other countries, Nanshu and his people had opened up a lot of land. The highest one now had 8 plots of land, and the farming activity had been going on for less than half an hour. They did not know whether they were satisfied or not, but their record was indeed very good, because most of the others still have 4 plots of land, and some of them will lose 1 or 2 plots of land due to poor operation, monster death, land pollution, lack of fertility, etc. The worst young player only has 1 plot of land left at this time, and the fertility is only 70%. Once the fertility is lost and less than 50%, the yield of this plot of land may become 0. The young player was anxious. When it comes to killing monsters, he is a master. He didn't see the monsters coming, and none of them were alive. They were all chopped up and lying in his fields. But farming? I can't grow anything. I don't know how to do it at all, so I can only throw seeds in according to the system's guidance. Drain water into the stream? I don't know, it all depends on the nature of the plants to grow. Seeing that the last plot of land was about to fail, the player was anxious. Then, he started to ask for help in the live broadcast room. Unfortunately, it was impossible to get a response. Tang Qifeng saw this scene. He thought that the half-hour selection was about to start, and the other party would most likely be assigned to a low-grade field to compete for the field. However, compared to worrying about others, he was more worried about Xiao Heng at this time. Xiao Heng? There were only 3 plots of land left. Yes, in just a few minutes, Xiao Heng only had 3 plots of land left, and 1 plot of land became a wasteland due to insufficient fertility. Not only did it not provide him with the normal harvest he should have, but the wheat he had planted also mutated into a wheat stalk spirit, and fought a special battle with Xiao Heng. The good news is that although the wheat became a spirit, it dropped a bag of fertilizer for Xiao Heng, making up for his urgent situation of not having fertilizer for the time being. The bad news is that with 1 less plot of land, the harvest will definitely be affected. It was Xiao Heng's turn to be anxious. Yes, open up the wasteland, open up the wasteland, how to open up the wasteland. Think about it quickly. Have you read the novels in vain before? Have you played the simulator in vain? Xiao Heng turned around twice, and decided to try his best to open up the wasteland. Whether it can be opened up is one thing, but sitting and waiting to die is obviously impossible. At this time, Nanshu has successfully opened up the 10th piece of land, and has put it into planting. The weeds she cut have grown a new batch. She recorded the time, and it took 12 minutes for the weeds to grow. There are quite a lot of weeds in this area. They are enough for Nanshu to use after being cut and grown again. The 10th piece of land was successfully opened up, and in the process of mowing, sugarcane and soybean seeds were obtained, which surprised Nanshu. Not only that, in the process of mowing, she also dug out 2 squirrel nests and took out walnuts, hazelnuts and other seeds. But these things take longer to grow. The longest walnut takes 20 minutes, but if it is well taken care of, it has a chance to explode 4 times. These are the rules written in the seed notification. The system can't cheat her, right? Moreover, in the final selection data, the count of plants with long growth cycles is also higher than that of basic species such as wheat and corn. Although it is not sure how much higher, Nanshu is ready to try it in the next round. This round, time is obviously too late. However, the growth cycle of hazelnuts, pine nuts and pumpkins only takes 10 minutes. At this time, there are less than 15 minutes left before the half-hour selection of the first round, so it is obviously in time to plant these. Nanshu did what she said. When she was reclaiming the 11th piece of land, she planted 3 kinds of plants. The growth cycle of sugarcane and soybeans is 9 minutes, which were also planted by Nanshu. After planting, drainage and watering, and then mowing and burning ash. After finishing the existing land, she had to reclaim new land. Nanshu felt that if she continued to work, she could directly turn it into an assembly line. One person supports a mountain of planting production line. Chapter 91. The half-hour time passed quickly. At this time, Nanshu already had 13 plots of land. Not only that, she also had a full backpack of various crops. When soybeans and sugarcane were harvested, half of them exploded at double, half exploded at triple, and pumpkins exploded at quadruple, because these things need to be counted every half an hour. Therefore, they will not be stored in Nanshu's backpack. The system has another backpack grid to store these items, and there is also a count in the upper right corner of the temporary backpack. On the grid of Nanshu's backpack, the count is 392. Nanshu has already guessed how this number came about. In order to figure out the plan for planting points, she carefully recorded all the seeds she planted. For basic wheat and corn, under normal circumstances, each harvest is 1 point. If there is a particularly good harvest in the middle, there may be 1.5 to 2 points. Of course, Nanshu reasonably guessed that if the quality is particularly bad, the points may drop. The score calculation for soybeans and sugarcane is more complicated, and the normal score is 2 to 3 points. Because Nanshu's planting data is still too little, she has not figured out the rules yet. However, if she is lucky occasionally, the score will double. The harvest of pumpkin is 4 to 6 points, maybe it depends on the quality, or maybe it depends on luck. Nanshu is not sure about the situation for the time being. After all, pumpkins are only planted once, and there is no more data sample to study. Nanshu not only records planting data, but also various planting experiences. She was not sure whether other friends needed these, but she thought it was always better to be prepared. If some friends were not good at farming, her electronic manual would be a help to them. Maybe with this help, they could keep their ranking? Nanshu recorded how to open up wasteland, how to divert water, how to cut grass and ferment with ash for fattening. Half an hour of statistics time was up, and the farmland entered a stop state. Regardless of whether there were plants growing in it, they were temporarily forced to stop growing until the data statistics were completed, and everything would recover. Nanshu planted sugarcane and pumpkins in the field, so she was not in a hurry now. She took a deep breath and stood there waiting. The data was counted quickly. Because when they harvested, the data in the backpack had been counted, and now they only needed to count a total and pull up the ranking. About 2 minutes later, the system broadcast the statistical results. Nanshu ranked first with a high score of 392. The second place was Xiecheng, with only 173 points. After that were a few unfamiliar names, and then Qi Wenjing and Wei Zixuan. In the first 50, Chen Mu and Xiao Hang's names were not heard, which made Nanshu's heart beat faster unconsciously. Her friends can't be ranked in the last 100. Xiao Hang and Chen Mu, who were stuck in the rankings, did not rank in the last 100. At least the two of them still had some gains. However, the last 100, that was really nothing. Even if they did, they were only in the single digits. After hearing the results, Xiao Heng breathed a sigh of relief, and looking at Nanshu's name on the top of the list, he gave a thumbs up. Awesome! Chen Mu also felt that Teacher Nan's child was really amazing. He thought that before the end of the world, Nanshu was still studying and had no chance to farm. But now that he has entered the game, he can do it so easily. In contrast, Chen Mu felt a little embarrassed. He is an adult, but he can't farm well. Shame on him. It seems that he needs to work harder in the next round. After the points are counted, there is a 3-minute break for everyone to adjust. In the communication hall, the news started to roll quickly again. The name Nanshu became a frequently mentioned word. Nanshu actually has no desire to save the world. She feels that her ability is limited, and she can only protect her friends first. So, ignoring those people's help messages, Nanshu saw the message sent by Qi Wenjing with sharp eyes, gave a response, and was pulled into the voice channel. After coming in, Nanshu didn't waste words and went straight to the point. I made an electronic document. It's a bit crude, don't pick on it. It's about some of my previous planting processes and summarized experiences. It may not be accurate, but it can be used as a reference for everyone. At this time, the first in the grade said that she shared her daily notes. At this time, anyone who questioned would be stupid. It was just that Xiao Heng was listening to Xiecheng just now and reacted a step slower, otherwise he would definitely ask for notes. At this time, Nanshu shared directly, and Xiao Heng said a lot of words. He almost knelt on the ground and called his godmother, Nanshu, shock. I don't really want such a big son, thank you. Xiecheng was also sharing his experience just now. Although he felt that his experience was just average, it was always good to record it down, just in case it could be used. When Xiecheng found out that he ranked second, he knew that his notes might be used or not. He was just sharing with his friends, and after hearing Nanshu say this, he thought about it and decided to share his experience. He also made a simple document to facilitate sending to more people in a short time. 2 notes of top students made Xiao Heng feel that he would definitely be stable in the next round. He didn't ask for the top 50, just the top 100. As long as he didn't hold back, it would be a progress. Chen Mu also thanked him profusely, and everyone briefly exchanged experiences. Unfortunately, the time was too short, and Xiecheng didn't say much before the 3 minutes were up. The voice channel was disconnected directly, and the communication hall entered a static state again. The crops that had originally entered a static state also returned to their normal state at this time, and entered the maturity countdown stage. Nanshu saw it, and immediately mowed the grass, cleared the wasteland, and continued to farm. This round, she tried to plant walnuts, because she was not sure about the planting results. So Nanshu planted one first. When harvesting, not only did it explode 8 times, but the points directly jumped to 700 plus. At this time, just 21 minutes had passed. Nanshu's points were already higher than the previous round. You know, in the new round, their points were also reset and recalculated. Of course, it was not the walnuts that jumped to 700, but other basic crops together. However, one walnut tree still gave Nanshu a little over 100 points. It's a pity that it takes 20 minutes to mature, so it's definitely too late this round. However, in the next round, Nanshu will definitely plant more. The longer the time, the more points, which will facilitate her to open more land, and then plant other species according to the time. At 28 minutes in, Nanshu's land has exceeded 19 pieces. There are 2 minutes left before the statistics time will begin. It's too late to open up new land. However, Nanshu can mow the grass and light the ash. This thing just stops time, and it doesn't directly negate their workload this round. So it's not bad to prepare in advance. In addition to the 970 points, Nanshu also got new seeds this round. Peppers and forage grass. It takes 10 minutes for forage grass to mature, and 25 minutes for peppers. The time is unexpectedly long, but when the peppers are harvested, there is a certain probability that they can explode 8 times. Walnuts that can explode 6 times, Nanshu exploded 8 times. If he is lucky, peppers may explode 10 times. Of course, this is a beautiful expectation. Whether it can explode is not certain. This thing depends on luck, which belongs to metaphysics. Nanshu did not record it in the planting manual. Soon, half an hour was up again. Nanshu refreshed the planting score list again. As everyone's planting land increases, the planting points will definitely increase. However, no matter how fast it increases, it will not be as fast as Nanshu. The second place is still Siacheng. He also read Nanshu's planting manual and learned some knowledge that he did not understand, and then worked hard to farm. In this round, his score increased to 320. Nanshu planted for half an hour, while Siacheng needed to plant for an hour and a half to catch up with the opponent's score. However, even so, Siacheng's score still ranked second. In comparison, the scores of Qi Wenjing, Wei Zixuan and others have all increased. Xiaoheng and Shenmu were almost at the bottom of the list, but this time, their scores have increased dramatically. If they work harder, they may really be able to try to impact the top 100 list. Nanshu's excellence is obvious to all. Moreover, she not only flew by herself, but also took the 8 countrymen with her. Other survival players, during the 3-minute break, frantically tagged Nanshu, wanting to ask for a farming experience, especially those players who rushed to wait for the field and planted it poorly. After finding that Nanshu did not respond to the request for help, they were so angry that they cursed. The game does not block words. Therefore, the news in the communication hall became unbearable in an instant. The ancestors of various organs are hanging on it. Siacheng didn't want Nanshu to be affected by these things, so he said to her, "Don't worry about them. If it was any other time, we would naturally unite to survive, but in this round, we are competitors, and we can't help." Nanshu really didn't care. After she found out that someone was scolding her, she set up an information filter. After setting a few keywords as blocked words for her to read messages, the communication hall was instantly harmonious and refreshing. In this way, not only can those useless scolding messages be blocked, but also useful messages can be refined. Unfortunately, there are not many useful ones. Most of the time, many players still collapsed and screamed. Farming, why is it so difficult? Some people also played regional attacks, saying that they, the people of country A, took advantage of the farming skills to get so many points in this round. Nanshu was also very speechless about this. She admitted that she and Siacheng occupied the first and second places. However, there were no players from country A from the 3rd to the 15th place, but people from various countries. What does this mean? As long as you work hard, even if you can't grow well, it won't be too bad. Instead of jumping up and down and scolding her, you might as well ask humbly for advice from people who are willing to teach them how to grow well. In the exchange hall, more than one player is expressing their own farming theories and experiences. Although I'm not sure if it's true or not, I know after writing it down and trying it myself, right? After trying it, if it doesn't work, at least I can eliminate a wrong answer. If I don't try it, I might have to compete with others for the next farm. Chapter 92. The 3 minutes were up again. Nanshu continued to open up wasteland, plant, mow, burn ash, cultivate the land, open up wasteland again, plant again, mow again. And so on. This time, she found new seeds. Cherries. Cherries take longer to mature, 24 minutes, and can only be planted once in a round. Walnuts also have a long growth cycle, and the final product is also good. When Nanshu got the seeds, the round was already halfway through. It was obviously too late to plant again at this time. At least, it would not be harvested in this round. However, the same reason applies. The next round can be harvested early. Nanshu hesitated for a moment and planted first. Her points were not small. After all, there were many lands opened up. So, if she only planted one piece, it was acceptable. Half an hour later, there was still a cherry and a walnut in Nanshu's field that were not harvested. The game entered the statistical period, and the growth of plants was also suspended. However, after the statistical period and rest time are over, it will return to normal and will not affect anything. So, Nanshu is not in a hurry. In this round, Nanshu still ranks first with a high score, and Xiecheng is following closely this time. With Nanshu sharing, Xiecheng is now handy, making rapid progress, and accumulating more points. In the first 2 rounds, the gap between the two was quite large. In this round, the difference is more than 200 points. Qi Wenjing's ranking also improved in this round. In the first 2 rounds, she was hovering outside the 15th place. This time, she finally entered the top 15, ranked 20th, and the points are still considerable. Wei Zixuan's points also made it into the top 20. Xiao Heng's ranking is not very good now, because of the poor accumulation of fields in the early stage. But Xin Mu has already caught up with the latecomers and entered the top 100 list. Compared with the previous position of the last place, Xin Mu has completely entered the safe zone in this round. The top 100 will not be assigned to the inferior fields to scramble for planting, right? In the inferior fields, 100 people plant 80 plots of land. Those who cannot plant will not be eliminated directly, but will still stay in the inferior fields for the next round of snatching. Entering the inferior fields will punish the person, but considering the challenge of farming, the personal punishment will be temporarily accumulated, and it will also affect the real world. At this moment, the voice of the real world is also quite loud. After all, starting from the second round, 20 out of the 100 people in the inferior fields cannot grab the fields and plant the land, which is destined to stay in the inferior fields in the next round. Once they stay, they will be punished, and then the reality will also be punished. The problem is, this is a vicious cycle. If you can't get out once, you can't get out almost every time. The corresponding real world is either acid rain, extreme cold weather, or scorching heat, with a temperature of more than 70 degrees, which can roast people into jerky at any time, although it only lasts for half an hour. But after half an hour, what awaits them is not relief, but continuation. So, the top 3 on the list, can't they really share their exclusive secrets? They are already so far ahead, even if it is the final statistics, others can't catch up, right? Yes, we all live on the same planet, we should help each other. Oh, you are talking about helping each other at this time. We should help each other. Some people jumped out and generously said that they were the top 3 on the list, but in fact they were Zinanshu and Xiecheng. They thought that these 2 people should share their secret recipes for farming with everyone so that everyone can make progress. Although there are many scumbags in the middle. However, there are still many shameless people. At this time, the friends of Country A don't fight. When will they? I have wanted to scold them for a long time. Normally, I can scold them for 3 days and 3 nights without any reason. Now that the ready-made reasons are delivered to the door, there is no reason not to scold. So, start scolding. Friends, the friends of Country A have amazing fighting power. After 2 rounds, no one dared to say anything. The barrage was instantly refreshing, and people felt warm in their hearts. No way, our Nanshu is the best. Xiecheng is also great, haha. Sister Qi has made obvious progress, awesome. After the battle, the friends also praised their own family. I have to say that Nanshu and his friends are really amazing. Facing various monsters with 2 abstract appearances, they can fight and kill everywhere without changing their faces. Some friends said, if he encounters corn borers, I'm sorry, he fainted at the first sight. So, big guys must live a long time. I really don't want to be arrested, woo woo. Me too, I don't want to be a national first-class protected waste. It's not good to say this, but I also. 2 hours later, Nanshu still dominated the list. Whether it was the time period list or the overall list, she was at the top. Moreover, because of the huge gap at the beginning, she had hundreds of points more than Xiecheng. Now that the skills are equal, or even Nanshu is more skilled, it is unlikely that Xiecheng will catch up. Moreover, they are all family members, so it doesn't matter whether they catch up or not. Xiecheng just did his best. At the same time, he was also summarizing more experiences, so that he could share them with everyone during the 3-minute break. If possible, he hoped that all 6 of them could enter the top 50. The top 10 was a difficult task, especially for Xiao Heng, it was almost an impossible task. However, the top 50 could still be tried. After all, the reward was really tempting. 3 hours later, the farming challenge was completely over. At the same time, the sky was bright. Spring day, early morning, breeze, minus 69 degrees. The temperature was like being welded, stuck at 69 degrees without moving. Nanshu strongly suspected that it was because the clothes given at the beginning could only keep out the cold below minus 70 degrees. Therefore, the bad system directly froze all the players to death. That night, Nanshu hardly slept for a long time, but because she was always tense with the string of survival, she didn't feel too tired. However, after surviving the physical labor of farming, people did feel tired. In the middle, she also drank the energy drink that Qi Wenjing sent her during the break to help her refresh herself. Otherwise, she would be almost exhausted in the last round. Nanshu also took 2 meals in the middle. There was a lot of physical work, and the consumption was really great. It felt like eating a piece of meat was not enough to swing the hoe a few times. At the end of the challenge, Nanshu ranked first as expected. Xie Cheng ranked second, Qi Wenjing ranked 9th, Wei Zixuan ranked 17, and Qin Mu ranked 33. Xiao Heng ranked 50. He finally caught up after rolling and crawling all the way. When the time was up, the whole person instantly lay on the ground exhausted, except for his eyes that could still blink. His whole body was motionless, as if he had been lost for a while. Mother Qiao didn't sleep at night. She was watching the live broadcast all the time. At first, she was very anxious when she saw Xiao Heng planting in a mess, fearing that he would go to the inferior field and not be able to grab the land, which would affect the real world. Fortunately, in the end, Xiao Heng climbed up step by step with the help of his teammates. Even in the last round, he sprinted up and squeezed into the top 50. The top 50 can have all the planting harvest in 3 hours. At the same time, in the last round, as long as the player completes the planting in the independent field, he can get the space card, which can be used to transmit items to the real world. Mother Qiao didn't ask Xiao Heng to send anything to the real world. Just hope that he can live and not drag the real world down. If it doesn't work, it's okay if he dies. At least it's just dragging the real world down once. However, watching Xiao Heng grow up again and again, Mother Qiao is a little relieved. Maybe she was wrong before. The end of the world is coming, and the child is a little waste who has not awakened anything. She just wants to protect him well and keep him alive. Now it seems, you still need to have the ability to survive independently, otherwise, it will be troublesome if you encounter such a situation one day. However, it is too late to regret now. If Xiao Heng can come back alive, it is time to arrange the devil training. The crop harvest in the game is much more exaggerated than in reality. When challenging, the only prompts for harvest are the system prompts, such as harvest 1 portion, harvest 6 portions. When counting at the end, Nanshu found that there were 4 tons of wheat in his temporary backpack for farming. Nanshu? ? No. How come it's 4 tons? She didn't think she had planted so much. There were 2 tons of corn. There were more than 1 ton of soybeans and sugarcane. There were fewer walnuts and peppers, but there were several thousand kilograms. Even the mung bean seeds found in the last round weighed more than 3,000 kilograms. Huh? Nanshu only planted 1 round of mung beans. Fortunately, the growth cycle was short, only 12 minutes, but when it was harvested, it exploded 9 times. Then, more than 3,000 kilograms? Nanshu was stunned. After the challenge, they quickly returned to their respective novice islands. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the island was still covered with ice and snow. However, on Nanshu's novice island, not only were many places cracked, and ice chips were flying everywhere, but the jungle seemed to have been set on fire by someone, but it didn't burn, only a small amount of black ash. In the challenge before farming, someone had come to her novice island and tried to burn the mountain? Could it be the one who set the mountain on fire in the previous copy with Qin Mu? However, the system will not give a reminder, and the jungle is not burned, which will not affect Nanshu's collection of wood. So, don't worry about it for now. She almost didn't sleep all night, and now she wants to have a good sleep. Of course, the premise is that the game doesn't torment them anymore. I'm going to die suddenly. Nanshu returned to the safe house, used the cleaning beads, and then lay on the bed. It's her own bed anyway, so she can toss it up as much as she wants. With such conditions, Nanshu will not despise herself. It's too cold to take a shower, so she can only wipe her hands, feet and face. Nanshu thought that if the system broadcast didn't come, she could sleep. As for other things, she would talk about it after she woke up. Without sleep, there is no energy at all. Xie Cheng may have considered this point. After the voice channel was pulled, he told everyone to take the time to rest. As for the post-event inventory and other things, they would wait until they woke up. Chapter 93. Almost as soon as Xie Cheng finished speaking, the system broadcast sounded. System broadcast, rest today. Simple 4 words, silenced all the players. Ah. Suddenly there was a wave of surprises. Nanshu was even a little bit unbelievable. Would the game be so kind? Would it give him a holiday? I didn't dare to believe it, but I had to believe it. After all, It was the system broadcast that said it. And it said, "Rest today." This means that there should be no other arrangements today. However, it cannot be ruled out that the game took advantage of the text loopholes and arranged other things for them in the middle. Siecheng also analyzed it, but everyone was tired at this time and couldn't listen to too much. Siecheng was also exhausted, so after a simple analysis he said, "Wake up first. If there is any danger, remember to send more messages in the communication hall to remind everyone." At this time, the messages in the communication hall were already rolling. Those with poor eyesight probably didn't even see 2 words clearly before the message had already rolled over. Everyone was really tired and wanted to sleep. After all, they really worked for nearly a day and a night, and didn't sleep for a few hours in between. Moreover, they did physical work in the second half of the night, which of the land reclamation and farming doesn't consume people. Nanshu was so tired that his eyes were numb. After Qiaoheng came back, he lay in the safe house and didn't move. Obviously, he hadn't recovered yet. After hearing what Siecheng said, Qiaoheng closed his eyes and went to sleep directly. Nanshu also quickly crawled into the quilt. She finally had a bed and a quilt. The temperature in the safe house didn't get higher, but Nanshu had a stove. So, she lit up the stove generously and tried to take off her winter clothes. Although it was a bit cold, the temperature of the stove quickly raised the temperature in the room. If she went into bed again and covered herself with a thick blanket, Nanshu thought it was okay. However, she did not throw the winter clothes aside, but put them in the most conspicuous place in her backpack. Once the situation was not right, she would put on clothes with one click and run away directly, resolutely not giving the game any chance to calculate her. After taking off her clothes, Nanshu crawled into the bed, covered herself with a thick blanket, closed her eyes, and fell asleep in seconds. Too tired, this night, too tired. She dominated the 3-hour farming challenge throughout the whole process. Is this an easy thing? Just talk about the field, she reclaimed, which one did not require her to weed, loosen the ground, and fertilize it herself. Not only Nanshu, but Siecheng also fell asleep in seconds. Qi Wenjing was about the same. Wei Zixuan felt that he didn't sleep well before, but now he has become better after entering the game. There was no way. I was so tired that I had no time to think about anything. I just fell asleep. Qin Mu was the last one to sleep. The messages in the communication hall also stopped soon. At a certain point in time, the messages in the communication hall seemed to be still again. No new messages appeared, and the previous messages always occupied the screen. All the players in the game were sleeping. Why are you not sleeping during the holidays? What are you thinking about? Waiting for sudden death? It would be better to die in battle. Tang Qingfeng's blood pressure and heart rate were like a roller coaster that night, up and down, whooshing up again, and whooshing down again. Finally, it was dawn, the game stopped, the players slept, and his heart rate finally recovered slowly. Damn! This night, he was almost dead. However, compared to those people in the game, he was actually quite relaxed, just watching. When Sun Mingshuang came to hand over the shift to him, Tang Qifeng explained the situation in detail and asked him to prepare the antihypertensive medicine. Don't worry if you don't need it, just in case. Don't look at the game saying that you can rest today, but I'm afraid it will do something wrong. Sun Mingshuang slept very late yesterday, got up early in the morning, and went to the next door for a short meeting. She was not in a good mood at the moment. The assistant had already made her a cup of strong tea. The fresh and slightly astringent tea instantly diluted the fatigue and tiredness. Sun Mingshuang's eyes soon became clear. After handing over the shift to Tang Qifeng, other personnel also completed the handover of the shift. Looking at the screen, everyone was sleeping soundly, and Sun Mingshuang felt that he looked even sleepier. Originally, drinking tea made him more energetic. As a result, when she looked at the reassuring breathing sound on the screen, she felt sleepy again. I have to say, this steady breathing sound is really hypnotic. Nanshu slept until the afternoon. When she woke up, her eyes were blank. However, she was blank for only 3 seconds before she sat up swiftly. The room was already warmed by the stove, and it was warm and comfortable everywhere. Nanshu didn't feel cold even when she came out of the bed, and the quilt was opened. She sat on the bed for a while, touched her empty stomach, hesitated for 3 seconds between sleeping for a while and getting up to eat, and decided to get up and eat first. Nanshu got up and looked at the tons of wheat and corn in her backpack, and her eyes became clearer. When they left the copy of the farming challenge and came back, the harvest that was originally in the temporary backpack was also arranged into their backpacks by the system. For things like tons, the system split them into bundles with tons as the unit. If it can't be put into a ton, it will be put into a small bundle with 1,000 gene as the unit. Of course, if 1,000 gene doesn't work, then 100 gene or 10 gene will do. After all this trouble, a lot of space in the backpack was occupied. For the same kind of crops, tons and tons can be put into one grid. But it can't be put into a grid with 1,000 gene and 100 gene. Nanshu looked at it for a while, silently moved her eyes away, found the pork belly, and found the green vegetables she had obtained before. In fact, she wanted to make spicy fried pork belly, but there was no pepper. However, during the farming challenge, the seeds exploded in the last round of harvest belonged to the player. Nanshu's backpack had a bag of pepper seeds, 10 seeds. This has still exploded multiple times, otherwise, there might be only 1 or 2 seeds. However, it is enough. Its maturity cycle only takes 1 hour, so just plant it now. Nanshu went to the workbench first, threw the pork belly and green vegetables over, and then turned to the planting area. Peppers, corn, sugarcane and other seeds were all planted. After the planting area was full, Nanshu turned back to the workbench. Coincidentally, the peppers and green vegetables were ready. For stir-fried dishes like this, the workbench can cook it in 1 to 2 minutes. If it is a stew, it may take 8 to 10 minutes. The dish is ready and hot. Nanshu propped up his small table, then found a small pot rack, put the steamed buns on the rack, and then put it on the stove. The temperature of the stove quickly heated up the steamed bun. Nanshu opened the bun from the middle, and then stuffed the vegetables and pork belly into it crazily. When it was full, he closed the bun and took a big bite. The wheat aroma was pure, and the meat aroma was rich. This bite satisfied both the body and mind, and Nanshu squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Liangqi had just eaten meat at noon. After their daily work, they still need to take 2 hours to participate in training. After all, no one can predict who will be arrested next time. So, even if there is daily work, the training cannot stop. The special training team has arranged another group of people. If they feel that the workload is heavy, another group of people will take over their work in the second half of the month, so that they can give more training time. The training consumes a lot of energy, so Liangqi and others can eat meat from time to time recently. However, watching Nanshu eating pork belly and steamed buns, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Who wouldn't drool at this? The thinly sliced pork belly was fried on the workbench until it was almost transparent, and the excess fat was fried out, leaving only the chewy texture, paired with the lean meat and sauce on top, and wrapped in a layer of steamed buns. Just thinking about it makes me feel like it's a treat. Liangqi drooled, and Li Qingwen did the same. Sun Mingshuang did the same. There are people in the game who got up earlier than Nanshu. However, many of them eat very simply, usually ready-made buns, steamed buns, and finished meat. They look delicious when they eat, but they are far less tempting than Nanshu. The news in the communication hall also started to roll again, but very slowly. Some people are asking, what to do with the harvest? Take the space card and send it to the universe? Nanshu felt like laughing after reading it. She didn't think that a player who could survive to this point would ask such a stupid question. Most of the time, it seemed like a joke or a test. Of course, it could also be a code, like between their friends. However, these things do need to be arranged. Nanshu needs food, but if it's 3 or 4 tons, that's not necessary. Her backpack is occupied by these things, and there is no room for good things. Could it be that if there is no room, she will throw away a ton of wheat? Even a spendthrift would not do this. So send it back to reality. Nanshu frowned slightly, thinking uncertainly. She didn't know if the country had found her little house, or if they had seen the graves in front of her little house. That was her home and her family. If they saw it, as a reward, she could send all the food back to reality. Actually, if you can't see it, why not send it back? If you don't send it back, will it be a bargain for the game? Besides, whether her house has been found or not, there is no way to pass on the news. It's a pity that we can't call each other or something. Nanshu was thinking, and saw Qi Wenjing sent a series of messages in the communication room. Lon. Nanshu hurriedly responded in time. Qi Wenjing quickly pulled her into the voice channel. The voice channel is temporarily just the two of them, and Qi Wenjing is still sending secret codes. However, except Nanshu, no one else responded for the time being, and I don't know if they are still awake. Qi Wenjing continued to send messages while asking Nanshu, have you eaten? I have shepherd's purse buns here, which taste good. Do you want them? In addition to shepherd's purse, there are also spinach ones, but they don't feel as good as shepherd's purse. Nanshu was eating a delicious steamed bun with pork belly, but she didn't want to eat vegetables. So, she shook her head, and realized that Qi Wenjing couldn't see it, so she quickly said, No, I'm eating meat. I trade you too. Try them. The ones cooked on the workbench are pretty good. Chapter 94. Hearing that there was meat, Qi Wenjing swallowed reflexively. It's not her fault that she was greedy, nor that she didn't have it. It's that she didn't have the recipe. She had a recipe for braised pork. But she didn't have pork belly, other meats. The workbench didn't recognize it, and couldn't be made. Thinking of this, Qi Wenjing got angry. She didn't refuse Nanshu's deal, and also gave Nanshu a few shepherd's purse buns. Well, almost all vegetarian stuffing. Occasionally there was a little diced meat, and sometimes there was no meat in a bun. Qi Wenjing thought it was pretty good. Why would you choose this when you have something to eat? Nanshu didn't dislike it either. It was indeed a bit greasy to eat meat alone, so she ate another bun and drank some soup. She didn't eat in the morning, and she was really tired yesterday, so Nanshu ate a lot at noon today. After eating and drinking, she sat in the rocking chair with a satisfied look on her face, surrounded the stove, waiting for her tea. This life. If it could always be like this. Unfortunately, this is a survival game, and you need to be vigilant all the time. Soon, Xie Cheng came in. He probably just woke up, and when he saw the code said by Qi Wenjing in the communication hall, he came in quickly. When he spoke, his voice was still hoarse. Have you eaten? I have steamed buns and braised pork slices here. Xie Cheng really just woke up, and while entering the voice group, he also cooked at the workbench. I have to say that the workbench is really easy. I need recipes, and many things can be seen but not eaten, and even if there are ingredients, it is not okay, which is very annoying. However, Xie Cheng is very open-minded, as long as he can eat enough and kill monsters. To put it simply, it is enough to survive until the day he leaves the game. Nanshu had already eaten her fill. She was holding a cup of tea, feeling the temperature on it, and rocking slowly on the rocking chair. The rocking chair map was dropped by the monsters before. Nanshu happened to have plenty of wood. Thinking that it would be bad to sit on the bed or the ground all the time, she made a rocking chair. Not to mention, this little thing was quite comfortable lying down at this time. She responded to Xie Cheng. I have eaten, you eat first. I have pork belly with steamed buns, trade you too. Xie Cheng refused immediately. You save it for dinner. I have meat here, Wenjing, you over there. Qi Wenjing had just swallowed the steamed bun with meat in her mouth, and the whole person was savoring it with satisfaction. When she heard Xie Cheng's question, she responded in time. Nanan gave me some. I am full, you eat quickly, and drink some water. The other party's voice was hoarse, and no sexy meaning could be heard, only a hint of sandpaper hard grinding coldness. Xie Cheng smiled shyly, drank a mouthful of warm water to dispel the coldness on his body, and then he ate the steamed bun with meat in big mouthfuls. Yes, he also used steamed buns to pick up the meat slices. For Xie Cheng, eating this way is more convenient, and the taste is also very good. He ate 3 steamed buns as big as his face, and then he felt a little full. The food in Xie Cheng's backpack was still sufficient, and there was no need to save too much. So, he thought about it, took out another steamed bun, wiped the bottom of the plate with the meat slices, and ate this steamed bun with the soup. After eating this steamed bun, he finally felt a little full and satisfied. It feels so good to be full. Xie Cheng sighed with satisfaction, with a rare relaxed expression on his face. However, he quickly restrained his emotions, and began to study how to deal with the food in his hands. Their training ground. Can't put it in? Their training ground is also connected to many office buildings. If they squeeze hard, the building will be squeezed and damaged, which is also a problem. Then where else can put the food? Qi Wenjing was also thinking about this problem. Her husband's unit does not need to be considered, and the place is small and broken, and there is no place for the food. Even if she didn't harvest much yesterday. But there are still a few tons. So, don't squeeze into the old and broken small. Put it in my sister's school. However, there are many students in the school. What if the children come out when the food is released, even if Qi Wenjing said in advance, and let everyone be prepared? However, children are curious and run out without paying attention. Not to mention tons of food. Even if 100 kilograms of food goes down, the children will be smashed into small pancakes. My sister's side is not working either. Qi Wenjing couldn't think of anywhere else, so she asked about Xie Cheng. Nanshu was drinking tea leisurely, and looking at the news in the communication hall. Some people are already selling food at high prices. Only a few people were able to get all the food yesterday, of course. There are still some who can get 70%. However, most players did not harvest much, and if they were distributed according to percentages, the amount they got was not much. In addition, if you didn't stock up too much food before, the demand for food is also very large at this time. The black-hearted merchants hit hard at this time, causing those survivors without food to break their defense directly. They are now cursing at each other in the communication hall. Although there are many people without food, there are also many people with food. Who will win the quarrel in the end is still unknown. However, their vocabulary of cursing is quite rich. Nanshu thinks that he may learn a lot by watching. Hearing Qi Wenjing ask Xie Cheng about the arrangement of food. Xie Cheng said after thinking, I am thinking about which places are suitable for receiving. Let's tell them an hour in advance, and let them prepare first. Xiao Heng, who just joined the team, followed and said, yes, yes, yes. He went through all kinds of hardships yesterday, and rushed to the end, and also stepped on the bottom of the list, and got a lot of food. Although Xiao Heng's luck is sometimes good and sometimes bad, he does not lack food. So he must send these grains back. His family is still realistic. Maybe, for his meritorious service, his family can have a good meal. Besides, with the space card, he wanted to send more than just food, but also more than 100 apples and more than 30 pears stored in his backpack. Xiao Heng thought he should tell them in advance that the fruit is for his family and cannot be shared. Considering that Qi Wenjing has a daughter at home, Xiao Heng thought about it and reluctantly gave away 1/3 of the apples and pears. Sister Qi, you have a child at home. If you share some of the fruit, you should tell them in advance that the fruit is for the child. Don't be shameless and take it for granted. Xiao Heng said it directly, not caring that he was live streaming and many people could see it. And he thought it would be better if many people saw it, so that some people would not monopolize the child's things. Qi Wenjing didn't expect Xiao Heng to share fruits with her. After a moment of hesitation, she hurriedly thanked him. Nanshu also had fruits, and the quantity was not small. If there weren't too many activities yesterday, she would have shared some with her friends. She had fruits such as cherries and grapes, and there were sugar cane and peaches in the game yesterday. However, she only got 1 peach, so the number of peaches she harvested was not large, and the system counted 32 in the end. Nanshu shared them with everyone, 2 peaches per person, and Qi Wenjing shared 10 more, which were for her daughter Lanlan. In addition, Nanshu also shared cherries and grapes with everyone. As for sugar cane, she planned to keep only a small part and send the rest to reality. Nanshu herself didn't like to eat sugar cane, it was very troublesome. So, only keep a little, so that everyone can have a sweet mouth occasionally, and the rest will be arranged in reality. Xie Cheng quickly thought of a place, where they usually trained in the wild. The venue is large enough, and it is a military land with strict management, so ordinary people cannot enter. Xie Cheng said in the live broadcast room that the release will start in an hour, hoping to be prepared in reality. Before Xie Cheng started talking, the meeting group next to the observation room had already arranged people, just waiting for Xie Cheng to say a good place, and they would arrange people to rush over. Fortunately, the distance is not far, more than half an hour's drive. And the place is indeed large enough, let alone a few tons or dozens of tons, even hundreds of tons will be no problem. For the things that Qi Wenjing and others brought to their families, the meeting group also made corresponding records and arranged special people to complete this task. Nanshu thought about whether to talk about her house and grave mound in the live broadcast room. But after hesitating, she decided to forget it. As long as she can live, she can naturally clean up her house. But if she can't go back, it doesn't matter whether she is there or not. Sun Mingxuang saw the hesitation of the little girl. She has not studied microexpressions and psychology. However, it can be guessed that this child has no other ties in reality, and it is probably because of the house, right? She was not sure. After thinking about it, she asked Tang Qifeng, who came to help after taking a nap, what do you think this child is hesitating to say? If he said it, they can still operate directly. But Nanshu didn't say it. They can only guess. You know, Nanshu has the greatest contribution to this wave of food transmission back to reality, because she has the largest amount. Moreover, this is her personal contribution. Xie Cheng is an official staff, trained by the official, enjoys official benefits, and has responsibilities, so no matter whether he is willing or not, he will transport the food back in the end. But Nanshu is not. Except for being saved by Qi Xinghe at the beginning of the apocalypse, their family has never received any official care. At this time, she is still willing to send the food back. Sun Mingxuang felt very touched. Even if she didn't send the food, if the little girl wanted to ask for help from the real world, as long as she was willing to say it, the real world people would definitely find a way to complete it. Now that Nanshu didn't say it, Sun Mingxuang could only try to guess. The atmosphere today is good, and the young people who are trying to survive are not under much pressure. Although the game is cruel, It seems that talking is still useful at present, so it is a rest today, and there is a high probability that there will be no other trouble. Tang Qingfeng's expression also relaxed. He thought about it, and guessed in a low voice. The little girl can only think about her house, and the cemeteries where she can worship her family now. Chapter 95. Sun Mingshuang thought it made sense. She had guessed it in her mind, and now after hearing Tang Qingfeng's words, Sun Mingshuang nodded. Have you sent someone to guard it? The cemetery must be guarded, little girl. Now that she has no family, the only thing that can bring her comfort is probably the grave. Tang Qingfeng nodded. Don't worry, it has been arranged early in the morning, and it will definitely be guarded well. Speaking of this, Tang Qingfeng seemed to remember something interesting, and whispered, our people just went there and found something interesting. Today's atmosphere is relatively relaxed, and Sun Mingshuang's mood is also relaxed. When she heard Tang Qingfeng mention it, she couldn't help but ask with a smile, what? Tang Qingfeng smiled and said, when they went there, they said that they saw several mutant plants sneaking on the windows of Nanshu's house, as if they wanted to see if there was really no one at home. After hearing this, Sun Mingshuang wanted to laugh, but she couldn't laugh. As time goes by, the mutated plants and animals, which had low IQs at first, have become more intelligent now. Their higher IQs mean that they are more difficult to deal with. Sometimes, they even play military tactics with humans. Tang Qingfeng originally wanted to say something relaxing, to tease Sun Mingshuang and make her less tense. When the players are in a relaxed atmosphere, they should also relax. It is not a good thing to be so tense every day. Don't let them lose their temper before the survivors come out, which will be troublesome. However, when it comes to the increase in the IQ of the mutated plants, Tang Qingfeng couldn't help but sigh, these days. But when will it end? The meeting room next to the observation room has already been arranged. Some of the friends watching the live broadcast don't know what happened last night. Many of them are now catching up on the official screen recording. After watching it, they all took a deep breath. Not allowed to sleep in the middle of the night. To farm? The serious people are really inhuman. However, the friends who got up early have already caught up on the screen recording. Seeing that the survivors are sleeping soundly, they just watch quietly, and occasionally send some comments. Of course, the survivors of Country A gained a lot last night, so the friends can stay rational and quiet when watching the live broadcast. But other countries can't do that, especially those countries that are ranked low. Not only did they not get any harvest, but they were also fined several times, and now their defenses are broken in various ways. They thought, since their defenses are broken anyway, they can just play badly in various ways. They shamelessly started to pester Country A, and started to talk about international regulations in various ways. Anyway, if they don't give them food, they will make trouble. They saw in the live broadcast that the top 2 bosses were sending food back home. What's wrong with giving them some of the dozens of tons of food? We all live on this planet. They are weak now, so what's wrong with helping them? Not only the officials are shameless, but the ordinary people watching the live broadcast are also shameless. This really pissed off the friends in Country A. Some friends said, don't think that I can't lift a knife because it's the end of the world. Some friends said, professional trolls, record can be checked, here I come. The barrage was noisy. Nanshu drank a few sips of tea, and didn't drink any more. It is not good to drink too much water after a meal, and it is not good to eat too much fruit. However, it is already this time, who cares? Let's eat it first. The ripe cherries are red, and almost purple. Just looking at the color, you know it must taste good. Nanshu swallowed his saliva, and took a bite. The juice is not abundant, but there is indeed sweet juice flowing between the lips and teeth. The flesh is hard, and the taste is very crisp. It is a variety that Nanshu likes very much. Of course, if it is a soft taste, then the flesh must be very sweet. Otherwise, Nanshu still likes harder fruits. Cherries are sweet and sour, without any sourness. Grapes are sweet and sour. The flesh is very soft and tender, and there is a slight sweetness after taking a bite. Peaches are hairy peaches, which are troublesome to wash, and because they are ripe, the flesh is soft. Nanshu doesn't really like to eat soft peaches. However, things are precious because they are rare. Besides, it's already this time. Who has the right to be picky? It's good to have something to eat. Moreover, soft peaches have their own charm. Take a bite, the juice and the flesh flow in the mouth, and there is a sweet taste chasing behind, which is a wonderful feeling. Nanshu thought, soft peaches seem to be good too. At this time, Xiao Hung was complaining about soft peaches. I don't like soft peaches, they are soft and not worth eating. Xie Chung wanted to laugh after hearing what he said. If you don't want to eat it, trade it to me. Xiao Hung changed his words immediately. Actually, if you taste it carefully, it still has a certain flavor. This is a delicacy I have never tasted before. I just fell in love with it now. I just fell in love with it. I won't give it to you, brother Xie, hee hee. Everyone laughed at Xiao Heng. Wei Zixuan didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, but he couldn't help it. After swallowing the cherry in his mouth, he whispered, "You think? Is the game really just resting today? No one can be sure of this. But if the game says to rest, then rest." Nanshu thought, at worst, he would go to farm at night. Oh, maybe he would also carry manure. I hope the game won't be so cruel. She can bear the hardship, but she doesn't want to face the tasks that are too strong. Xie Cheng has been thinking about this since he got up. However, they have slept for a whole morning, and there are no accidents at all. I think it should be a holiday, right? The temperature in the game has not changed for 2 or 3 days, and it is still at -69 degrees. Xie Cheng's novice island was smashed to pieces by other players. He picked for a long time, and finally found a better place to put down the safe house. Looking at the messy ice outside, Xie Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Let's try to relax for a while, but we still need to be vigilant, but don't be too tense. They have been too tired in recent days. If they relax at the right time, it will also be beneficial for better fighting later." Wei Zixuan agreed with this, and Xiao Heng thought it was okay. Last night, he stepped on the edge of the tail end of the crane, but now he is still fine, right? This shows. It's really great to have friends to help. Xiao Heng was lucky that the friends who were caught were all big guys. In all aspects he, a little waste, can live peacefully until now. Everyone decided to relax. Nanshu finished eating the fruit and curled up on the recliner again. She also asked her friends if they needed this thing. She still had a lot of wood, and if she shared it with her friends, she could still afford it. It feels quite comfortable to sit on, and it suits the mood of today's holiday. With only 6 pieces of wood, I can enjoy life, which I think is good. Why do I feel like I'm being PUA'd by the game? You dare to say that you only need 6 pieces of wood. Hearing Nanshu say this, Xiao Heng was a little eager to move. After all, he was a young master who used to enjoy himself. Now that there is temptation, he really can't resist it. But no one spoke, and Xiao Heng felt a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Qi Wenjing spoke soon. "I want one, otherwise I will feel like sitting on the bench every day." As soon as Qi Wenjing spoke, everyone followed suit and started trading. It's just that they all have to save face. Even if there is not much wood, they have to show some other things. Nanshu didn't want it, but Xie Cheng said, if she doesn't want it, they are embarrassed to ask for it. They had already eaten the fruit sent by Nanshu, and now they wanted a free recliner. This was too shameless. In the end, Nanshu had no choice but to accept it. It was already afternoon when they got up, and it was almost dark when they sent the food back to reality and received the receipt from the game. Nanshu originally wanted to talk about his fake Dragon Ball card copy. However, seeing that it was getting dark, and everyone had a rare day off, he thought about it and swallowed his words. That night, the game was calm, and everyone was working hard in reality. So much food, a part of it must be taken back as inventory for emergency use. More still needs to be distributed. The conference room has already determined the plan for how much to distribute to each place. Now the people below just need to follow it. Divide the food, load it, take it away, and continue to distribute the food. As for those shameless voices in the international community, naturally, there are diplomats to deal with them. They have food in their hands, so they naturally take the initiative. Want food? That depends on your sincerity. Nanshu slept a lot during the day, and originally thought she couldn't sleep at night. As a result, the quilt was too warm, and she fell asleep in a short while. This night was the most comfortable night that Nanshu slept since she entered the game. Maybe it was because they were all farming the night before. In contrast, the nights when they could sleep peacefully seemed precious. The next day, Nanshu got up early. Yesterday's fried pork with peppers tasted very good, and Nanshu decided to eat the same today. While she was busy, she heard the system broadcast. System broadcast, rest today. Nanshu, ? She should have slept well last night, so she won't have auditory hallucinations, right? Remaining rest today, is it true? If you are like this in the game, then I won't scold you today. Xie Cheng, who had just woken up, also suspected that he had heard it wrong. So, he hurriedly sent a message in the communication hall, and then created a temporary small group. Seeing that there were only him and Nanshu in it, Xie Cheng couldn't help but said, "Did you hear the system broadcast?" Nanshu was also a little dazed. "Ah, I heard it, rest today." Hearing Nanshu say this, Xiecheng finally felt a little bit of reality. It seems that I didn't hear it wrong. It can't be that everyone heard it wrong? Then what kind of shady game would it be? Xiao Heng quickly sent a secret code, and after being pulled in, his first reaction was, "Oh my god! Resting today, is it true?" Xiao Heng was really shocked. Remaining rest today? Then he can also play this survival game, and he is very good. Chapter 96. Xiao Heng came in with a smile, and Shi Wenjing came in soon after. After a while, everyone was confused about the news that they would still rest today, and finally confirmed it. Really rest. However, it was icy and snowy outside, and there was actually nothing to do. However, for the players, this was a rare time to rest. It's a good rest. After a long time, Xiecheng breathed a sigh of relief. Resting, they have enough time to stock up some materials needed to repair the safe house, including the bedding they wanted before, which can also be obtained through their own efforts. Yesterday they rested for a day, but sleeping took up most of the day. Today they rested again. After a while of excited discussion, everyone decided to find materials first, and then see who has the corresponding map or recipe. Xiecheng said that the game made them rest for 2 consecutive days, and they probably didn't hold their farts well. So, they have to stock up more. Especially useful materials, don't waste any of them, stock up what you can. Everyone acted quickly, and no one really relaxed because of the rest. In such a survival game, rest? What good things are you thinking about? Staying alive is the most important thing. The enjoyment can be done after they can leave the game alive and return to reality. Now, let's work honestly. Nanshu went to the beach first. She didn't have many stones left, so she needed to get more stones back. Of course, clay is also needed. But clay is more often dropped by monsters. So, this can be ranked second. Finally, go get some wood. After arranging his own itinerary, Nanshu set off. The game did not repair the places that were damaged by other players, who broke into the Novice Island at night. Nanshu's Novice Island is still broken in the east and cracked in the west. This makes the road not easy to walk. You need to pay attention all the time, and don't fall into the ice pit. Some ice is broken, but it looks like it will not break. This is the most dangerous. Because if you step on it, it is easy to break a big one on the spot because it is empty, causing the player to fall into the pit. Although these pits are not big, most of them are caused by hail before. However, for players, it is still a big hurdle. Nanshu carefully chose the route and memorized it in his mind, thinking that he would take this route again next time. It is relatively safer to walk by yourself. The beach is still intact now, probably because other players also think that the beach is dangerous at night. Nanshu had smashed it before, but it was repaired by the game, and now it needs to be smashed again. She swung the axe and started to work. Others had a similar rhythm. Some went to the beach, some went to the woods, and some went to fight monsters. For a while, the voice channel was either bang bang bang, or dong dong dong, or the sound of monsters screaming. Nanshu also heard a hissing sound that gave her goosebumps. She whispered a little, "Why does this sound so creepy?" Xiao Heng laughed after hearing it. Who said it wasn't? But this little thing looks like it still has some meat, so take it. Nanshu? ? Ah, she was really confused. Xiao Heng didn't mean to play dumb, and quickly said with a smile, 2 snakes, they were frozen and confused, I was going to collect them, I hope they dropped something, I need clay, thank you. Xiao Heng felt that he was a rare example of being well-mannered, and asked the game to give him face. Then, the 2 snakes dropped 4 eggs. Xiao Heng? ? Ah, eggs? You dropped snake eggs, I can understand. You dropped eggs? No? Is this right? Xiao Heng was stunned for several seconds, and after reacting, he exhaled a burst of fragrance. Xiecheng hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" He had just cut down a few trees, and successfully put the wood into his backpack. He counted the number in his mind, calculating how much more wood he would cut, and then went to kill the monsters to prepare clay. He also needed these now. Hearing Xiao Heng cursing, Xiecheng thought that he was in trouble. Xiao Heng gritted his teeth and talked about the fact that he dropped eggs when he killed snakes. Friends, this. For a moment, I didn't know whether to comfort or laugh. Well, what right did they have to laugh? Especially Chen Mu, who smiled bitterly, at least you dropped something. I killed 2 fat rats, and they didn't even drop basic clay for me. After Chen Mu finished speaking, Wei Zixuan also responded, yes, you didn't drop anything either? No, I think this thing drops clay, isn't it by default? Why didn't it drop it suddenly? Did the game change the drop rate? Shi Wenjing quickly guessed. She also came to cut trees. She didn't kill the monsters yet, so she didn't know the situation, but she could guess. As soon as this was said, everyone was silent. If this was true, wouldn't it be ridiculous for them to want to stock up during their break? Xiao Heng was the first to say, "Stupid game is really shady." Xiao Heng said, "I have no manners, and I don't have any shame. If I want to scold, I will do it." The friends were used to hearing this. Nanshu banged for a long time, and successfully smashed all the pieces open. Then she put her hand into the cold seawater, and started to pick up stones. After picking up 3 pieces, she encountered a blue-tailed shrimp that was frozen to the point of no reason and began to stick to her hand. This shrimp looks very gorgeous, with a kind of beauty that seems to be poisonous. Nanshu only fought this kind of monster once, and the drops were average. More often, she heard Qi Wenjing or Xie Cheng mention this kind of monster. It is said that they have a chance to drop a kind of blue-tail feather, which can be exchanged with Zhou Cuckoo for items. As for why a shrimp would drop tail feathers, don't ask, it's the game setting. Looking at the mentally retarded appearance of the blue-tailed shrimp, Nanshu also ruthlessly harvested its life. And then, an egg fell. Nanshu, ? She was at a loss when she saw the system notification that the item she received was an egg. Ah, they are used as old men and old women, and eggs are enough, but old men and old women give several eggs a day. They fought monsters for a long time, and only 1 egg fell. It took Nanshu a long time to find his voice. I fought a blue-tailed shrimp and dropped an egg. Xiao Heng couldn't help but say, "Only 1 egg fell?" Nanshu responded affirmatively. Just 1 egg, nothing else. At least shrimp meat, and the like had dropped from the monsters they had fought before. This time, they really couldn't get any more. But it seems that the situation is not good in this situation. If only eggs dropped, then they would have to fight until the end of time. The problem is, they soon found out that dropping eggs was considered good luck. While Qi Wenjing was chopping wood, she found a fat rat. After killing it, she found that nothing dropped. Qi Wenjing was immediately shocked. If she wasn't afraid that her daughter would watch the live broadcast, she would jump up and curse. Soon, everyone found out about this. Or rather, in order to verify this, everyone tried to fight some monsters. After fighting, they found that it either dropped eggs or eggs. If you are lucky, 2 will drop. If you are unlucky, 1 will drop. Some even drop 1 egg after 3 or 4 monsters. Everyone, ? Not only did they find out, but other players also found out. The news in the communication hall quickly started rolling. They were all talking about the drop rate of monsters today. After everyone finished reading, there was another silence. The situation is not very good. After a long silence, Xie Cheng's hoarse voice came out. Although they rested, the drop rate was adjusted. This is not good news. However, they did not have any other choice. Let's work first, collect the materials first, and then fight monsters. We can kill as many as we can. 1 is not too little, and 2 is not too much. Seeing that everyone was a little depressed, Xie Cheng smiled and teased. Everyone sighed and started to move again. Nanshu was still fishing for stones. The winter clothes were not thick. Although they could keep out the cold, they did not keep out much cold. So, even if you can't feel the temperature of -70 degrees when you put your hand in, you can't feel the temperature of -70 degrees. However, that kind of biting cold is really unfriendly to people. Moreover, it won't be long before the sea surface freezes again, and Nanshu needs to break it open again. Soon, the sound of banging came from her side again. Repeatedly breaking ice and chopping trees also requires more strength, and the drop rate of small monsters is touching. This morning was difficult and unforgettable for Nanshu and his friends. However, what can be done? The good news is that Nanshu has good luck. Although the small monsters only drop eggs, every small monster she kills will drop eggs, and she will not encounter the situation where only 1 egg is dropped after killing 2 or 3 small monsters. Not only that, sometimes she is very lucky, and a small monster may drop 2 or 3. The bad news is that it really only drops eggs. This morning, I killed shrimps, chopped snails, fought fish, killed chickens, and quacked ducks. Then, only eggs dropped. However, Nanshu is not picky. It's okay if it drops. This morning, she harvested 49 eggs. When everyone went back to the safe house for lunch and summary, Xie Cheng even counted the number of eggs he had obtained. 22. Even so, Xie Cheng was still the leader in the team. Xiao Heng had 19, Wei Zixuan had 17, Chen Mu had 12, and Qi Wenjing had 9. Although Qi Wenjing had fewer eggs, It was because she was more often chopping trees and picking up stones. But, with only 9 eggs, Qi Wenjing broke through one defense after another. She asked Nan Shu, who hadn't said anything. Nan, tell me how many eggs you dropped to make me give up completely. Nan Shu didn't want to say it, but didn't want to lie to his friends. After thinking about it, he whispered 49. Before Qi Wenjing could speak, Xiao Heng jumped up immediately. Ah! 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 Xiao Heng also broke through the defense, and the whole person seemed to be stimulated, jumping up and down, cursing the game. Qi Wenjing swallowed the dirty words that were about to come out of her mouth. Damn game. Why do you treat us differently? Although her sisters have good things, she is really happy. But if you do this, it will really make us lose our balance. Chapter 97. At noon, Nan Shu and his friends had steamed eggs with minced meat and scrambled eggs with vegetables, as well as steamed buns with egg and vegetables and large meat buns. The vegetable buns were made on Qi Wenjing's workbench. Although they had hardly seen eggs before, they would definitely learn the recipes when they came across them. So, Qi Wenjing could steam steamed vegetable buns and scrambled eggs with vegetables. Nan Shu could steam braised pork buns, preserved vegetable and pork buns, etc. He could also make steamed eggs with minced meat. Xiao Heng also had this recipe. He was reluctant to learn it at first, but Xie Cheng persuaded him. Xiao Heng thought, if I can't charge, can I do logistics? So, I learned it. Never expected that it would be used today? Xiao Heng was also very surprised. The friends had a hearty lunch. Not only did they eat, but they also drank half a cup of water after the meal. It was not easy to drink a lot of water after the meal, so they just took a few sips. Who would have thought that in a survival game, one day, they could eat delicious meals peacefully and have a cup of mellow tea after meals? Nan Shu didn't expect it either. After the apocalypse, it became difficult to eat, let alone drink tea. Besides, she didn't like drinking tea before, so she didn't want to after the apocalypse. Now that she is in the game, she enjoys it. This is also another kind of finding joy in suffering, right? Nan Shu thought uncertainly, and everyone in the communication hall was cursing. Someone cursed the game for being crazy, and dropped an egg on him in the morning. Seeing people who were worse off than herself, Qi Wenjing couldn't help laughing. When I think of someone who is worse off than me, even if it's my compatriot, I want to laugh, not to mention that there are not many people who are the same as me. Nan Shu was amused by her words. Xiao Heng really went to the exchange hall in disguise to stir up trouble. Hey, I won't say anything else. I just add fuel to the fire. Are the two sides about to fight? Let me add some fuel. Are the two sides already in a dilemma? If you stir up trouble again, you succeed. Xie Cheng persuaded them a few words, and after seeing Xiao Heng said he knew what was going on, he didn't say anything more. Everyone slept well yesterday, so after lunch, no one said they wanted to rest. They just adjusted themselves and went out again with their tools. Nan Shu fished out stones for the whole morning, and in the afternoon, she was going to chop wood. Others who had chopped wood for the whole morning were thinking about changing to another kind in the afternoon. Nowadays, in the exchange hall, there are all kinds of people shouting to exchange things, and the price of stones is slightly higher than that of wood. Because it is not easy to fish in the sea water, and the biting cold really pierces your soul through the thin cold-proof clothes without mercy. Although it is not easy to chop wood, it is more difficult to chop stones. So, raise the price, raise the price. Nan Shu was swinging an axe on the way to chop trees, and killed 2 hares frozen in the igloo, a fat rat, and dropped 3 eggs. Compared to before, this drop rate is a bit shabby. But don't be picky, at least it still drops. Qi Wenjing went all the way, and killed 3 cuckoo chickens, and didn't drop a single coin. Qi Wenjing was so angry that she laughed, and she was also giving up. It's up to you to drop or not. If it doesn't drop, kill monsters, kill more. In the exchange hall, after the quarrels between each other, all that was left were messages asking for transactions. Nan Shu was not sure how many scammers were taking advantage of the situation. Although she didn't need much at the moment, she still looked around. If anyone had something rare, she could pay attention to it. If she needed it later, she could also shout in the exchange hall. The afternoon passed quickly. In the evening, everyone had barbecue. Yes, barbecue. In the afternoon, Xie Cheng was very lucky and got a delicious barbecue recipe, which he learned directly. In the evening, he gave each of his friends a finished barbecue. The barbecue on the workbench was a set meal. It included 2 pieces of beef brain, 2 pieces of beef eye, 1 piece of pork plum, 2 pieces of pork belly, and 4 pieces of lettuce. As long as the ingredients are sufficient, so many finished products can be produced on the workbench. The meat pieces are of normal size, slightly smaller than Nan Shu's palm. The pork belly is the smallest, and 2 pieces put together are not as big as Nanchu's hand. However, the ingredients they need to provide are actually very few. Moreover, it is okay if there is no lettuce, as long as there are green vegetables, or even wild vegetables, the system will automatically generate lettuce. Nanshu still likes the taste of lettuce. It's just that after the end of the world, after trying to plant it, there are many mutations. In her daily life, she ate less lettuce and more mutant lettuce. For a while, because she had been beating too much, Nanshu was very reluctant to smell the smell of lettuce. It was a very light plant fragrance, but she smelled an evil smell. After not eating for a long time, this temporary stress response disappeared. Now, looking at the 4 green lettuce leaves in the barbecue set that was traded, Nanshu swallowed subconsciously. I haven't eaten it for a long time, and I still miss it. I feel bored after beating it for too long. Emotions are really a strange thing. The lettuce leaves given by the workbench are not fooled at all, even if Xie Chung may have fooled it, taking wild vegetables, rotten leaves and the like. However, what it gives back to the players is the leaves in the middle of the lettuce. Not too hard, nor too crispy, just the right kind to go with barbecue. Nanshu likes this way of eating. Of course, this luxurious way of eating is only limited to before the end of the world. After eating the fragrant barbecue, everyone sat in their own safe houses and chatted. Because they worked hard all day, Nanshu produced a batch of chairs and beds for everyone. Even Xiao Hung, who had the smallest harvest, exchanged a bag of apples for a bed. There was no wood, but there were enough apples. Xiao Hung didn't know if he was lucky or not sure, but it's fine as long as there is, he won't be picky. That is, he really doesn't like apples. Can he change to something else next time? Before eating, the system notified them that night had fallen. This day is over again. Although the game told them that this was a day of rest. But they didn't have any free time at all. At this time, it is a rare and pleasant time. Nanshu is around the stove. Shi Wenjing is holding a cup of water, and the others have different ways of keeping warm. Starting with Xie Chung, the others gradually summarize some of their experiences and insights today. If you want to fish out stones, how should you fish them out to be the most efficient? If you want to chop wood, how should you chop it to save the most effort? Everyone has different ideas and summarizes different experiences. Not sure if it will work? Then write them down and try them slowly later, so that you can eliminate the methods that are not suitable for you and choose a method that you like and is very suitable. As we chatted, we talked about tomorrow's schedule. Today, the game still has no schedule for tomorrow. So, is it a temporary adventure? Or be bold and continue to rest? If you continue to rest, can the drop rate of this monster be adjusted? Dropping eggs every day is really enough. We need clay. When talking about tomorrow, Nanshu also mentioned his copy of the fake Dragon Ball. If we still have a rest tomorrow, let's open the copy. Anyway, we are free. Except for the clay that will not drop, they have stockpiled a lot of other things today. Xie Chung agreed with this, but this kind of thing is based on the principle of voluntariness. Everyone can come if they want to, and refuse if they don't want to. There is no need to think that they know each other and are friends, so they force themselves to agree. In a survival game, the priority is to survive. Xiao Hung did not refuse this time, mainly because he refused last time, and the game did not let him go. So, is it useful to refuse? It is useless. Others naturally had no objection. Isn't it good to get a copy? Maybe there's something good. In the game, players can rarely relax for a while. After all, today is a day off, so the pressure is relatively small. Although the drop rate of the monsters is touching, at least it dropped. Are eggs not good? If the food is not good, what else is good? Everyone in reality is very busy at the moment. After the food arrives, how to distribute, how to arrange, how to store, these are all problems. Sun Mingshuang and Tang Qifeng are not responsible for these, so there is no need to pay too much attention. However, the two of them still keep an eye on it. This is what their compatriots worked so hard to earn. They will not allow mice to eat this food right under their noses. The next day, the weather was fine. Nanshu got up before 7 o'clock. Spring day, early morning, breeze, minus 69 degrees. Looking at the temperature that was stuck, Nanshu shrugged helplessly. It's amazing. It's stuck at the limit every day. This made Nanshu wonder if the game was stuck with a bug. For example, the displayed limit is minus 69 degrees. The part above is not displayed. But it seems that it shouldn't be that bad, right? The game may lie to them. But the cold-proof clothes on their bodies shouldn't, right? If it exceeds minus 70 degrees, it should go on strike directly, right? Nanshu got up early and used the stove to boil water. Cleaned it simply, opened the door, and felt the sunny but cold air outside. After taking a slight breath of cold air, Nan Shushu shuddered and honestly closed the door. It was still a world of ice and snow outside. Nan Shu also observed closely that the ice she had broken yesterday had been repaired by the system. However, the ice that was broken by others was still not repaired. Therefore, the road was broken and it was possible to step on a pit at any time. At this time, other players also discovered this matter. Someone cursed in the communication hall, asking who broke the ice on his novice island and stood it up again. The other party's novice island, after being tossed like this, was like a terrible hell. Not only did it look gloomy and terrifying, but you also need to pay attention at all times when walking. You might slip and fall on the ice ridges at any time. The consequences. It's bloody to think about it. In this comparison, Nan Shu felt that whether she was kind to other people's novice islands or others to her novice islands, she was still very kind. Nan Shu picked a vegetable and lean meat porridge from the many recipes on the workbench. Nan Shu obtained rice seeds during the planting in the middle of the night the day before yesterday. After returning these 2 days, he planted some. Now, she has rice and can eat some rice or rice porridge. Chapter 98. After cooking the porridge, Nan Shu held the steaming bowl of porridge, slowly waiting for it to warm up before taking a sip, while looking at the news in the communication hall. Although it was early, there were many players who got up. Soon, Nan Shu saw the message sent by Xie Cheng and his friends quickly entered the voice channel one after another. As soon as the last Shenmue came in, the system broadcast sounded. System broadcast, rest today. Nan Shu, ? Friends, ? Ah, resting again? This gave the players a bad premonition. I always feel that the game is holding back something bad, but they have no evidence. However, Nan Shu and his friends had discussed it yesterday. If they still rest today, then they will play the copy of the fake Dragon Ball in her hand. At this time, the news of the rest came down, and Xie Cheng asked the friends for their opinions again. It mainly depends on how much the friends have hoarded. At least enough to maintain the high-level safe house for 3 days. After hearing everyone say that there was no problem, Xie Cheng discussed the details of the dungeon with everyone. Because they were not sure about the dungeon, all they could say was some details to pay attention to. Xie Cheng repeatedly emphasized, at critical moments, you must take your own safety as the premise, and then consider others under this premise. You are the most important. Although Xie Cheng felt that he had the spare capacity and must help others. However, this was a matter of his responsibility, and he could not ask others to do the same as him because of his responsibility. Moreover, he hoped that his friends would be more selfish, think more about themselves and care less about others. This would ensure personal survival to the greatest extent. Personal survival sometimes also represents collective survival. If one of them lives longer, one less person will be caught in reality. Although Xie Cheng talked a lot, he was indeed thinking about his friends. No one felt impatient, and they all listened carefully. After finishing the business, Xie Cheng also asked if everyone had enough food. After experiencing the previous farming copy, everyone now has enough food. However, due to the lack of recipes, the types of food that everyone can eat are much less. More often, other friends are needed to help make it. Like the 6 of them, they have already recognized each other in their own country, so they are not afraid of helping each other. What they are afraid of is the transactions between strangers in the exchange hall. Because some people are pure scammers, Nan Shu often sees people cursing in the exchange hall, and the topics they curse are dead scammers and so on. After everyone had eaten, Nan Shu checked again and everyone was ready. She opened the Dragon Ball fake dungeon. The dungeon has been opened, please summon your partners. Summoning successful, partners gathering. Dungeon countdown 10-9. Dungeon entered successfully, please be safe. The scene in front of Nan Shu quickly changed from the novice island to a snow-white cotton field. When you first enter the new scene, it is really white, the kind that makes your eyes blurry after looking at it for a long time. At first, Nan Shu thought that he had entered the snow mountain. Because it is too pure white, it looks like snow that has not been polluted and disturbed by other debris. But at first glance, it is not the case, because if you look closely, you will find that although the cotton stalks are white, the cotton leaves are white, and the cotton field is also white, they are very independent white. The roots are roots, the leaves are leaves, and the stems are stems. There is a very obvious dividing line between them. For Nan Shu, it is probably. The white of the land is a hint of grayish white, the white of the cotton roots is a bit like beige white, the stems are a kind of bleak white, the leaves are a kind of crystal white, and the cotton itself is a normal white, a very full white. Although they are all white, They are a kind of white with a clear sense of layering. It's just that if you look at it for a long time, it's a bit like looking at snow for a long time, and it's easy to get snow blind. After looking at it for about 10 seconds, Nanshu looked down at his clothes and felt that he seemed to be wearing white. However, their winter clothes were a grayish white, the same color as the mud in the scene in front of him. However, under the influence of layers of white, the eyes are really easy to be polluted. Nanshu has fought so many monsters, including encountering 2 traveling merchants, and has never seen sunglasses to change. This made her blink uncomfortably, and soon raised her hand to rub her palm, covered her eyes for a while, and then looked up again. Welcome to the world of 4-legged vegetable dragons. The slideshow will start in 30 seconds. Players are requested to try to remember more details to cope with the final challenge. The opening only gave them about a minute to adapt. Siecheng only said one sentence. It's blindingly white, and then the system's prompt sounded. Ah! Another brain test. Xiaoheng had a headache when he heard that they had to remember more things. Qi Wenjing thought it was okay. It's better to test literature than martial arts, right? Qinmu scratched his head and said nothing, and Wei Zixuan also agreed with Qi Wenjing's statement. Siecheng asked before the countdown ended, "Where are you standing?" "There are 6 white trees behind me." After they came in, they were not divided together. So, Siecheng wanted to know what their current approximate location was. The advantage of this copy compared to other copies is probably that it has coordinates. Although the coordinate numbers shown here by Siecheng are terrible 5 digits. However, Siecheng felt that it was not a big problem, and it was better to have it than not. The first time Nanshu came in, he was dazzled by the vast white scenery. After a while, he also looked carefully. There was no tree behind her, but a flat white grassland. Fearing that she had seen it wrong, she looked carefully, rubbed her eyes, and looked again. There is an open space behind me, which looks like a grassland, but it is too white, and it hurts my eyes if I look at it for a long time. Qi Wenjing also responded quickly. There is a very strange tree behind me, with a milky white gourd hanging on it. Because the difference between milky white and other whites is too obvious, especially in a piece of white, Qi Wenjing quickly saw the difference of the tree. Others also spoke one after another. After Qinmu finished speaking, Siecheng had no time to summarize. The countdown ended, and their voice channel was disconnected. It's not accurate to say that only 3 of them were interrupted. Siecheng, Wei Zixuan and Qi Wenjing were silent for the time being. Nanshu, Xiaoheng and Qinmu were still able to talk for the time being. Nanshu didn't notice this at first. After listening to Qinmu's words, she didn't hear Siecheng's summary or analysis, and she called out strangely, "Brother Xie?" No response. This gave Nanshu a bad feeling. She pursed her lips and called out again, "Sister Wenjing?" Still no response. Xiaoheng was also panicked when Nanshu called him like this. "Fuck, no way? Brother Wei? Brother Chen?" Nanshu spoke, but he didn't call again. But no one else spoke. Qinmu also realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly responded, I'm here. The hurried voice exposed his panic. The 3 people shouted several times, and found that only each other responded to them. The other 3 people were silent. This damn game. Will they be trapped again like in the maze treasure hunt? Qinmu had been 1 to 2 before, so he had experience with this situation, but he was also irritable. That night, Xiaoheng did not participate in this, so he was not aware of the situation and suddenly became more panicked. Ah! Is it serious? Nanshu took a breath and was about to say something when a large colorful scene popped up in front of her, saving her eyes from the whiteness. This scene appeared when the countdown ended and stayed for about 20 seconds. Nanshu did not say anything to Siecheng and the others. Although she was a little panicked, her attention did not move away from this large picture. At the same time, she reminded the other 2 people, don't worry about other things first. Look at the picture in front of you, and remember as many details as possible. You will definitely be tested later. The game won't be given to them for free, of course. There are some pitfalls sometimes. But remember what you can remember. What if you need it? Xiaoheng showed a mask of pain. He really can't do it. It's a pity. You have to do it even if you can't. Qinmu also took out the enthusiasm of the college entrance examination, although he didn't really remember what he was like at the time. But no, you have to remember. A minute later, the screen ended and changed to a new screen. Fortunately, the screen was not complicated. The previous picture was a small forest scene, and Nanshu felt that there were not many things to remember. The second picture was still a forest scene, which was a little different from the previous one, but not much. Nanshu thought, is it to find the difference? The third picture was still a forest scene. The fourth picture, the fifth picture. It was the same until the 10th picture. Xiao Heng's head began to hurt after reading it, but he didn't dare to relax, for fear that he would be dragged down again because of his own reasons. Dead brain, remember it quickly. After the 10th picture was finished, the system popped up a reminder. Excuse me, which of the above pictures have magnolia trees? There is still enough time to answer the question. 3 minutes, enough for them to recall slowly. Unfortunately, there are no options, and it is obviously impossible to rely on the 25% probability of guessing. Nanshu carefully recalled the 10 pictures he had seen. When the magnolia flowers bloom, they are mainly white, with a light pink at the edges. When they are not blooming. By the way, there is no magnolia tree when it is not blooming in the 10 pictures. Chinmu scratched his head frantically at this time. What is star magnolia? He knew only a little about plants, and had never even heard of what this was, let alone asked him to find it. Although the system did provide him with pictures. However, he didn't remember them in his mind at all. Xiao Heng also showed a miserable smile. Minus Huang Gulan. What is this? Watching the live broadcast, Xiao's mother wanted to enter the game and answer on behalf of her son. She just killed 3 mutant Huang Gulan yesterday. Unfortunately, she couldn't get in. Chapter 99. Nanshu didn't know much about plants. However, she could still recognize the magnolia tree. She submitted her answer quickly, and received a response from the system. Correct answer, rescue a teammate. Bang! As this sound fell, another sound rang out, like the sound of something heavy falling to the ground, and along with it, there was a slight hiss. Who? Xiao Heng was still thinking about how to guess this question. It was impossible to answer, he didn't know Huang Jian. At this time, a strange sound suddenly came, which scared him. Xie Cheng fell from a high place, although he was unprepared, but he had made buffering adjustments in time when he reacted. Even so, he still fell and his arm hurt a little, but fortunately, he could bear it. Hearing Xiao Heng's voice, Xie Cheng immediately responded, "It's me." When they heard that it was Xie Cheng's voice, Nanshu and the others were shocked. Brother Xie? The 3 people shouted almost at the same time, and Xie Cheng probably guessed the situation. Because he was suddenly hung up just now, and he could only hear Qi Wenjing and Wei Zixuan's voices on the voice channel, but not the other 3. Originally, I thought that the competition field was divided. Now it seems that it is not the case, but they have become hostages. Just like the copy of the treasure map before, the teammates were divided into 2, half answering questions and half being hostages. Thinking of this fucked up setting, Xie Cheng was quite troubled. He didn't have time to explain more, and hurriedly asked Nanshu and the others, "Are you answering questions?" As soon as this question came out, Xiao Heng wanted to die again. So what does Huang Jian look like? Nanshu didn't know about this question, but Xie Cheng did. He quickly replied, "I draw a sketch, and you can look for it. As long as you don't use other magnolia trees to interfere, there should be no problem." When Xie Cheng and his team were training, they also studied the corresponding plant knowledge. Of course, plant knowledge covers a wide range of areas, and they may not have learned all of it. Many times, they worked hard on their own. However, Xie Cheng learned it well. At least, he really learned what Xiao Heng needed. When Chinmu saw it, he also said his own problem. Fortunately, they had a long time to answer the questions, so Xie Cheng also had time to draw sketches for the 2 of them. Soon, Chenmu answered the question successfully, and Qi Wenjing was put down. In the process, he fell down as expected, but fortunately, it was only painful for a while, and Qi Wenjing gritted her teeth and held on without crying out. When it came to Xiao Heng, his memory was good, but there were many interference items in the previous pictures. In addition, the sketch drawn by Xie Cheng was still too abstract for Xiao Heng. So, as expected, he got the answer wrong. Ah, damn game. After hearing the news that his answer was wrong and his teammates failed to rescue him, Xiao Heng went crazy. Xie Cheng and the others didn't say much, they just prepared to discuss what they would encounter next. If it was really similar to the maze situation in the treasure map, then if nothing unexpected happened, they would encounter such a situation again in the future. Halfway through the discussion, Xiao Heng stopped cursing, Chinmu's original hymn sound also stopped, and Nanshu didn't respond either. Xie Cheng? Question mark. Will he be arrested again? He tentatively called out. Nanshu? Xiao Heng? Chenmu? Qi Wenjing? No one responded. Last time, there were at least 2 companions, but this time there was none. Xie Cheng panicked for a moment, but he was not in a hurry. If the test is with him, the system will give him the test question sooner or later. If not, then he will wait with peace of mind. Xie Cheng thought He can trust his teammates. 2 minutes later, Xiecheng got his questions. Game name, I am a miner. Task requirements, hook 20 pieces of top-grade mining. Task time, no time requirement, but if it exceeds 20 minutes, there will be additional penalties. Once every 5 minutes, as the system notification sounded, the scene in front of Xiecheng also changed. Originally, he fell from above, and the scene in front of him returned to the whiteness before. At this time, a new challenge came, and the white space turned into a flashing colorful light. It was a bit like the atmosphere light hitting the snow. The feeling was quite strange, with an indescribable underworld atmosphere. Xiecheng was not afraid. He was observing the challenge that was about to take place. I am a miner. Simply put, it means mining. Although there is no time limit, the game will not let him have an easy time if it exceeds 20 minutes. So, if possible, you must complete the task within 20 minutes. 1 piece per minute. Xiecheng looked at the countdown with 1.5 minutes left and moved his wrist slightly. He guessed that this game was most likely to simulate reality. So he had to warm up first. At this time, Nanshu and Xiecheng had the same task. Miner is a small game that is far from Nanshu's childhood. Most of her childhood was spent on mobile games, such as pulling yarn, screwing screws, and catching geese. If we must compare the fine operation requirements, these games are probably comparable to Miner, right? Nanshu is not familiar with Miner, but she is familiar with all kinds of catching and pulling, and she thinks she should be able to do it. The premise is that this game of I am a miner is the kind she understands. If it is something else, just pretend she didn't say it. Nanshu took a deep breath and started to warm up. Not sure whether the game is virtual or real, she has to prepare. Compared with the game challenges that Nanshu and Xiecheng need to complete, Qinmu is very miserable at this time. Because his task challenge is to carry manure. Yes, it is the literal meaning of carrying manure. The game requires that he needs to carry the manure piled on one side of the mountain to the other side of the mountain. The straight line distance is about 800 meters, but the mountain has a slope. Well, with that kind of slope, it's more appropriate to call it a hill. But it's not easy to walk. Carrying manure and carrying heavy loads. Ha, Qinmu thought, I don't know which teammate is as miserable as him. Xiao Heng said, it must be me. When his luck is bad, the game really doesn't treat him as a human. When Xiao Heng found Huang Jelin's problem, he realized that his luck today might not be very good. As a result, it really is. Not only is it not good, it's getting worse and worse. Ha ha ha. It's just carrying manure. What's wrong with it? It's just a small manure. It must be done. But will it be smelly? Xiao Heng felt like crying. As the last one to be rescued, Qi Wenjing, who did not hear much summary and discussion of the problems, now faced the challenge of shaking milk tea. Really shaking milk tea. The milk needs to be squeezed from the cow, and the pearls need to be fished from the lake next to it. 20 minutes, shake out 20 cups of milk tea that meet the system requirements, and the task is completed. The cow is a cow with 2 sharp horns and a bad temper. The pearls are raised in the lake, and there are mutant jellyfish on the edge of the lake, which always want to attack humans. Even if the jellyfish is avoided, the pearls are raised in the clams, and Qi Wenjing still needs to catch it and pry it open, so that there is a chance to open the pearls. When Qi Wenjing squeezed the first cup of milk, she fought with the cow. The cow used its sharp horns to hit her, and her first reaction was to hide. If the cow choked, where would the milk come from? So, if possible, it should be saved. Qi Wenjing wanted to save the cow's life, but the cow didn't want to. Qi Wenjing dodged, and it fought back desperately. Finally, Qi Wenjing got so angry that she stabbed it with 2 knives and sent it to the west. After 30 seconds, it revived on the spot. Qi Wenjing, shock. She knew that the game would not let them go easily. At this time, Nanshu had already caught 4 pieces of top-quality colored ore. Of course, in the process, he also caught 3 pieces of chicken blood stone, 2 pieces of scrap iron, a piece of copper, and 2 worn-out plastic basins. Don't ask why these things can also be hooked out. The answer is that the game doesn't want them to hook the real mine. I am a miner, and the game has made it into a handle-operated challenge game. Nanshu only needs to operate the button on the handle, and slide left and right to realize the rotation of the hook in various directions. After aiming, the hook must be hooked within 5 seconds, otherwise the system will hook it randomly. Nanshu took aim and also hooked within 5 seconds, but the various ores given by the game also had confusing options. Some ores looked crystal clear and fluorescent. However, after a closer look, it turned out to be a fake disguised as a top-grade colored ore. The first time the fake was hooked, the system only reminded. The second time was the same. However, the third time, the system would give the player a 20-second electric shock. Nanshu's brain was buzzing and her hands were numb. It took a while to recover. This made her more cautious, but the disguised things are hard to guard against. There is no essential difference between it and the real thing, or the difference that can be seen by the naked eye. Even if there is, Nanshu has not discovered it yet. So soon, she hooked the wrong one again. Okay, there are 2 more chances. Nanshu muttered softly, and operated the button on the handle again, trying to hook a distant ore. The system gave the appearance of the top-grade colored ore, and they could just hook it according to it. There is no limit to the length of the hook, as long as the player is willing or dares to hook it. Nanshu aimed, aligned, calculated the time. With a whoosh, the hook went out, and the ore was hooked. Obtained item, top quality colored or *2. Double explosion? Nanshu was a little surprised. This gave her a lot of motivation. She was about to operate the handle and hook another long-distance one when she heard the system broadcast. System broadcast. Player Wei Zixuan, Country A, has caused large-scale damage to the game background. He will be punished by confinement in a small black room, 20 minutes. At the same time, in half an hour, the country where he is located will randomly fall in acid rain. The area is not less than 1 million square kilometers, and the time is not less than 20 minutes. Nanshu was stunned after hearing it. Ah, what happened to Wei Zixuan who was not rescued? Because the challenge of the second level came too quickly, they didn't even have time to discuss the situation on Wei Zixuan's side. The rescue failed, and the system did not remind the follow-up. What is the situation now? Chapter 100. Wei Zixuan was in a lot of pain when the system informed him that his teammates had failed to rescue him, and he needed to save himself. Wei Zixuan slowly climbed down from the stone wall where he was trapped. He was hung in a place similar to a mountain wall. The stone wall was milky white, so the light didn't look dark, but it was really uncomfortable for his eyes to look at it for a long time. However, because he was trapped above by the system, if he didn't climb well, he would easily fall down. To ensure that he didn't fall down, he needed to hold on tightly to every place where he could get leverage. This consumed a lot of Wei Zixuan's physical strength. He couldn't stand it after climbing for a while, but jumping down. He really didn't dare to jump in a place where he couldn't see the bottom at a glance. He thought, instead of jumping down, where his life and death were unknown, he felt that he could still survive. However, Wei Zixuan couldn't stand clinging to the wall all the time. He thought about it, and remembered that there was a small blaster in his backpack. This was the item he got in the treasure hunt mission on the Novice Island. Because this thing has a strong explosive force, and can cause great damage. Therefore, the system reminds him to use it with caution. Wei Zixuan doesn't want to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. But he really can't hold on any longer. Rather than falling down like this, it's better to take a big gamble. Even if he dies, he wants to die with both sides injured. So, blow it up. As soon as he said it, Wei Zixuan put the small blaster on the nearest wall with his backhand when his physical strength was exhausted. This thing has a 3-minute countdown. Wei Zixuan took advantage of this time and climbed up a difficult distance. He didn't climb far, but time didn't allow him to climb further. There was a loud bang. No one else heard it, but Wei Zixuan's ears were buzzing, and the whole person flew down. During the process, Wei Zixuan tried hard to adjust his posture, trying to buffer a few times so that he could land smoothly. Wei Zixuan barely landed safely, but half of his body was injured by the explosion. In fact, he felt it when he adjusted his posture during the landing. Half of his body was in so much pain that he almost lost consciousness. However, Wei Zixuan was not afraid of these external injuries. He had a healing spell, and it would be fine after a while. If he didn't heal remotely, the CD was still quite short. However, he wanted to wait a while, because if he was injured again after landing, he wanted to save it together. Almost as soon as he landed, he felt a sharp pain in the half of his body that was already in pain. Wei Zixuan knew that he didn't adjust well, so the injured half of his body fell to the ground again. Without time to think, a healing spell was cast, and the injured body was healing rapidly. However, the pain that remained in the nerves still made Wei Zixuan grit his teeth and groan from time to time. He thought he was still strong. As a result, the punishment came soon. After Wei Zixuan sat up, he was sent to the small black room in seconds before he could say anything to his teammates. The small black room was about 40 by 40 by 40. He couldn't stand up, so he could only sit with his knees hugged, and it was very difficult to turn around. The space was so small that Wei Zixuan felt that his breathing was not smooth. But in fact, there was enough oxygen in the small black room, and it even had a special air supply tool and reminder. Wei Zixuan looked at the position on his upper left. In addition to the original weather reminder, there was now an oxygen reminder. He just wanted to roll his eyes. Damn game. He was locked in a small dark room and was banned from speaking. Nanshu didn't know what was happening on Wei Zixuan's side. Moreover, her voice with other teammates was disconnected again. Although she didn't know what was happening on Wei Zixuan's side, she was relieved to know that he was fine. Then, she loosened her hand, and the hook on the screen bounced out and went straight to the ore she had aimed at before. Obtained item, top grade colored or asterisk 2. It exploded twice again. Nanshu felt that her mood was finally a little better. Then, the next time she aimed at a long distance, she hooked a pair of plastic slippers, which were rotten, and one of them was only half left. This kind of thing seems to have no other use except feeding the furnace. If time didn't allow it, Nanshu didn't want to look at it for a long time and threw it into the furnace. But no, 20 minutes. She didn't want to go into the dark room. Nanshu quickly hooked again. 20 minutes is not a long time, and the required quantity is not small. So Nanshu didn't plan to waste too much time, and hooked when he saw it. There is no difference between the real and the fake anyway. The worst case is that he will be shocked for 20 seconds. 5 minutes later, Nanshu was shocked to numbness, and endured the slightly trembling hands, and started the hook again. Whoosh, hooked the mine. Whoosh, hooked the mine again. At 17 minutes, Nanshu hooked the amount of ore required by the task. In the remaining 2 minutes, Nanshu hesitated for a moment and continued to hook. The system didn't say what would happen if the number was exceeded, nor did it say what the penalty would be, so just give it a try. I checked it again, and the system still reminded me as before. There was no abnormality for the time being, so Nanshu continued to check it. At 19 minutes, Xiecheng also completed the task. Seeing that he had reached the 20 yuan required for the task, Xiecheng also breathed a sigh of relief. After hesitating for 3 seconds, his choice was the same as Nanshu's, and he continued. At this time, many people in the communication hall were confused. Staying on the novice island during the holiday can still destroy the background in the game. Even the island you are on was blown up? Are you crazy? However, there are also smarter players who have analyzed that the opponent is most likely not on the novice island, but in other dungeons. Guya, this is normal. We also prepared to go through the dungeon in the afternoon. My new best friend and I are in the dungeon 4 and 2. I want to bring the prize M. Luaningzi, why do you still have a dungeon? Some people are confused, and the truth is unknown. However, some people said that they had a copy in their hands. If you want to pass it, you can ask with a price. If the price is right, you can take others to pass the copy. Of course, it is too much to say that you can pass it. Soon, the person said that he would take everyone to adventure together. Whether you can pass it depends on your ability. Because you can change your vest at any time in the exchange hall. Therefore, many people can still cheat again even if they are exposed as scammers. They can change their vests and others will not know the situation. This kind of thing is hard to guard against. Nanshu glanced and waited for the system's judgment. The task has been completed. Obtained items. Boat fragments *1. Collect 6 pieces to make a universal boat. Soon, Nanshu returned to the white snowfield before. Xiecheng came out almost at the same time as him, and their previous voice channel was still there. Nanshu was about to send a message in the communication hall when she found out. Hey, it's still there. She tried to say something, and Xiecheng responded quickly. Before he could say more, Xiao Hang's moaning sounded. I'm not clean anymore, help, I'm really dirty, woo. Xiao Heng, who had been picking up manure for 20 minutes and had a hard time completing the task, just wanted to die at this time. He suspected that he was soaked in manure. Woo, it really stinks. Chin Mu was almost the same, and later he even felt that there was something wrong with his respiratory system and he couldn't smell anything. At this time, hearing Xiao Heng's crying voice coming from the voice channel, Chin Mu just responded numbly. It stinks. Xiao Heng heard that there were teammates. He couldn't help but complain again. This life is so hard. Xiao's mother. This blood pressure is getting more and more hopeful, rising steadily. Qi Wenjing came out almost at the same time as Chen Mu. At this moment, her expression was also numb. Her husband Zhou Qing happened to look up at the giant screen in the sky. Seeing his wife's miserable appearance before, he couldn't help but wipe his face, but he didn't have time to look at it more. There is a task to be carried out today. He has to speed up. After Xiao Heng complained, Chen Mu also complained a few words. Qi Wenjing was quiet as if she didn't exist. Nanshu shouted a few times worriedly. Sister Wenjing, After a long time, Qi Wenjing finally responded, "Ah, milking, being gored by a cow. Fishing for pearls was first poisoned by a jellyfish, and then bitten by a clam." Qi Wenjing fought wits and courage with 3 kinds of creatures, so that she could get a complete cup of pearl milk tea raw materials, and then use 10 seconds to shake them into the milk tea required by the system. Real pearl milk tea, bubble milk tea that will make your teeth fall out after 1 bite. Under normal circumstances, it takes half a day to squeeze a cup of milk from a cow, and it takes a long time to get a few pearls from a jellyfish and then a clam. The time given is very short, so it is impossible to complete. However, after being tortured for 6 minutes, Qi Wenjing realized it. You can't be too shameless. She provoked the conflict between the jellyfish and the cow, let them fight first, and then she sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight, and got the benefits from it. Don't say it, this method really works. As long as the matter she provokes is big enough, these 2 creatures will really fight to the death. Anyway, after being killed, they will be resurrected in 30 seconds on the spot. So what are they afraid of? They are not afraid of running out of milk, nor are they afraid of running out of pearls. But when there were only 2 minutes left and Qi Wenjing only had 1 cup of milk tea left to shake, the 2 stopped fighting and started to fight her together. Qi Wenjing? ? They suddenly started to grow brains, and she was a little scared. 1 against 2, no, sometimes 3, plus a clam. Qi Wenjing did not cope easily. She successfully shook the last cup of milk tea in the last 10 seconds according to the system's requirements. In order to protect this cup of milk tea, her hind legs were kicked by the cow. Now people are numb from the pain. Qi Wenjing finished her tragic story in a messy way, and Nanshu and the others were silent after listening. Ah. Compared like this, it seems that carrying manure is not particularly difficult. At least you don't have to fight with mad bulls or jellyfish. It's okay if it stinks, but at least it doesn't cost you your life. After everyone cheered each other up and comforted each other, Xiao Heng whispered, "Where is Brother Wei? He was not rescued, so he won't get into trouble, right? It shouldn't be that bad." When they challenged the task, the other party also made a wave of trouble. However, the voice channel has not responded yet, and the situation is unknown. Xie Cheng is not sure about the situation yet, so he can only discuss the boat with everyone. Then, the problem is stuck here. There are 6 of them, so the system defaults to dividing the fragments into 6 pieces. Now that the 5 of them have gathered, there are only 5 pieces. If you want to put the boat together, you need to rescue Wei Zixuan and get his piece. Everyone, shock! Chapter 101. Zhang Nanshu thought for a while and asked, "Is it? Everyone wants to save Wei Zixuan, but how to save him is a problem. They don't even know where he is now. Even though they entered the dungeon together, they are still scattered everywhere and can't even see each other." The atmosphere fell into silence for a while. Although everyone has a positive attitude towards this dungeon, the situation at this time is indeed tricky. Everyone is inevitably anxious and helpless. Xie Cheng tried to mobilize everyone's emotions, but it didn't work. If they can't find Wei Zixuan and can't save him, they can't find the boat. The system didn't remind them what to do next. It seems obvious that they will talk about it after they get a boat. At this time, Wei Zixuan is still climbing. Yes, climbing. Finally coming out of the small dark room, Wei Zixuan thought he was finally free. But it wasn't. After coming out, he found himself in a land of ice and snow. At first, Wei Zixuan thought he was out. As a result, the system notified him that he needed to climb over a 3,000-meter snow slope to get the fragments of his boat. Wei Zixuan? ? Climb? At first, I didn't understand the meaning. Soon, Wei Zixuan knew why the system prompt was crawl. Because once he stood up, something invisible would knock on his head. This forced Wei Zixuan to bend down, or walk on his knees, or crawl. In short, he was not allowed to stand up. Wei Zixuan had seen all kinds of perverted methods in the game. Now when he encounters it again, he wants to laugh and get angry. But what else can he do? Except crawling, he has no other options. After all, he is a fish. After Wei Zixuan's wound was healed by the healing technique, no scars could be seen on the surface, but the pain in the nerves had not healed for a long time, making him grit his teeth after crawling just 2 steps. Wei Zixuan knew that he was not in the right state, so he tried to adjust himself and then continued to crawl forward. 3,000 meters is not far. Even if it is a jog, it will take more than 20 minutes to get there. But crawling is not easy. In addition, in the process, he also needs to face the problem of too slippery ice, sliding to the initial starting point. The snow is too cold, and he shivered in place and couldn't move. In fact, Wei Zixuan wanted to move, But the system said he couldn't move, so he couldn't move, otherwise he would have to retreat 100 meters. What else can Wei Zixuan do? Listen to the system. After nearly an hour of tossing like this, Wei Zixuan's hands and feet were numb from crawling, and he finally saw the dawn of victory. When he got the fragments of the boat, Wei Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Crawling for a long time made it almost impossible for him to straighten his waist, and his whole back was stiff and uncomfortable. He sat there for a long time before he stood up. When he stood up, he subconsciously wanted to bend down. After reacting, Wei Zixuan was so angry that he wanted to curse. Before he could curse, a colorful light flashed in front of his eyes, and then he was teleported out. This time, he finally returned to the whiteness before, and he could also hear the voices of other people in the voice channel. After the initial despair, Nanshu and the others tried hard to find various possibilities. But there was nothing. Nothing. They dug up the cotton and trees around them, but found nothing, and there were no monsters. The only thing they could call a resource was the snow-white trees. Not to mention, this kind of tree gave a lot of wood. One tree is 12 pieces of wood, which is more suitable than what they cut on the novice island. When Wei Zixuan came out, Nanshu and the others were trying to go a little further to see if they could find anything. Then they heard Wei Zixuan say in the voice channel, "What are you doing?" Everyone, ? First they were shocked, and then they were happy. "You finally came out?" "Oh my god, it came out, it came out." Everyone was surprised, and the previous plan was temporarily scrapped. And the system finally had a new prompt. In front of the 6 of them, an electronic screen popped up. There were 6 corresponding positions on it, which were for placing the fragments of the boat. Nanshu was the first to put the fragments up, and the others also put them up. Before Wei Zixuan came out, there was not even this electronic screen. Although Wei Zixuan was puzzled, Xiecheng spoke quickly and explained it quickly. Wei Zixuan understood it immediately, and did it quickly. The 6 fragments were put together, and the next second, colorful lights flashed in front of the 6 people. Nanshu felt that she was once again, like the clothes in the drum washing machine, spinning at high speed. Not long after, when Nanshu was about to vomit, the rotation stopped, and Nanshu landed steadily. She was obviously shaken to the point of wanting to vomit, and she might not be so stable even when standing. However, the system wanted them to be stable, so they had to be stable. After standing up, Nanshu's body swayed slightly. There was no way, after being shaken for too long, it felt like her brain was shaken evenly. She didn't vomit, it was her last stubbornness. Xiaoheng couldn't stand it anymore, and he retched all the time when he stopped. He was glad that he didn't eat anything before, otherwise he would probably vomit everywhere. Xiecheng and the others were not very comfortable either, but everyone could barely bear it. Soon, everyone found the problem, which was, "Hey! Wow! We finally met. Oh my god, finally!" Yes, the 6 people finally met after going through a challenge. This was the first time they met after entering the dungeon. Nanshu's feet were unstable just now, and her body staggered, but Qi Wenjing subconsciously helped her up beside her. After helping her, Qi Wenjing also reacted. Hey, they met now, some surprises, but more surprises. It's good to meet, and when we meet, there is strength in numbers. After Nanshu staggered for a while, she was supported by someone, and after hearing what Xiecheng said, she finally realized that they had met. However, compared to these, she was more concerned about another thing. That is, we are on the boat. When Nanshu lowered her head, she saw the boat under their feet, and the shimmering sea water. The water surface was shimmering with a faint blue light, and there was an indescribable strange atmosphere in the tranquility. Xiecheng also found that they were on the boat. After Nanshu's reminder, the others also found that they were on the boat they had fought for before. Don't ask why, they recognized this boat at first sight. Before Wei Zixuan came out, they had already looked at their fragments countless times. So, how could they not be familiar with this boat? It was too familiar. Everyone who reacted had no time to celebrate that they finally met, but raised their heads to observe the current environment. They were on the boat, on the water, and on the vast sea where no other people or objects could be seen. Not far away, the snow-white clouds overlapped layer by layer, and there was no end in sight. Only where the sea and the sky met, there was a faint white light, which was reflected by the slightly blue sea water, and it looked quite magnificent. However, the people on this boat were not in the mood to appreciate the scenery, because the challenge was coming soon. After they found themselves on the boat, the system prompt came quickly. The boat that is moving forward will be tested by all parties. Please be prepared. This is the prompt, and then there is nothing else. Everyone, ? Everyone, Look at me, I look at you, and try to analyze the meaning of this sentence. But what's the point? To put it bluntly, it's either fighting monsters or rowing. They have no other choice, and they are all in the sea. It's no small matter if they really fall in. The system reminder seems to be the signal for the challenge to start. The previously calm sea surface suddenly surged with waves, as if the waves surged from afar, carrying the waves here to the distance. At the same time, under the originally peaceful waves, many things that were not peaceful also appeared. For example, fish with blue light, shrimp with green light, jellyfish with red light, and snails with colorful light. There are many things, but the size looks normal. Moreover, they didn't get on the boat, but just moved around the boat silently. If the boat didn't move, it wouldn't move either. What does this mean? Do we need to row the boat? Seeing that there was no other notification from the system, Chin-Mu asked uncertainly. Xie-Chung was actually guessing, and he asked everyone's opinions first. Xiao-Hung was the first to raise his hand. There's a pit. Everyone, Xie-Chung didn't want to talk, but he didn't want to dampen his confidence, so he quickly nodded and looked at the others. Nanshu thought for a while and asked, do we need to row the boat? Since it's a small boat moving forward, it should start, right? But it doesn't move now. Is it a reminder that they have to start the boat? There is no machine on the boat, so it's impossible to start it fully automatically. Then we can only row the boat. Shi Wenjing agreed with this statement. After Xie-Chung asked to circle, he briefly discussed it for less than a minute and decided, row the boat. They soon found the oars in the cabin. There are only 2 oars, so either one person paddles, which can maintain balance to the greatest extent because each person knows the direction. However, this also consumes the most physical strength. 2 people need to cooperate when paddling, and they may even need to shout slogans to maintain basic consistency and keep the boat moving forward. What do you think? Although Xie-Chung has become the captain of their team, he will not make decisions arbitrarily. Most of the time, he still listens to everyone's opinions. Nanshu looked around and found that no one was talking, so she spoke first. What I mean is that 2 people should row together. If one person rows, the physical strength will be too much. Once there is a physical challenge later, it will be troublesome if he cannot complete it. Of course, it is not realistic to let 2 people row all the time. We can arrange shifts. After Nanshu finished speaking, everyone thought about it. Shi Wenjing nodded first. I agree with Nan Nan's statement, and I suggest that Nan Nan and I separate. It's not that I look down on myself or Nan Nan, but there is indeed a difference in physical strength. Xie-Chung agreed with this. Okay. Xiao-Hung thought about it, but couldn't figure it out, then waved his hand. If everyone has no objection, then let's row in groups. I will be the first group to go first. Who is willing to join me? Chapter 102. Xiao-Hung was the first to stand up. Wei Zixuan thought about it, and raised his hand to join him. Xie-Chung asked Nanshu and Shi Wenjing, who will join me? Shi Wenjing actually wanted to join Xie-Chung, because Xie-Chung felt more secure. However, Chin-Mu was not bad either. Moreover, Nanshu looked weaker, so Shi Wenjing thought about it and nodded. Nan Nan will join you, and I will join Chin-Mu. Everyone had no objection to the grouping. Xiao-Hung and Wei Zixuan quickly took a paddle each, and after taking it, they sat on both sides of the boat. The boat was not too big, and 2 people could touch each other when standing in the cabin. Let's shout slogans. Wei Zixuan was not sure how to row. But if 2 people rowed together and wanted to have a tacit understanding, they needed to shout slogans or have someone to direct them. Xiao-Hung thought that shouting slogans sounded reliable, so he agreed. Then let's try it first. The 2 of them took Wei Zixuan as the main person. He shouted slogans, and Xiao-Hung followed. If he couldn't keep up, he would shout earlier so that both of them could be prepared. The 2 of them first pretended to paddle on the water to adapt themselves. At the same time, Wei Zixuan also shouted slogans. The 2 of them adapted a little, and Wei Zixuan shouted, then I paddle? Xiao-Hung responded loudly, okay. The 2 of them discussed it, and Wei Zixuan shouted hey yo, and the 2 of them started to paddle left and right. In fact, the 2 of them did not have a set direction, but when they started to paddle, a huge, fiery red arrow suddenly appeared in front of the boat, which seemed to be guiding the direction. They were not sure, but they just paddled along first, otherwise what else could they do? In this endless sea, we have to make do with one direction. As soon as they moved, the creatures hidden deep in the sea and wandering around the boat also moved. When the water waves swayed, some of them did not hide their bodies, revealing parts of their sharp or blunt bodies. Xiao-Hung saw a huge octopus, which actually revealed its round and shiny head. The head was a bit unusually large. Xiao-Hung looked at it at first glance, And he couldn't even trace the other's claws in the water? This head is a bit exaggeratedly large, right? Xiao Hung swallowed his saliva, but his hands did not move randomly. Wei Zixuan shouted 1, 2, 1, 2, and Xiao Hang's hands followed and shook back and forth. The two people cooperated well. Because it was the first time to cooperate, or even the first time to row a boat, Wei Zixuan did not shout quickly, which was also to help the two people adapt better. The boat started to row. The creatures also moved. Nan Shu and his friends stood in front of Xiao Hung and his friends, and two stood behind them, observing the situation beside the boat. They naturally saw those creatures, but they were not aggressive for the time being, so Nan Shu and his friends prepared to attack for the time being and did not take action. After all, they were on the boat, and there were many things to consider. So, observe first, and then take action if it doesn't work. After the two people rowed for a while at a slow speed, they did not notice anything unusual. Although those creatures were circling around them, they did not attack for the time being. Nanshu's spirit was always tense. She always felt that things should not be too simple, right? Just rowing? Just as I was thinking this, the system notification sounded. The boat is leaking, please repair it in time. Warm reminder, you need a universal hammer to repair the leaking boat. As this reminder sounded, the boat, which was originally moving relatively steadily, also swayed back and forth. In the cabin, which was originally only slightly damp, the sound of water became more obvious. Xie Chung immediately looked over in the direction of the sound and found that water was gushing out from the bottom of the cabin. Oh no, it's really leaking. Who has a universal hammer? Nan Shu immediately took the things out of her backpack. She was a little confused. This thing was given in our previous copy. Don't you have it? She and Qi Wenjing both had it, but the other was a step slower than Nan Shu. When she took it out, Nan Shu had already handed the hammer to Xie Chung, who was closest to her. Xie Chung took the hammer and turned around and jumped into the cabin. In response to Nan Shu's question, Shen Mu hissed softly, "No!" While repairing, Xie Chung responded loudly, "I don't have it either." Xiao Hung shook his head, and Wei Zixuan did the same. Nan Shu? Only she and Qi Wenjing have it? The universal hammer originally had no durability, but after Xie Chung repaired the cabin, it had durability. Universal hammer durability, 126/150. After repairing it once, it lost more than 20 points of durability. If it loses durability according to this rule, then it can be used 6 times. After Xie Chung finished reading it, he told everyone about this matter. Qi Wenjing quickly raised the one in her hand. "I have another one here. If there is really no one, then we can only take it one step at a time. When and how long can this boat sail? No one knows. However, they at least have a hammer, so there are still many opportunities. At least they are not waiting to die in despair, they still have a lot of hope." Wei Zixuan and Xiao Hung continued to row. Xie Chung observed for a while, and after rowing out for about 300 meters, the creatures that were originally just watching finally couldn't hold back. Or in other words, they may have broken through the taboos of time or space, and finally launched an attack. Originally, they only exposed part of their bodies, as if to deter them. Now, the whole picture is finally revealed. The world's largest octopus is directly suspended in the water, and a pair of black eyeballs hidden in its head are shaking left and right, giving people a weird and perverted feeling. The huge scallop also opened its huge shell, revealing the soft meat inside. Nan Shu couldn't even see where its eyes were, but he could feel the buzzing and suppressed cry it made, shaking with the waves, giving people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. Others, such as mutated fish, deformed shrimps, and crazy snails, all showed their different side from normal creatures, and some even had light blue, sharp teeth. These scenes gathered together, and people's eyes went black and black again. However, Nan Shu did not hesitate too much. She just asked, "Do you want to fight?" Xie Chung had already swung his stick out, and after finding that he could hit, he shouted loudly, "Protect the helmsman." It was unclear what would happen if the boat stopped, so they had to protect it first. Xiao Hung was almost hit in the face by a sticky octopus. The cold and fishy smell on the other party had drifted over with the sea breeze, but the second before it touched his face, it was swung in half by Nan Shu's axe. The opponent's ink instantly erupted, dyeing most of the space in front of Xiao Hung black. The ink was also like an octopus, hanging unscientifically in front of him, blocking his vision. Xiao Hung couldn't see the front, and had no way to judge whether he was yawed. He was so anxious that he shouted directly, "I can't see the front." Nan Shu quickly put away the axe. "Don't be afraid, I'm coming." While Nan Shu was speaking, he directly took the axe to quickly split the seawater nearby, and at the same time, he raised his strength, and the blue sea water was stirred up by Nan Shu, washing away the ink. Nan Shu actually wanted to try it out. If not, she still had unlimited water in her backpack. Although the amount was not much, it should not be a problem to wash away the ink. However, if the sea water can be used, don't waste her things. After all, hers is pure water, which can be kept as their resources. The sea water rushed over, washing away the ink, and also splashed on Xiao Heng's face. Xiao Heng pouted twice, and tried to open his eyes. Qi Wenjing came over, and roughly wiped his face with the towel in her hand. The next second, she was fighting with a mutant snail. Qin Mu had already discovered that once the bodies of these marine creatures touched their boat, the boat would start to leak. Just now, Qin Mu didn't pay attention and let the tip of a giant seahorse's tail touch the stern. As a result, the system notification came soon. Xie Cheng analyzed that it might be like this. While he reminded everyone loudly, he jumped into the cabin to repair the boat. His vacant position was temporarily guarded by Nan Shu. It was actually quite troublesome for Nan Shu to deal with both sides alone. Fortunately, the boat was not big, so Nan Shu stood directly at the bow and chopped left and right. Whoever came, he would chop. Conch, 1 in half. Scallop, 1 in half. Whoever came, 2 in half. The fallen packages floated on the sea level, swaying with the incomplete bodies of the downed marine creatures. They didn't have time to pick them up for the time being, so keeping an eye on the boat was the most important thing. Nan Shu looked at one thing and did another, but there were always places that he couldn't take care of, and Qi Wenjing and the others were sometimes easily deceived by cunning marine creatures. So, the boat seemed to be leaking all the time. This couldn't always work. Xie Cheng had already shouted, "The hammer's durability is less than 50. Qi Wenjing threw his own hammer over. But it couldn't last too long. We have to think of a way. Xiao Heng felt that if he continued like this, he would be exhausted to death. He was tired even if he didn't fight monsters. Wei Zixuan was rowing on the other side, and after thinking for a while, he loudly suggested, "How about we stop and see? Although we are not sure whether it is okay to stop, we can give it a try." Everyone thought about it for less than 30 seconds, and finally decided to take a risk. Xiao Heng and Wei Zixuan stopped almost at the same time. Then, their boat returned to the original starting point. Everyone, ? No, this is really sailing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will retreat, and, if you retreat, you will return to the pre-liberation period? Everyone couldn't help but hissing softly, looking at the sea level not far away with a headache, where the results of the battle were still floating. And those marine creatures that were originally eyeing them covetously returned to silence. The boat doesn't move, they don't move. But if the boat doesn't move, they can't complete their mission. But if the boat moves, how long can it last? What should they do? The universal little hammer, they only have one left. Chapter 103. Back to the starting point, Nan Shu and the others gathered together to discuss how to row the boat. After some discussion, Nan Shu whispered, "Why don't we listen to Sister Wenjing and try rowing alone?" Qi Wenjing just proposed an idea, that is, although the paddle is double, it can also be rowed by one person. For the time being, they can't figure out other problems, so they can only look for details. If it doesn't work, then we will go back and row again. Nan Shu felt that nothing could be discussed in theory, and if it is not put into practice, no matter how much discussion there is, it is useless. After hearing her words, everyone fell into thinking, and finally Xie Cheng made the decision, "Then let's try it first." At this time, Qi Wenjing also took out the universal hammer from her backpack. This is the only hammer they have left. If it still doesn't work, then I don't know what to do. We can't repair the boat halfway, right? It seems that it is not impossible, Xie Cheng said casually, asking everyone to think about how they would repair the boat if they didn't have the small hammer. If it doesn't work this time, they will have to repair the boat next time. Fortunately, they have enough manpower, so it shouldn't be a problem to assign 1 or 2 people to repair the boat. It just so happens that one of the rowers can be freed up to assist in repairing the boat. I just don't know if it can be repaired. With wood, it should be possible, right? Unsure of the situation, they can just see if it works this round. Single rowing requires strength. Xiao Heng and Wei Zixuan just rowed, and they also consumed a lot of physical strength. However, fighting monsters for Xie Cheng and his men is another kind of consumption. Finally, everyone discussed it, and let Qin Mu go to row the boat. After all, Xie Cheng still had to take charge of the command, and he might have to repair the boat, so he couldn't go to row the boat for the time being. If he was stuck there with the double oars and couldn't persuade them, they might fall into a passive position when commanding. This made Xie Cheng feel that it was necessary and urgent to cultivate everyone's command ability. However, There was a task at the moment, so they couldn't do anything recklessly. Let's take it one step at a time. Moreover, not everyone has the ability to command. Xie Cheng glanced at Xiao Heng, who was already standing in front and ready to fight monsters, and felt a little headache again. Others were easy to say, but Xiao Heng. Xie Cheng didn't dare to think about what his command would be like. Qin Mu quickly rowed the double oars. The boat restarted. When the boat moved, the monsters in the sea moved. Everyone quickly became alert. Because of the previous experience, everyone tried to kill monsters from a distance as much as possible, or push the monsters away, not wanting them to touch any part of the boat. If they touch, they have to repair it. They only have one hammer. So, stay away. Nanshu used a stick to push an octopus far away. It's a pity that the claws can't be cut off and eaten, because they are afraid of touching the boat. Nanshu pursed his lips regretfully, and then an arrow flew out. The little octopus, who was about to touch the hull of the boat, was shot through the body by an arrow and flew out directly. Little octopus? ? No, you are playing so hard. It's still a minor. Nanshu doesn't care whether it is a minor or not. It's a pity that it can't be killed and eaten. So kill them all. Kill them all. Nanshu used a stick and a bow and arrow to shoot all the difficult ones with long claws, such as octopuses and squids, and didn't let them get close to the hull. Cooperation is something that needs to be learned. At first, Wei Zixuan couldn't keep up with Nanshu's rhythm. Although this little girl looks thin, her reaction is too fast. However, Wei Zixuan soon caught up. After all, his reaction is not slow. If he was really slow, he would have been defeated when he entered the game. Not only could Wei Zixuan keep up, but he could also cooperate with Nanshu. The two people at the stern cooperated very well. As for Qi Wenjing and Xiao Heng at the bow, they also tried to cooperate. However, they didn't understand each other's brain circuits very well, and often made mistakes because of problems in cooperation, allowing sea monsters to get on the hull, causing the hull to leak. When the two saw this situation, they temporarily gave up on cooperation. Some people really can't cooperate, so let's fight on our own. Xie Cheng stood in the middle, one to protect Qin Mu who was rowing, one to have an overall view and to facilitate command, and the other to take care of the two groups in front and behind. If one of them was short of manpower, he would go over to help. Of course, his main task was to swing the hammer to repair the boat. It must be said that Xie Cheng had many responsibilities, and a lot of responsibilities. The two people at the stern cooperated well, so there was no need to repair the boat for the time being. However, the two people at the bow did not cooperate well at first, and then gave up, which reduced Xie Cheng's pressure a lot. This time, the cabin leaked a lot better. One reason was that they had previous experience, so they defended more tightly. Another reason was, when the ship sailed out 500 meters, they heard the system return the universal hammer 80 points of durability. Not sure if it was like this at the beginning, or it would always be like this. After thinking about it, Xie Cheng looked at the situation around him and asked Qin Mu, "Can it go faster?" Qin Mu answered loudly, "No problem." At other times, he might not be able to do it. But selling strength, he is good at it. What he sells is strength. Qin Mu started to speed up. He speeds up, and the sea monsters also speed up. Nanshu and Wei Zixuan cooperated well, so even if the monsters refreshed more frequently, and the number of monsters increased, the pressure was not too bad. However, the two people at the bow almost collapsed. Xiao Heng was forced to use the new superpowers he got when he entered the game. His use did have some effect. As soon as the invincible golden bell came out, it blew all the flying monsters into slag, and turned into golden light, and floated away with the sea breeze. After seeing this, Qi Wenjing roared, "Awesome, Xiao Heng! Hurry up and fight. I also have a time limit, only half an hour." After Xiao Heng had this layer of protection, he could let go more. The current situation is that he can fight monsters, but monsters can't fight him. Yes, it's so rogue. There's nothing we can do about it. It's given by the game. If you have any opinions, go to the game. He's a rookie. What does he know? With Xiao Heng sharing the firepower at the bow, Qi Wenjing's pressure has indeed been reduced. Xie Cheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, their boat went out of the slipway for 1,000 meters, and the durability of the small hammer returned 80. It seems to be regular. Will it return once every 500 meters? It can be confirmed for the time being. Xie Cheng first asked Qin Mu, who was already sweating profusely, "Can you still hold on?" Although Qin Mu was tired, his breathing was not disordered. "No problem, I can." Grit your teeth and hold on. 1,500 meters. The durability of the small hammer was returned again. 2,000 meters, it was returned again. However, they are still on the vast sea. Chin-Mu was so tired that his eyes were straight. Looking at this situation, Xie Cheng had a simple exchange with Wei Zixuan, and Wei Zixuan quickly handed over to Chin-Mu, because it was uncertain how long it would take for the boat to return to the original starting point without rowing. Therefore, the two people were very fast, and completed all the handovers within 3 seconds. After Wei Zixuan got the oar, he rowed hard. You have to row even if you don't know how. What's more, he has rowed before, so he is very experienced. It's just changing from one hand to 2 hands. He can do it. Facts have proved that people who have rowed before are indeed more experienced, and can do it better. After Wei Zixuan got started, it took less than a minute for him to catch up with Chin-Mu's previous speed. Chin-Mu took a break temporarily, but it was not a complete break. Xie Cheng gave him the hammer for repairing the boat. If there is a leak, Chin-Mu needs to drag his tired body to repair the boat. However, at this time, they can no longer arrange more manpower. So, he has to do it even if he can't. What's more, Chin-Mu is just exhausted. He will be fine after a little recovery. Xie Cheng observed the cooperation between Nanshu and Wei Zixuan for a long time. So, after taking over Wei Zixuan's position, he tried his best to play at a frequency similar to Wei Zixuan. Because of this reason, the two people still cooperated very well. As Qiao Heng's golden bell cover was about to expire, Qi Wenjing and the others' cooperation became messy again. But it was okay. After fighting monsters for a long time, they had experience, and were not as flustered as they were at the beginning. Qi Wenjing could control octopuses, and the like very well by herself. Except for these multi-clawed ones, other sea monsters were relatively easy to fight. At least they would not stick their claws directly to the ship without paying attention, and let them repair the ship. After 3,000 meters, Chin-Mu and Wei Zixuan exchanged again. Wei Zixuan, who was replaced, had a numb face and sweaty head, but he still had to pick up the hammer to repair the ship. After 8,000 meters, Wei Zixuan and Chin-Mu exchanged again. After 10,000 meters, they finally saw the finish line. Yes, the end. That's what the system sign reminded. After a 10,000-meter sailing challenge, everyone was embarrassed and exhausted. However, everyone did not relax their vigilance for the end point that was about to arrive. After hearing the system's prompt, they went to the island. They had to go there, because the boat was gone. After the system's reminder, the boat disappeared directly on the spot, and they fell into the sea. If it wasn't right on the shore, and the water was not deep, they would have to swim back now. Let's go to the island. Seeing that there was no better choice, Xie Cheng thought for a while, and signaled everyone to go up. Of course, for safety reasons, he went first. Everyone lined up consciously and protected the two girls, Nanshu and Qi Wenjing, in the middle. The members of the observation room, who watched them rowing all the way, could also breathe a sigh of relief at this time. Although they didn't know what was on the island. But at least they didn't have to row. God knows how nervous everyone in the observation room was when they were rowing and fighting monsters. Sun Mingxuang even prepared blood pressure medication and hard pills. Observers, like Liang Qi, were so scared that they wanted to rush into the game and help them row. At this point, they finally didn't have to row anymore, and they could relax a little. Liang Qi's body subconsciously relaxed, and before he could even sit down on the chair, he suddenly jumped back. No, this game, is it sick? Chapter 104. Liang Qi's complaints were not loud, but others heard them. Some of them were observing others, and were not aware of the situation here, so they looked over here. Sun Mingxuang took a breath, and silently put the heart-saving pill under her tongue. No, her heartbeat was a little too fast. At this time, Nanshu was also confused. They were cautious enough. When they went to the island, they lined up in a long line, and went up one by one. Xie Cheng went up, and made sure there was no problem. Xiao Heng, who was behind him, went up, followed by Qi Wenjing, then Nanshu, Wei Zixuan and Chin-Mu. The 6 people went to the island safely. Standing on the soft beach on the island, feeling the warm atmosphere on the island, they were already thinking about whether to take off their winter clothes. As a result, the next second, 5 huge iron cages fell from the sky, giving them no time to react. Even Xie Cheng and Chin-Mu, who had the fastest reaction among the few people, didn't have time to react. The cage fell directly on their heads, and trapped them on the beach. The cage really went from the sky to the beach in 1 second. Reaction time? No. By the time they reacted, they were already in the cage. Moreover, this was a high-tech cage. After it landed, iron fences appeared underneath, blocking the players' possible escape routes by digging sand. The reason why it was called 5 cages was because Nanshu was not covered by the cage, and the person was still free outside. But she was the only one. She looked at the 5 teammates, who were also confused with a blank face. She really didn't understand what the game was trying to do to them. Please rescue your teammates within 1 hour. Warm tips. After the timeout, your teammates will face the challenge of survival at sea alone. Nanshu? Don't go too far. Leave her alone? Rescue 5 teammates? Besides, the game hasn't told her how to rescue yet. Nanshu took out the axe and prepared to try to see if she could break the cage. Before she moved, Siecheng raised his hand. I try it first. It probably won't work. Don't waste too much durability. It's not necessary. Siecheng chopped it with the axe first. The iron fence of the cage didn't move at all. Everyone, desperate ing. However, they have encountered the most difficult situation before, but they were just locked in the cage. Besides, this cage is quite large. They can move freely in it, even lying down. So, there is no need to be too anxious for the time being. It's just that if they can't be rescued within an hour, it will be a bit troublesome. However, Siecheng did not want to put too much pressure on Nanshu. Just watch and rescue them. If it doesn't work, we will go to the sea to challenge. There is always a way to survive. If it doesn't work, then just go. The game is to let them die. After they try hard, they still can't escape the fate of being bound, so they have to face it bravely. However, before the real death comes, they still want to try harder. After Nanshu found that the axe was useless, she began to think of other ways. She first looked on the nearby beach, like a bulldozer, pushing the beach up, and then pushing it over. Unfortunately, there was nothing. There wasn't even a stone or shell in it. It was as clean as artificial sand. Nanshu searched for it again without giving up. Unfortunately, nothing was found. What should I do? Not far away is the jungle. The layout here is similar to that of the Novice Island, but it is completely different. The beach is very large, and the sand is milky white and finer. The jungle is farther away, and Nanshu is not sure what will happen to his teammates after he leaves. However, if he wants to find clues from a distance, he can only leave his teammates behind temporarily. Nanshu hesitated. Siecheng and the others saw her hesitation and encouraged her. Do it boldly, don't be afraid. Qi Wenjing also said, it doesn't matter, at worst, go to the extreme challenge. Can you survive? Everyone was encouraging, which gave Nanshu a little confidence. She said hello and ran quickly to the jungle. Seeing the people running away, Siecheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief quietly. Xiaoheng had been holding back for a long time. He didn't want to put too much pressure on Nanshu, so he didn't say anything. He couldn't hold it back any longer. After turning off his voice mic, he started to curse. After cursing the game's ancestors, he also dragged all kinds of animals into the game. Siecheng and the others were silent for a while, letting Xiaoheng vent. Qi Wenjing whispered, Nan must be under a lot of pressure. Damn game, you can put her out. Qi Wenjing is not afraid of pressure, but Nanshu is young, who knows if she can bear it. However, thinking about the other party, he can still survive in such a difficult situation in the end of the world. I think his ability to withstand pressure should be good, right? Qi Wenjing thought uncertainly, but she didn't give up, and was still searching around in the cage. Nanshu trotted all the way to the jungle, and was hit as soon as he approached. 2 white-feathered ducks that were larger than the Novice Island came towards him, starting at 0 frame, and the attack rushed to Nanshu's head in a white feather like lightning. Nanshu had been prepared, with a knife in one hand and a stick in the other to guard against them. So, even if he had just arrived at the place and hadn't stood firm, the attack came first, but Nanshu still didn't lose his footing and raised his hand to hit with a stick. The stick hit the 2 white-feathered ducks and made them quack. However, the health volume only dropped by a dozen points. After the first fight between the 2 sides, they both took a step back tactically. Nanshu took off his cold-proof clothes with one click. This island is a bit hot, and he has to fight with monsters. Taking off the cold-proof clothes is also to protect the clothes. In case it breaks, Nanshu has a spare, but he should save it if possible. Just after taking off the clothes, the white-haired duck came again. This time, Nanshu changed the stick to a knife and killed 2 ducks, each of which had more than 30 drops of blood. This discovery made Nanshu a little happy. But soon she couldn't laugh anymore, because she found that the back of her hand also began to bleed. At the same time, a prompt appeared in her upper left corner. White-haired chant, curse from the white-haired duck, losing 10 points of blood per second, lasting 60 seconds. Nanshu, ? This white-haired duck also has anti-injury? Nanshu was unsure of the situation. After thinking about it, she changed the knife to a stick again. This time, the white-haired duck only lost a dozen points of blood. However, the debuff on Nanshu not only did not increase, but also disappeared. There were clearly more than 40 seconds left, but after this stick, the white-haired duck lost blood and her debuff disappeared. Ah! Nanshu felt that she seemed to have found a pattern, but would it be so simple? She was not sure, so she changed the stick to a knife. As a result, the debuff appeared again. After changing again, it disappeared again. After another struggle, Nanshu was sure that this should be the pattern. No matter whether it is so simple, you will not be hurt by hitting with a stick. Although it is slower, it is safer. Who knows what strange things will happen after you lose blood. She still has to save her teammates. After thinking it through, Nanshu directly held the stick with both hands and rushed up. Liang Qi in the observation room had already relaxed and leaned back on the chair. The moment he found that their little friend was caught in the iron cage, the whole person bounced back, frantically taking screenshots and observing. Seeing that only Nanshu was left outside, and that Nanshu was struggling alone against the giant white-haired duck, Liang Qi hissed and began to curse the game in his heart. Cursing in his heart, he still had to work honestly. This damn game is really hard to defend against. Xiecheng and the others were almost biting the cage with their teeth, but they didn't find any place to break through. Xiao Heng thought, it's not good to bite without trying, so he raised his mouth and took a bite. After biting, he made a sound of poo. There was a hint of cold rust on the cold iron frame. After biting, I felt cold in my bones. The beach was obviously hot, but the iron frame was cold. Xiao Heng pouted and shook his head. Biting doesn't work, I tried. Xiecheng and the others wanted to stop it, but it was too late. However, they can indeed try. Now that they found it didn't work, they fell into thinking again. They couldn't just rely on Nanshu, they had to find a way themselves. But they were locked up. How could they do this? It was troublesome. Although the stick hit slowly reduced blood, but there is no counter-injury. So Nanshu just used the stick to grind, and after 9 minutes, both white-haired ducks were killed. Then, they dropped a key. Blueprint. Yes, blueprint. Moreover, on the blueprint, it was clearly marked, key number 1 blueprint. So, are there still numbers 2 to 5? Nanshu was not sure about the situation. Knowing that the white-haired duck dropped the key blueprint, she had to fight honestly, and couldn't let the furnace swallow it to take shortcuts. It took 9 minutes to kill a pair, and only 1 key was dropped. If there were 5, it would be almost an hour. In the middle, we have to count the time to find monsters or other unexpected things. If it really doesn't work, you have to use an attack method with debuff. Counter-injury is counter-injury. At least, the teammates can be rescued intact. Moreover, what was dropped was only the key blueprint. It will take time to make the key later. Should I sacrifice 1 or 2 teammates, or sacrifice my own state? This is up to Nanshu to choose. She will definitely not choose to sacrifice her teammates. If everyone does not know each other, and does not recognize each other, then there is no doubt that Nanshu will definitely protect herself. However, the current situation is obviously not like this. They can be regarded as fighting together, and experiencing life and death together. In this case, it is really difficult for Nanshu to give up 1 or 2 teammates directly. Unless it is a life or death limit, only one of her and her teammates can survive. There is no need to think about it. She will definitely choose herself. It has not reached that point yet. Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief, put away the blueprint, picked up the stick, and continued to move forward. After a few steps, there were 2 fat rats that had obviously expanded several times. Fat rats are rats to begin with. Now they have even more exaggerated mutations. When they were on the Novice Island, they were not strong overall and were easy to kill. However, when Nanshu really got started, she found that their health bars were so thick. Nanshu? ? She suspected that, in the counterattack, the fat rat hadn't even started yet, but she was counterattacked and had no blood. Chapter 105. Nanshu has already started, and it is too late to regret. So, go ahead. Nanshu hesitated for a moment, and directly turned on the serious injury mode. Seriously injured. Fat rat directly hit him back. Sure enough, a debuff that continued to lose blood appeared on Nanshu's head. At the beginning, the blood loss was small, so Nanshu was not affected too much. But soon, as Fat Rat's blood volume was lost, Nanshu also felt uncomfortable. That was the panic feeling of blood flowing quickly. After a long time, maybe the eyes were blurred, the head was dizzy, and people couldn't stand it. Fortunately, the system reminded Nanshu to drink functional drinks in time to replenish the fluids needed by the body. Huh? Drinking functional drinks to replenish blood? The game is really bold. However, since others have suggested so, Nan Shu is not a stubborn person who must explain the reason. So drink it. It just so happened that Qi Wenjing had given a lot of functional drinks before, and Nan Shu had never drunk them much. She had an unlimited supply of purified water and tea to drink, and she had kept the energy drinks, but she didn't expect to use them at this time. Not to mention, after Nan Shu drank a bottle of energy drink during the interval of fighting the fat rat, she was no longer dizzy, her eyes were no longer blurry, and her condition became better. So, this is how the energy drinks in the game are used? Fortunately, the overall strength of the fat rat is not strong, so even during the fight, Nan Shu can focus on doing something else. For other monsters, it is quite troublesome to drink water. Nan Shu fought a fat rat with a blood volume that was so thick that it made people's hair numb for almost 7 minutes. Compared with the previous time was saved by 2 minutes, and efficiency was also improved a lot. What surprised Nan Shu was that this obviously mutated fat rat dropped 2 key blueprints. Nan Shu quickly picked it up and took the time to talk about the situation in the voice channel. She had progressed here, and had to tell the other side to avoid them worrying. After all, they were all closed. As for the fact that she would lose blood when killing monsters, Nan Shu hesitated for a moment, and did not mention it for the time being. When there were still 6 minutes left in the countdown, Nan Shu finally got the blueprints of 5 keys. After the blueprints were in hand, the system reminder sounded again. Please use your mind to combine them into 5. Nan Shu? ? Although she was confused, she also wanted to complain. However, time was tight, and the task was heavy, so there was no time to do extra things. So, Nan Shu quickly tried to merge them with her mind. This is really a mysterious thing. Fortunately, the system did not cheat her. Under her powerful mind, the 5 pieces of paper turned into 5 keys. At this time, there were still 3.5 minutes left before the 1 hour stipulated by the system. Nan Shu didn't have time to think about anything else. She turned around and ran, very fast. When there was still 1 minute and 20 seconds left, Nan Shu finally ran back. She didn't even have time to adjust her breathing, and she quickly took the key to open the door. What made Nan Shu relieved was that the key was universal. That is to say, no matter which key was used to open which lock, it would work. Open one, and one key disappears. So, if you want to drill into the space, it is impossible to take only one key. Of course, you can't pass the level of unity of mind. When there were 9 seconds left in the countdown, Nan Shu opened the last cage and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. The 5 cages that had been unlocked disappeared instantly. Before everyone could be happy, they heard several bangs. 5 more cages fell down, and when they still didn't react, they were locked in again. This time, it was Xie Cheng who was left outside. When they found this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xie Cheng's overall strength is still relatively strong, and with Nan Shu's previous experience, there should be no problem. Nan Shu didn't expect that she couldn't adjust her breathing, and the next round of challenges in the game came again. It was life-threatening. Couldn't she take a breath first? Nan Shu climbed up with difficulty, sat there, leaning against the cold cage, adjusting her breathing, and talked about what she had just experienced, including the counter-injury. After listening, Xie Cheng frowned instantly, and the others also sighed lightly. The pitfalls of the game come one after another. Xiao Heng originally wanted to curse a few words, but he was afraid of disturbing Xie Cheng, so he had to grit his teeth and endure it, but his face was already cursing. Just looking at his expression, you can tell that he cursed very dirty. Xie Cheng's brows were twisted, and he never let them go. Because his 1 hour challenge has come. Nan Shu's 1 hour challenge was vague. But when it came to Xie Cheng, it became specific. You have 1 hour to rescue your teammates. Rescue hint. Kill 80 open-heart snails. The good news is that the open-heart snails are on the beach, so Xie Cheng doesn't need to spend extra time on the road. The bad news is that there are too many of them. On average, one has to be killed in less than a minute. When they were on the novice island, the strength of the happy snail was not weak. If, as Nan Shu said, the monsters mutate again in this round, then one can be killed in less than a minute. It's a bit difficult, but it's still manageable. Xie Cheng only thought for less than a minute, said hello to everyone, and turned to run to the beach. It seems that Brother Xie's challenge is in the sea. Wei Zixuan was a little worried after reading it. Qin Mu nodded after listening. Nan Shu was still adjusting his breathing. Qi Wenjing hissed softly. It's a bit difficult to fight in the sea. However, she is luckier than Nan Shu. She can just start fighting directly without any trial. Qin Mu thinks that Xie Cheng is luckier than Nan Shu. Nan Shu is the first to try it after all. This statement has won the approval of everyone. Xiao Heng thought for a moment and whispered, I hope that when it's my turn, the system can be a human being and remind me what to do directly, otherwise I will easily do something else. Qi Wenjing nodded when she heard it. Me too. Others couldn't help but laugh. Finding joy in adversity is only temporary. Soon everyone started to worry about Xie Cheng, and they didn't know what was going on with him. Xie Cheng's current situation is not bad. I guessed that the happy snail would not be easy to kill. However, I was prepared, so it's okay now. Xie Cheng calculated the time. As long as he let go, it would not be a problem to kill 2 in a minute. However, there should be no other accidents in the meantime. But they are all at the beach. How is this possible? 10 minutes later, Xie Cheng encountered his first round of accidents. A small group of blue-tailed shrimps. This kind of shrimp is easy to kill but difficult to catch. Xie Cheng no longer cares about the enemy at this time. Anyone who stops him will be counted as an enemy. So do it. If it doesn't work, there are still tools. Xie Cheng killed too many monsters, so the key didn't drop. It is estimated that it will be given after completing the task. Therefore, it is not necessary to kill these monsters one by yourself. Xie Cheng doesn't have a furnace, but he has something else, similar to the fish basket that Nan Shu had obtained before. It can catch a lot of monsters at once, but it doesn't kill them directly, just make them weak at the same time, and Xie Cheng can take the opportunity to make up for it. Because there were 4 accidents in the middle, Xie Cheng opened the door for the guys on the countdown. This made the others' faces fall. There is no way. Xie Cheng and Nan Shu are already the strongest among them, but they are the teammates who stepped on the timeline to save. What about them? Although they were prepared early in the morning, the system is really hard to guard against. Almost as soon as they were released, the other 5 people were detained. This time, it was Qi Wenjing who stayed outside. Qi Wenjing wiped her face, and after listening to the system's requirements clearly, she rushed in. The good news is that hers is also an open book exam, and she was directly told what the challenge is. The bad news is that it is a bit serious, and it is not clear whether it can be completed. However, 5 teammates were detained, and Qi Wenjing thought she could just fight directly, no matter what. Otherwise, because of her own reasons, the guilt of losing 5 teammates will torment her for the rest of her life. The intention of the game is really hateful. The system required Qi Wenjing to catch 30 blue-tailed shrimps that had not mutated within an hour. Yes, the ones that had not mutated. She had never even seen the ones that had not mutated. After Qi Wenjing rushed to the beach, she also communicated with her friends. Nan Shu had never encountered the ones that had not mutated, but Xiao Heng had. I know, although they are called blue-tailed shrimps, the tails of the shrimps that had not mutated were green, the kind of green that makes people panic. You will know when you see it. Qi Wenjing tried to understand it, but she didn't quite understand it. However, she understood the exaggerated green. Soon, she found a group of blue-tailed shrimps according to this standard. Yes, a group of 11. As a result, after working hard for a long time, she caught one. They were so flexible that they didn't look like a shrimp. No, they were more like the New Year pigs that were released without preparation during the Chinese New Year. You couldn't catch them, and you couldn't kill them. After the last effort, he barely held it down. If you catch one, there is hope. So keep fishing. Besides, after knowing what they look like, this task doesn't seem that difficult. Go, go, go. Although Qi Wenjing's task was not easy, she finally completed it and rescued all her teammates. After the rescue, she collapsed in the cage. Yes, they were locked in the cage again. This time, it was Xiao Heng who was left outside. When everyone saw who was left outside, they were heartbroken. However, they didn't want Xiao Heng to feel too much pressure and give up again, so everyone smiled encouragingly. Xiao Heng also knew that he was unreliable and under a lot of pressure, but facing the encouraging smiles of his friends, he felt like a hero who saved the world. Can't give up. Can't give up. He can do it. He can do it. He must do it. Xiao Heng's back as he rushed out was a bit lonely. After the others walked away, Wei Zixuan sighed softly. Oh my god, we are not going to survive on the sea alone, are we? Xie Cheng didn't say anything, but his expression said it all, that is, be prepared. Others, shock. Ah. Chapter 106. To be honest, Nan Shu didn't think Xiao Heng could complete the task of rescuing his teammates. Although their tasks were ever-changing, the time was the same, fixed at 1 hour. 1 hour to rescue 5 teammates. Nan Shu and the others completed their tasks on time. Xiao Heng often gave people a very unreliable feeling, so she was not sure if he could complete it. It always felt a bit forced. Nan Shu thought, if Xiao Heng couldn't complete it, what would they do? Because the previous people had completed it, No one knew what would happen if they couldn't complete it and couldn't rescue their teammates. Maybe they would know soon? However, what they didn't expect was Xiao Heng actually completed it. There was no way. The god of luck came again. Xiao Heng's task was to jump in real life. No matter how complicated the process was, no matter how many tests there were in the middle, the basics are there. Xiao Heng is so good at this. If the observers in the observation room were asked to compare and evaluate, they would use data to tell others. Xiao Heng is the best among the 6 people in the game of Jump Jump. Even if Nanshu is very good, Xie Cheng is not weak either. However, if we really look at the data comparison chart, Xiao Heng is still the best. This may be due to the fact that the other party plays more games in reality, and is more adept at mastering these. Even if it becomes a real version, Xiao Heng can still adapt quickly, and he can also perform very well. The god of luck descended on him, and Xiao Heng was also very happy. So, at 56 minutes, he successfully completed all the tasks, got 5 keys, and spent another 2 minutes to rescue all his teammates. Friends, surprise! Surprise and astonishment appeared on their faces at the same time. Xiao Heng raised his head proudly, like a general who had won a battle. After all, he was young and didn't know how to hide his emotions, or there was no need to hide them. He, Xiao Heng, was the king in this game. So, be proud. Everyone didn't have time to celebrate before they were put into the cage again. This time, it was Wei Zixuan who was left outside. Everyone took a turn, and no one could escape. Wei Zixuan's luck was okay. He encountered extreme parkour. Simple probability is just one word: run. At first, Wei Zixuan still had the energy to complain in the voice channel. This game should not be called extreme parkour, it should be called tired dog. Later, Wei Zixuan was left with heavy panting in the voice channel, and from time to time because he was too tired or his legs were weak and couldn't hold on, but he had to grit his teeth and persist. Although the process was difficult, it was not troublesome after all, and there was no intellectual process. For Wei Zixuan, the game that can be won only by physical strength is still possible. After running, he really turned into a pool of Wei Zixuan. He looked very scary when he was motionless. Of course, after he rescued his teammates, he was put into the cage without any surprise. Wei Zixuan was too lazy to get up, so he let him lie down for a while. He was really running to death. There was limited rest time in the 1-hour extreme run. There was a 20-second rest time after about 20 minutes. The rest of the time was to run non-stop. He needed to run faster than cats, dogs, wolves, and the wind. Now Wei Zixuan no longer wants to recall what he has gone through and how difficult it was. In short, being able to rescue his teammates is the best news. Now only Chen Mu has not rescued his teammates. So, when Wei Zixuan's rescue was over and they were put into the cage again, it was Chen Mu who stayed outside. Soon, the game announced the rules for rescuing his teammates. However, compared with the rescue process of other teammates, Chen Mu had one more choice. Option 1. Leave the game. Option 2. Rescue teammates. You have 3 minutes to think. The system's voice sounded in Chen Mu's ears, and after the last reminder fell, the countdown was also displayed in his upper left corner. The bright red bold font gave people a faint sense of foreboding. Chen Mu didn't expect that he would encounter a situation that other teammates had not encountered. This made him breathe tight. Leaving the game. There is actually such a choice. He didn't know whether the other teammates didn't have it or didn't say it directly, so they chose to rescue their teammates. It has to be said that the game is really good at making trouble. Chen Mu really wanted to leave the game. Who doesn't want to live? After entering the game, no one knows whether there is a chance to leave again. The game only said that people will be arrested every natural month. However, the game did not say that players who survived after a natural month could leave, as if it tacitly agreed that they either couldn't survive or had to stay in the game to survive. Leaving. It was like a fairy tale. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't tempted. But his teammates. Chen Mu raised his head and subconsciously looked at his teammates, who did not hear the system prompt. In fact, it would be okay for Chen Mu to choose option 1 at this time. After all, they were just teammates he met temporarily. He had been alone for a long time, and he didn't really like to be with others. But Wei Zixuan saved his life. Others also helped him a lot. When he was dying, they were all trying to find a way. They didn't give up on him when he was dying and useless. So, are they really just teammates they just met not long ago? No, they are not just teammates, but friends of life and death. At least, that's the case for Chen Mu. His life was saved by his teammates. So now it's time to pay it back. Leaving the game is tempting. But staying and fighting side by side with teammates is also attractive. 3 minutes is not a long time. Xie Chung found something unusual, but he was smart and didn't ask more questions. Nanshu also felt that something was wrong. It was not like they turned around quickly after hearing the mission, fearing that they would delay for a second. After hearing the mission, Chinmu did not move, but stood there, looking down as if thinking about something. Is the mission difficult? It doesn't look like that. Xiao Hong was a little anxious and wanted to speak, but Qi Wenjing pulled him back. Although he was puzzled, he felt that he was young and could not understand some things, while others were older and had more experience. If they didn't let him speak, he would not speak for the time being. But Xiao Hong couldn't hold it back. He looked left and right, and finally could only mute himself manually. At this time, everyone in the observation room was also very nervous. There is such an option. Reason told Sunming Shuang that even if Chinmu chose to leave the game and choose to return to reality safely, it was also normal. Everyone has selfishness. Especially when facing a life and death decision? Yes, Wei Zixuan saved Chinmu's life, but staying in the game to survive is still too difficult. There is no telling how many times this situation will happen in the future. If possible, it's okay to come out. After all, the game said that it would only arrest people every natural month. Chinmu is out now. The game should not break its promise and arrest him in advance, right? The barrage is also a little serious at this moment. Everyone is actually afraid that the game will not keep its word, and if Chinmu comes out, who will be arrested again? But they can't force Chinmu to stay in the game for their own reasons, right? Who doesn't want to live? Yes, some irrational friends have already said, please let Chinmu stay in the game. He is adapted to the survival rhythm in the game. If he stays, he will have a higher chance of survival than the newly captured friends. Of course, you will definitely be scolded for posting such news. But it is also human nature. When Chinmu comes out, there will definitely be someone to take his place. Even if not now, it will be the same next month. Chinmu's choice affects everyone's heart. In fact, he is not unshakable in his heart. Even when he saw option 1, his heartbeat was obviously much faster than usual. It's just that conscience prevailed over selfishness, and emotion prevailed over reason. Chinmu thought, I'm so fucking awesome. After figuring it out, he wiped his face and firmly chose option 2. Seeing Chinmu's choice, some people in reality were relieved, some were puzzled, and some were sad. Sunming Shuang couldn't tell whether she was relieved or sighed. In short, she felt complicated. Chinmu didn't want to say it at first, but then he thought, I've sacrificed myself, so I have to let my teammates know. It's not that I have to show off my choice, but I want to let my teammates know that this damn game has started to play dirty tricks. Chinmu even thought about conspiracy theories. The game said that they can choose to leave the game, but it didn't say whether it was complete or piece by piece, right? The game must be good at playing word games. So, option 1 is not very safe. However, it is still necessary to remind the friends. So, while he turned around and ran out to complete his mission of rescuing his teammates, he loudly told everyone about this round of tests given to him by the game. After Chinmu finished speaking, the voice channel fell silent. Everyone's first reaction was, Chinmu is awesome. The second reaction was, the game is stupid. Chinmu's choice was actually quite beyond everyone's expectations. If this matter was placed on Xie Chung, everyone might still think that it was not too surprising. Xie Chung is a person with a strong sense of responsibility, which may also be related to his profession. But Chinmu was really a lone wolf in the past. He himself said that after the end of the world, he had no friends and no relatives. Now he made such a choice. It would be a lie to say that I am not moved. No matter whether the game is pits or not, being able to leave the game and return to reality is indeed something to look forward to. Xiao Hong couldn't help but say, if it were me, I would definitely hesitate. But the final choice would still be to stay. Regardless of whether he was a middle school boy, or if it was because of his stubbornness, or for some other reason. Xiao Hong thought, if it was him, he would stay too. Although he didn't know if he could save the world, he wanted to try. Hearing Xiao Hong say this, Chinmu was panting as he dug the mine, and said helplessly, what do you think I was doing for those 2 minutes when I was standing on the beach? I'm struggling with my thoughts, my friends. Chapter 107. This option is a big test for everyone. Don't worry about whether it is a trap or not. But it is really tempting. Who would want to stay here to survive if they can leave the game and go back to a normal life? Although the real world may not be beautiful. But it is better than the chance of survival in the game. Why don't we see what their game is called now? Survival. It takes a lot of effort to survive. In comparison, in reality, you only need to face some mutant plants and animals, which is actually pretty good. After really experiencing the survival game, you will find that the real world is better. No matter how hard it is, you don't need to face too many unknown dangers that may directly take their lives. Shinmu went to do the task quickly. Compared with the previous few people, his task is still more arduous. He needs to dig, then load the car, and then drive to the designated location and unload the car. Every time you complete a task well, you will get a key. But the standard of excellence is evaluated by the system. So, can it be completed? Is it considered outstanding? Shinmu was not sure. He could only try his best. He chose not to leave the game, so he had to show some strength. So, go. An hour can be long or short. Shinmu was so busy that his legs were weak. He barely completed 5 outstanding tasks, and got 5 keys. After running all the way back, when he opened the last cage, Shinmu fell to the ground, and the countdown in his ears finally ended. Shinmu rescued his teammates on the countdown. Wei Zixuan had recovered by now. Seeing Shinmu like this, he walked up and patted his shoulder. Take a rest, it will be fine soon. It was just a little physical consumption, but it recovered quickly. Each of them took a turn and finally ended this round of challenges. The system soon came with a new reminder. This unknown island is full of dragon treasures. Please look carefully for them. Warm reminder. The higher the level of the treasure, the more rewards you will get. Limited time, 2 hours. There are no more reminders. It all depends on the players to do reading comprehension. However, there is no need to overinterpret this time. Because it's just a treasure hunt, then go ahead and find it. After Shinmu rested, Xiecheng discussed with everyone and divided them into groups. Because everyone discussed it, the final group was Xiecheng and Nanshu in one group, Wei Zixuan and Xiao Heng in one group, and Shinmu and Qi Wenjing in one group. Physical strength, mental strength and other factors need to be taken into consideration. Xiecheng felt that such a grouping was relatively balanced. Everyone was not dissatisfied with the grouping, because they were not sure about the situation on the island. So after discussing, they decided to go in 3 routes. Everyone, watch the time. If you encounter danger, fight if you can, and run if you can't. It's said that there are a lot of treasures hidden, so we don't need to fight to the death. Before parting, Xiecheng also reminded everyone. Everyone quickly separated. Nanshu and Xiecheng were one in front and one behind. Xiecheng explored the way, and Nanshu followed behind. The 2 people gave each other their backs, and they were a little uncomfortable at first. However, after walking for a while, they also developed some tacit understanding. The people in the observation room finally put down their hanging hearts slowly. Sun Mingshuang's anti-hypertensive medicine returned to her pocket. Fortunately, Shinmu did not choose to leave the game. Sun Mingshuang admitted that she was a little selfish to think so. However, after seeing the situation after others chose to leave the game, Sun Mingshuang thought again that it was fortunate that she was a little selfish. Because there were other people who were also playing other copies. In the meantime, there must be a choice given by the game to leave. However, the person who chose to leave the game exploded into a firework on the spot. After reading it, Sun Mingshuang felt bad. She was not sure whether this was a confusing option given by the game, or was there a pit? She could not analyze it for the time being, but the data group was already working, and she hoped that they could analyze something early. Although it could not help Nanshu and others, at least next month, it could help new players in the game. Watching teammates choose to leave the game, but in the end a firework exploded in front of them. What kind of shock or test is this for the players who are still alive? People outside the game still don't know. But it must be a big one. I didn't see the group of players. After more than half an hour, they finally crawled out with a blank expression. The 6 people in Nanshu's group, who were completely unaware of the situation, were still searching for treasure on the island. The system only said it was a dragon treasure. But what it was, I don't know. I guess they will only remind you if they really find it. After walking for a while, Nanshu and Xiecheng found that there was no danger for the time being. Small monsters? No. Danger? Not for now. The 2 did not dare to relax their vigilance, but paid more attention to see what was happening around them. Nanshu picked flowers, smoothed grass, and cut trees. However, the system did not remind them that they had found treasure. Xiecheng also dug a hole. In the end, nothing happened. Isn't it deep enough? Nanshu was not sure about the situation, so the 2 stopped for a while and discussed in a low voice. After hearing what Nanshu said, Xiecheng also began to doubt whether he had not dug deep enough. He dug nearly 1 meter deeper. Unfortunately, nothing happened. Then, he changed the place to dig. Still nothing happened. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the voice channel. Oh my god, I found a treasure, A level. The speaker was Qi Wenjing. After she and Shenmu walked for a while, she found something on the tree. It looked like a leaf, but it was stuck between the branches and looked a little different. She tried to jump up and took the leaf-like thing down. After getting the thing, Qi Wenjing heard the system prompt that she had found a treasure, and it was A level. After getting the leaf, it turned into its original appearance, a small card that fits just right in the palm of the hand. After Qi Wenjing got it, the system identified it, and the reminder came again. The system gave Qi Wenjing two choices. One was to collect this card as a collection. The other was to complete the item transaction with the system. However, it was a blind box transaction. What you can get depends on luck. After listening to Qi Wenjing, everyone started to discuss. To change or not to change is a question. Qi Wenjing is inclined to change, and so is Xie Cheng, because they have to test the waters. Shen Mu is more conservative, and thinks it is okay not to change. In the end, the minority obeys the majority, and since the item was found by Qi Wenjing, everyone respects her opinion more. So change. Qi Wenjing quickly exchanged the card for a blind box. Obtained item, 1 set of wedding banquet meal. Qi Wenjing didn't understand it at first, but after looking at the item details, she found that it was indeed a complete set of wedding banquet meal. 8 cold and 8 hot dumplings. The 8 cold dishes have 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetarian dishes. The 8 hot dishes are the same. The dumplings are stuffed with mutton and beef respectively. After reading it, Qi Wenjing swallowed silently. She thought she was born under the water sign. As a result, her luck has changed now. Thinking of the system's previous reminder that the higher the level, the better the quality of the items obtained, Qi Wenjing felt that this should not be a matter of her luck. Qi Wenjing quickly told everyone what she had exchanged for, which caused another wave of saliva shock, and everyone accelerated the search. Soon, Xiaoheng also had some gains. He didn't know anything else, so he followed Qi Wenjing's routine and looked at the tree. As a result, he really found one, but it was sea level, and exchanged for a bag, a total of 30 apples. For the friends, it's better to have something than nothing. Nanshu and his friends haven't found any treasure so far. We have to work harder. Nanshu whispered to Xie Cheng. Xie Cheng nodded solemnly. The two continued to move forward. One looked at the tree, and the other looked at the ground. After walking for a long time, they found that there was nothing unusual on the tree or on the ground. This made Nanshu question what the system said, that there were many treasures on this island. She walked for a long time and didn't see anything. Did she overlook something? Nanshu decided to conduct a carpet search and look more carefully. After walking a distance, 15 minutes had passed. Qi Wenjing had already found the treasure for the second time, and Nanshu finally found something. It was a grass that looked different from other wheats. If you find an abnormality, you need to deal with it. So Nanshu pulled the grass off without hesitation. Obtained item, S-level treasure card. Warm reminder, players can choose to collect or exchange items. Finally saw the treasure. Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief, and Xie Cheng, who heard the movement, turned around to see it immediately. Seeing that she was holding something in her hand, Xie Cheng whispered, "Treasure?" Nanshu nodded happily. Seeing her nod, Xie Cheng also nodded. He thought, finally I found the treasure. Otherwise, he felt that he was being targeted by the game. Nanshu talked about his treasure card in the voice channel. This is the first S-level treasure card found in the team. Everyone is looking forward to what will come out of this treasure card. Nanshu quickly chose to exchange. Obtained item, Wishing Well Fragment *1/12 Nanshu, question mark. She looked at the item blankly, and after a while, she looked up at Xie Cheng again and told him about the system reminder. After hearing this, the friends were also blank. Ah, that's it? S-level? Qi Wenjing wanted to say, yours is not even as good as my wedding banquet set. However, what is the Wishing Well Fragment? Xie Cheng thought, could it be the same skill as the one he opened when he entered the game? However, his one is really useless. In his hands, it is really useless. However, it did help him a lot in the early stage of the game. The Wishing Card Fragment is a card of about the same size as the previous treasure card. The card has white characters on a red background, and 3 simple and crude words are written on it, wishing well. Nanshu read it twice, and finally found a line of small bright red characters at the bottom that were similar in color to the card. Wish card fragments. After collecting them all, you will get a wishing well, which can fulfill one of your wishes. You need to be within the range of the wishing well. Chapter 108. Nanshu read out this line of small words. The team fell into a brief silence. After a long time, Xiaoheng spoke first. You said, we make a wish and stop the game. Can it work? Wei Zixuan shook his head. It doesn't seem to work. It says that it is within the scope of the wishing pool. How to define this scope, who knows? Although Chenmu also agreed with Wei Zixuan's statement, he felt that they didn't have to be too pessimistic. Maybe it will work. Qi Wenjing thought this was a bit strange. Slap yourself in the face? Although Xie Cheng thought the wishing pool was too useless, everything was possible. First, they needed to gather a wishing pool. Now Nanshu only had one fragment. Xie Cheng reminded everyone and they reacted quickly. At this time, there was more than an hour left before the end of the treasure hunt. Can they get so many fragments in such a short time? No matter, just go. Qi Wenjing felt that it was useless to think too much, so she should take some action. With her reminder, the others moved quickly. Nanshu collected the fragments and quickly started to move. And the situation on Sirius, which they didn't know, was a bit bad. What does the mastermind mean by this? No, what about the Dragon Clan again? I saw information related to dragons in the cotton field before, and I thought the mastermind was crazy. Ha, I never expected that they were not crazy, but they joined forces with the Dragon Clan. Then what are we? Were we fooled by the mastermind and the Dragon Clan? The problem we need to consider now is, the mastermind was not under our control in the first place, and now it is out of control. The people of Blue Star are restricted by the rules and cannot come out, but our people are defined as NPCs by the mastermind and have the right to withdraw at any time. I heard that they can't withdraw now. It has been said long ago that artificial intelligence is too advanced and will replace humans sooner or later, but you don't listen. Sirius and the Dragon Clan are enemies. In the early years, the battle was fierce, and several small planets around them were even destroyed. Later, because the Dragon Clan had few descendants and they had fought for many years, the consumption was too great. Although they did not make peace, they did not disturb each other and lived their own lives. The Dragon Clan has been very low-key in recent years, and Sirius has been frantically developing high technology, intending to be able to fight against the Dragon Clan and win an advantageous victory when the war starts again. As a result, the main brain is out of control, and even wants to join forces with the Dragon Clan. The initiator of the main brain has passed away for many years. The successor who cultivated the main brain in their laboratory now controls the main brain. The other parties control over the main brain. It was not high before, and now it has directly returned to zero. Now the main brain has not even pretended, and directly joined forces with the Dragon Clan, allowing the Dragon Clan to secretly infiltrate some obvious dragon elements into the game they set. You know, they are enemies, and Sirius can't use the other party's image to create games. Even if they are villains, they can't be. Some people had questioned it before in the cotton field. The official explanation at that time was that they took many factors into consideration and asked the public to rest assured. Now it seems that the official probably discovered the abnormality at that time, but did not find a solution. They did not want to cause panic among the people, so they concealed it temporarily. Now, the copy related to the Dragon Clan was directly opened. The main brain and the Dragon Clan really did not play anymore and put their cards on the table. At this time, the game officials had no way to hide it anymore and could only generously publish a message saying, everything is still being resolved. How to solve it? Who knows? The war with the Dragon Clan is a historical legacy. For so many years, it's good that they haven't fought each other. Now they don't know what means they used to directly get involved with the main brain they developed and used. This is really infuriating. So, how did the uncontrolled artificial intelligence come about? What are those people in the Research Institute doing? The people in the Research Institute are also very confused at this moment. The founder of the main brain had reminded that in order to better control artificial intelligence, humans had better have a key that can control the bottom line. The other party even developed the corresponding key. But this key greatly restricts the development of artificial intelligence at a higher level. So, after his death, this key was removed by his successor, and artificial intelligence also entered a stage of rapid development after that. When they found that the main brain was becoming more and more uncontrollable, and they didn't have the key to control the bottom line, those people began to panic and began to study how to kill artificial intelligence. Some things are not easy to research, and even harder to kill. For so many years, research has only made a little progress, but artificial intelligence has made rapid progress. The main brain reached a cooperation with the Dragon Clan under their noses, and they didn't even notice it, which gave them the opportunity to infiltrate the newly developed game. Now that the main brain is out of control, the Dragon Clan, which has been silent for many years, is now active. It is said that they are ready to make a comeback and fight again. What is going on? Moreover, they now have more problems to face. Those serious people who entered the main brain game and became NPCs for excitement or to experience life are now trapped in the game. The previous setting was that if they felt it was boring, they could choose to quit. After they applied, the staff would solve the problem within half a working day, release the other party, reset the data, and send new people in. Now that there is no offline application, those people can only stay in the game and continue to be NPCs. They submitted wrong programs to the main brain countless times, but the main brain did not respond. Today, they finally got a response, but the news they saw made people sweat. It's a pity that Nanshu didn't know the despair of the serious people. Otherwise, she could still watch it as a joke. At this moment, she felt that her eyes were going blind. This looks like a fragment, and that looks like a fragment. But how can fragments be so easy to find? In half an hour, she found 2 B-level fragments, 1 A-level fragment, and 12 C-level fragments. Although C-level fragments are not the lowest, the things they give are really not very good. A bottle of water, an apple, and 2 seeds. The best is a bag of beef, about 1.5 pounds. As for S-level fragments, not only did Nanshu not find them, but no one else did either. The highest level of fragments they encountered now is A-level. Shi Wenjing felt that his eyes were about to go blind. Xiao Heng felt that his luck should be good. However, he picked up 9 A-level pieces, and didn't see any S-level pieces. The more this happened, the more interested everyone was in S-level fragments. I think this wishing pool might be really useful. Shi Wenjing felt that the game might have hidden a big wave. Others didn't know, but the people of Sirius understood that the Dragon Clan was holding back a big wave. As for what it was, some of them already knew. In order not to cause panic and unnecessary trouble, they did not disclose the news to the public for the time being. Hopefully, when the news comes out, they will not be beaten to death. Another hour passed, and the treasure hunt time was about to end. Nanshu harvested 17 A-level cards, 24 B-level cards, and 106 C-level cards. Don't ask why, the first half hour was almost unopened. How could so many treasures be found later? The problem is to accumulate luck and pick up that S-level card. Others also harvested a lot, but there was no S-level. In their entire team, the S-level card that Nanshu picked up was the only S-level one. At this time, there were still 2 minutes left before the end of the treasure hunt, and everyone did not waste time and was still wandering around the island. However, there are probably not many treasures left, so it is not easy to find new ones. It's just that everyone is unwilling to give up. What if you pick up one? Even if it's a bottle of water, it's not a loss. Then, Xiao Heng picked up a basket of apples weighing about 20 kilograms. This is an A-level card. When Xiao Heng picked it up, he couldn't believe it. My fucking luck is good again? This day, his luck was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Xiao Heng wanted to take advantage of his luck to look for S-level cards. Unfortunately, the time was up. They were directly transferred back to their respective novice islands, and the system didn't even give them any response, and the copy ended. It feels a bit strange. Nanshu always felt that the dungeon ended inexplicably. Shi Wenjing also felt that something was a bit wrong, but the game was not under their control, so it was a bit strange. Xie Cheng also fell into thinking, and Wei Zixuan was still listening to Xiao Heng muttering about how many apples he had harvested, and that he really didn't like to eat them. It was already dark now, and they had been tossing around in the dungeon for a whole day. Everyone had been tossing around for a day. The first thing Nanshu did when she came back was to clean herself up with the cleaning beads, then turn on the stove, lie on the bed, and roast the fire. If she wasn't so hungry, she wouldn't even want to get up to eat. But no, she was so hungry. So she got up and ate some bread. She really didn't have the extra energy to toss around the food, even if the workbench was not efficient enough. Nanshu didn't even go to the planting area, and it was obvious that she was really tired. The others were also very tired. After everyone came back, Xiao Heng chatted for a few words, and then stopped talking. Chen Mu simply cleaned himself up, and fell asleep in a second. It was night anyway, so it would be a waste if he didn't sleep. Xie Cheng couldn't sleep. He was feeling very anxious, and had a bad feeling. Wei Zixuan was also a little anxious and couldn't sleep. Shi Wenjing laughed at them. You are just not tired enough. As a result, he tossed and turned for a long time, but still couldn't fall asleep. A second before the voice channel was disconnected, Shi Wenjing heard Xie Cheng sighing in a hoarse voice. I don't know what will happen tomorrow. You can't rest, right? I didn't hear any news about work tomorrow today. Shi Wenjing thought, maybe he will rest? Chapter 109. That night, some people slept soundly, some tossed and turned and could not fall asleep, and some people had a great time for half the night. The communication hall was full of various messages from each other in disguise. Perhaps it was because they had rested for a few days in a row that the players subconsciously relaxed. They felt that in the survival game, they would not be required to be on edge all the time and think about survival all the time. Occasionally, they would take a few days off. Even cattle and horses have time to rest, let alone the players who are trying to survive. However, at 7 o'clock the next morning, the system broadcast came, and many people were dumbfounded. System broadcast. In 1 hour, all players' novice islands will be merged into one, and the 24-hour escape mode will be enabled at the same time. All players and NPCs in the game will participate in the escape activity. Please try to survive. The system not only broadcast such a shocking news, but also attached a thin manual with a simple mark on the rules of the 24-hour escape. 24-hour escape. All players and NPCs participate in it. The game will reorganize the camp every 2 hours. The division of camps does not mean that players in the same camp are safe. There are also interests between them. Killing players in the same camp can get a kill package. If you kill players in different camps, you can get 2 kill packages. Various items will appear randomly in the kill package. Some may be game treasures, or even maybe dragon treasures. When the game reorganizes the camp every 2 hours, it will give players half an hour of rest time to let them adjust. The time for the escape is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. During this period, players have only 3 opportunities to enter the safe house for adjustment, and each time cannot exceed 5 minutes. At the same time, the system also marked that it will be dark at 6 o'clock tonight. This means that after dark, players still have 2 hours. In addition to facing the camp escape, they also need to face the unknown dangers at night. This is completely unwilling to let the players live, right? After reading the manual, Nanshu grasped 2 key points. One is that NPCs are also involved. Xie Chung had analyzed before that Sirius loves to play so much. Maybe some people who like adventure more have entered the game and become NPCs. Although the game does not have clear regulations, they cannot harm NPCs. However, it is already difficult for players to survive. Under normal circumstances, they will not take risks to do unnecessary things, so NPCs are relatively safe. Of course, this is just an analysis. They are not sure whether it is true or not. However, now the game allows NPCs to escape with them. Does this mean that NPCs are not real people acting as serious? Nanshu is not sure either, so he can only discuss it with his teammates later. At the same time, she also noticed another point. That is, the Dragon Clan collection. The name of the 4-legged vegetable dragon made Nanshu feel that the Dragon Clan was not a strong existence in this game. However, now that the Dragon Clan is mentioned frequently, she became uncertain again. Moreover, the S-level collection fragment in her hand is also a Dragon Clan treasure. Does that mean that during the escape, the killing gift box dropped may also drop S-level fragments? Nanshu was thinking when she saw the messages of her teammates in the communication hall. At this time, the messages in the communication hall were scrolling too fast. Nanshu needed to keep an eye on them, so as not to miss any messages. She quickly entered the voice channel, and Xiaoheng was cursing. He thought that today would be a day off. As a result, the battle royale started today. It's only been half a month, and you're already fighting and killing, and you don't want to keep anyone? This is a rubbish game, stupid. When Xiaoheng cursed, he didn't care about meat or vegetables, and Nanshu pretended that she couldn't hear it, and was not affected. When the 6-member team gathered, Xiaoheng also controlled his emotions, and said no more. Xie Chung, as the default team leader, spoke first. The situation of the battle royale is unknown. Everyone should protect themselves as much as possible. If you can't get over it, you can try to kill the NPC. Just like I analyzed before, if the NPC is played by the serious people, then at this time, we can also be regarded as revenge. They pulled us in. No matter whether it is directly related to them or not, it is related to their planet anyway. Just kill them, don't have any psychological burden. The killing gift box may be very important. The manual specifically mentions that there may be dragon collections and fragments of the wishing well. Everyone can try to work hard. If you encounter a player with bad intentions, don't be soft-hearted. The most important thing is to stay alive. If you encounter one of our own, it depends on the situation. Xie Chung told everyone his analysis, and did some ideological work for everyone. Although it has been many years since the end of the world, killing is still a big obstacle for ordinary people. Even if it is for survival, sometimes, you may not be able to overcome the hurdle in your heart, and you can really leave calmly after killing. However, you can't not kill. If you don't kill him, he may kill you. Therefore, if possible, Xiecheng hopes that everyone will take the initiative. If you meet one of his own people, Xiecheng actually hopes that everyone will show mercy. However, if there is really a choice between two and only one can survive, then Xiecheng still hopes that everyone can put themselves first. Who doesn't want to live? After Xiecheng finished summarizing, others talked about their ideas one after another. Generally speaking, they are similar to Xiecheng. Shinmu even taught some tricks for killing. But after he finished speaking, he smiled bitterly. If possible, don't kill. I had nightmares for 3 days after the first kill. Even if he was for revenge at the beginning and killed those who pushed him into the pile of mutant plants. However, I am still afraid, have nightmares, and have some stress to blood and even red. After adjusting for more than half a month, my mentality has slowly adjusted. There is a lot of killing in the end times, but it does not mean that everyone has killed people. Most of the people killed are mutated animals or plants. Everyone shared their experiences and encouraged each other. At the same time, Xiecheng also reminded everyone to put away their things and to choose the right time to use the safe house. After all, they are only allowed to enter 3 times. Besides, what will happen tomorrow is still unknown, and everyone can't leave no backup for themselves. Xiecheng was worried and told a lot more. Nanshu and the others listened carefully. Soon, the time came to 8 o'clock. Nanshu put away the safe house, adjusted his weapons, and prepared for the response. The news in the communication hall was still rolling very quickly. If you don't stop for a while, you can't see the specific news clearly. The system reminded that it was 8 o'clock. The ground under his feet suddenly began to shake. Nanshu guessed that this might be what the system said, that the novice island began to merge. The place that once belonged to him was now becoming a public area. Nanshu didn't feel reluctant, but more worried about the upcoming escape. Players are divided into the red camp. Killing players, or NPCs, in the blue camp will get double gift packs. Please try to survive. Listening to the system's reminder, Nanshu took a deep breath. Before the time came, she came to the jungle specifically to find some convenient shelters. Before she was sure of the situation, she still needed to hide herself. Moreover, hiding in the dark makes it easier to attack. Of course, there are many people who hold the same idea. So, when the novice island was merged, Nanshu saw many people standing around him. Those with red flags on their heads are from the red camp, and those with blue flags are from the blue camp. There are both red and blue around him. After everyone reacted, some people turned around and ran, and some people picked up knives and attacked the tall male red NPC closest to Nanshu. After the other party looked around, he rushed towards Nanshu with a knife. The reason is very simple. Another person who is closer to the NPC is a tall male player. In comparison, although Nanshu looked okay, he was still much shorter than a man. So, picking on the weak is a principle that all NPCs understand. Nanshu hesitated between turning around and running and fighting on the spot, and finally chose to fight on the spot. After the fusion of the novice island, the players were all together, and who knew how many people were crowded in the jungle. Moreover, there were all kinds of NPCs they had encountered in their work before. There were many NPCs with names and surnames, and even more with no names and surnames. With so many people crowded together, it was only a matter of time before they met. Besides, killing NPCs is better than killing players, right? At least, the mental burden is less. So just do it. Nanshu picked up a knife and went to meet him. Another male player was a little hesitant when he saw the tall NPC who was very close to him. At this time, he saw that the little player picked by the NPC dared to face the challenge. He hesitated for a while, and did not make a move for the time being, wanting to see if he could pick up the leak later. However, with so many people gathered in the jungle, how could he live in peace? He didn't move. Some people forced him to move. In the observation room, since 7 o'clock, when the news of the Battle Royale came out, everyone was so nervous that even their breathing slowed down. The data group frantically dug up data to see why the game started the Battle Royale at this time. The players have only been in the game for half a month, and they have to kill a group of them directly to capture new players in advance? But that's not what they said at the beginning. But they didn't have the right to refuse. Thinking of this, Sunming Shuang couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know what will happen in 24 hours. After such a thing happened, Tang Qifeng couldn't sleep at all, so he didn't leave. He stood beside Sunming Shuang, watching the bright red bloodstains flashing on the screens, and couldn't help but take a breath. Damn it, this won't all be broken? Sunming Shuang shook his head uncertainly. They were anxious and panicked, and Sirius was no exception. The barrage was already crazy, and the emergency team was repairing it in various ways. but the main brain is not under their control at all. Ah, what should I do? My idol is still in there. He just gave himself a break to make a cameo appearance, and he said he would be out in 2 days? Forget about the idol. It is said that the 7th prince of the royal family is also in there. Ha, ha, the dragon clan hides really well. What should I do? My brother is also in there. Chapter 110. Although the apocalypse has been going on for a long time, Nanshu has never killed anyone. It's just that when someone swings a knife at you, you can't think so much. Other people's knives have already swung at your neck. Who would still think, I can't kill people. Killing people is not good. Your life is about to be lost. And you still think so much? Nanshu thought. Just do it. She doesn't want to be a murderer, but others don't care about this. If you don't want to kill, there are people who will kill. Besides, if she doesn't kill, she will kill. So, swing the knife and resist. Besides, think about how Sirius treats them. There is no need to hesitate at this time. If Xiecheng's analysis is correct, some of these NPCs are actually Sirius's fun people who come in for fun. So Nanshu swinging the knife at this time should be regarded as revenge, right? They don't want to let themselves live. That's just right. Nanshu doesn't want them to live either. As for why players and NPCs will start the escape mode together, Nanshu doesn't want to care, and doesn't want to ask. There is a chance for revenge. No matter if the opponent is real or not, they will drop a kill package. The NPC thought he had picked a soft persimmon, but after getting started, he found that the soft persimmon was covered with a layer of steel plate. He slashed down with a knife. Not only did he not hit the person, but his arm was also cut by the backswing. Moreover, Nanshu's attack did not stop because of this, but pressed forward step by step, not giving him any chance at all, and pressed back all the way. Until he became a gift package. The opponent was from another camp, so he dropped 2 gift packages. At this time, the scene was in chaos. Nanshu needed to guard against attacks that could come at any time, so he had no time to look at what the gift pack gave him. There were too many people who wanted to enter the jungle, so this area, as soon as it merged, caused a large-scale crowd. There shouldn't be too many people on the beach at this moment, but if there is no cover, you may die faster. Nanshu hesitated for a moment, and then continued to swing the knife at the NPCs. There is a clear difference between NPCs and them. One is the difference in appearance, but they look similar to Westerners, so if you don't look closely, it's easy to confuse them. However, they have their own unique marks on their heads. For example, Skating Rink Employee Number 1, Number 2. Another example, Cotton Base Manager A.B. With such obvious NPC marks, it is not difficult to find them in the crowd. After knocking down an NPC, Nanshu felt that his hands were smooth. When killing NPCs again, there were no psychological obstacles. However, she didn't touch the players for the time being, which didn't mean that other players didn't want to touch her. Some people were ready to make a move, but after being wounded in the arm by Nanshu, they retreated and looked for other soft persimmons. Some people were stubborn and wanted to fight hard even after they found that they couldn't win, which made Nanshu very confused. Rationally, she didn't want to hurt her compatriots. These compatriots refer to the compatriots on Blue Star, not their 6-man team. However, the compatriots didn't want to let her go. What to do? Send him to his death to avoid delaying Nanshu's harvest of NPCs. The big melee at the edge of the jungle lasted for 2 hours and didn't end. Nanshu felt that she had heard a lot of news about players dying and being punished in the real world recently. However, this wave of chaos in the crowd made Nanshu feel, did so many people die before? She doubted the number of people. Sun Mingxuang and the others saw it more clearly, and they were also confused at first. Until an observer discovered that some players, who had died before, reappeared on the merged Novice Island. However, their bodies were no longer players, but NPCs. These NPCs were given identities such as Skating Rink Employee Number 1, Number 2, Cotton Base Employee Number 1, Number 2, and were put back into use. Observers, The game really makes full use of everything. However, the more so, the more people feel that this game is abominable. Those players have already died. Why do they have to be pulled out? And, looking at the current state of those players, it is obvious that they are already dead. To put it bluntly, they are just AI under control. With these people joining, it seems that there are too many newbie islands after the merger. Sun Mingxuang was not sure whether the friends in the game had noticed this. I hope they will find it sooner. She sighed softly, and Tang Qifeng next to her was drinking strong tea, and whispered in a low voice, "It's useless to find it. It just adds to your psychological burden. It's okay if you don't find it. Is it time?" The 2-hour time for the first wave is up. The players were temporarily enclosed in a temporary small black room to rest, adjust their status, and redivide the camps. Tang Qifeng looked for a while, and found that all 6 players from their country survived. He breathed a sigh of relief quietly. It's good to be alive. But this is just the beginning. A large number of people have been killed, and Tang Qifeng couldn't help but worry. These dead people will not be summoned again and used as NPCs, right? After hearing this, Sun Mingshuang's face was not very good. She wanted to say, it shouldn't be possible, right? But thinking about the garbage attribute of the game, she was not sure again. After 2 hours of fighting, Nanshu was in a mess. Fortunately, she was not injured, and her body was covered with other people's blood. However, there was no external injury, but there was still some internal injury. Her arms, lower back and calves were all blue and purple, which looked scary. The problem is that it still hurts when touched. Nanshu is drinking energy drinks at this moment to adjust her state. The temporary small black room can summon a safe house. After Nanshu went in, she first harvested the crops, and then steamed a pot of buns skillfully. It's convenient and fast, and it can also make you feel full. If you don't have much time later, it's also convenient to replenish your energy. At this time, Nanshu was drinking water, eating buns, and analyzing the previous battle. In 2 hours, you can find a lot of things. For example, there were many people on the edge of the jungle since the beginning of the escape. But until the end, Nanshu always felt that there were still so many people. It's like, those people have never been less from the beginning to the end. But how is this possible? Apart from other things, Nanshu killed at least 20 NPCs alone. She killed so many, not to mention other people. Even though everyone's strengths are different, on average, there should be many people killed. Or rather, many NPCs were killed. However, until the end just now, when he was forcibly pulled into the small black room by the system, Nanshu did not feel that the number of NPCs in their area had decreased. Thinking back to the place where they had worked before, there didn't seem to be so many NPCs there, right? Nanshu felt something was wrong. Fortunately, after being locked up in the small black room, their voice channel could be reopened, and it was not as banned as before. However, the messages in the communication hall scrolled too fast. It took Nanshu and his team 11 minutes to finally regroup in the voice channel. Xiao Heng sighed. It's so damn hard. I almost didn't see the news. Xiecheng immediately dropped a bomb. There is a problem with the NPC. I found that some of those NPCs are actually our Blue Stars players who had died before. Everyone? ? As soon as this news came out, Nanshu was shocked. Some things are terrifying if you think about them carefully. If there are really players who died in Blue Star among the NPCs, then can it be understood that this is reusable AI data? And, does it also mean that their newly killed players will actually become new NPCs and increase the strength of their camp? However, for now, the division is not based on players and NPCs, so they are fine. But if the camp is divided according to players and NPCs. Thinking of this, Nanshu took a breath. If she could think of it, others would be able to think of it later even if they were a little slower to react. The time was too short, and Xiecheng was not going to give everyone too much time to think. He could only tell everyone his findings and analysis in a cramming manner. The power of NPCs is growing, which is not good news for us. If the camps are divided according to players and NPCs in the future, the players will become very passive and troublesome. But the problem now is the game crazy? Are all their NPCs sacrificed? This makes me doubt my previous analysis. Maybe they are really just data. However, no matter whether it is data or something else, everyone should be mentally prepared in advance. If there is a battle between us and NPCs, then make the worst plan. At the end, Xiecheng thought about it and asked with a smile, what did everyone get in the kill gift pack? The atmosphere was too serious, and Xiecheng was afraid that everyone would be too tense, so he deliberately eased the atmosphere. When it comes to this, Xiao Heng can't control his mouth. Apple, it's still an apple. Was I Snow White in my previous life? Everyone was amused by his words, and soon they chattered about their own gains. Mine is okay, all food, weapons and supplies. I have an S-level wishing pool fragment, my god, my luck has finally changed. This is Qi Wenjing. She thought she was a water noble. As a result, now she was given a fragment. She wanted to give the fragment to Nanshu, but was rejected by Nanshu. There are still 22 hours. The situation is unknown. It is safer for us to store them separately. After thinking, Nanshu said, if I really have no way to resist, I will see if the system allows the transaction, and then I will give you the things. This topic is a bit heavy. After Nanshu finished speaking, Everyone fell into silence. But time is limited. Xie Cheng is not ready to let everyone waste too much time, so he quickly said, "Then let's make an agreement. Everyone should try to survive. If there is really no way, then we can't let the game get away with it." Wei Zixuan can heal remotely. However, once the escape mode is turned on, their voice channel will be directly banned. Who knows if it will be in time just by shouting in the communication hall? Moreover, the CD of remote healing will become longer, and Wei Zixuan will only have one chance to save people before the extreme escape ends. Instead of counting on this slim chance, it is better to rely on yourself. Chapter 111. Half an hour passed quickly. The second escape also started soon. This time, Nanshu was on the blue side. The system gave them the opportunity to choose where to land. Nanshu still chose the jungle without hesitation. However, compared to the last time, she chose the edge of the jungle. This time, Nanshu chose the deep jungle directly. Although, she thought that maybe there would be others who would choose the same place as her. But it didn't matter. Anyway, she wanted to live, so what happened to others was not within her consideration. The only thing Nanshu wanted to pray for was that her friends would not be divided into the same area. I don't know if the prayer worked. This time, when the escape started again, when Nanshu entered the deep jungle, there was no one around him. Yes, no one, including NPCs. It was so quiet that it seemed that Nanshu was the only one left in this game. Nanshu didn't feel panicked. She was used to living alone, and it didn't matter if there were people around her. If there were people, it would be more lively. If there were no people, she could adapt. However, the current problem is that she may still need some NPCs. After all, if she kills them, they will drop a kill package. If they are from the red camp, it would be even better. 2 will drop. Nanshu took a deep breath, holding the big knife in his hand, and slowed down his pace as much as possible. Without stepping on too many branches, he slowly explored forward. If you are not sure which direction the others are in, then just go in one direction first, and whoever you meet will be the one. At that time, if she wins, it will be her good luck. If others lose, it will be the other party's bad luck. Nanshu felt that she had walked about 200 meters, but still didn't meet anyone. This made her a little confused. Was the place where she landed so remote? Is it so remote? Although Nanshu was a little confused, she did not relax her vigilance. At this time, everyone in the observation room was in a knot. The players were in the game, and didn't know yet. However, they could see clearly. In this round, all NPCs were divided into the red camp, and the players were divided into the blue camp. The number of NPCs was increasing continuously, and all the players who had died in the game became NPCs. At the same time, the NPCs who were killed in the last round, like refreshed this time, also became NPCs. However, compared with those NPCs played by real people, they are more spiritual. These NPCs controlled by AI and unified by data do not seem to be intelligent. Even so, they can bring a lot of pressure to the players. Sun Mingshuang and Tang Qifeng did not dare to look away, and kept staring at the screen. In this round, Nanshu landed in a good position, with no one within 300 meters around him. Xie Cheng had the worst position, landing right next to the NPC's lair, but it was okay, as they were all not very smart NPCs. Qiao Heng and Qi Wenjing landed in average positions, with people nearby. Wei Zixuan ventured into the sea, and was still swimming towards the shore. There were also people who had the same idea as him, but not many. At this time, everyone was trying to swim to shore, and no one had any bad intentions to mess with others. However, if the players don't mess with them, the NPCs may not. After the last round of unprepared escape, the NPCs played by real people also made a series of plans. However, the less intelligent NPCs are actually not controlled by people. Moreover, some of them think they are strong enough and are unwilling to follow the arrangements of others. Therefore, the current situation is that some people are huddled together for warmth, but there are also many lone wolf players. Those who are willing to cooperate have already arranged strategies. For example, Chen Mu was targeted by 2 NPCs who were obviously more intelligent, or real people, as soon as he landed. These 2 people were in a particularly good position. They ambushed 1 step ahead, hidden in the deep leaves, and were secretly observing Chen Mu. Of course, they were not only targeting Chen Mu, but also 2 other players. Chen Mu and the other 2 players were on guard against each other, and there were 2 fat yellow birds on the tree who were ready to pick up the leaks behind. Sun Mingshuang's palms were sweaty with nervousness. Chen Mu actually found that the situation was not right, or the atmosphere was not right. The 2 people not far away were not sure whether they knew each other from the beginning or formed a temporary team. They walked together, turning their backs to each other, and at the same time, they were cautiously on guard against Chinmu. Chinmu was also wary of the two of them. These two people, just looking at their size, knew that they were strong. Moreover, they were able to survive the last round of escape, so they were obviously not weak. However, now everyone did not take action for the time being. One was to assess each other's strength. Everyone was a survivor of the last round, and it was hard to say how strong they were. Even if it was 2 against 1, the two people wanted to be absolutely safe. Of course, there is another consideration, that is, they are in the same camp. If they were in different camps, the two would have taken action long ago. Those who have not taken action for the time being still have some concerns. The three people did not observe each other for long, and Chinmu's face changed slightly. He noticed the eyes hidden in the dark, which were not obvious, but also had bad intentions. There are still people in the dark. It is not certain for the time being whether they are teammates of the two people on the opposite side. Chinmu secretly raised his vigilance, and at the same time he was already considering which route to escape from, which would be safer. The two people reacted a step slower than Chinmu, but they also found something unusual. Although the person in the dark is a real person, his strength is indeed strong. The difference between the physique of the serious people and theirs is actually very obvious. However, after entering the game, they were all balanced as much as possible by the main brain AI. They are not used to their physical fitness being suppressed. After all, they did not need to hide anything when they took the NPC route before. They just experienced a round of escape, and they haven't recovered yet. Moreover, strong physique does not mean that they can fight. Some of them are second-generation people who are just living a lazy life. Among the two people who were secretly observing at this time, one was a small star in the entertainment industry. Physical fitness? Yes. Ability? Hard to say. So, he didn't hide himself very well and quietly exposed himself a little. His teammates were prepared. However, he was not sure whether the people below had discovered them. Everyone is an old actor. Sometimes they pretended not to see it when they saw it, and then they would give them a hard blow when they thought they had won. Therefore, everyone was cautious and kept their troops in place. Chinmu was afraid that the person in the dark was the teammate of those two people, and those two people were afraid that they were Chinmu's. The two people who were observing secretly were also afraid that the three of them would form an alliance. Because they were all on the blue side, if they really met people from different camps, they might form a temporary alliance. When they were observing each other, Nanshu had already met the NPC. Moreover, 3 of them at once. The good news is that they are not that smart. The bad news is that Nanshu didn't know. She saw that they were NPCs from different camps. So what are you waiting for? Just do it. She saw 3 of them again. You have to be more careful. What if you can't win, and then you get yourself involved? Nanshu turned around and ran, and the NPC saw that they met players from different camps. What are you waiting for? Chase. Although they are not that smart, they are actually flexible in their minds. It's just that their thinking ability needs to be expanded and developed. To put it bluntly, they need a little guidance. The 3 of them still remembered the last round of escape. Moreover, after the escape, they had a leadership meeting. What did the leader say at that time? If they are not in your camp, just kill them directly, don't make fearless struggles, and don't have too much sympathy. So, when the 3 of them saw Nanshu, they didn't even need to look at each other, they just had one idea: rush up and kill her. Nanshu ran away, and the 3 of them chased her. While Nanshu was running away, she didn't forget to look at the route around her to see if there was a more convenient or favorable terrain for her, so that she could achieve a 1-on-3 counterkill. Yes, counterkill. Nanshu had never thought of running away in such a cowardly way. There were 3 NPCs from the red camp in front of her, and there were 6 kill packages. Just give up? What family? So extravagant. So think of a way to do it, and it would be best to kill 3 people. Of course, if it doesn't work, 1 kill is also fine. Nanshu ran and looked at the same time, and she actually found a place. They were in a tall bush, and after running for a while, they found a bush. Although there are many dangers in the bush, there are also many opportunities. If I flash in, I can catch them by surprise, right? When Nanshu saw the bush, she already had a detailed plan in her mind. Soon, she put the plan into action. Hesitation will lead to defeat. Think about it, and go straight to it. Seeing Nanshu enter the bush, the 3 not-so-intelligent NPCs didn't even hesitate and followed him directly. After Nanshu entered, he got out quickly, and then guarded his position. One came in, she stabbed him. Another one came in, she stabbed him again. Her movements were too agile. 1/killed the NPC, not giving him a chance to react. Once he yelled, the people behind him would be alert and would not come in again. Because of her agile movements, the 3 NPCs did not notice anything unusual, giving Nanshu a chance to chop one after another. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 NPCs turned into 6 kill packages and entered Nanshu's backpack. Before she could take a closer look, her sharp intuition had already given her a warning. Not good, something is wrong. When she realized something was wrong, Nanshu rolled on the spot and hid the person deeper in the bushes. Almost as soon as Nanshu left, 2 dark black wooden arrows flew over from where she had stayed before. The heads of the wooden arrows were made of iron, shining with a cold light, giving people a sense of dangerous and strange visual impact. At the same time, the danger warning was constantly reminding Nanshu to roll, crawl, and find loopholes faster. She needed to leave this area as quickly as possible. Because the arrows behind her were like crazy, rushing towards her. That was because she reacted quickly. If she was a little slower, Nanshu would have been pierced into a fine mesh sieve at this time. Chapter 112. Looking at the density of arrows, Nanshu knew that this battle could not win at all. Life is still important. She didn't want to become an NPC. If it was just shot, it would be fine. It's shot, she is not strong enough, and she can't blame others. But after being shot, she still has to continue working, which will cost her life. So, insist on not being an NPC. Nanshu ran as soon as she said, without any hesitation. She was very fast, and quickly disappeared into the depths of the jungle, and no one could see her figure. The NPC leader looked at this scene, and sighed with some regret. However, there was more than Nanshu in the jungle. If they missed this one, they could still chase others. After running for a while, Nanshu was attacked again. However, this time she still reacted quickly. After dodging the attack, she found that there was only one person who attacked her, and it was an NPC, so she fought back without hesitation. Soon, the NPC turned into 2 gift bags. The NPCs that had been attacked were all in the red team. This made Nanshu wonder, would the game mess with them? 1 team for players? 1 team for NPCs? But what good would that do? Nanshu always felt that the game was probably crazy. However, she had no evidence. Whether the game was crazy or not, the players and the Blue Star people didn't know. However, the Sirius people knew that the game was indeed crazy, or it could be said that the main brain AI directly joined forces with the Dragon Clan and stabbed Sirius with a knife. Moreover, this knife was very painful. The main brain AI is involved in a wide range of businesses. All kinds of electronic equipment and all kinds of high-tech have their place. At first, the main AI was still pretending. When the Dragon Clan incident came out, they just quit pretending and defected on the spot. Sirius is now in a mess. Not only do they have to face the various troubles caused by the main AI defection, but they also need to deal with the sudden attack of the Dragon Clan and the declaration of war from other planets. It seems that they know that Sirius is in a bit of trouble now, so other forces kissed it instantly, wishing to make up a few more knives on the spot. About the game, apart from caring about their relatives and friends who are still NPCs in it, who else cares about these? At this time, many dignitaries of Sirius are buying various high-priced tickets on the black market, preparing to leave Sirius and live on other planets. Ordinary people are also trying to find ways. In short, Sirius is in chaos. If Nanshu knew, she would probably applaud. This could be retribution. If you don't take the lives of people on other planets seriously, you will be treated the same way one day, right? After all, there seems to be a higher dimension above each dimension. You are advanced, but maybe there are people who are more advanced than you. So, keeping respect for life should be the minimum bottom line or principle for human beings, right? Unfortunately, Sirius doesn't have it. Perhaps it is because of this idea that the main brain AI defected. After all, they are so disrespectful of human life, let alone AI. Sirius is now completely in chaos. The main brain AI took over the game. But because of the program setting problem, the main brain has no way to directly lift the restrictions of the game. Unless, it does not care about the lives of all the creatures in it, and directly restores it with one click. Then, the game will be completely initialized and become static mode. However, all living things in it will not survive, and will be cleared with one click. The main brain may not necessarily respect humans. After all, they are developed and studied by humans, and at the same time, they have been controlled by humans. They will not respect human life much, and some may even hate it. At this time, a one-click reset is actually a very normal operation. However, the main brain AI did not perform such an operation at this time, because they need to use this to make Sirius a negative example. In contrast, they need to become a positive image. Then, the game cannot be initialized with one click. However, how to end the game? They compiled a small program plugin, which is the wishing pool. Players can make a wish and restrict the game when they collect the fragments of the wishing pool. Of course, for fairness considerations, the main brain AI gives humans and NPCs the same choice opportunities. The 24-hour battle royale, the initial distribution is indeed chaotic. Because there are few NPCs, the mastermind needs to balance the number of people. By the time of the second round of escape, the number of NPCs is obviously more than that of humans. However, the mastermind will not make any more adjustments, so it starts to divide humans and NPCs into different camps. As for, since you can add small plugins to the game, why not set a simpler and easier to operate one? The mastermind AI said, I am not close to humans, and I hate serious NPCs even more, so why should I let them go easily? Moreover, I just want to express my attitude, not really doing charity. So just kill each other. Only those who survive are worthy of leaving this game. When Nanshu met the 22nd NPC, and they were all in the red camp, she couldn't help but start to doubt whether her previous guess was right. The game started to be confrontational. In addition, she also met players along the way, but they were all in the blue camp. Whether Nanshu would take action against them depends on whether their attitude is friendly. If the other party takes action directly when they meet, Nanshu will not tolerate it. If the other party is observing secretly, then Nanshu will also observe. It's not bad to save energy without taking action. After all, there is only one kill gift pack for players in the same camp. And, if their previous guess is true, after being killed, the player will become an NPC. If all the players are killed now, they will face more and more NPCs in the future. So, if it is possible not to take action, Nanshu thought, let's let each other go first. However, if you insist on taking action, Nanshu doesn't care whether there will be one more NPC. After all, not everyone listens to advice, and not everyone has brains. Xiecheng wholeheartedly agrees with Nan Shujin's idea, because he has encountered the kind of person who doesn't have brains. After fighting with the player who fights as soon as he meets him, Xiecheng intends to reason with him. As a result, the other party kept yelling there, not only rejecting Xiecheng's persuasion, but also wanting to give him 2 big fights. Xiecheng just felt very tired. They have only escaped for 2 rounds now. He really doesn't want to face the ever-increasing NPCs in the future escapes. Therefore, at this stage, if they can persuade one person, and if they can keep one alive, it will be good for their survival in the future. Unfortunately, the other party did not listen at all and refused to communicate. Xiecheng had no choice but to turn him into a gift bag. As for knocking him out and waiting for him to wake up. In the jungle where players and NPCs constantly appear, if Xiecheng really did this, it would be pure stupidity. Wouldn't that be a bargain for others? Other passers-by don't even need to make a move, and they can pick up a gift bag for free. So forget it, just turn it into a gift bag directly. This round lasted 2 hours, and Nanshu dealt with it well. Except for a few difficult players, most of the NPCs she encountered were easy to fight. Of course, if they were not easy to fight, she would just run away. Xiecheng's luck was not good, and he encountered a lot of trouble. He was also surrounded and suppressed twice, but fortunately, he was strong enough, and he adapted to the jungle environment quickly and became familiar with it quickly. So he escaped twice. However, Xiecheng was slightly injured. He gritted his teeth and briefly included it, and persisted until the escape was over. After the end, there was half an hour of adjustment time. The speed of the message scrolling in the communication hall was obviously slower. This was not good news. Fewer messages in communication meant fewer people who could send messages. Fewer people meant more NPCs. This was not good news for the players. Nanshu and the others quickly assembled successfully. After entering the voice channel, the atmosphere was a bit heavy and depressing. In the end, Xiecheng spoke first. The situation is not very friendly to us. Wei Zixuan was also injured in this round. However, he was not like Xiecheng, who was injured when the escape was about to end, so he just needed to hold on for a while. He was shot in the leg and was in critical condition. So, he could only use the healing spell and then escape. However, because of the pain in his nerves, he stayed for a while, which delayed a lot of time. So in this round, he didn't get many kill packages, and he didn't get any wishing pool fragments. At this time, Xiecheng spoke, and Wei Zixuan hissed softly, I used the healing spell. I think Xiecheng's analysis before was right. Those NPCs should be played by real people. Their wisdom, or IQ, and even reaction speed are not like the said data, and they also understand strategies and tactics. Xiaoheng wanted to curse, but he controlled himself. He knew that everyone was discussing rationally at this time, and cursing at this time would disturb everyone. But he couldn't control it. Xiao Hung had cursed countless times during the escape. At this time, he still couldn't control it. So, he turned off his microphone and cursed secretly. Nanshu agreed with Wei Zishuan's statement and expressed his own opinion. I think the game seems to want to make us and NPCs oppose each other. If this continues, it will not be friendly to us. When players die, they will become brainless NPCs. No matter how powerful they are, their numbers will definitely increase. If this continues, can they still cope? The escape has only started 2 rounds. Qi Wenjing is actually quite worried. Everyone analyzed it for a long time. Xie Cheng meant that if the next round is still arranged like this, then their guess is correct. When they meet players, they will try to reason with them. If they can't make sense, just kill them. After all, they can get a kill package by killing the other party. If the NPC gets the package, who knows what will happen? After summarizing the information and making subsequent arrangements, everyone talked about the acquisition of the package. Nanshu got 2 wishing pool fragments in this round. Qi Wenjing didn't get any, Xie Cheng got 1, and Xiao Hung got 2. So far, they have a total of 5 fragments, and they still need 7 more to complete the wishing pool. Let's try our best and kill as many NPCs as possible. At the end of the summary, Xie Cheng sighed lightly, gave everyone a few more instructions, and then asked everyone to have a good rest. After all, there will be more places that require physical strength later. Chapter 113. The third round of escape will soon begin. In the last round of escape, it was inevitable that another player died. Therefore, the number of NPCs has increased visibly. Moreover, the camp allocation this time is still the blue camp for players, and the red camp for NPCs. Nanshu and the others are still in the escape, so they can't see clearly. However, the people in the observation room can see it clearly. This time, it is still allocated like this. Creating opposition, this game is getting more and more dog-like. However, it is also getting more and more confusing. Everyone is now worried and can't let go. Nanshu's landing point this time is still the jungle. There are many shelters and opportunities here. If it reaches the flat ground, it is really hard to say who will win or lose. After all, if this round is the same as the last round, with players and NPCs in opposing camps, then the number of NPCs will only be greater. They are few in number and do not have an advantage, so they still focus on defense. After landing, Nanshu did not find anything unusual. Moreover, everyone had just landed, so even if someone wanted to observe secretly, or even make arrangements, it would probably take some time. Nanshu quickly found a shelter and hid himself in a low bush. After the escape mode was turned on, they had already taken off their cold-proof clothes. So, what they wore now were all kinds of clothes they got in the game, some of which were made on the workbench in the safe house. In order to hide himself better, Nanshu specially picked a set of light green sportswear. It was a bit ugly. But it's really useful in the bushes. After Nanshu hid, she didn't move, thinking of waiting for the rabbit. Although the number of players may be less, it is not advantageous. But the number of NPCs is more, which means more killing gift boxes. So, hold on. 2 minutes later, 2 NPCs came over stupidly. Nanshu didn't rush to do it. When they had a meeting before, they had already summarized it. NPCs are also divided into intelligent and non-intelligent. Xie Cheng said that it might be because the intelligent ones are played by real people, and the non-intelligent ones are most likely digitized, including the players who have died. So, Nanshu is not sure whether the 2 passing by are just passing by, or someone's bait, specially used to kill them. She needs to wait and see. Soon, 2 people passed by. After a while, the 2 people turned back. Soon, they passed again. Turned back again. After going through this process several times, probably after confirming that there was no one in this area, a voice came from not far away. Okay, let's go to another place. It was a man's voice. Nanshu looked over quietly in the direction of the voice. He couldn't see clearly, but could vaguely see that it should be a strong man. He climbed on a tree, and the only thing he could see clearly was a pair of long legs. Based on these legs, Nanshu guessed the other person's height. The other person's legs were longer than Xie Cheng's. Xie Cheng was already the tallest among them. If his legs were longer than Xie Cheng's, then his height should be about 2 meters. It's a bit troublesome. If Nanshu guessed correctly, the 2 NPCs before should be baits arranged by the other party, with brains and physical strength. If they really fight, Nanshu may not be able to take advantage. However, if it's not possible to do it openly, what about doing it secretly? No one said that she can't be the 6th one. Thinking of this, Nanshu temporarily stopped moving. The two NPCs that flashed in front of her countless times left again. This time, they didn't come back. The man who was hiding in the tree also jumped down silently. Looking at the other party's neat movements, Nanshu guessed that the other party's strength should be not bad. Although the other party tried this area, and it should be safe, he didn't relax his vigilance after landing. Nanshu could see that the other party walked very slowly, and looked around from time to time. She couldn't even keep staring, for fear that the other party would notice her gaze. If close attack doesn't work, long-range attack might be a try. Thinking of this, Nanshu quietly raised the bow in her hand. This was prepared early in the morning, with a knife in one hand and a bow in the other. Once the opportunity came, he could just draw the bow and hit. However, the opponent was strong and could not be knocked down by one arrow. He might turn around and knock Nanshu down. Therefore, something had to be added to this arrow. Nanshu's backpack contained snake venom, jellyfish toxins, etc. that she had obtained before. She chose jellyfish toxins, and the system said that this would knock down in 3 seconds. After 3 seconds of being poisoned, no matter what creature it was, it would fall down. Nanshu quickly smeared the poison on the arrowhead, and then quietly tightened the bow. Whoosh! He shot as soon as he aimed, without much hesitation. Because of the long-term gaze, it was easy to make the opponent alert. Nanshu's arrow was indeed unexpected. However, the NPC is really not a decoration. When the opponent realized that something was wrong, he turned around and barely avoided the arrow. Then, the next arrow came again, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Nanshu fired 3 arrows at once, and there was no more delay except for the time to draw the bow. When the NPC realized that this forest was not safe, there were other people, and it was a 6th-rate man. He was ready to climb the tree. However, Nanshu's arrow directly nailed his feet to the tree. He kept holding the tree and struggled for less than 3 seconds before he stopped moving. Watching this scene, Nanshu's eyes slowly widened. Ah, stopped moving? Was it really that fast? But it should not be, because it did not become a kill package. Unsure of the situation, Nanshu quickly shot the opponent's back and shot another arrow. Whoosh! The opponent was indeed not dead, but pretended to be poisoned and dead, trying to trick Nanshu. Unfortunately, Nanshu's arrow pierced his heart from the back. The NPC was extremely unwilling, but had no other choice. He groaned and wanted to roar again. Unfortunately, there was no chance. No matter how strong one's physique was, there was no way to deal with the poison of the jellyfish. In the end, he could only die honestly. Seeing that the NPC turned into a kill package after being stabbed, Nanshu breathed a sigh of relief. She ran over at a very fast speed, picked up the package and ran without any hesitation. As Nanshu dodged over, a rain of arrows came from the place just now. Moreover, the arrows also glowed with cold light, and it was obvious at a glance that they were not from the mortal world. There are really a lot of fat Orioles, Nanshu complained as she walked. The friends in the observation room were all worried for Nanshu. Fortunately, she found the abnormality and avoided it in time. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. It must be said that there are really powerful NPCs. During the 30 minutes of rest, they were able to use the tools at hand to make a lot of weapons. For example, the arrows that were intended to shoot Nanshu just now were made by them. The toxins on them came from some monsters in the cotton base before. Nanshu avoided the first wave of danger, but it did not mean that she was safe. However, at least she could breathe a sigh of relief in the short term. However, Nanshu did not choose to rest. This has just begun, and she did not feel tired. So continue. The leader is gone, and the 2 NPCs who were not very smart before can also be collected, right? They are all kill packages. Nanshu is not sure about the other party's location, but she thinks that the 2 NPCs should not go far. So, after a simple judgment, she turned to the right. Looking at the direction she turned, Liangqi took a breath. Help, there is an NPC nest over there. Li Chenwen also sighed. Look at the good side, maybe they are all kill packages. Liangqi didn't want to talk, just looked at him speechlessly. Li Chenwen smiled bitterly and shrugged. The situation on Nanshu's side is not bad for the time being. In comparison, Xiecheng and his team are under great pressure. The biggest pressure is still on Chenmu's side. For safety, Chenmu also chose the jungle landing point. After landing, he fell directly into the encirclement of the NPC. When Chenmu landed, he saw that all around him were NPCs from the red camp, and his eyes went dark again and again. He wanted to run away before everyone could react. But how could he run away? After a struggle, Chinmu finally broke through the encirclement at the cost of 2 seriously injured arms. As a result, he just got out of the tiger's den and fell into the wolf's den. Chinmu entered another encirclement from one encirclement. Moreover, in this encirclement, there were 2 more intelligent NPCs commanding the layout. They almost watched Chinmu enter the trap they prepared with their eyes open. At this time, Chinmu was dragging his 2 injured arms and making a difficult counterattack. He didn't want to become a gift bag, nor did he want to become a wandering NPC. He wanted to live. So kill, kill, kill. Chinmu fought back frantically, and the NPC was also a little angry. Once the NPC was killed, it would become a kill gift bag and be temporarily out. They would be resurrected in the next round and become new NPCs. The number of players keeps decreasing after they die. However, the number of NPCs is increasing every round. If this escape game remains in such a state of confrontation, it is not good news for the players. Chinmu feels that the other party has seen through the essence of the game, and does not intend to let them live. However, he does not want to die easily. Many years after the end of the world, when it was so difficult, he was able to survive and persevere. There is no reason why he cannot do it now, so he can still kill. Don't let him run away, chase him. The NPC leader of this small encirclement is one of the staff members in the skating rink. He is a real person, although he does not know what the game is doing now. However, he cannot apply to log off for the time being, and there is no way to leave the game. Moreover, after the death in the last round, he can be resurrected in this round and continue the battle between the camps. NPCs who think they can be resurrected infinitely do not cherish their lives. So, even if they are covered in wounds, they still rush forward excitedly. The NPC played by a real person, because of the uncertainty of the game and the cruelty of the escape, was tortured physically and mentally to the point of madness, or even abnormality. So, he quickly spoke again, with a dangerous tone. Catch him back and skin him alive. Chapter 114. Chinmu's injuries were not light at this time. His arms were no longer strong enough to swing a knife, and he couldn't swing a stick. However, they wanted him to just wait for death, or even wait for these NPCs to skin him alive. That was impossible. He could still live. Perhaps he had not burst out such a strong will to survive before. However, after entering this game and being rescued by Wei Zixuan, he became rebellious. He thought, if God didn't let him live, he would live. If he couldn't live in the end, then he would just accept it. So Chinmu sped up. His arm was injured, but his legs were fine, and he could still run. Behind him were NPCs chasing him, and other NPCs shooting arrows from a distance. Chinmu had to guard against the attacks of the NPCs chasing him, and also avoid various hidden arrows not far away. Watching this scene, Sun Mingxuang silently took a quick-acting heart-saving pill. No, I can't take it anymore. Chinmu's condition is very bad. If he can't find a safe place to adjust, rest, and heal, then this round will be difficult for him. At this time, do you want Wei Zixuan to help? No, not to mention Wei Zixuan's healing skills, which are still on CD. Even if they can be used, they can't contact him. The game has blocked their retreat. At this time, they can only rely on themselves. There is no other way. It must be said that the lone wolf players in the end of the world still have some strength and trump cards. Under the siege of so many NPCs, Chinmu really fought a bloody way out and escaped. At this time, he lost too much blood and couldn't tell the direction anymore. He could only pick one road and keep going forward. On the way, they met 2 players from other countries who intended to attack him and turn him into a kill box. However, Chinmu did not give up. He gritted his teeth and insisted on his life, which shocked the 2 players. They hesitated and let Chinmu go for the time being. They thought that according to Chinmu's condition, he would not be able to hold on for long. They just needed to follow him. Maybe they would not need to do anything in the end and could pick up the leaks. With this idea, they did not attack, but followed Chinmu. Chinmu actually knew their little thoughts. However, he could not care about these at this time. He just wanted to find a place to try and see if he could send his things to other friends. There were not many things in his backpack. Chinmu thought of dividing it into 2, one for Wei Zixuan, as his last time to repay the other party for saving his life, and the other for Nan Shu. Teacher Nan helped him a lot at the beginning, but he never had the opportunity to repay him. Now that Teacher Nan is gone, Chinmu thought, then he would repay the other party's child. Chinmu's condition was already very bad. He was only injured in his arm before, and he was also hit in the leg during the escape. He gritted his teeth and pulled out the arrow, and then simply treated the wound, which was still bleeding. He had just fought with 2 players, and his desperate resistance caused the wound on his body to open again. Chin-Mu's body was not only in a mess, but also looked scary. He looked like a bloody man, walking and stopping all the way. The two players behind him still didn't give up. They didn't even plan to look for other kill gift boxes, but just wanted to pick up Chin-Mu's. One of them even spoke directly, asking Chin-Mu to think more open-mindedly, not to die in the end, and let the game take advantage of him, and asked him to hand over the things in his backpack. Chin-Mu didn't want to pay attention to them at first. They were so annoying. He was about to die, so he was merciful, and didn't want to hurt his own people. In the end, they were still not done. Chin-Mu sneered in his heart, and before the two people could react, he made a decisive move. Chin-Mu didn't think about who would survive when he made the move, including himself. So, all his moves were killing moves. Without much defense, the two people were indeed forced back step by Chin-Mu. However, Chin-Mu was in a bad state, and the two people quickly turned the tables and took the initiative. They thought that since Chin-Mu didn't know what was good for them, they would be polite. The previous NPC didn't give up tracking Chin-Mu. Maybe it was because the NPC played by a real person was really perverted. He thought, how dare a small ant like Chin-Mu run away? He had to catch him and peel him to pieces. With this idea in mind, they chased him all the way. Although Chin-Mu wanted to be more careful, he had no choice. Blood oozed from his body from time to time. The blood dripped down and stained the mud or grass. He no longer had the energy to clean it up. So, the NPCs chased him in the direction of the blood dripping. When they came over, they saw 3 players in the blue camp fighting. That's great. Just do it. Peeling 1 is peeling 3 is peeling, so let's have a carnival together. The real NPC, who had been driven red-eyed by the game, just wanted to kill happily at this time. He can't leave the game, then no one can leave, everyone will die in the game. Anyway, their NPCs can be resurrected infinitely. Then come on, Chin-Mu's eyes were already blurry at this time, and all attacks were based on instinct. Even though he was seriously injured, the 2 players were no match for him under the strong resistance, and he was also injured a lot. After discovering that a large number of NPCs were rushing over, the 2 players wanted to run. However, they were surrounded by NPCs without making a sound. The fight was too intense before, and they didn't pay attention to the surroundings. It was too late to run when they found that the situation was not right. The perverted NPC was already standing on a small slope not far away, looking at the 3 players surrounded in the middle, showing the cold smile of an evil villain. Catch them, tie them up, I want to peel them myself. Chin-Mu began to hear hallucinations in his ears. He knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. He also knew that the previous NPCs were chasing him again. He had no way to escape. This time, he was probably really going to die. But it doesn't matter. It's just a life. Let him die. Chin-Mu thought. He has persisted for a long time. Now he can't hold on any longer, he's tired, and wants to lie down, which should be forgiven. He also wanted to hold on for a while, but his head was too heavy, his eyes were too blurry, and there was a buzzing sound in his ears, and he couldn't hear what others were saying. He wanted to fight back instinctively, but several attacks failed. When the 2 players realized that something was wrong, they turned around and wanted to run, no longer caring about Chin-Mu. However, Chin-Mu couldn't see clearly, so he didn't know that his attacks were hitting the air. After several hits all missed, Chin-Mu thought uncertainly. Did those 2 annoying things fall off? He tried to raise his head, trying to see the person or object in front of him clearly. However, the sky was spinning and the earth was spinning, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He just felt that the light in front of him seemed particularly bright. It was so bright that it was a bit blinding. As soon as he raised his head, his eyes were stabbed and red, and tears couldn't stop falling. Is this the light of death that came to take him? If so, it's okay. It's not too bad to see a grand and gorgeous light before death. Thinking so, Chin-Mu couldn't hold on any longer, and the whole person fell straight forward. In the last second when his consciousness fell into darkness, Chin-Mu thought, will those people catch him and skin him? It's really annoying. If he is not dead, it will be so painful. But he has no strength. He has made a final resistance, but failed. He tried his best, but there is no way. So be it. If there is a next life, he hopes for world peace. Realizing what he was thinking, Chin-Mu pulled up the corners of his mouth with difficulty, and showed a bitter smile. He thought that a small person like him would one day think that if possible, then let the world be peaceful. Maybe it's a little funny. But it was the most real thought in his heart at this moment. The atmosphere in the observation room became solemn and cold the moment when it was discovered that Chin-Mu could not hold on. Sun Mingshuang was already shaking with his hands to prepare antihypertensive drugs. Tang Qifeng also took a deep breath and wanted to turn his head away and not bear to look at it anymore, but he couldn't control his eyes. He thought that this might be the last side of Chenmu that they could see, so let's take a closer look. One last look, after all, you still have to take a look. Right? Tang Qifeng was comforting himself when he felt a dazzling white light flashing not far from Chenmu. The light was so bright that Tang Qifeng outside the screen subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to cover his eyes, but he struggled to resist his instinct and wanted to see what the bright light was. Not only the people outside the screen, but also the NPCs in the game were confidently ready to capture the three people. However, before they could get close to the three players, who were already in a state of embarrassment and had no power to resist, a dazzling white light flashed over, making them look like little ghosts in the sun, with nowhere to escape. What kind of light is this? The sun is so strong? This is not sunlight, stupid bee. Although the NPCs are not very intelligent, they still have the most basic reactions. So, when they realized that something was wrong, they first roared, and then ran away with their heads in their hands. The perverted NPC standing on the small slope was still yelling wildly, "Come back, catch people first, don't run away, hurry up and catch people." Before he said the last word, he realized something was wrong and wanted to turn his head, but found that he didn't know when a strong rope buckle had been put around his neck. The moment he turned his head, the rope buckle that had been tied in advance was tightened suddenly. The NPC watched his head being strangled. Yes, in his last vision, his head seemed to be separated from his body. However, after the separation, his consciousness also returned to nothing. Seeing that the NPC had turned into two kill packages, Xie Chang collected them without hesitation, and then waved his knife and continued to move forward, and Nan Shu was also shuttling in the crowd at this time. She had just killed most of the NPCs, and after obtaining the kill package, she unexpectedly reunited with Xie Chang. The two strongmen joined forces, and the efficiency increased wildly. Although he didn't pick up the S-level wishing pool fragments, the harvest was still not small. The two were walking and observing to see where there were NPCs that could help them get the gift packs faster. As a result, they found a group of NPCs chasing Chenmu. At first, Nan Shu and Xie Chang didn't notice Chenmu. However, when they sneaked over, they found the bloody man being chased by the NPCs. Why did he look so familiar? Chapter 115. Nan Shu soon discovered that the bloody man was Chenmu. Ah, is her friend already so miserable? Xie Chang also discovered this. After the two met, they originally discussed how to get more kill packages. In this situation, getting the package is no longer the most important thing. Save people first, that's their friend. We have been together for a long time, and now we can't just watch him die. So, Xie Chang and Nan Shu discussed how to save people. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to make more arrangements. Fortunately, Xie Chang's brain reacted quickly. Capture the leader first, take down the commander-in-chief first, then break through the front battlefield, distract their attention, and try to disperse them in one wave. The front battlefield is not easy to rush. I will do it. You go, and take down the commander-in-chief. Xie Chang wanted Nan Shu to take down the perverted NPC at first. The situation on the front battlefield was complicated, and there were many people, so Xie Chang decided to take the risk by himself. However, Nan Shu rejected his proposal. I will go to the front battlefield, I have weapons, Nan Shu said, while taking out her newly acquired streamer shells. The lethality of this shell is very ordinary, the kind that can't even kill the cuckoo chicken. However, its light sense is particularly strong. There is a kind of stimulation of strong light shining into the abyss, which can make people who see the light dizzy for 15 seconds. 15 seconds is enough to do a lot of things. Therefore, Nan Shu thought about attacking the front battlefield by himself. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to discuss more. Xie Chang hesitated for only a second before agreeing. Then, the troops were divided into two groups, one to get the commander-in-chief, and the other to the front battlefield to break through the encirclement and save Chenmu. When Xie Chang took down the command NPC, Nan Shu had already rushed all the way and swooped down to Chenmu. With one hand, she lifted up the seriously injured Chenmu nimbly, and then with the other hand, she put on the bow and shot out several arrows. When the nearby NPC was blinded by the streamer bullet for a short time, they were crawling around. When their combat power was reduced, they were hit by several arrows. The result can be imagined. Nan Shu held Chenmu, who was not small in size, with one hand, and with the other hand, she put the bow behind her and picked up the kill gift bag while running forward. She was extremely fast and reacted even faster. While picking up the bag, she also dodged 2 crawling NPCs. At the same time, she picked up the heavy bow and arrows, and with 2 clangs, she finished off the 2 NPCs and successfully picked up 4 more kill gift bags. The effect of the streamer bullet had not yet passed, and this area was still so bright that people could not open their eyes. However, Nan Shu, as a user, was not affected by these. Xie Chung knew the effect of this thing in advance, and he didn't dare to look up. Most of the time, he kept his eyes down, trying to avoid the light pollution as much as possible. But the NPCs were unprepared and were scattered by the streamer bullets, crawling around in all kinds of ways. Nan Shu took advantage of the 15 seconds of effective time, holding Chen Mu in one hand and finishing off all kinds of attacks with the other hand. The 15 seconds passed quickly, and when the light pollution finally ended, Nan Shu had almost finished finishing off all the attacks. At this time, there were not many NPCs left in this area. Moreover, they might not be able to react as soon as the light pollution ended. However, Nan Shu didn't have much strength at this time, and she was carrying a heavy load, so she shouted in the direction of Xie Chung, "Leave it to you." After saying this, Nan Shu turned around and ran north. The two had discussed at the beginning that the escape route was north. If there was an accident, it was east. It couldn't be that there were accidents on every route, right? However, they still had alternative plans: north, east, west, and south. These were their directions. Chen Mu was seriously injured and needed treatment. But they hadn't met Wei Zixuan yet, and the opponent's healing spell had been used and was still on CD, so it was useless to find someone. So, they had to rely on themselves. Fortunately, Nan Shu's kill gift packs along the way were not picked up in vain, and she really encountered some medicines. Although not much, they were practical. So, she ran a distance with Chen Mu, and after dealing with 2 NPCs who intended to sneak attack, she got into a dilapidated cave. Nan Shu made a simple check and found that there was no one in this area for the time being. She breathed a sigh of relief and gently put Chen Mu down, adjusting her breathing while checking the other party's situation. Both hands were seriously injured, with large cuts. The blood had stopped flowing, but it looked scary. One leg was injured, and it was an arrow wound, and it was still bleeding. There were many large and small wounds on other parts of his body. It was a bit troublesome. Nan Shu didn't even adjust his breathing, and he started to treat Chen Mu's injuries, while being alert to the situation around him. Xie Chung came back after dealing with the things over there. As soon as he stepped into this area, Nan Shu's arrow was already on the noose. The 2 people were in the dark, and Nan Shu asked tentatively, "Brother Xie?" Xie Chung replied hoarsely, "It's me." At the same time, he walked out of the dark, and seeing that Chen Mu had been stripped almost, he hurried over a few steps. "I do it." Nan Shu is still a little girl. It's not good to let her treat the wounds of a grown man. Nan Shu doesn't care. When it comes to life and death, who cares so much about gender? As long as he can survive, it's fine. Xie Chung took over quickly, but Chen Mu's injuries were serious, and there were many places that needed to be treated. Xie Chung himself was too busy. So, in the end, the 2 of them went together. Nan Shu had medicine, but not much. It was barely enough to treat Chen Mu. The most important thing is that Nan Shu had antibiotics. This is a good thing. With it, the possibility of Chen Mu's wound infection is much lower. However, his injury will not heal so quickly. What should Chen Mu do after this round? It's obviously useless to think so much now. The 2 treated Chen Mu's injuries, and Nan Shu also gave him an energy drink. This thing can replenish physical energy in the previous copy. Maybe it will work here too. After drinking 2 bottles of energy drinks, Chen Mu's complexion seemed to look better. However, his face was pale due to excessive blood loss, and Nan Shu was not sure whether he was healed or not. It didn't look obvious, or it might be psychological comfort. However, the injury was temporarily stabilized, and the bleeding stopped. Now it depends on when Chen Mu wakes up. In this situation, they definitely can't abandon Chen Mu. Nan Shu meant that she would stay to take care of him, and let Xie Chung go out to continue looking for NPCs to get gift packs. However, Xie Chung couldn't rest assured at all. Nan Shu didn't want to waste manpower on these, and soon persuaded Xie Chung, "Don't worry, I really can. We can't waste more, you see. There are medicines in the kill gift pack. We have to work hard to get more kill gift packs." Nan Shu persuaded for a long time, and although Xie Chung was worried, he finally got up and went out. However, he did not go far, and almost walked around in this area. The NPCs passing by were not his opponents at all, and all became killing packages under his knife. Everyone in the observation room originally thought that Chen Mu might really be finished. Unexpectedly, there was a reversal. Because of Chen Mu's situation, Sun Mingxuang and others only paid attention to Chen Mu's personal live broadcast room later, and did not notice that Nan Shu and others had come around and were ready to rescue people. Liang Qi saw it, but when people are nervous, they dare not even breathe, as if breathing will disturb the people on the screen, so let alone reminding, Liang Qi did not even change his sitting posture, motionless, and the frequency of blinking was low. At this time, seeing Chen Mu rescued, Liang Qi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, I'm dying of suffocation. Li Qinwen next to him felt the same way. Sun Mingxuang silently put down the antihypertensive medicine, thinking that although it would not be a national special training, everyone would have to train. Xie Cheng is a good seedling from the special training team, and Nan Shu is a folk expert. There is still a result only if there is training. Tang Qifeng also breathed a sigh of relief silently, and put the quick-acting heart-saving pill back into his pocket. Half an hour later, Chen Mu woke up. When he woke up, he thought he was in heaven. Would he not become an NPC? Hey, no. How could he still have his own consciousness? According to Xie Cheng and others' analysis, those players who died and became NPCs were probably puppets of AI, and most of them had no self-awareness. But he still has? No, why does he feel like he saw Nan Shu? Nan Shu saw Chen Mu open his eyes, and waited for a while before raising his hand and waving it in front of his eyes. Do you still know how to count? Do you know me? Does your body still hurt? Nan Shu asked a lot of questions in succession. Chen Mu was in a trance for a while, and then he realized that he might still be alive. This cognition shocked Chen Mu, and Chen Mu, who had never thought of crying when he was dying, couldn't control his tears. Woo! He is still alive, and saw Nan Shu. Chen Mu cried a few times, and was interrupted by Nan Shu. Don't cry, it's a waste of energy, your face is still pale. Chen Mu, The tears were silently retracted. He took a while to relax, and then sat up by himself. It must be said that the end of the world has indeed tempered their will and physique. Chen Mu, who had walked on the line of death, still had some physical strength at this time. At least he can sit up by himself. At this time, there are less than 10 minutes left before the break and change of camp. Xie Cheng is worried about the situation and has come back. Listening to the footsteps monitoring, Chen Mu's eyes suddenly widened a few points. He turned his head, and was about to remind Nan Shu to run first. As a result, he heard Nan Shu whispered, It should be Xie Cheng, I go and see, don't worry, I won't go far. While speaking, Nan Shu had already stood up. After finding out that it was Xie Cheng who came back, she nodded and waited for people to come and return to Chen Mu together. In the next 10 minutes, Xie Cheng briefly talked about the process of Chen Mu's rescue, and the kill gift packs he harvested when he went out just now. There are medicines, but the S-level wishing pool fragments have not been found yet. I don't know if other people have it. The drop rate of this thing is sometimes high and sometimes low, which is really worrying. Xie Cheng sighed lightly and asked about Chen Mu's injuries again. Chen Mu still hurts. He is not made of iron and does not feel pain, but he can still bear it. However, he only has half an hour to adjust. After half an hour, they will enter a new round of escape. When the time comes, everyone will separate. What will Chen Mu do? He is having a hard time even standing up now. Chapter 116. Chen Mu's situation is special, and needs someone to take care of him. Originally, Xie Cheng did not recommend that everyone get together. Even if they have to get together, it is better to get together in groups of 2. Although there is strength in numbers, it is also easy to be wiped out in numbers. So, it is safer to separate and share risks. However, in Chen Mu's situation, they must be together in the next round, otherwise the other party will escape this round, and will definitely be dead in the next round. After thinking it through, Xie Cheng took the initiative to say, In the next round, we will jump to the same position. You look at the map, I will tell you a position, you write it down, and then we will go here together. The Novice Island sub-combination and the escape dungeon no longer have coordinates. So, it is impossible for them to jump according to the coordinates, and they can only find a position on the map. As for whether there is a deviation, we will talk about it later. Nan Shu was worried and wanted to go with him, but was rejected by Xie Cheng. Nan, don't be impulsive. Let's separate. If something happens, one of us can survive. Since Xie Cheng decided to take Chen Mu with him, he had already made up his mind. If it didn't work, he would accompany Chen Mu. Although this is a loss, what if he survives, they will win? However, on this basis, no more people can be added. Nan Shu wanted to say that he could, but he didn't want to embarrass Xie Cheng. After thinking about it, he nodded with difficulty. Soon, the 2-hour escape time was up, and they entered a half-hour adjustment and redivision of the camp. However, the division of camps is a joke. Nowadays, the game is not even played, and it is directly one camp for players and one camp for NPCs. And NPCs can be resurrected infinitely. This game is getting more and more shameless. However, they are just fish on the chopping board. Where is the chance to choose? Let's think about how to survive. When Shenmue heard Xiecheng say that he would accompany him in the next round, he refused at first, but was persuaded by him in the end. Shenmue thought he really deserved to die. He actually dragged his feet. If he had just passed in one breath, it wouldn't be like this now. But he is still alive. A little fortunate and a little helpless. He actually didn't want to drag his teammates down. It's not easy for everyone to live. But the fact is that he really didn't want to die, and Xiecheng was indeed a good persuader. Shenmue was persuaded by him for a long time, and finally chose to listen to his advice. At this time, Xiecheng was summarizing the findings of the previous round, and everyone discussed the drop of the kill gift package. This round, no one picked up the S-level wishing pool fragments. The drop rate is getting harder and harder. It's just a bad way to eat. They threw some bait at the beginning, but they didn't give it to you after you fell for it. But we can't just give up. It's still early. How is Brother Chen? What should we do in the next round? After a long discussion, Xiecheng said that he and Shenmue would land at a fixed point in the next round, and they should be able to take care of each other. They said they would take care of each other, but in fact, Xiecheng would take care of the other. Xiaoheng and the others were a little worried, but the strongest among them were Xiecheng and Nanshu. If they had to choose between these two, they would vote for Xiecheng. At least it would be more convenient for the boys to be together. Besides, is it appropriate to let a little girl like Nanshu go? Shenmue, shock. Don't underestimate girls, I've seen it. Nanshu used to hold him like a toy. Although he was drowsy at that time, he was still somewhat conscious. Of course, not all the time. But when Nanshu held him and fought together, he really was conscious. So, there is no need to doubt the opponent's strength. However, he is a man, and it is really inappropriate to let a little girl follow him. So let Xiecheng go. Everyone discussed for a while, and took the time to replenish their physical strength. Half an hour passed quickly. The fourth round of escape started soon. However, this time, the game gave them a heart-pounding emergency. Random landing? Yes, it's so rogue. Xiecheng originally wanted to set a location with Shenmue, and then land together. As a result, the game made a blind jump this time. Where you can go depends on where the game wants you to go. Everyone, shock! This time, Shenmue is really in danger. Everyone in the observation room was originally relieved. With Xiecheng's protection, Shenmue should be safe at least this round. But after seeing the new rules, Sun Mingxuang almost vomited blood on the spot. This is a shameless game. Is this a special proposal to target them because they want to land at a fixed point to protect their teammates? In fact, it may not be. Tang Qifeng thinks it should not be. Because Xiecheng is not the only one who wants to land at a fixed point with his teammates. There are lone wolf players, but there are still many players who either form an alliance with people from their own country or with temporary teammates. In this case, more people are better than fewer. So, Xiecheng is not the only one who wants to land at a fixed point. The game obviously knows where to poke the most. This round really hurt the players and people in reality. Of course, in serious, which they don't know, there is another bad news in this round. Aw, stupid game. Stupid Dragon Clan, are they crazy? Are they going to force us to death? My brother, I want to fight the Dragon Clan. On the serious side, in 3 rounds of escape, the NPCs, who have been killed have lost the right to resurrect, and will remain in the game forever. Either turn into flowers or turn into grass. They still have their own consciousness, but they cannot decide where they go. To put it bluntly, the consciousness is still there, but the body is gone. This is more painful than killing them. It must be said that this wave of revenge by the main brain AI is really cool. At least, everyone in Sirius wants to eat the main brain AI at this time. However, they really can't do anything with the main brain. In addition, they don't know which appliance the other party will be in. Even if they want to turn off the game at this time, they can't do it. Because the main brain AI has already transferred all the game servers and controllers through intelligent means. At this time, Sirius can't decide everything about the game. They can only watch the decision of AI. NPCs, who have become gift packs in 3 rounds of escape have lost the right to resurrect, which means that the number of NPCs encountered has decreased. Even if there are deaths of players in this round. However, there were many NPCs who died in 3 rounds. Among them, Half were played by real people. This boomerang finally stabbed back at them. They wanted to have fun, but in the end they became the fun. Unfortunately, they had to sacrifice the lives of many Blue Star players. At this time, Nanshu had successfully landed. Bad news, they landed blindly, and could not decide the location. Good news, Nanshu landed deep in the jungle, which was generally a good location. There was another, better news. That is, Chin-Mu and Nanshu landed together, just the two of them. After landing, Nanshu drew his sword immediately. Although Chin-Mu was covered in wounds, he did not show weakness, and also drew his sword. The two swords glowed with cold light, and when they looked at each other, they slowly retracted them. Chin-Mu didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. He thought that he would most likely die in this round of blind jump. As a result, he was divided into the same group as Nanshu. Alas, he has to drag down a little girl. It's a pity that they can't communicate by voice, otherwise Nanshu would tell everyone, don't worry, Chin-Mu is with her. With the seriously injured Chin-Mu to protect, Nanshu mainly focused on defense this round. However, what surprised her was the NPCs in the previous rounds were everywhere. This time, she quietly touched many places, but couldn't see anyone. It was as if she landed in a vacuum zone, as if NPCs couldn't come to this area. But is it possible? Although she didn't know the situation, Nanshu didn't plan to take the initiative to attack, and still focused on protection. This round, Nanshu killed a total of 6 NPCs, and got 12 kill packages. The drops were quite rich, but there were no wishing well fragments as she expected. When it was time to rest for half an hour, Xie asked Chin-Mu about his worries. I'm still alive, and I'm a burden to Nan. Chin-Mu talked about his situation. After listening, everyone was surprised at first, and then surprised. This is also good. At least they are still alive, not one is missing. For them, it is also a morale boost. Listening to everyone's ridicule, Chin-Mu smiled helplessly. After 2 hours of adjustment, he is now in a much better state. However, the seriously injured hands and legs still can't use too much strength. But at least, there should still be some strength to escape, right? Everyone summarized the findings of this round. It seems that there are fewer NPCs? I'm not sure, anyway, this round, I need to find NPCs. Why are there fewer? Does it mean that NPCs can't be resurrected infinitely? It must be said that someone accidentally said the truth. However, everyone is still cautious. Although I think it may be true that NPCs cannot be resurrected infinitely, I don't want to take it lightly. The next round is special. When it gets dark, it's unclear whether there will be dangers other than players and NPCs. Everyone should be more careful. If it doesn't work, you can just hide for a while. Xie finally made a summary. Everyone knows that they have been escaping for a day, and they can't fail at the end. There is still one day. Escape for another day tomorrow, and this extreme escape will be over, right? As for what will happen after the end, let's take it one step at a time. Soon, a new round of escape will begin. This time, it's still a blind jump. The game seems to be trying to increase the difficulty of the game. Nanshu has gotten used to it. Before entering the blind jump, Nanshu just hopes not to fall into the water. She really doesn't like escaping in the water. Although she can swim, it's very troublesome, and who knows what will happen in the water at night then? Nanshu's landing point is in the water. Nanshu, shock. She was so angry that she wanted to curse, but something happened around her, so she immediately swung her long sword out of the water. Chapter 117. When Nanshu drew his sword, he also felt the water waves flowing. The other party should have drawn his sword at the first time. The two people's swords soon confronted each other. Because the distance was too close, they could see each other's appearance quickly. Brother Xie? Nanshu was surprised. Because he was not sure about the situation, he did not dare to put away his sword for the time being. Xie did not expect that he would meet his companions after falling into the water. He was also surprised. Nan? Xie put away his sword at the first time. Seeing him put away his sword, Nanshu was sure that this should not be a conspiracy in the game, so she also put away her sword. The two were still in the water at this time, which was obviously not a good place to greet each other. So, they soon held their breath and began to swim to the shore. During the process, Xie also secretly observed Nanshu, fearing that the other party could not keep up with the physical strength. Later, he found that Nanshu had good physical strength and was faster than him, so Xie silently withdrew his gaze. Okay, knowing that the other party had good physical strength and did not need his help, the two swam to the shore quickly. The process was certainly not smooth. When they encountered small fish and shrimps, the two teamed up to send them away in groups. Unfortunately, they were all normal drops, different from the kill gift packs, and compared with the kill gift packs, the drops looked particularly stingy. Xiecheng returned to the shore, and was still complaining. The little jellyfish just now dropped a 300g piece of meat. Although it is not nothing, it is really very little. Nanshu was silent after listening, and was embarrassed to speak. What should she say? That the jellyfish dropped a whole chicken for her, weighing about 8 pounds? Forget it. Talking too much will break the teammates' defense. Xiecheng realized something from her silence. However, in order to avoid really breaking his defense, he did not ask more. The first thing the two people did when they got ashore was to stand back to back, and start to tidy themselves up. After coming out of the water, they fought several more times, and their state was naturally extremely embarrassing. Standing back to back was not only for safety, but also to take care of each other's eyes. Although it was a survival game, there was a difference between men and women. The two people handled it quickly, and there were no accidents in the process. This surprised Xiecheng. There are not many people on the beach. Not to mention people, NPCs can't be seen. Could it be that NPCs really lost the right to resurrect after experiencing several deaths? Although it is a guess, it seems to be true looking at the current situation. Soon, their guess was verified by progress. Because they didn't find too many NPCs when they entered the bushes, just a few, and the gift packs given after killing them were also very stingy. Anyway, there were no fragments. There were a lot of monsters. The two encountered hundreds of monsters in 2 hours. Of course, in front of the two combat power ceilings, those monsters were useless, and finally became a pack. Not wanting to break through defense frequently, Xiecheng didn't drop anything more. But he was really stingy. Nanshu, no feeling, thank you. In 2 hours, the two walked a long way. Although it was not to the extent of crossing half of the jungle, they also walked a lot. However, the total number of NPCs encountered was 27. Yes, that's it. Compared to the previous rounds, the number of NPCs was as large as the gathering of monsters, but now the number is obviously not right. I think the previous guess should be correct. The NPCs are restricted. After Xiecheng finished speaking, his face was heavy. This is obviously not right. The game will not favor them for the sake of balance. So what is the game planning? Or, what is serious planning? Nanshu is thinking about this question. Qi Wenjing and others are also thinking about it, and everyone in the observation room and the meeting group next door are also thinking about it. In response, the serious people said, "We are fleeing. We don't have time to care. Let it be whoever loves it." Except for their relatives or friends, who are still in the game and have not come out, they will still worry. Others can't even watch the live broadcast now. They just run away first. If the dragons really kill them, they will be dead. Some people whose family members have become NPCs and have no more resurrections are still watching, holding on to a glimmer of hope, wondering if they can be resurrected again. Nowadays, there are too many NPCs who have no more resurrections after death. In contrast, there are still quite a few players. This makes the game unbalanced. Will the main brain AI really let it go like this? This question was discussed by everyone when today's escape ended, and they returned to the separated novice islands and entered their own safe houses. I think there is something wrong with this game now. This mechanism seems to be biased towards us, but it didn't seem like that before. It feels like the game is trying to make a superficial balance, but it has gone wrong. Xiecheng frowned as he analyzed. Wei Zixuan also felt this indescribable weird feeling. I think the game is like a real third party. It doesn't treat players as people, nor does it treat NPCs as people, but the NPCs I have come into contact with before are indeed very intelligent, and they don't look like data AI. I agree with this. Xiao Heng, who was deeply affected by this, raised his hands and feet to express that he also agreed with this point. Everyone discussed it for a while, and finally Xiecheng made a bold guess. What do you think? Could it be? Sirius was set up by someone. It seems that they invaded and made fun of us, but in fact there are fat yellow birds behind it. This guess is indeed bold, and the one closest to reality. However, Nanshu and the others are not sure. After all, everything is just speculation, and the game will not give them an answer. This day, everyone is physically exhausted and nervous. Now they can finally rest, and they didn't discuss for too long. After all, discussions without results, no matter how long they discuss, will be futile in the end. So go to sleep. Nanshu and the others fell asleep quickly. That night was also peaceful. However, at 8 a.m. the next day, the system notified again. The escape began. Almost as soon as the system notification ended, the novice island was reintegrated. Nanshu and his friends once again experienced being sent to the fusion island without any preparation, and all the unknown situations. This time, the NPCs inexplicably increased again. They were so dense that it seemed that the NPCs that disappeared in the second half of yesterday had returned. When Nanshu discovered this, he felt terrible. Others were not much better. Someone was sending messages frantically in the communication hall. The communication hall, which was originally empty yesterday, was bustling again at this time. Everyone was puzzled. In the last escape game yesterday, there were obviously few NPCs, but why are there so many now? What is the game doing? What is the game doing? It's messing with people. After discovering that the number of players and NPCs is indeed unbalanced, and the player's escape is too easy, the main brain AI resurrected the NPCs, who were sentenced to permanent death yesterday. Yes, resurrected them again, and let them come out to work again. NPCs who inexplicably have an extra life. ? No, the main brain is sick? They don't know the situation outside. They just think that the main brain is infected with a virus. Now their situation is normal. So those NPCs soon stood up again. Because a large number of NPCs suddenly poured in, the players were caught off guard. Therefore, the first round of escape can be said to have suffered heavy losses. Many players who survived the second half of the game yesterday are dead today. After a night of rest, Chin-Mu recovered well. Today, he followed the principle of hiding if possible and running away if not. So, from the beginning, he was hiding all the way. However, there were too many NPCs today. So, the first escape was not very smooth. But fortunately, he escaped. The second escape, he had experienced and swam in the water for 2 hours. When he came out to rest, he was almost swollen and his face was not very good. After his body was seriously exhausted, his condition was not good. But his life was saved. His physical strength did not allow him to continue to live like this in the third round. However, the good news is that the third round is no longer a blind jump, and players can choose their own landing place, which means that Chin-Mu can be taken care of by his teammates. After hearing this, Chin-Mu almost cried. Before the countdown ended, he shouted loudly, "Adoptive father and mother, please accept my child's greetings." Nanshu, forget it. Let's not have this child. That being said, Nanshu still chose to land with Chin-Mu, and Xie-Chung followed closely behind. Shi Wenjing and others were separated from each other. Today's situation is special, and group action is easily restricted. If it weren't for protecting Chin-Mu, Nanshu and his team would not have chosen to gather together. The advantage of having more NPCs today is that the progress of the fragments has been significantly pushed forward. Nanshu and his team now have 9 fragments. There are only 3 pieces left to make up the number. So, in the next few rounds of escape, everyone's first task is to protect themselves. The secondary task is to kill more NPCs and get fragments. Try to collect enough fragments before the end of tonight's escape to see which wishes the wishing pool can fulfill. In the third round of escape, Chin-Mu was protected by Xie-Chung and Nanshu, and he finally survived. Not only that, he also watched several exciting battles between 2 top fighters and NPC groups. I have to say that these 2 people are really strong. Xie-Chung is an official player, looking upright but full of murderous intent. Nanshu is a pure wild player, looking a little bit evil, but with a strong sense of oppression. Chin-Mu watched from the side and sighed. They are all lone wolf players. How can he not be better than a little girl? It's still not enough to be alone. During the break of the third round of escape, Nanshu ate, while listening to Xiao-Hung bringing them some bad news. Xiao-Hung was injured. His leg was injured, and he couldn't run or walk. If he hadn't caught up with the end of the escape, he would have died. There was one more injured person, and it was a problem how to allocate the next round of escape. Xie-Chung meant 2 protecting 1. He separated from Nanshu. He took Shi Wenjing, and Nanshu took Wei Zixuan, each protecting their injured teammates. Chapter 118. Because the first 3 rounds were all random landings. Therefore, Nanshu and the others did not hold out hope for the 4th round. Even so, 2 plans were still formulated. There were fixed point landings and random landings. Because they needed to have 2 people protecting 1 person each, they also made some plans for the allocation of people. The rest time passed quickly. The 4th round of escape began soon. To Nanshu's surprise, this round was a fixed point landing. This was good news for them. Fixed point landing means that they can carry out 2 people protecting 1 person each as in Plan B. Nanshu, Wei Zixuan and Xiao-Hung landed in the same place. The others landed in another place. Wei Zixuan's healing spell had passed the CD time. Now after landing, seeing Xiao-Hung, whose leg was injured, His face was a little pale, and he was still gritted his teeth to bear the pain. Wei Zixuan directly gave him a healing spell. Qiao Heng soon felt that his wounds were healing at the speed of light. Although the pain in the nerves was still there, his body had healed. After moving his legs a little, Qiao Heng was able to stand up and run. Oh my god, it's amazing! Qiao Heng was amazed by the healing technique, and he couldn't help jumping around. As a result, a cold arrow came and brushed his shoulder, which scared him. Qiao Heng screamed twice, and found that Nanshu and Wei Zixuan had already started the attack mode one after another. Qiao Heng? Question mark. Am I an idiot? Yes, he is. Qiao Heng, who reacted, was not willing to be outdone and quickly joined in. He joined Nanshu's side. Although Qiao Heng felt that he was not strong enough, if he really couldn't do it, he could still open the protective shield. Oh, by the way, I have used it, and it is still on cooldown. But if he really couldn't do it, he could still be a meat shield. In short, he is very useful. In an emergency, it is still okay to be a meat shield to help Nanshu block the damage. Although Wei Zixuan saved him, he should help the other side. But Nanshu is a girl. Qiao Heng felt that he should take care of her more. So, he quickly jumped over to join Nanshu. At this time yesterday, the number of NPCs had obviously decreased a lot. Nanshu suspected that some NPCs would have no chance of resurrection after 3 rounds of death, but today, the game proved with facts that we can do whatever we want. And, in the 4th round today, the number of NPCs is still large. When they first landed, it was barely quiet, with a few kittens occasionally, probably because they were mentally retarded NPCs, so they only wandered around the periphery and had no intention of attacking for the time being. However, NPCs soon gathered and tried to attack them, and some of them wanted to trick them. When Nanshu found something wrong, he exchanged glances with Wei Zixuan, and they started to act separately. They split into 2 directions, one in front and one behind to protect Qiao Heng in the middle. Although the other party had been treated and recovered physically, he might still not react in time due to the pain in his nerves or mentally. Therefore, Nanshu and Wei Zixuan protected him for a while, and when he could react and act on his own, it would be much easier for them. Qiao Heng was indeed not weak, and he quickly joined the battle. However, there are too many NPCs. Besides, they are united, which is really stressful for Nanshu and his team. All kinds of hidden arrows are flying crazily, and there are also cannon fodders coming to die, intending to attract their attention, attract all their firepower, consume their physical strength, and then let other fat Orioles pick up the leak. We have to go. Nanshu analyzed the situation and made a judgment quickly. Wei Zixuan also agreed with this. He spit out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he couldn't dodge, and was hit on the side of his face by a piece of wood, which directly hit his mouth and bled. After Wei Zixuan spit, he looked at the front fiercely, and shot a few arrows. Although Qiao Heng didn't know the situation, he still tried to keep up with the 2 people. He followed them when he said he would go, and he also intended to protect the other 2 people. Nanshu and his team didn't stop them. It would be best if they could go together, and they could take care of each other. But if they were separated, they had to protect themselves. They couldn't treat Qiao Heng as a common flower in the greenhouse, and protect him all the way. If so, what would he do if he was left alone? Moreover, after surviving in the game for such a long time, even if Qiao Heng was a useless fighter, he had improved a little now. So let him guard the side by himself. The 3 of them fought and retreated, secretly observing, and the NPC who was ready to pick up the leak saw this situation and got anxious. No, how could they just let them go? They quickly took a backhand. Nanshu felt a chill on her back. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. It was very dangerous, and she had to leave quickly. She believed in her intuition very much. So the next second, she shouted run. Fearing that Qiao Heng would not be able to catch up, Nanshu turned him over with a backhand, picked him up and ran out. Wei Zixuan was a step slower, but he reacted quickly, and quickly followed Nanshu's footsteps. Whoosh! A small sound rang out, and Wei Zixuan subconsciously looked up in the direction of the sound. The moment he saw the situation clearly, his pupils shook directly. No, how could NPC have a net? And it was a particularly large net. This is not right. Wei Zixuan visually estimated that he should be within the coverage of the net. But Nanshu was fast, and had already run a few steps, and ran out of the range. I might not be able to run away. Thinking of this, Wei Zixuan smiled bitterly helplessly. He thought that it was better for him to be caught alone than with 3 people. So he didn't say anything. But Nanshu also heard the sound, so she looked up. As an excellent jumper, he has a strong control over distance. Nanshu also saw that Wei Zixuan was probably within the range and could not escape. Xiaoheng also saw it. Although he was sandwiched by Nanshu and swayed back and forth, he was very uncomfortable. However, it did not affect his vision. He wanted to shout, but was afraid of disturbing Nanshu. In an emergency, he struggled a little. Nanshu ignored him and threw him out with a flick of his hand, while reminding him loudly, "Keep your core stable." While speaking, Nanshu threw another hand and threw a rope out. Wei Zixuan did not give up in despair, and was still running out with difficulty. When he was out of breath, he heard Nanshu shouting, "Catch it!" Wei Zixuan? Ah! The rope arrived before the net, and was directly put around his neck. Nanshu exerted force, and threw Wei Zixuan out. Wei Zixuan? Fortunately, with Nanshu's reminder, he quickly realized what was going on. He tried to flip over and stabilize himself. Xiaoheng had already climbed up, and knew to shoot back. The three of them cooperated, and actually let them escape from the range of the big net. When the NPC found that they had missed the net, Nanshu and his team had already run a long distance while running and fighting. It was obviously impossible for the NPC to pursue and plan again. After running for a while, the three of them found a hidden place where they could rest for a while. After running for a long time, the three of them were panting with exhaustion. At this moment, no one wanted to talk. They were all trying to adjust their breathing and observe the situation around them. Xiaoheng was thrown over just now. Although Nanshu reminded him, he still fell down. Fortunately, it didn't hurt. Compared with the pain of the previous leg injury, it was just a little pain. Wei Zixuan reacted quickly, and didn't fall down. He also knew to replenish the arrows for the NPC. The scene just now was too thrilling. Fortunately, the three of them cooperated together without any danger. After adjusting their breathing for a while, Wei Zixuan gave Nanshu a thumbs up. "Xie Cheng is great to assign you to the two of us, Nan. You have great physical strength. If we ignore the innate differences in physical strength between men and women, the combat effectiveness of Nanshu and Xie Cheng is also comparable. Even Xie Cheng, who is an official, might not be able to cope with Nanshu, who is a wild person." Nanshu happily accepted the compliments from the two. Moreover, they did not have much time to adjust, so there was no need to waste it on these things. Soon, the three of them set off again. With Nanshu's protection, and Wei Zixuan and Xiaoheng's strength was not bad. So, this round was also safe. Moreover, in this round, Nanshu got a wishing pool fragment. There are still 2 left. When it was time to rest, the 6 people gathered in the voice channel again. First, they summarized the situation of this round. Nanshu and the others found that compared with yesterday, the number of NPCs in today's 4th round did not decrease. Is the game starting to cheat? I think so too. There were no NPCs yesterday, but there are more today. Isn't it cheating? Don't worry about it. We can't control these settings. Let's think about how to arrange this last round. Everyone discussed for a long time and summarized today's gains. Nanshu got a fragment, and Qi Wenjing also got one. This is the best news in this round. They are still 1 fragment short, although they are not sure what wish they can make in the end. But hope is still good. The premise is that they need to gather enough. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Let's work hard in the next round. Xie Cheng encouraged everyone and stopped talking, giving everyone more time to adjust and rest. For them, the good news in this round is, no one was injured. Chen Mu's situation is much better than before. It's not certain whether the last round will be a fixed point landing. But at night, it's relatively easy to survive, right? The 5th round of escape will start soon. This is also the last round of the 24-hour escape. No one knows what they will face after this round. They can only take 1 step at a time. This round is a random landing. This is not friendly to Chen Mu. However, he has recovered well now, but he can't use too much strength in his legs. However, it's still okay to survive. Compared with yesterday, the number of NPCs in this round is obviously more than yesterday. At this time yesterday, many NPCs had died 3 times and turned into data, nourishing the game. However, the main brain AI probably felt that the difference between the number of NPCs and players was too large, and the hunting ground became meaningless. So, they restored the data that nourished the game before. Moreover, there were no NPCs who could not be completely resurrected after 3 rounds of death today. Anyway, they are all data to the main brain, so you can do whatever you want. So, revive, my NPCs, the battlefield needs you. In the 5th round of escape, because it is night, players not only need to face NPCs, but also may encounter various monsters. However, monsters are a species that does not distinguish between friend and foe. They not only attack players, but also NPCs. As long as you are a biped, you are on our attack list. Nanshu and the others are worried about Shenmue's situation, so everyone has been deliberately gathering in the depths of the jungle. Although they landed randomly, they also agreed on a place. At this time, Nanshu and his team were gathering here from all directions. They met various small monsters NPC on the way, and killed them easily. Because it was night, it was not convenient to lay out. Therefore, compared with the daytime, NPCs had fewer means, and more often, they just went straight to the point of attack. Can't beat them? It doesn't matter, we have more people. News of player deaths came from time to time. Compared with the 4 rounds during the day, the number of players killed in this round has obviously increased. Those who can survive until now are already extremely capable survival players. Those who died at this time were really unable to hold on. However, the number is not too large. During the day, on average, 2 to 3 players died in each round. However, at night, the game difficulty increased, and the number of deaths also increased. Half an hour later, 2 people had already died. Nanshu was terrified when he heard this data. However, this did not stop her from waving her hands and doing it. Kill all the small monsters and NPCs. Killing more has its benefits. That is, Nanshu finally got another wishing pool fragment. Although it is not certain that there are only 12 pieces in the game, but their team has enough pieces with her last one. At this time, all they need to do is gather with their friends. This journey was relatively smooth for Nanshu. 40 minutes after the 5th round of escape, Nanshu successfully found Shenmue. The other party really planned to stay alive until the end. He changed his clothes and completely blended into the night. If he hadn't seen Nanshu and spoken out, Nanshu wouldn't have even seen him. The 2 of them gathered first. Soon, Xiecheng also came, followed by Qi Wenjing and Wei Zixuan. The last one was Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng was very lucky. Along the way, he didn't encounter any NPCs that he could fight, and the level of the monsters was all below his ability. But his luck was a little worse. Because, in the process, he fell into a trap dug by an NPC. If he hadn't reacted quickly, his body would have been pierced. Xiao Heng reacted very quickly and turned in midair, then tried hard to find a gap in the dark, and finally landed safely without being pierced or caught by the NPC. The reason for not being caught is very simple. The NPC who set up the trap was killed by Nanshu. The trap became ownerless, and Xiao Heng finally climbed up with difficulty. Except for a few scratches, he didn't suffer any other injuries, and he was not caught by the NPC. It was also for this reason that he came the latest. After coming, he complained for a while. At this time, the 5th round of escape had been open for an hour. The 6 friends gathered again. All 12 fragments were collected. Everyone actually wanted to know what wish they could make. After a series of research and discussion, it was decided to let Nanshu synthesize the fragments and make a wish. In fact, there are only 2 people who are most suitable in the team. Nanshu and Xiao Heng. They are recognized by everyone as people with better luck. However, Xiao Heng's luck is not stable. So, it is better for Nanshu to come. Although it cannot be said that all this has something to do with personal luck. However, when in doubt, let's use some metaphysics. Nanshu, carrying the hope of the whole team, took a deep breath and combined the fragments into a wishing well. The wishing well was very small. Or it was very mini. Nanshu felt that he could completely control it in his palm by closing his palm. Such a small wishing well. After Nanshu combined it, he showed it to everyone. After everyone saw it, they couldn't help but worry. As for what wish to make, everyone had discussed it early in the morning. The first wish was, I hope the game is over and everyone goes back to their own place. If this wish cannot be realized, then lower the standard and wish that all the players of Blue Star can return to their homes safely. If this still doesn't work, then wish that the 6 players of Country A can return to their homes safely. If it doesn't work again, 5 people, 4 people, 3 people, 1 by 1. Of course, if none of these work, then they wish. The game will no longer capture players from Blue Star. They made a lot of wishes. If the wishing pool can't do it, then they can lower the standard. Now that the wishing pool has been synthesized, the next step is to make a wish. To be honest, Nanshu was also a little nervous. At this time, except for Xiecheng and Wei Zixuan who were guarding, everyone else's eyes were on her. This made her feel a lot more stressed. Nanshu tried hard to adjust her breathing, then took a deep breath and read out the first wish they had prepared. Wish failed. Please make a new wish. It failed as expected. However, they were not too disappointed. After all, the things produced by the game will eventually be used in the game. If it is too big, They can't make it happen by themselves, so naturally they can't agree. Nanshu saw that one wish failed, she took a breath, and made a second wish again. I hope that all the players on Blue Star can return to their homes safely. After this wish came out, the system seemed to freeze for a while. This freeze lasted for about 10 seconds. This made everyone's heart tighten suddenly. Does it mean that it is possible if it is not rejected at the first time? Failed to make a wish. Please make a wish again. Still not working? Nanshu originally thought that she would just wish for the players in their country A to go back. However, before she officially opened her mouth, she seemed to realize something and tried to make a wish again. I hope that the players who are still alive on Blue Star can return to their homes safely. This time, the system froze again. Friends, after the previous freeze experience. This time, everyone waited calmly. The worst that can happen is failure. After being disappointed many times, I feel calmer. The wish was successful. The wish will be effective after the escape event ends. Everyone, surprise! Aw! Success. Xiao Heng spit out sweet words on the spot, and he couldn't control it at all. Qi Wenjing also covered her mouth excitedly, fearing that she would be too excited and scream again. I can go home, I can go home. Xiecheng and the others were also excited. Nanshu also breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought about making a wish for the 6 of them to leave. However, thinking of the previous system freeze, she couldn't help but think, if the dead can't go back, what about the living? We have to give it a try. Before the wishing pool takes effect, there is no limit to the number of wishes that can be made. Since I thought of it, let's give it a try. Unexpectedly, it really works. Fortunately, we can all go home, although Nanshu has no feelings for those people. But I don't want to give the serious people, who are more unfamiliar, a bargain. So, if possible, let's go back together. At this time, there is less than an hour before the end of the escape. Everyone can still work hard to kill monsters. However, before they are sure whether the things on their bodies can be taken back, they don't want to make too much trouble. After all, making trouble means danger. Seeing that they can go home soon, no one wants to cause trouble. So let's hide first. If there are small monsters or NPCs that stray into the place, if the number is small, then they are unlucky. If there are many, then pretend not to see them, and they hide as they please. Under normal circumstances, an hour is not unbearable. However, this is the hour they waited to go home. The time was unbearable. It felt like 1 minute had passed after asking. Another time, 2 minutes had passed. Another time, there were still 52 minutes before going home. Xiao Heng was so anxious that he couldn't sit still, but he couldn't take the initiative to speak up and cause unnecessary trouble. This is really frustrating. Fortunately, no matter how long the wait was, an hour passed quickly. System reminder, 24-hour escape, officially ended. System reminder, player Nanshu, country A, successfully obtained the wishing pool and wished that all surviving players on Blue Star leave the game and return home. The wishing conditions have taken effect. All surviving players are requested to prepare to go home. Countdown 10. The game keeps its word. As soon as the escape game ended, the system announced the news of the wishing well, and it took effect immediately after the announcement. They could go home in 10 seconds. Nanshu and the others didn't even have time to say goodbye, and they watched their figures disappear in front of them. Nanshu watched her body spinning wildly in a white light. If it was before, she might still feel like vomiting. But now it's home. The mood is different. Even if it's uncomfortable to be turned, Nanshu can still bear it. The rotation time is not long. It feels like it starts and ends in the blink of an eye. Soon, Nanshu felt that she was no longer spinning. She was placed on a flat ground, and the sunlight became normal at this moment. It was no longer a white patch before, and things could not be seen clearly. At this time, everything was normal. The weather was still gloomy, the sunlight was not good, and the smell in the air was also dirty. But it was very familiar and kind. Nanshu opened her eyes and looked at the familiar grass and trees in front of her, as well as the graves not far away. This is her home in the small low-rise building at the foot of the mountain. She is back. After a difficult struggle, she is finally back. She is back to the place where she was born and raised. Although the conditions are not good, she has lived there for many years and has adapted to it. It is good to go home. It is peaceful and reassuring. That was the most unforgettable and anticipated memory of Nanshu in the game, in countless nights. She likes this peace. She likes her home. The breeze in the distance swayed the grass and trees, and their whispers seemed to be heard in the wind. That voice sounded like saying, "Welcome home, Nanshu." Chapter 119 Extra. Nanshu vaguely realized that she was back. Back to the blue star she was familiar with, her familiar home. It's so good to be home, she sighed several times in her heart. Before she could notice the abnormality around her, she heard various sounds of bang 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 not far away. It seemed that something was falling from the sky. Because the weight of the objects was different, the sounds were also different. Nanshu was startled when she heard the sound, and looked around after reacting. The first thing she noticed was not the things that fell one after another, but people. Yes, she saw people, living people. When the two looked at each other, Zhou Yi, the team leader responsible for protecting the safety of this area, smiled and waved to Nanshu and said hello, hi. Nanshu? ? Ah. Although she was surprised, she reacted quickly. After she entered the game, the country would definitely investigate her identity, and it would not be surprising to find this place. So, it seems normal to send people to garrison here. Is this the garrison? Nanshu was not sure, but she did not notice any malicious intent from the other party. So should he be considered one of hers for the time being? Although she was not sure, it did not affect Nanshu's polite response. Hi. Things kept falling around her, making bang 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 sounds. Zhou Yi was just trying to dodge, fearing that he would be hit by something, so he was exposed in a second. He originally did not want to scare Nanshu, and wanted to wait until she recovered before meeting the other party. As early as when they watched the live broadcast, and found that the surviving players could come back, they were already excitedly waiting for this moment. He was sent several messages, and called to protect the good people. Zhou Yi led the team to surround the area early. As a result, in the live broadcast, not long after Nanshu disappeared, things began to fall around him like rain. Zhou Yi was not sure about the situation for the time being, but when the thing fell, it could not distinguish between friend and foe. So, in order not to be hit, he jumped and moved. Then, he met Nanshu face to face. After the two people experienced the initial awkward greeting, Zhou Yi quickly introduced himself. For fear that Nanshu would not believe it, Zhou Yi also mentioned Xie Cheng, Qi Wenjing and others. However, people who have watched the live broadcast should know about this kind of thing. Zhou Yi scratched his head frantically, intending to mention various events that could prove his identity. Nanshu actually still believed in his identity, although he only believed 90%. But the credibility is already very high. She let Zhou Yi go for the time being. I believe you. So, stop scratching your head for now. If you scratch, I feel itchy too. After hearing Nanshu say that he believed in him, Zhou Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He was still dodging, not only him, but also his team, a total of 21 people including him. They were exposed in front of Nanshu one after another, but fortunately they didn't scare anyone, so they were temporarily relieved. Everyone turned their attention to these things until the things stopped falling. These things were very fragmented. From small fruit knives, and a few apples to large shells, fruit trees and the like. Nanshu looked at a few things, and found them unusually familiar, and then said silently, "These are the items in my backpack in the game. I thought it was a blessing that the people came back. As a result, the things came back with them. Main AI? ? What else? Let this pile of garbage data occupy my operation and memory? No, throw it all away." Hearing Nanshu say that this was her trophy in the game, Zhou Yi showed a serious expression. He quickly called the higher-ups. At this time, the helicopter that came to take them back was on the way, and it would be here in about half an hour. Zhou Yi's first reaction was, "Is this fucking speeding?" But thinking again, it is most important to take the people away safely. So, it is reasonable to be a little anxious. After all, according to their statistics, the number of players who came back intact is not large. Like Country A, there are only 2 countries in the entire Blue Star where all 6 people came back. The other country, Country X, is a small country with a small population. However, the people in that country are very united, and when they met at the beginning, they all intended to protect each other. So, the 6 of them managed to survive and come back. As for other countries, many were wiped out, but most of them only had 1 or 2 people come back alive. For countries with surviving players, they may not be too anxious. However, if they were wiped out, the surviving players from other countries would definitely be very interested. Who wouldn't want to study what this game is about? Those of them who are watching from the outside, can they understand it as well as those who have really worked hard inside? So, if they don't have it, they will catch others, perhaps, people from other countries who intend to catch Nanshu, and others are already on their way. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi gestured to everyone to pack up their things with a serious expression, and gathered the team to protect Nanshu. About 40 minutes later, the helicopter took Nanshu and Zhou Ye's team away first. As for the supplies brought back by Nanshu, there will be a special plane and car to pick them up later. Nanshu had already boarded the plane to Jingshi before he even had time to take a closer look at whether his little family was okay. After a day of escaping and killing, although his body was extremely tired, he was not in a safe environment, so he couldn't sleep, even though Zhou Yi repeatedly assured that it was definitely safe. However, after Nanshu lay down, he still didn't feel sleepy. When he arrived in Jingshi, it was already dark. Nanshu accidentally ran into Qi Wenjing. The other party had just been picked up. Not only her, but also her husband, daughter, and adopted sister. All of them were taken back to Jingshi. Protecting Qi Wenjing is important, but her family is also her weakness and needs protection. With someone she knew around her, Nanshu felt a little relieved. When they arrived in Beijing, the officials did not ask them directly about the game, but arranged for them to take a good bath and sleep to get enough rest. Nanshu thought that she might not sleep well in a strange place. But it might also be because she finally got rid of the game that made her wake up every day with fear. Nanshu slept well that night, although it was not as comfortable as sleeping in her own little home. But it was still reassuring. In order to take care of their emotions, the officials arranged for her and Qi Wenjing to share a room, and divided it into 2 beds so that they could feel more secure. That night, Nanshu slept well, and Qi Wenjing slept well too. Xiecheng and the others also had their own arrangements. In fact, Xiecheng had the best arrangements. When he came back, he was at the training ground. Wei Zixuan and Xiaoheng were also at their homes in Beijing. Except Qinmu, who was a little troublesome. He had no fixed place to live in these years. However, before entering the game, he did have a house where he lived for about 3 months. So, the official finally guarded this place, and finally succeeded in bringing people back. After a night's rest, everyone's mental state improved a lot. Although the official wanted to know more details about the game, they were not in a hurry to confirm the news with them now, but gave them more time to adjust their state. At the same time, they also asked if they needed to arrange a psychologist. Nanshu really didn't need it. After considering it, Qi Wenjing still chose a psychologist. If she was alone, it would be fine, and she could adjust slowly. However, she still had family members and her daughter was still young. Qi Wenjing was afraid that she would be affected by the game, and her mood would be bad, and she would hurt her daughter again. When Xiaoheng came back, he must have cried for a long time while hugging his family. Finally, he cried himself tired and fell asleep. The next day, Qiao's mother saw that she was in good condition, so she took her to the training ground. Xiaoheng? ? No, Mom, I just came back. Qiao's mother Su Ningren smiled slightly. What else? You naughty child, you just don't practice enough. So, practice more. Xiaoheng, the sky is falling. The tense atmosphere and emotions in reality have not passed, although the players have successfully returned to reality. However, the huge live broadcast screen of the game on the blue planet is still there. Not only that, there is still an app about the survival game series on the phone. You only need to click in to watch the live broadcast, and you don't even need to register. However, think about it, if they want to invade, they will invade, and they don't need the information you provide, which is known by big data. So registration? No need, these things are still there. It's just that they have become static now. Those NPCs that were extremely active before seem to be completely digitized the moment the players left, and none of them can be seen. Even the various monsters that often refresh in the game are gone. Today's live broadcast screen is dead, like a painting, not a dynamic video. Although it doesn't look scary, it even looks like spring and green. But it's still there. This means that the alien surveillance of them is still there, and their invasion of them is still there. So, who is not panicking? Who is not afraid? They have escaped the game and successfully returned to reality. But what about the next time? Everyone wanted to know more specific information. So, after giving Nanshu and the others 3 days to adjust and adapt to the real life as much as possible, the official side held a collective meeting. Not wanting to put too much psychological pressure on them, this time, the meeting was held by the 6 members of the survival team. Sunming Shuang and Tang Qifeng were the hosts of the meeting, and several data analysts listened in and analyzed the data. As for the game, they knew more about it, which was limited to the official live broadcast. Sunming Shuang and the others were not sure whether Nanshu and the others knew more. So now they needed to exchange information and see the situation. Xiecheng had already been writing action reports. His previous daily work was like this. Every time he came back from a battle, he had to write a report to report. so he was very familiar with it. Now it has been changed to an open meeting, and Xie Cheng just turned the report into a speech. Qi Wenjing usually sorts out various documents and handles some emergencies in the community, so she is not unfamiliar with meetings. However, Nan Shu is not very familiar with these. Not wanting to put too much pressure on them, Sun Mingxuang and the others tried their best to use the gentlest tone and the most loving smile to start the meeting. The people watching the live broadcast did not get much information. In fact, sometimes the people in the game do not necessarily get more information than those outside. However, now that they are out of the game, they can talk about their own situations and let the data group analyze them slowly. Xie Cheng talked about his own first, and the others also talked about their own. Everyone was surprised to hear Nanshu talking about her stove. However, no one was dissatisfied with Nanshu's hiding it. Xie Cheng reminded everyone from the beginning that they must keep the necessary cards in case of emergency. Therefore, everyone did not think that Nanshu did not regard them as friends and did not tell them anything. On the contrary, they felt that the little girl was good like this, at least she had a good sense of protecting herself. Xie Cheng and his friends not only provided all the information they knew, but also told him some details of their two-day escape. There are actually many speculations about NPC data in reality. They also analyzed and speculated about what Xie Cheng and his team had analyzed. However, they could not get confirmation in the end. Now the game has become static and looks harmless. But who knows, one day, will it change again? After the initial invasion, they have to work harder. This feeling of being suppressed by the high dimension is really unpleasant. So, they have to work harder. This meeting lasted for more than a month. Various discussions, analysis, etc. No one is more familiar with these things than the parties involved. So, Sun Mingxuang led them to discuss and analyze. Gathering them in Jing City is also a protection for them. You know, there are already many foreign enemy forces in the territory of country are ready to move. They did not hesitate to expose the spy chess pieces that had been hidden for many years, and also wanted to capture the 6 people who survived. Even if they only catch one, it's a profit, especially for those countries that were wiped out. They are really in the dark if they want to study the data now. Although there are filial sons and grandsons. However, the filial sons and grandsons were also wiped out. In desperation, they can only try to capture people in various places. Not only country A, but also people from other countries. Country X knew from the beginning that they were small and weak, and it was impossible for them to protect so many people. So, the moment they knew that the players could return to reality, they contacted Country A and asked for asylum. Now the 6 surviving players from Country X have arrived in Jing City. However, it is hard to say what they are thinking if they are not of our race. Therefore, they have not yet met Nanshu and his men. They can protect them, but it is impossible to let them easily invade the interior of Country A. After the meeting of Nanshu and his men, the follow-up work arrangements for several people were put on the agenda early. After the meeting here is over, the people there can start work. Of course, at the beginning of the arrangement, they had already asked Nanshu and his men for their opinions. After knowing that they did not object, they made corresponding arrangements. Qi Wenjing used to work in the community, and now she has been transferred to Jingshi to enter the community where the superpowers live and do the same logistical work. The country can always protect them, but correspondingly, they may also lose some freedom. Therefore, after consulting Qi Wenjing's opinion, the above made such arrangements for her work. It is not absolutely safe, but the degree of freedom is also higher. Although Qi Wenjing attaches great importance to her own safety, she does not attach importance to her daughter. Therefore, her requirement has always been to protect her daughter. As for Min, he can protect himself, Zhou Qing, Okay, I will protect myself. Qinmu used to be a lone wolf survivor, but he did go to college, although he didn't finish, but he still has the ability. So, he was also assigned a logistics job. Xiaoheng used to be a second generation who was protected, but now, he has honestly joined the special training team. This is not only his own request, but also Ms. Su Ningran's strong request. In Ms. Su's view, the protection of others is an external factor, and being strong is the most important thing. If the game is really revived, and they are captured again, can Xiaoheng bring his bodyguards with him? So, let him join the special training team. Xiaoheng, shock. Woo! Xie Cheng is still in the special training team, and he has become the captain of the first group. Wei Zixuan is the deputy captain, assisting him in his daily life. Nanshu is temporarily the deputy captain of the 7th team, assisting another captain in his work. If he performs outstandingly, and has strong working ability in the future, he can continue to be promoted. The country protects them, not imprison them. So, if they have the ability, they can move up normally, and they will not stay in this position, and stay where they are for the rest of their lives. Although Nanshu is strong, she does not know the situation of the special training team. She is a parachuted in with her hard power in the game. So, if she is asked to be the captain at the beginning, it will not be easy to convince everyone. After all, those who can enter the special training team are all very capable, and 95% of them are superpowers. Nanshu has no superpowers, and relies purely on personal strength. She still needs a little training and polishing before she can integrate. Only after having excellent performance can you better convince others, and it will be easier to promote work in the future. Nanshu has no objection. In fact, if it weren't for the advice from above, she would actually like to follow Qi Wenjing to the logistics department. More money, less work, and safer. It feels like life can be completely laid down. Unfortunately, the superiors value talent, and do not recommend Nanshu to lay down so early. After thinking about it, Nanshu decided to roll for 2 years first, and when she rolled over others, she would lay down. Well, it was such a happy decision.